I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star.
Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera. Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9 pusingan playoff anda. Bersama saya, Syed Adin dan juga Sis. Kini berada dekat backstage.
Yes, dan seperti biasa MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9 ini dikuasakan oleh Monton. Dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery, Samsung sebagai telefon pintar rasmi kita, raikan bersama Nescafe dan gaming bersama Cadbury Zip yang sangat-sangat sedap sebenarnya Adin. Dan sekarang ni seperti yang katakan oleh awak Adin, kita dekat backstage dan kita dekat betul-betul pintu masuk bilik TODAK.
Ya, kita nak dengar apa mereka punya perasaan, apa cerita mereka sebelum pusingan yang seterusnya. Kita nak mungkin ada rasa-rasa sikit kita boleh korek sebelum kita start match sebentar nanti.
Yes, jadi usahlah abang membuang waktu. Ayo kita pergi ke bilik TODAK.
Okey, kita mulakan dengan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim terlebih dahulu. Assalamualaikum. Ui, kunci Mat.
Ni kali kedua.
Ini kali kedua. Dia suka main gurau. Kita cuba sekali lagi. Ui, betul. Assalamualaikum. Kita nak raya. Nak raya, boleh ke?
Belum lagi lah.
Alah, kita advance sikit.
Korang boleh raya awal. Korang menang game ni, korang raya awal.
Assalamualaikum.
Oh, cantik rumah.
Decoration yang sangat-sangat cantik sebenarnya.
Okey, mungkin kali ni kita tanya Moon lah.
Okey.
Kita tanya Fomis.
Alright.
Moon.
Kita ambil mic terlebih dahulu.
Yes.
Moon, saya bagi awak mic untuk jawab soalan sikit.
Alright. Kat tengah. Ini kamera. Alright, Moon. Apa yang korang tengah buat sekarang ni?
Masing-masing contoh macam kita boleh tengok Haji.
Okay, kita tengok. Kita fokus.
Haji dia tengah sambil duduk, dia tengah istikharah.
Alhamdulillah.
Cik dia tengah baring. Benda-benda ni lah kita membuat.
Memang relax kan korang?
Tak, tengah training tu.
Memang
Training.
Mana?
Tu, tengah training.
Oh, tengah training. Saya ingat tengah berzikir tadi pun.
Yang 10 malam terakhir.
10 malam terakhir. Tapi kita nak kena tahulah sebab anda kata pasukan TODAK menang match selepas ini, korang akan layakkan diri ke MSC. So, ada apa-apa preparation yang special sedikit ke untuk match yang akan berlangsung nanti?
Maybe kita orang just cuba buat yang terbaik lah. Disebabkan kita pun ada banyak game lagi, contoh macam SEA Game, MSC. So kita insyaAllah kita dah prepare semua benda. So just fokus je lah sekejap lagi.
Alright, terbaik. Kata-kata kepada pasukan Suhaz, lawan anda dekat ini akan jadi satu perlawanan yang menarik ataupun mungkin ada kata-kata pedas yang nak disampaikan
Last message
kepada pasukan Suhaz.
Kepada tim Suhaz, let's go. Kita tengok ikan mana yang lagi power. Kalau apa ni, kalau awak ikan sebab tu senak boleh pancing
Sana. Tahu reference. Alright, jadi terima kasih pasukan TODAK, terima kasih pada Fomis.
Terima kasih, Betul-betul dia main.
Moon, Allah Akbar. Thank you, Moon. Alright. Kau tahu aku sayang kau. Okay, alright. Jadi itu merupakan apa yang dikatakan oleh pasukan TODAK. Jadi kita ada lawan dorang.
Betul.
Adin.
Awak betul hari dia.
Siapa lawan diorang?
Kita akan interview ataupun kita akan terjah sedikit pasukan Suhaz, iaitu pasukan pihak lawan, untuk kita tengok apakah mood diorang, okey ke tak okey. Saya boleh dengar macam ada lagu raya dengan perasaan dekat pasal bilik Suhaz ni.
Cuma satu je saya harap.
Apa dia?
Tolonglah mereka tak kunci. Tapi tak apa.
Tak, bagi salam dulu.
Bagi salam dulu. Dengan ucapan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, kita akan bagi salam. Assalamualaikum. Alright, okey. Nampak santai, masih nampak lagi santai. Nampak mereka macam chill-chill. Kita ada padel kat sini.
Betul.
Alright, jadi mereka macam buat strat. Oh.
Hari tu kita dah interview DAs.
Alright.
Kita nak pilih siapa pada hari ni?
Kita interview player yang akan main, iaitu Capsha.
Okey, saya suka. Capsha, kita boleh dekatkan sikit. Ini saya bagi mic dulu terlebih dahulu. Okey.
Hai.
Oi.
Saya Keisha.
Adik sana.
Adik-adik macam ni. Itu DAs buat.
Versi lelaki, versi perempuan sebenarnya. Okay, first of all, kita elaklah soalan-soalan santai. Apa perasaan korang sebelum berhadapan dengan TODAK sekarang ni? Ada nervous ke ataupun korang take it easy one game at a time?
Perasaan kami biasa-biasa je. Sebab TODAK je pun kan.
Wow.
Tak ada aku.
Tak, korang buat bulatan ni korang buat apa? Korang ada macam korang punya ritual ke? Tengah bertakbir ke? Asing-asing? Oh tak, kira tengah santai lah.
Santai.
Oh santai-santai. Alright, jadi tadi diorang cakap ikan mana yang paling kuat. Mungkin Capsha ada kata-kata terakhir. kepada pasukan TODAK yang nampak macam dah confident sangat boleh kalahkan korang ni?
Sekarang ni perlawanan antara dua ikan. So ikan mana yang kalah tu bagi kucing makan
Kucing makan.
Kucing makan. Alright. Good luck. Have fun untuk lawan dengan
InsyaAllah.
pasukan TODAK. Alright.
Thank you.
Jadi kita dah jumpa kedua-dua pasukan, Adin. Kita dah jumpa pasukan TODAK, kita dah jumpa pasukan Suhaz. Jadi mereka dah tak sabar untuk mulakan perlawanan. Kerana sekarang ni kita ada game yang cukup menarik di antara kedua pasukan.
Saya nak fokus sebenarnya tapi ada aksi-aksi menarik dekat belakang sebenarnya. Saya nampak at the corner of my eye sebenarnya. Tetapi untuk kita teruskan show kita, apa kata kita lihat terlebih dahulu daily recap yang dipersembahkan.
Playoff MPL Malaysia sekarang menjelang ke peringkat yang mengujakan. Hanya 4 pasukan yang tinggal di dalam kejohanan kita. Dalam satu pertarungan yang sangat sengit, Suhaz Esports dapat menghukum Mystic Red Esports dan menumpaskan mereka 2-1. Seterusnya, game pertama tim SMG menentang tim Caracal telah memecahkan rekod tempoh pertarungan terpanjang musim ini, 36 minit 22 saat. Dan akhirnya, kucing-kucing Caracal yang ganas melakukan cakaran yang dahsyat dan memperoleh kemenangan 2-0. Juara bertahan tim SMG kecundang. Orange Esports menentang Red Esports. Mana manakah yang lebih cerah? Nampaknya jawapan adalah Orange Esports. Dengan prestasi yang sangat padu, mereka dapat meneruskan rentak kemenangan mereka di playoff. Itu saja recap hari kedua playoff. Hari ketiga akan bermula. TODAK akan berlawan Suhaz Esports di upper bracket final. Pemenang match ini adalah pasukan yang akan mewakili Malaysia di MSC. Dan tim Caracal akan menentang Orange Esports di lower bracket semi-final. Adakah anda sudah tidak sabar untuk saksikan gameplay yang hangat hari ini? Sama-sama kita nantikan.
It's been an exciting playoff so far. Day number 3 will already begin with the upper brackets. TODAK up against Suhaz Esports, followed up by the lower brackets of Caracal up against Orange Esports. The losers of these matches will go head-to-head in one final bout. Unfortunately, somebody has to go home, and by the end of today, we will only be left with our final 2 for the grand finals starting tomorrow. It is only action. The blood, sweat, and tears have built up to this point. Let's pull up the bracket in case you guys missed out on that video. Here is the journey so far.
I am extremely excited to see the final 4 coming into the playoffs. It has been a long journey for all these teams, and currently the upper bracket finals, which is going to be the best of 5 series between both the strongest of the strongest. Who is going to be the bigger fish? Is it going to be TODAK or is it going to be Suhaz Esports? Meanwhile, in the lower bracket semi-finals, we have Caracal as well as Orange Esports, where they are going to be conducting their best of 3 matches and then play off towards the lower bracket finals.
Huge upsets, huge standouts in the lower brackets with Caracal and as well as OE beating some really tough competitors. But first of all, we got to finish off TODAK versus Suhaz first. Welcome everybody to the English broadcast of the MPL-MY. Once again, my name is Getting Cute. This is Icy Baby 12. Gonna be taking care of you guys for today for game number 1 in our first best of 3 series. But first of all, if you look at the stage behind us, and if you were able to purchase those tickets, they're already sold out here for the playoffs. We've got a beautiful audience. Thank you to our sponsors, our official gaming chair Secret Lab, our partners in esports, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, EGG Network, and not to mention our co-organizers, ESI.
Today is going to be a very, very historical moment for some of these teams thus far. One of these teams out in these upper brackets will be the first one to qualify in towards MSC. and towards representing Malaysia. Actually, we're going to be finding out 2 teams apparently by the end of today. However, Nina reminded you as well, if you guys are feeling a little bit hungry, guess what? We're going to be having giving you guys exclusive promotions right now when you order on your McDelivery app. With a minimum spending of 50 ringgit, you can use yourself checkout code of MPL Rewards. You can get yourself free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets. On top of it all, get yourself a chance to walk away with some MLBB exclusive skins.
For those of you who ain't fasting, you might as well take advantage of it now. But for those who are breaking their fast later on today, just keep in mind, MPL Rewards, if you are going to order some McDonald's, that's the code you want to look out for. Keep an eye out for the legendary meals during checkout. Speaking of which, it's been a long day. I mean, everybody is exhausted, but you guys at home are going to continue getting your rewards with each and every milestone that we hit today. All you got to do simply is just share 800, 1000, 1200. Every time we hit those, you get a code.
Exactly, and when we will be giving throughout the codes throughout the entirety of the day, as long as you help us share. And of course, why wouldn't you be sharing here? This is one of the monumental moments for MPL-MY. Right here, right now, the top 4. At the end of the day, we're going to be looking at our 2 representatives for MSC for Malaysia. But now, upper bracket finals. Best of 5 series, TODAK versus Suhaz. Seems like a little bit of a difficult situation.
It's tough. It's not easy. We're already moving and elevating and evolving the format of the tournament. This time in playoffs, we have best of 7s and best of 5s ready to go much earlier on. So I don't know about you guys, but this is going to shake up the hashtag MPL predictors. Those big brains out there who have the street cred, this is going to be your next step. Use that hashtag MPL predictor. Tell us the game score. Are you for Suhaz? Are you for TODAK? Let's have a little bit of a conversation here, but don't forget to list down your game ID and server ID so that you can get the Eldowise Ruby skin right to your account.
Exactly, and of course, so far in the past 2 days, most of our predictions hasn't been spot on. There has been a lot of plot twists and underdog stories throughout this entire playoffs, and a lot of unexpected ones as well. However, now when it comes to predictor here, I don't know about you, I didn't expect Suhaz Esports to make it this far.
Well, honestly, I mean, that's the beauty of the upper brackets, right? With each and every win, you move 2 spaces up the leaderboard every single time. And Suhaz now achieving top 4 and are almost guaranteed, well, actually guaranteed top 3. Let's see whether they can make it into top 2 and maybe even qualify for MSC.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very difficult task considering that TODAK is eyeing for that MSC spot themselves. I've heard a little bit of rumors here and there. They are going all out. That's why we don't see the traditional TODAK we've seen over the seasons, and they're looking to just completely take it all the way. Their 2nd championship title as well.
I mean, if they can do that, that'll be great. We haven't had a 2nd championship title in a very long time, and more importantly so, well, I mean, the back-to-backs unfortunately didn't make it this far. But there's always another season, so we don't have anything to worry about for Team SMG. But for the meantime, TODAK, every single time there is a chair or a seat for the international tournament, they're eyeing for it. They're gunning for it.
Agreed. But meanwhile, let's take a look at the coin toss coming in between both TODAK as well as Suhaz Esports, as we would like to welcome our head of League Ops here, Melina Lai, going to be taking the journey for both the teams. And the representatives for TODAK, we have Hazib, and the representatives from Suhaz Esports, we have Hakim.
We have Rex Spin. Let's see what the heads or tails is going to be. Heads going to be for TODAK. Tails going to be for Suhaz Esports this time. We are doing a coin toss before because the previous seeding was already set by their performance in the regular season. From here on out after this stage, it is tough, but it looks like it's going for Suhaz Esports, and it's going to be Tails' 2nd pick with a 41% win rate so far. Red side seems to be the way to go.
Yep. It seems like, just on playoffs itself as well, like during regular season, it was all first pick all the way. We had a lot of priority picks here and there. But after the introduction towards Xavier and towards the pool, it spiced things up towards the 2nd pick. And I feel like a lot of teams has benefited from the 2nd phase. So this is something that TODAK is very comfortable at when it comes to drafting reactively. And now, for Suhaz to prioritize 2nd pick over 1st pick, just shows you how much of an impact when one hero enters the cycle completely changes the drafting idea or drafting priority for the teams.
Well, let's keep in mind this is a best of 5, so it doesn't necessarily mean, oh, if we get that first game, we have the momentum, and then we win the second game, it's over. No, no, no. It's going to go back and forth for quite some time between the two teams, and considering that TODAK is more experienced in these best of 5, that's where the mentality and stamina is going to get really tested.
Yeah, when it comes to that as well, I feel like, you know, if you're talking about best of 3 series here, dragging this game 3 is very, very likely. I feel like the pause in between 2 games in a row does pretty much help you in gathering your thoughts. So in a best of 5, it's pretty much guaranteed going to get a break. Hopefully we will see a little bit of momentum here. But without further ado, let's welcome the teams.
TODAK.
Looks like the roster has been firm. This is the M3 lineup. No jokes, no games, only victories.
Yep, if TODAK wins this series, they will be the first team to reach the grand finals for 4 seasons in a row.
That is already for a namesake. TODAK has been performing time and time again. But can they get this championship title? We'll have to take one step at a time against their opponents. But they are looking fresh. They're looking consistent. They are looking mighty fine.
Suhaz Esports.
From Season 7 until now, Suhaz has never won a single match against TODAK in MPL. Can Suhaz break that curse and secure the win today? This is the furthest they've ever achieved in their career since Season 7 as well.
Ever since their debut, they've been hyped up, they've been struggling with patches, they've been fixing problems, but this is the furthest they've ever achieved so far. If they can take TODAK down this time, break a curse, get into top 2, this just might be Suhaz's year.
This might be the legendary moment coming in from them. Will they be able to break that curse? Let us all find out, because this is the upper bracket finals, the best of 5 series, something that not many teams have a lot of experience here in MPL. This is going to be their first time playing a best of 5 series.
Yeah, this is honestly going to be some really tough stuff. But for TODAK, this is within their zone. They've been to enough internationals. They've been to the grand finals multiple times when it was best of 5s, all the way up to when it was best of 7s. It's going to start changing up. And hopefully they're prepared, because if they make it far in the internationals, this is to be expected. Yums, especially, has been an outstanding, well, I would like to say rookie, because he's so young, but every single time you expect him to perform, he just goes above and beyond.
Yeah, I definitely agree. He goes definitely above and beyond in that regards. And now, let's talk about the best of 5 series, right? Like, we know about signature heroes about a lot of teams, right? They have a tendency to lean on comfort picks, but when it comes to TODAK, they are by far one of the most consistent and most unpredictable team here in MPL history. And even throughout the regular season, well, sometimes when they draft, it's just so unpredictable and so difficult to draft again. And that's the element of surprise that you need to bring into a best of 5 series. Do not give the players, your opponents, chance to adapt to your playstyle.
I mean, speaking of your opponents here, I think there are 2 very distinct playstyles coming in from Suhaz Esports. One where they have Zed dedicated into the gold lane. They play very disciplined, very standard, but if they do decide to switch Zed out for HY, yes, he takes a little bit of time to warm up, but their team fights become a little bit more fluid, a little bit more creative on the fly.
Yeah, we did see HY making it a surprise appearance yesterday when they faced off against Red Esports. It was a little bit unexpected as well, and I definitely agree he needs his warm-up, but is it enough to actually overcome an uphill battle known as TODAK? Because they can adapt on the fly pretty well themselves.
I mean, that's the thing, right? That's why we have to keep an eye on Zed in particular. He is a very volatile gold laner. He is good when he has the right heroes, but let's looking at the head-to-head, you can see just the overall total damage dealt by Suhaz. They're very team fight based. Although they don't have the match win rate to kind of back it up, or even the KDA, the objective gameplay is where you see the little bit, well, something a little bit more even. 68% for first tower rate and 58% for first lord rate for Suhaz Esports.
Yeah, and before we talk about the stats as well on top, I feel like it's pretty balanced on top, but when it comes to distinct picks and hero picks priorities, you can see it's very, very different coming from Suhaz Esports as well as TODAK. TODAK, throughout the entire regular season, they prioritize a Paquito for 4 maze, they even bring in the Paquito jungle occasionally as well, and Yeeve on top of it all, whereas from Suhaz Esports, they are going for that tanky kind of playstyle, or in this case, prolonged fight of playstyle with Esmeralda as well as Lilia, which is something that is very unique in general coming from both these teams itself.
Well, don't get distracted by this Eve, 29% pick so far, because overall, most people are straying away from Eve or just completely banning it out. Yes, it's good, but there's just a lot of liability to it as a first pick. Now, let's look at the talent predictions so far, with the overwhelming majority leaning towards TODAK, with only Lafel and Adin taking the side of Suhaz Esports this time around.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of expected by all of us as well. Like, based on track record, TODAK is by far the most unpredictable, most consistent team in MPL-MY history. And 4 seasons in a row making the grand finals, is it possible? Is it in doubt? Actually, it's kind of hard to say, considering that Suhaz Esports has made an unexpected surprise in making it this far.
Well, I don't know. I feel like TODAK has been the most consistent during their playoffs run. They're taking it extremely seriously. They're not messing around here. 2-0 victories compared to a 2-1 victory from Suhaz does give you a little bit of an idea. But we might get a little bit of a tester during this game number 1, especially with Suhaz's performance. Let's look at the audience prediction with an overwhelming support coming in for TODAK.
Okay, it seems like everybody is joining up the hype train as well. Everyone knows that TODAK might take it all the way, but who knows? Maybe things might be in a little bit of a plot twist here coming into the playoffs, especially the playoffs, right? First 2 days, I'm not gonna lie, none of our predictions were spot on. None of the audience predictions were spot on.
Look, Caster Curse is a very real thing here. I'm not even going to lie, but guys, if you're looking for a new smartphone, have you considered Samsung?
Yep, and of course, if you want to play some Mobile Legends Bang Bang, you can use the brand new smartphone with slick design. Buying a Samsung Galaxy A53 5G now, you will stand a chance to walk away with MLBB bundle worth up to 2,200 diamonds. And all you gotta do is just scan the QR code.
Yep, now it is time to get right into the draft. The upper bracket finals is here, a best of 5. TODAK on the blue side with Suhaz Esports, who selected the red side.
You know, having first phase pick on Grok, it makes a lot of sense. We did see Grok kind of sneaky into the playoffs. However, based on yesterday's game's track record, day number 2 and the playoffs itself, Grok, even though it was picked most of the times, didn't exactly have a high win rate based on yesterday's games alone.
Look, I don't know about you, but the way I identify MPL-MY is not through their Grok plays, because in general, we're not exactly the best Grok players in the world, and it's very evident with his current win rate. Only very select few can actually pull off the Grok mechanics that we expect to see. But now, we are looking at Suhaz. Again, Valentina expected to be banned. Franco going to be a quick follow-up, as we see, as a response to how TODAK in second ban got rid of the Hilda. So invade junglers, not going to be there.
Well, if you want to base it off the regular season stats itself, you did see that Suhaz Esports, they tend to lean on banning on Selena, whereas TODAK, they don't really care about it. They can pick it up for themselves. However, a little bit of a change here based on the games we've seen so far. TODAK are adapting and just banning off all of Suhaz Esports' comfort picks straight up. And we can see from the perspective of Suhaz, he wants his Mino, his Legend Minotaur skin. All right.
Refuse.
Actually, I don't mind. I would like to see it.
No. Hell no. I refuse. Usually I'm on the Ace hype train most of the time, but Minotaur Legend skin, man, I'm ready
down
for that hero to die off.
I'm down. I'm down to it, man. I'm down for it. But now, knowing that TODAK has the tendency to first pick the 1-1, we've seen the recent trend in their picks throughout the past 2 days. Suhaz Esports, they don't want to take this risk. However, there are a lot of open picks up for grabs. In this case, Baxia is pretty good. Karina is amazing to draft as well.
Selena,
Yi.
Yeah.
There's so many for them to grab right now.
It's an extremely open-ended draft so far. And I think, you know, TODAK have done the preparation really, really well. They're targeting the Ace as much as they can, getting rid of his pocket picks. Angela, wow, first pick, Angela coming in from TODAK. They want to ensure that they have a combination either with Ling or with Karina. They're definitely going to get it, and I think it's a really good response.
I think day one's performance, especially coming in from, I think, most of the players, right? Everyone kind of had this first phase mentality of just banning the Angela. And I like this idea of TODAK where I picked the Angela, it's okay, it's a safety net. You want to play like an Angela Ling or Angela Karina, we won't let you. We'll pick the Angela and then let you decide what you want to play on a jungler if they decide to go for Ling, which is something that we did see a lot of a team starting to ban that hero itself.
I agree, and I think, you know, in this particular stage, it kind of puts Suhaz in an awkward position because Eevee has been playing Dairoth quite often. Esmeralda is the usual go-to to steal away those shields, but now when you see, oh, Angela, that means I have to, which means Formaze might be able to get a counter pick in the EXP lane later on in the draft. So far, Suhaz has locked in the Karina and as well as Lilia, both of which I think are really, really fine. Mid lane priority, take away one piece of the combo, and I do prefer Karina over Ling.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like Karina just brings a lot more value in terms of aggressiveness in the early stages of the game. Ling, you tentatively need to farm out a little bit more and hope that you get your early first turtle rotation. Meanwhile, here from side TODAK, I feel like these two are the only teams that made a Roger work throughout this entire season so far.
Well, I mean, Orange Esports, Gary, he played Roger pretty well too. Box also had a really good game against
No, I'm talking about these two teams. These two teams,
All right,
TODAK
fair
and
enough.
Suhaz Esports. Like,
Fair enough.
I don't think Gary was really exceptional for the Roger for me.
Okay. To each their own. That's fair enough. I can respect that. TODAK, on the other hand, they're going to be locking in the Cho as well as the Beatrix, not even showing their jungler just yet.
They're still flexing, I guess. It's something that TODAK tentatively wants to do, but again, TODAK, they're just... I don't think these are their usual comfort picks coming from TODAK. It's more like they're just picking heroes that are comfortable for Suhaz Esports, right? Cho is something that the Ace is very comfortable at. Zed is pretty okay with the Beatrix as well, just challenging them all the way through. Meanwhile, Suhaz Esports, they're drafting very near identical playstyles, which they did in yesterday's games against Red Esports by bringing in Matilda, Karina, as well as the Lilia.
No, you're absolutely right here. It's looking really similar, and the hero pools are limited for Suhaz Esports, which is something I wanted to bring up later on, especially during Game 2, but I think it's a good time right now to talk about it, because again, we are talking about the Ace's hero pool, and yes, he plays hard engaged tanks really well, but these Enchanter supports, Matilda seems to be the way to go for him. His Angela has been a little on and off. We haven't seen him play Estes, and arguably his Raph kind of mid.
Yeah, I feel like the Ace is pretty good at the setup as well. We did see a couple of Atlas plays as well coming from him. So it kind of completely dumpstered Red Esports in their game yesterday, which is very cool to watch. Meanwhile, forcing him to play a Matilda means that we won't be expecting a lot of flashy plays coming from him. However, now TODAK, on the other hand, it seems like Suhaz Esports, they're just banning off all of TODAK's junglers.
Well, I mean, I think it's a good idea to do so. Just making sure that you can not only secure your objectives, but also taking away the scaling of Ling. It makes sense. I feel like TODAK at this stage of the game, they're banning both Esmeralda as well as Dairoth. So now the EXP lane is going to be a little bit interesting here, which does tell me that Formace is definitely going to be playing Cho in the EXP lane, and we're not going to see any crazy wacky stuff like Moon playing Cho once again.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Cho going to be in the XP lane for sure, right? But at the same time, if I do remember correctly, they did play a Cho jungle during regular seasons. No, actually, no, they didn't. There was this one game I do recall. I think it's like week 3. They played one game Cho jungle.
I'm just going to leave it at that.
Yeah.
Let that sink in for a little bit. Suhaz Esports are going to be locking in Uranus. I think this is just an overall decent matchup. And more importantly, it buys that time. Because I feel like TODAK is trying to set up for a dive composition of some sort. They already have Formaze. They're probably going to look for a kick somewhere in the middle of the like how they punished Team SMG Stormy when he was playing Xavier. It's going to be a little bit harder with the Lilia. So I think that Suhaz Esports are very respectful of TODAK's hero pool.
I don't think TODAK is going to pick the Xavier pick up this round, considering that they have a very, I would say, pick-off potential kind of composition. It's a great setup with the Xavier, but if they force it, they are going to lose up a lot of early pressure. So they are going to be banging on Chiku to make this kind of plays, to pair it up with Yum's Angela. So this next hero, if they force a Roger, I don't think they are able to actually pair it up really well with the Xavier. It's going to be a very difficult composition for them, but seems like it is going to be Lunox's jungle. Okay.
Masha gets locked in here.
Is this a jungle Masha?
I don't think so, right?
I think it's a jungle Masha.
It could be Lunox or Masha at this point. I'm not entirely sure which, but I'm leaning more towards Lunox than anything else. I'm definitely leaning more towards Lunox here. But let's see. Suhaz Esports, right? I mean, this is their final pick. Once they lock it in, we'll find out what TODAK is trying to do here. And this is going to be carry for the side of Suhaz Esports. Rather interesting. I would have expected Brody along in this particular matchup, but okay, fine. Formaze is the one who is going to be playing the Masha here. Moon on the Cho. Huh. All right. Okay. Okay, sure. We've seen Moon do Cho before.
We've seen Moon play Franco Tank, so technically this is going to be TODAK's second time of making him play his comfort pick, or his comfort role in regards.
To be fair, the Cho pick coming in for Moon was only done in Season 7. We didn't see him do it in Season 8, but at this point of time, can you really question them? It's going to be a tough matchup regardless here. I do want to see whether or not whether Formace can actually pull off this Masha. Looks like we got information that there is going to be a short pause before we start rolling out in towards the game, which gives us a lot of time to digest what we just saw.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like TODAK, they definitely drafted a card just to deny a lot of Suhaz Heroes comfort picks as well as banning them off. And they are in a very awkward situation. They are challenging their usual playstyle. So hopefully TODAK is going to be able to overcome this. Meanwhile, Suhaz Esports has got it a little bit better based on their composition. They got their usual comfort picks. And it all comes down to execution now. Can they perform as consistently as they have in the playoffs to actually take down a game against TODAK?
I'm just very curious because it's going to be Uranus up against Masha here. Masha, does she beat Uranus in lane?
Not necessarily.
I don't necessarily think so, but I think level 1 is going to be very interesting here. Now, it looks like the teams are looking back and forth at each other. Somebody probably has a technical issue of some sort, and the discussion in our league ops will handle it. But for the time being, I want to see what the emblem setup on Moon is going to be. The last time we saw him on the Cho in the mid lane, he was using Festival of Blood. Yep. Was it good? I mean, they lost the match, so that should say enough. he could go for like high and dry. He might still be like doing something funky.
Nah, I still think it's gonna be a tank Cho just because they need some sort of front line. And Masha, considering that I think Red Esports was pretty much the only team, sorry, it was RSG I think, who played the Masha on a side lane with tank items. So I'm hoping to see the Masha to be played as a physical DPS when he first introduced itself as a side laner. So I'm looking forward to see that happen, but I don't know, maybe, you know, it's just people falling to the trend where I want to play a tank XP laner over a traditional DPS style of a XP laner.
Well, I mean, let's not forget about the performance from Ren QT from Red Esports when he did have the Masha in the side lane.
That was the match, sorry.
Yeah, that was the match.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's a little tough to say, right? I think it's an incorporation of the right itemization on top of power spikes, right? When does Masha really start popping off? Can they stop him from actually split pushing? But let's have a look at the fans here so far. Everyone looks like they are ready to go. The TODAK fans are very, very excited for this matchup, even despite the technical pause.
Yeah, we can see a lot of cheering early on just now. They were just raving away. And I think especially coming from TODAK, they're just going absolutely hammer as well. As you can see, we are going to have a split can versus. It seems like they're just going absolutely crazy right now.
Yeah, unfortunately the English broadcast is not on the PA system here. It's going to be the BM who's hyping them up. But yeah, look at all... Whoa, they're doing a full-on cheer. They're doing a full-on cheer.
Yeah, that's going to be a TODAK supporter on the left for sure. And they're just going screaming. You guys don't see it because she has this mask that's blocking her, but her voice is so loud.
Yeah, but the Suhaz fans, they're taking their time. They know it's chill. They know that they will support when it truly matters, and that's in-game, off-cam. I feel like, here's the thing. I don't think people realize how loud Suhaz fans are outside of the game. They're like, oh, they're kind of chill, you know. If they win the game, they're loud. But as soon as they get into game and a single play is made, they are screaming.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to see how it goes here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the upper bracket finals game number 1. And TODAK on the blue side and Suhaz Esports on the red side. And let's see how things are going to be playing here, because Moon is, like you said as well, going to be playing at assassin emblem rather than the fighter emblem.
Told you. He's taking killing spree. He wants to go full damage this time round. Man, as soon as the cameras were off of the Suhaz fans, immediately they were shouting as the game started. Immediately. This is... we'll catch him on cam one of these days. We'll catch him on cam. But Little Wanderer is going to fall into the hands of Suhaz at this point of time, but they're making sure that they're utilizing the space. If they know that they're on one side of the map, Formaze, he can instantly try to go for these invades, try to steal a camp, but AJ and Eevee stop him for denying free gold for their jungler.
Yeah, Formaze now, he has the tendency to going for the invades, and knowing TODAK, they have the aggression to do so, right? They want to try and set things up with this composition. However, it's going to be very difficult if Chiku cannot match the clear speed of Box, and as you can see, TODAK is just hesitantly actually going for the invades because Chiku is just not ready to go in for invades as well.
Well, I mean, there's no point for him to go for an invade. He wants to get this level 4, and as soon as he does, yeah, look, he's just been power farming to level 4, holding... Ooh, Eevee very smartly holding the River Crab hostage here. He knows that the rest of the boys are nearby, but Chiku is patiently waiting. He wants somebody to make that first mistake, and instantly going for the Darkening, targeting Eevee. Box targeting Chiku on the other side. Can he get the Brilliance in a time? He needs one more spell, and there we go. Brilliance already out. He's going to be walking away for free, as Yums is going to top him off to stop this initial engage.
Yeah, I like that play coming for Eevee. I'm not exactly sure what Chiku was thinking about it, considering that Eevee has the intention to build up his stacks, and because of that, he's just extremely hard to kill I would say pre-level 8 at least.
Well, I think for now, but there we go. We see Moon. He tries to go for the initial kick. Doesn't get anybody at this stage of the game. Into Ace, he's got Purify. He's fine, but now Eevee will try to run Moon down. Formaze will start attacking Eevee. He doesn't have the mana for this. Chiku is going to 50-50 it. He's already on top of the Ace with a brilliant single Darkening. Takes him out with the Shadow Assault. He also takes away the Turtle. Box is going to be the next to fall as Formaze is going to get topped off by the Heart Guard. A good interaction. An amazing coin flip by TODAK.
This is really brilliant of an adaptation coming from TODAK, knowing that Karina is really unkillable in the early stage of the game, considering that most of the jungle in the current meta are all physical based, and choosing this Lunox is just a great way to deal with the Shadow Dance coming in from Box.
Well, let's not forget that Box used his Retribution earlier, and I think that really costed him a lot here. If Suhaz knew that Box didn't have his Retribution, why in the world would they try to go for that interaction? They could have power farmed, they could have played on the opposite side of the map. They could look for picks as well, knowing that Moon does not have his kick.
Yeah, Momo right from the get-go, just scaring of the Ace with his pre-out there. But as of yet, I feel like Suhaz Esports is back to the drawing board. They need to try and set up around Box. Meanwhile, TODAK, they can look to go in for this punish aggression, but at the same time, how long can they get? Because it's only one mistake, which is a 50-50 conflict coming from Suhaz Esports, is not the end of the road yet for them.
No, it definitely isn't the end of the world, but Moon makes the play, gets on top of AJ. The Purify saves his life. He still has the Black Shoes, so he's going to get really aggressive here. He doesn't mind taking the damage. Black Shoes will save him at the end of the day. Doesn't even have to pop it. Eevee on the other side of the map has to be careful with his mana as a resource. Zed, again, can't really do much against Momo, but you see the full dive coming in as the full force of TODAK are looking to get him down. The Ace saves him with the Guiding Wind. Chiku still going to try and run him down. It's going to be the Heart Guard. Forces the Brilliance out, but Box, he's relentless. He's not letting him go through. Puppet on a string does get the snare. Biru wasn't there, but unfortunately Bennett's Rage didn't connect. Moon is going to get hit by the Circling Eagle. AJ taking the Black Shoes now. It's all or nothing. Everybody is using all their resources. They have to back off. The Ace with the Soul Bloom doesn't connect just yet. Eevee is here to join that fight. The Darkening is gone and Chiku is stuck. He cannot get away.
Oh, what a beautiful setup coming from Suhaz as well. TODAK didn't expect the timings coming from Zed, and a beautiful execution as well, because Zed went for the Wind Talker instead of the Endless Battle. Meanwhile, Momo, he is going to be a backup plan from TODAK. He tries to salvage the situation. He's going to be A-okay. Meanwhile, Moon is back in action. He's looking to go in for the punish, but can he find AJ? Unfortunately, he is a little bit late. He actually forces it, and now AJ, he cancels out the recall. He's going to force the damage output coming in, but Moon, he just has so much damage with the Heart Guard. It's not going to be enough because AJ completely destroys him with the Shadow Bomb spams.
Oh my god, the timing of that couldn't have been more perfect. AJ notices that Moon is coming in. He's aware of the hard guard already up. He's just biding his time, and Zed buys, but just enough, and dodges the third hit of G Kundo, such that Lilia can get her Lilia can get her black shoes back, reset, and immediately have enough damage to blow him to smithereens. Now, Suhaz take the advantage and will play from bot side.
Oh no, for Maze, he doesn't have the HP. You can see the dives coming in, the heals coming from Yus is going to keep him alive, and he's going to be okay. He's hovering on towards the hard guard, but at the same time, Box is taking a little bit too much damage as he gets shut down, and this is going to be TODAK playing on their side of the territory. Chico going for the aggressive plays. Moon wants to go for the setup, but the gliding win for Eve keeps him alive, and he's going to be A-okay. Moon not going to be able to set off the way of the dragon as of yet.
Good usage of the guiding winds. You need to make sure guiding winds, it has a really big radius, so you can go the opposite direction and still pick it up later on to make sure you break the ankles of your opponents. The darkening being popped by Chiku so far, but Eevee doesn't mind. He can sustain all of this. He just doesn't want to let them take this tower, but regardless, it doesn't matter. Moon is going to get the third hit of G Kundo and set this up. Eevee gets away, but no, Purify isn't enough. He needed his ult as well to survive the raw damage because Moon is building full damage.
Yeah, that's just a little bit unfortunate for Eve as well, forcing the Purify a little bit too late. He was out of position. There was no way he could have gotten out of that sticky situation. So nicely done coming from TODAK, forcing the issue. But that means that Suhaz Esports is going to be able to get a little bit more pressure on the other side of the map, because little did they know, Zed does have a lot of mobility now because his first item is Windtalker. He's got the Electro Marksman emblem as well, which gives him a little more mobility. And you can see that one time that TODAK made a mistake, he just got it and it was able to force Chiku out of position. So this time, TODAK, they have to adapt and find a way to punish this carry.
Yeah, no, I mean, carry does want to take Electro Flashy. There's no way she's winning this lane against Momo, so he's playing a lot safer. And there we go, Momo finally getting enough of an advantage and the initial dive to actually break the top tier 1. This is going to be great. TODAK now having 2 structures destroyed on Suhaz Esports' side. It's going to give them more map control, but mid lane, that's what they want. That's the key target here.
Yeah, definitely as well. AJ going to be looking for the setup as well. He does have the Purify. Moon shows himself, but immediately Suhaz Esports, they're making the dive. But this is a big mistake perhaps because they're overcommitting their stay. And Formaze is looking to turn the tide. Zed is going to be forced to run away as he's going to get completely chased off. As Chico completely flushes him out with the Angela's hard guard. And everyone from Suhaz won't expect this mobility at all, and while all that trade-off happened, Momo is just secretly taking tier 2s.
Yep, they win the 4v5 here. The tier 2 will fall. Box will try to solo him and single him out as Turtle is going to fall into the hands of TODAK, but Box not going to commit any further than this, knowing that Yums has the fleeting time already. Maybe he has the hard guard, maybe he doesn't, but there's no guarantee. Eevee using the Purify to stop the way of the Dragon here, mid-tier 1, getting a little low. Renner's Apathy already shot out, but Eevee, he needs to get on out of there. The Ace keeps him topped up with the Favor Blessing, but Momo is just pushing the tempo. He is getting so much off of Renner so far, and especially when it comes down to structural damage, it might not be good. Eevee, unfortunately, in the middle of it all. Hard guard onto Formaze, helping him secure the kill. He ends up trading 1-for-1, but mid-tier 1 falls to TODAK.
Oh, it was a distraction. Suhaz Esports, they were expecting an hard guard up on Chiku, but little did they know it was a distraction. Formaze goes from the backline, takes Eve. However, a little bit unfortunate there as he also gets traded off.
Yep, you can't do much about it. Chiku right now is looking real good with Mystery Shop and a 4-1-3 KDA. Divine Glaive so early on, 9 minutes into the game.
That is a huge pickup on Lunox as well. It's going to chunk through the armors of Uranus, considering that Uranus benefits against physical class, but not necessarily magic. So this is a great opportunity for Chiku to actually punish the Uranus not once, but multiple times throughout this entire game.
You know, speaking of which, it's a 2.5k lead. This is to be expected coming in from TODAK. Their early game, I didn't expect it to look like this against Suhaz Esports, but it feels like Suhaz at this stage of the game are playing a little bit more reactive against TODAK.
Yeah, but they somehow are able to respond as well, which is very surprising considering that we weren't expecting the game to be this close against TODAK.
Well, let's pull up the item list real quick. I'm seeing Eevee, he does get an Athena shield, which he very much is going to need with the raw burst damage that Chiku guys has right now. And wow, Chiku, oh my god, he's already got 3 items on top of a genius wand.
This is brilliant as well, considering that he doesn't really need the lightning trunking burst because all he gotta do is just chip away at the armors from Eevee and let the job done. Let the magic just completely chunk his way through. So that's gonna be the idea coming in. But I feel like he needs a little bit more out of this because he is going to be sending up a lot of teams. The next item is most probably going to be the Winter Trunket for him instead of the Lightning Trunket. But this first lot, I feel like TODAK, they just want to punish Suhaz once again.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that in this case, TODAK wants to just keep on chipping away at Suhaz Esports and wait until the 12th minute for Luminous Lord. It feels like there's no point taking the Lord as of right now if they don't translate it into anything. The outer turrets are basically free for TODAK with the pressure that they have, but it's about how do you make your opponents bleed. They take away the Lord, Suhaz back off, and unfortunately, there's nothing much that Formaze and Moon can really do. They don't fall for it, so might as well take it away.
Yeah, it seems like they were trying to go for the bait. I was just wasn't expecting that Suhaz Esports would actually concede the Lord completely, but based on the zone coming from Formaze as well as Moon, it's kind of expected as well, and it's just so difficult to push through that, especially when you have 3 Purifies, which doesn't necessarily allow you to get super aggressive, which, of course, prior to this fight, they lost because of that aggression.
Oh, Winter Truncheon on Chiku, Blade of Despair from Moon. We also see the Malefic Roar coming out of Momo. I mean, I think that TODAK have hit the correct power spike at this point. If they can crack an inhibitor open against Suhaz Esports, they could set up for potentially checkmate. Brilliance coming out, but Zed, he's chunked out so low. This low-range marksman can't necessarily do much against Lunox at this stage of the game, especially being 3 levels down and 2 items down.
Just so much damage, and you can see Chiku is constantly using the Dark Earning here to get in position and then immediately bait out with the Brilliance. So Suhaz Esports, they need to find a way to shut this down, but the Lord now going to be knocking on the crystals. As you can see, Box completely getting bullied out. Eevee doing a fantastic job soaking up the damage, but how much damage can he? So AJ preemptively going for the Black Shoe to get his cooldown to try to clear the minions, but TODAK, they won't take the tower, and now Suhaz Esports, they have to go for the full defense. They are going for the full reset, and TODAK, they're going for the swamp. Chiku goes in for the Brilliance and dives into the fountain. He takes up Zed, and now he's looking for more. However, Suhaz Esports, they are going to be having a safety net to push back while the distraction is on its way. Momo is focusing on the crystal, and they take game 1 against Suhaz.
GG, well played for TODAK here, taking advantage of how passive they have been playing so far. Well done. Honestly, well done.
What a game. Suhaz just wasn't expecting this kind of oppression coming in from TODAK. This Lunox jungle is brilliant.
Woo! What a game this has been so far. It's been honestly really, really tough. How much can they really do? Honestly, how much can they really do in this particular section? I personally don't know. Like, it's just, they try to make plays happen. These plays are just not working out. It's not working out at all.
Yeah, it's not working out at all as well. It's just really, really difficult to actually go in for the execution, considering that it's just so frustrating to see how Suhaz is playing in that scenario, and it's just very, very difficult to for Suhaz to play the discretion, especially that they were so passive and they just made one mistake, which is losing out in that trade against TODAK early on, and that trade itself just put a very traumatized experience for themselves, which caused them to completely concede Lord. It's just very, very unfortunate.
You know what? Let's have a look at the item build and maybe we can get a little bit of an understanding of what exactly is going on here.
Yeah, and seeing how the items are coming in, as you can see, Eevee, he does go for a little bit more defensively. We were expecting a lot of Enchanted Talisman coming from him, but based on how his progression, right, we were expecting a little bit more damage coming from Eevee just because of the Enchanted Talisman, but because of how annoying Chiku is in the kind of situation, he was forced to get an early Athena Shield and then immediately go for full defense, which gives them a lot of window to actually lose out on top of the damage, right? If you think about it, Uranus is magic, Karina is magic, Lilia is magic, whereas the only physical class is going to be coming in from Zed, which is easily zoned out by Chiku.
I mean, here's the thing. I mean, Zed goes for an extremely greedy build here. I think that Endless Battle probably might have been the way to go here. He needed the extra bit of HP, but unfortunately, he's going for this full crit build. And when you go for a full crit build, you have no defense, and you're hoping that your team can top you off. But when Chiku already going for a very smart itemization of, oh, instantly, I don't need the burst from Lightning Truncheon. It takes too long. Give me something a little bit cheaper, more value. With a Genius, after 2 hits of the Darkening, and Zed having no magic resistance at all, he basically disappears.
Yeah, that was crazy as well, considering that ever since he got his Divine Glaive and also the Genius one, like you said as well, I'm really surprised that Zed was that squishy, and at the same time, what you expect? This is a level 15 Lunox against a level 11 carry, so I'm like, oh, how is Chiku able to outmatch farm speed against box? That was ridiculous.
I mean, we've seen Lunox jungle happen so many times. It always, it's similar to Fanny, right?
Yeah.
Need that purple buff, and once you have it, you can sustain and just power farm your jungle. Yes, you may not necessarily be able to contest for Lethal Wanderer because it does take time to clear off your purple buff, but other than that, it works like every other jungler. It's pretty fast, and people need to start giving respect towards it.
Yeah, it's so difficult to actually do this just because, like, if you think about it, there is a reason why no other teams play Lunox jungle. It requires a very, very certain win condition, requires, which in terms of zoning, to actually be set up. And also trusting your teammates when you set up a bait, your teammates is going to be able to respond. So for TODAK, using this Lunox is just brilliant.
Yep, and let's check out the MVP of this game coming in from TODAK here. Oh boy, it's gonna go to Chiku, guys, to literally nobody's surprise. 6-1 and a 3, a solid KDA with an 82 match KP. He's been moving along, and again, when you are that jungler, you want to take that initiative. That's what you see, and I think a lot of teams don't have this. Taking that initiative on something as squishy or as uncharacteristic of a jungler in Lunox, go in with the Darkening, and then hold off. Don't machine gun straight away. Go straight into the Brilliance to basically bait out any spells from your opponent.
Yeah, it's so weird as well because usually I would go for the machine gun build, but he used it just for placement to bait out with the Brilliance. And that's something that I don't think a lot of people do. It's just completely diminishing most of your damage from one get-go. But to use it as a setup as a bait was nice, but what I did not expect was that you pair it up with the Hard Guard, giving you that additional movement speed and also slows on your opponents to give chase, which was something that I don't think Suhaz Esports was able to respond quickly, even though you had the Matilda utilities.
Well, to be fair, I think in this particular game, Yumas was very generous with his Hard Guard, right? He was putting on basically everyone. When Moon needed it, okay, you're going to go for the dive, I'm going to Hard Guard you. Oh, Formace, you can run in and maybe one-shot the Uranus when he's like 10% HP. No worries, I got your back. Hard Guard for you. Like, most of the time you see teams be like, oh, you're the only one, there's only one person I'm going to Hard Guard on this team, and everybody else, too bad.
Exactly. I feel like they always switch up their composition and making themselves unpredictable is the key to winning this game. And not gonna lie, having a Lunox play like that, it's something that I did not expect at all, and I don't think Suhaz was ready for that at all. So why don't you guys take a look into the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series and how it all went down. Starting of the game, you can see TODAK. Moon was just going, I would say Chico was just going crazy in the situation. He got a kill and then immediately stealing the turtle against Box, who's focusing on clearing the turtle itself.
What are you trying to say here? The way I see it is that Suhaz Esports, they try to make these plays, right? They try to go for this bot dive, they're unsuccessful. They try to make a dive on top side, they're unsuccessful. Every play in the early to transitioning into the mid game have not been in Suhaz Esports' favor. They lack the confidence to keep pressing their agenda, even though their composition is designed to do so. And playing around Eevee, their winning lane, should have been the way to go. Unfortunately, TODAK breaks their confidence with every single one of their plays, and they even do ego challenges like, oh, you're low, I'm going to send Masha into the mid lane wall. You can't do much about it with the Heart Guard.
Yeah, you can see Chiku guys just clutching with the Winter Truck in this game, just making so much space. Formace and Momo just taking the Crystal to close out the game. Brilliant plays here. But, of course, down towards the middle, the fights itself. But what I didn't expect was Suhaz Esports not reacting to the plays, and they're just giving so much respect to TODAK to a point that they just freely give control towards TODAK. And most of the time, I think compared to yesterday's games where Suhaz Esports is able to bait out spells, it feels like in TODAK's situation, they're getting free wombo combos just because Suhaz Esports is afraid to actually challenge them.
I think this is a good time we can talk about downtime, right? Downtime between the plays. What a lot of teams, and what sets TODAK apart, I talked to Zankarakuri before this, much earlier, about TODAK and why they're in the position that they're in and why other teams aren't like them. Yes, they've got the mechanics and everybody knows about it, but if we're talking about the setups and more so thinking about the next play, when TODAK makes a play, despite the results yes or no, they're still thinking about what is going to be the next move. Instantly, people like Moon, oh, he dies, he runs all the way back to top side, he ends up dying again, but the play was already in his head that he was going to chase down Zed, maybe even AJ if he is lucky. With that being said, guys, keep yourselves awake here. If you're looking for a companion for the MPL as you are watching online, maybe consider Nescafe to keep you up and about, keeping you sharp as these games go by, because you don't want to miss a second of it. Use the code NESMPL30 to get 30% off your favorite flavors from Nescafe, or scan the QR code and check out their catalog, because they've got some cool designs on top of new flavors.
Exactly. It is going to keep you energized throughout the entirety of the game, because we are going to be having long games after long games here in the playoffs. And this is going to be the top 4 we're talking about. And one of these teams right now that you're currently watching is going to be TODAK as well as Suhaz, is going to be making it to the grand finals, and also going to be taking the ticket towards MSC. TODAK, now, 1 game advantage against Suhaz. Do you think Suhaz is going to be able to bounce back?
I personally think that Suhaz need to warm up a little bit here, right? Because, again, as I was talking about downtime earlier, when they're making a decision, it takes too long. Everybody is like, okay, we need to come to a decision of something. We need to go back. Let's farm for a little bit, which is the usual neutral zone that all MLBB players face. If nothing is happening, what do? Go farm somewhere. Go take a camp maybe. Maybe go into the waves. TODAK, they think ahead. They think way too quick. Farm? Don't need it. Let's move for the play.
Yeah, I feel like that was an interesting point you brought up as well, especially coming from Moon, who immediately, like you said, died one time and then went onto the top. Meanwhile, for these guys watching at home, guess what? We've got a special interaction for you guys, and that is going to be the mini movie of ours, which you've pretty much had a sneak peek throughout the entire few weeks so far. It is going to be our 3 5-1-5 heroes, starring Jana Nick, Hairu Azrin, and Hun Hakim, which is coming every single Sunday starting off the 17th of April. And be sure to stay tuned to MLBB official channels at the same time. Don't forget to check out the D515 graffiti murals around you to win in-game rewards. And you can also visit Sunway Pyramid, The Curve, Jalan Tar in KL, Topan for JB to collect some exclusive 515 rewards for you guys.
Ooh, that's pretty cool. Sunway Pyramid. Okay, that's pretty near to my place. I think I might drop by there once in a while. But you guys have been asking, where is the Mobile Legends anime? Well, you've got it.
Yeah.
That's one of those
animated real life series, right?
It's one of those Daijobu moments, man. It's one of those yabai moments. But with that being said, game number 2 is about to go underway. The players are going to be setting up. Let's look at the recap here so far, because honestly, I don't think it was a bad draft coming in from Suhaz, and I'm a little bit concerned about Zed's hero pool, because number 1, why go for the carry in this particular situation? Yes, Masha could be a bit of a problem, and yes, you do true damage, so at least you can you have a way to negate stats from Yums when he uses the heart guard. But at the end of the day, wouldn't Brody been the option to go to?
I definitely agree. I think Brody is a much better option, but at the same time, they could have went for a no marksman composition to deal with, just because of a way to actually force a fight against Chiku. They could have just emphasized on just pressuring Chiku by the invades, but at the same time, if they do that, Momo is gonna have a pretty fun time towards the later stage of the game. So it's still a difficult thing to do, but what really is really unexpected was definitely the Lunox jungle. Even though we kind of see it, that we know that TODAK has this pocket pick, but with the right moment, with the right time, you pick it, and there's just nothing Box could have done in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing much that Box could do, but I think it's more so that everybody doesn't really know how to handle this. You can tell by when AJ is just dropping down, just Shadow Bomb after Shadow Bomb, time and time again. He's trying to zip him up, and all of a sudden, he zips away, and he's already in that brilliance. It's deadly. And now, more chocolatey. Guys, check out the Cadbury Zip. You're close to 7-Eleven, or maybe scan the QR code and go get it delivered straight to your doorstep.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see you guys get yourself it, because I've had a very, very life-changing experience yesterday.
Oh, really?
When I was driving. Yeah, I was here pretty early as well. We had to go through like a 2-hour jam breaking the playoffs. Cadbury Zip saved my life because I was almost falling asleep.
Are you diabetic or something? Oh, wait, you're falling
No, I almost falling asleep while waiting in the jam, and it just woke me up by, you know what? I need some energy. Yeah, here's a chocolate bar. Let's go.
Maybe I'll recommend it to my friend with diabetes, because he does have that issue where he has low blood sugar, and immediately when he takes like, you know, a Cadbury Zip, he's like, you know, this is like the right amount. It's not too much to send me over the top. It's enough to get me through the entire day.
Diabetes is not low blood sugar. It's having too much sugar.
Bro, there's two types of diabetes.
Oh, really?
There's two types, my guy. It goes both ways.
Yeah, I really don't know. I really don't know. I really don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Oh, boy. I recommend it to him. I think it does have the right amounts of sugar for you. Now, Suhaz Esports going to be on the blue side this time, as TODAK now having the first picks of which side they wanted. They opted to go for red as per usual. It's part of the brand at this point. I don't see it changing anytime soon. Franco, Juan, Valentina, followed up by the Ling.
Seems like it is going to be same thing over again coming from Suhaz Esports, but I feel like them just targeting some of the meta, I would say comfort picks coming from TODAK is smart and all, but like I said as well, TODAK has just so many variations in draft. It's just so difficult to play, but Ace, yeah, okay.
At least he's honest. He knows. At least he's honest with the fans out there. He knows how to put on a show. Great man. Good man. Good man to Aces. Good man. All right. Now, with 16 seconds on the clock, Suhaz Esports going to be deciding what they want to ban out here. And I think from the previous game, Masha wasn't that big of a deal, but the Cho was kind of annoying, continuously getting picks on top of it all. Wow. Wow, same habits. Matilda gets banned out by Suhaz Esports.
What I personally feel is that Suhaz Esports has done their homework, but what they didn't expect was that Moon going for a different approach. I was expecting this to be like Moon going for his comfort mages and yada yada, but for him to pick a second time this season to be playing a tank role, one with the Franco and now with the Cho, it feels like you don't really need a mage mid, perhaps? I don't know. We've seen a couple of Beatrix mid as well, which is very weird, but at the same time, it kind of works for them.
Well, I think it comes down to the core concept of what the mid laner wants to do. How do you achieve priority? How do you push out the wave, and how do you do in certain matchups? And I think, you know, Moon did a pretty good job, pretty good job in general, saying, I want the pick-off potential. I may not be able to actually take control over the lane, but at the very least, if I rotate late, I could look for flanks. And it's some very good ideations coming in from TODAK. Suhaz Esports on the other side. When HY is playing, he basically does the exact same thing. Angela going to be the first pick for Suhaz. TODAK going to be locking in that Karina as well as the Dairoth.
Wow, this is a huge pickup coming from TODAK. And considering that Suhaz Esports, they tried to mirror TODAK's identity, or I would say concept from game number 1. Just let them choose and they will have another response to this. And TODAK's response was pretty much Lunox. I don't think Suhaz Esports can deal with it, considering that Dairoth does shred through the XP laners, and you can see that Suhaz Esports, they want to emphasize on Angela helping the XP laner a little bit more, perhaps, in this perspective, just to deal with the Dairoth later on.
Well, we'll see whether they'll pivot that way. Right now, Suhaz is going to be locking in the Yve as well as Paquito, and I think this is not too bad. They banned out the Matilda. They also made sure, well, they basically showed that their jungle and as well as EXP laners are going to be Karina and Dairoth, so they don't have to worry about things like Yuzong all of a sudden or switching Dairoth into the jungle. None of those flex pick nonsense there.
It might be... Okay, that's the thing, right? When it comes to flex picks, I feel like TODAK, they have a pretty clear cut. They don't really mind if they do flex or no flex. It's something that they just have the tendency to deal with it, right? But for Suhaz Esports, they have the tendency to flex this Paquito. We did see a couple of games where Eve has played it, but also Box playing it in the jungle role. But what are your thoughts on the Angela Paquito combo? Is it good enough to fight against a Karina, which arguably can negate the KO punch.
I think it's pretty decent. Honestly, I do think it's pretty decent, mainly because Paquito is a decent matchup compared to like any marksman up against Karina. Oh boy.
Is this a tank Grok? It should be a tank Grok, right? It should be a roam rock.
I guess it should be a roam grok for all intents and purposes. I would assume so, but then again, it's TODAK, and I would like to believe that Formaze enjoys playing Dairoth more than Grok, and that's why I'm saying Grok could be anybody's game.
I really hate thinking about TODAK's draft. It just gives a lot of... it just makes me doubt my sanity at times because... Just because of how they draft, right? Like, oh, you kind of expect this to be a roam grok, and then out of nowhere,
it's like gold lane
it's
grok.
gold.
Yeah.
No, it might be gold lane XP lane grok, and then gold lane Dairoth out of the for that character.
Honestly, that could be the idea, but based on the status quo, right? I would assume that hey, Yums is going to be the one playing the Grok. It's a good way to stop the real world manipulation. Either you have the Wild Charge or the Guardian's Bulwark, both of which are the Nature's Barrier, both of which are great at canceling it. Claude going to be the first ban for the side of Suhaz Esports. It's the whole priority, but if we're looking at Balmont as well as the Baxia, they really want to make sure, hey, if you're going to play Paquito, you better play him in the jungle.
You know, I really hate to say this. I used to be able to predict a lot of drafts here and there, especially through playoffs and through regular season. I've been doing it for many seasons, right? TODAK has one of the most airtime in MPL-MY history, and even until now, I still can't predict what they're thinking.
I mean, I think every team is kind of like that, to be fair. Everybody is trying to figure out what is TODAK going to bring out today. Sicilian going to be the final ban for Suhaz Esports. TODAK now have first pick, and it's going to be the Xavier in the mid lane. Yes, they are playing to the status quo.
Yeah, I think the Xavier pickup is okay as well. They are looking to go for the set of wombo combo. I was expecting maybe Suhaz Esports bringing in the Baxia or Balmont as well, because these are amazing matchups to actually deal with the Karina, and for them to kind of lock it down, making sure that they do not get it is just something that Suhaz Esports has to deal with it, because there's just really not a lot of heroes that can actually match up with the Karina, and forcing a Paquito, not necessarily the wisest of choice for me. So I feel like they need to figure a different way, maybe try the Lunox if they want to, but I don't know, it's going to be difficult, but it looks like they are going to be doubling down on the carry coming from Suhaz Esports.
I mean, it's still not going to be a good time for Zed regardless, but now I would agree that Brody may not necessarily be the play against TODAK's lineup as of yet. Roger going to be the pickup for the side of Suhaz, and it looks like Eevee is willing to roll Paquito into Dairoth matchup. It's tough, but we'll see how it goes. Beatrix going to be the pick for TODAK. They've got a strong team fighting composition so far. Hopefully this Heart Guard is going to make all the difference for Suhaz. But speaking of the jungle matchups just now, right? Again, I think that Paquito is not bad against the Karina. It's not the worst thing in the world, but the better options already got banned out by TODAK. So I think it was smart of Suhaz to hold on to the Paquito first. Worst comes to worst, we can flex it.
Yeah, they are going to be flexing it, and seems like it is going to be the case, as they are going to be bringing the double marksman composition. A little bit greedy coming from Suhaz, but knowing TODAK, will they be able to punish this? Because as of yet, they're bringing their wombo combo strategy without setup. So I feel like it's all about individual skill pickups coming from TODAK. Meanwhile, Suhaz is going to try and play this towards the later stage again, and this time they will have the ace on the Enchanter Angela once again in towards the upper bracket final. Xavier going to be the hero to watch from Moon. We've seen the signature plays. Is it going to be enough to take the series this time compared to the regular season? Why don't you guys stick around and find out? Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game number 2 of the upper bracket finals.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. This best of 5. This is only the second game. There's much more to be seen here, but we need to know whether or not it is going to be worth the time and effort here. It's all about confidence. It's all about momentum, and right now, TODAK with one game up will try. It's going to be Yums and Moon so far. They're going to be able to shove out this lane as soon as possible. They have to take their time with this. I mean, Box, he can't afford to lose his purple buff so early on, but Moon and Formaze and Yums instantly going for the in-base, trying to zone him. Box still hits his level 2, and this might be that first blood that he so desperately needs. He gets it. Eevee now on the chase.
Yep, and seeing how the fight is going to be happening, Suhaz Esports, they are feeling a little bit better now compared to game number 1, and seems like they are managing to actually adapt to TODAK's unusual aggression. But at the same time, TODAK, if you think about it, what can they do? Because if you think, they don't exactly have the best of initiation, and they do not necessarily have a lot of really good early aggression unless Formaze makes a play, because as of yet, Formaze is getting bullied out of the lane by Eevee.
I mean, that's the thing. First of all, Formaze, the only reason he's getting bullied was because he wasted some time down invading into the jungle. That was the play that was done by TODAK. TODAK have the early game, basically, for their side laners. Both Momo and Formaze have winning lanes on their side. So they just have to play around that, right? Yums, he's so good in the early game as well, with high base damage and high HP as a Grok of all things. He can be able to make aggressive plays. Chiku trying to invade as much as he can, but unfortunately for him, tries to take out Box. He gets locked down by Puppet on a string, and now Box, this is his moment. He's got a kill and an assist. He's got more than enough to start snowballing this game out of control.
Yeah, this is nicely done coming from Suhaz Esports. They know that Chiku tends to be a little bit aggressive, and for him to die like that gives him a little bit of freebie. But I'm a little bit worried. Is this the TODAK strategy intentional, or was it a good play? Because we've seen this happen before. Chiku likes to give a lot of free kills early on so that the other lanes kind of win their matchup. So are they winning a lot right now? I don't think so.
Well, first of all, the fact that Chiku dies there, okay, yes, you give away the turtle, but he's still even in terms of gold and as well as EXP against Box. He's not falling behind. His clear speed is still good, and the laner's continuing to win so far, especially down on bot side. Momo finding the right Dawning light. Even with the hard guard, could not protect him.
Yeah, they're looking just for the one-shot combo, and Yums was able to set it perfectly timed with Moon as well. And because of that, getting the kill and carry is huge, because it is going to give Momo a little bit more of a backup strategy. And this is what TODAK likes to do a lot. They fall back to Momo as soon as Chiku doesn't seem to have early pressure or early control.
Yep, unfortunately for Formaze, that initial invade has set him behind. He's down by a little bit of EXP here. Eevee very close to level 6, but he's doing a good job to fight, but he has to flicker on out of there. He doesn't have his KO strike or jab at that point of time. He just wants to continue this 1v1 against Formaze, getting in and out of fights as much as he can, but here comes Box, a good bait coming in from Eevee. They can chase him down. Moon is here with Chiku, guys, to push them away. Formaze losing his flicker again.
Oh, this is unfortunate. Formaze also preemptively goes for Flicker, hoping to drag Box with the Lycan Pounce, but unfortunately mistime it by barely a fraction of a second, which is very unfortunate. But imagine he was able to lure Box away from Lycan Pounce. Things would have been disastrous, because Chiku, you could see, he was already set up to get for a kill.
Personally, I think he would have just died there, and I don't think they want to trade 1-for-1 at that point in time. Box could technically get a bit of aid from Eevee to shove Chiku, guys, or buy some time with the KO strike. So again, I would like to believe that Formaze would rather not, but a good punishment here coming in from Suhaz as a response. They want to get rid of Formaze, and they do find it. Heart Guard is going to make this punishment even harder. Right at the last second, they can't afford to give free kills to TODAK now.
Oh, a little bit of a distraction as well. Moon had the right idea, clearing the minion for him to hopefully get a kill, but the Heart Guard there keeping him alive means they are not going to be able to trade the kills. Per turtle, second turtle, TODAK was able to take it away. So that is huge for them. That gives them a little bit of momentum for Chiku, but they will lose out a lot of pressure up top.
Yep, this is so bad. Formaze is going to get dove again here after this River Crack comes through. Ooh, okay, Dawning Light here to show some presence on the map and stop the potential decision to be made. He pulls on backwards. Roger's like, okay, time's up. I'm going to move down towards bot side. We need to make sure Zed's lane stabilizes.
Yep, Thunderbelt being purchased from Chiku means he is going to have a little bit more true damage with his Karina. As you can see, here comes the flank. Momo with the Weapon Master on top of it, looking for the snipe. And then whoa.
That was about to connect. That was about to connect, but it times out. Eevee unfortunately getting punished on towards top side. Chiku finds that kill. Dawning Light onto the Ace's side. Box clears up the wave just in time. Eevee, the only one who dies.
Oh my goodness, that was too close, because if AJ was a little bit slower with the real world revision, he might have just connected the dot and died. But at the same time, he whipped it early, causing them to miss his combo. Meanwhile, on the top side, you can see Box is going to go for the fight. Formaze needs to make a run for it. Yums is going to show his presence and assert dominance right there. And that That's going to be Suhaz Esports afraid, running for his life as he doesn't want to die too quickly. Here comes the snipe. Momo looking for it. It connects and Box dropping a little bit too low. Meanwhile, Yums looking for the catch. They do find out Zed instead and immediately shut that down by Momo's snipe.
Good reads coming in from TODAK. Eevee in the middle of the fight to try and kill Yums. He flickers out of the way as D, Ace, and AJ just holding on to their own. The gates open and Eevee flickers forward, doesn't connect anything. Moon's movement with the sprint. Oh, that was clean.
There was some ninja-like movements coming from Moon with the sprint. My goodness, I've never seen anything like that ever. And my God, TODAK, what an absolute chat. But Formaze now, he's going to get punished for his aggression. That's going to be a little bit of a freebie for Suhaz. But like I said, sacrificial pawn play. Sacrifice the bishop and get a bigger objective. And that is going to be moving up the pawns in front as Chiku is going to get another turtle.
Yep, they want to make sure that topside breaks. However, Suhaz lost a very key point on the map. The mid-tier 1 is down, which gives a lot of room to play for TODAK in the mid lane to go into the enemy jungles and start these invades because there's nothing to fall back to at this point. Box able to use the iframes just in time to dodge the Dawn and Glide and gets that free kill on to Grok. Now Momo is in trouble. There's no way for him to escape. He's got no battle spells. Chiku finds the first initial kill on towards the Ace, but now he's on the run. There's only so much he can do. Eevee is here to help secure the kill, and he's just going to be here for the participation award.
Absolutely nothing they could have done. TODAK just does not have the utilities to set up. And considering that Moon needs a little bit more time to actually scale, this is the perfect time for Suhaz Esports to punish all this aggression. And this carry play isn't that bad as of yet, just because of how tanky TODAK is. But as of yet, Formaze is trying his best to secure the middle lane, but nope, there's nothing much they can do as of yet, as they need a little bit more time to come up online.
These are just great responses from Suhaz Esports. They're taking the initiative now. They're not playing as passively, and they're making quicker decisions than ever. The shot callings are getting better, and I feel like Suhaz is now warmed up. Now, they have to play off their win condition of Box, but the rest of the team, AJ most importantly, needs to stay alive to help chunk out the rest of the team.
Yep. And as you can see, the Angela coming in from the Ace is just starting to be a very annoying force to work with because the Qs and sustain just not allowing their HP to be in kill threshold for TODAK to actually punish.
Yep. I mean, if we're looking at the items, Zed again going for a really greedy build. AJ, he's only got the Ice Queen's wand so far, but he wants to make sure he survives. I'm guessing he's going for maybe an Athena shield this time to protect himself against Chiku, maybe even Moon when he is in that real-world manipulation form.
Yeah, I feel like Radiant Armor isn't that bad coming from Suhaz Esports, but at the same time, I'm a little bit concerned for TODAK because they are opting to go for double Radiant Armors just to deal with the Eve. And as you can see, Chiku is looking to go in for the flush, but TODAK, unfortunately, not going to be able to get the pickoffs that they need. I'm a little bit surprised that they're still able to force a couple 4v4 fights. But Suhaz Esports, they're just giving him too much respect, and the economy immediately equalized, and now Formaze gets a solo kill against the Ace as he dives him off.
Huh, okay. I'm not sure why that was the response, but now they're going to be contesting for Lord. They're going to lose a tier 2 in the meantime. Suhaz needs to either force this fight or not. Box is trying to get away. Chiku guys is going to run him down. Yums flickers forward, lands a wild charge, and it's too late. AJ tries to get the refrag onto Yums. He ends up dying. Chiku on the run. Eevee finding one back, but it's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of TODAK.
Oh, that was a sick play. Formaze coming from behind. He wants to re-engage. Here comes the Angela coming in from Hasgard to try and give Zed a little bit life, but he's not benefiting from it. He's not going to be able to get mobility. He's going to get focused down, and he's also isolated. TODAK with the wall blast, and then finally taken out. Momo goes absolutely ham, but the kills will be secured by Moon. Double kill for him, and he's looking to continue to fight Eevee now. Sidestep his way to dodge the first kill, but here comes Box coming into the line as well. War charge comes in, Yums provides the assistance, and he somehow survives, but the retribution isn't enough to burn him alive. No, he does not, and Moon making a run with his sprint, ninja-like movements, ladies and gentlemen.
Huh, kind of interesting how he went back there. I'm guessing it was the KO strike, but I would have thought he would end up on the other side of the wall. Anyways, it's going to be AJ starting things off with the real-world manipulation. It's still secured by Chiku at the end of the day, but they did lose Momo in the process. Now, Chiku in the middle of that fight, tries to get on out of there. Going to get chased. Yums can only do so much. He doesn't have his wild charge up just yet, but it's going to be Moon who disengages him.
Oh, wow, that's actually happening. Formaze is taking on the inhibitors. TODAK, they're being completely outmaneuvering Suhaz in terms of game plan. They're just so fast in their decision, and now Formaze looking to force a fight against Eevee to make space for the time. And the Abyssum Strike will shut him down. What a big outplay coming from TODAK. Oh my goodness, what is this reaction? What is this response?
This is what we're talking about. Formaze, he's got the right pick right now, and TODAK are playing the strong 4v4s against Suhaz and are winning 4v5s even in some rough situations. It's not looking good for Suhaz Esports at this point of time, because now you are seeing Yums. He doesn't care anymore. I got the Radiant Armament, I got enough, and with the Blade of Heptases, I will find these picks for you.
Oh my goodness, TODAK, absolute psychopaths, man. Like, they're able to just take so many ways of just shutting down Suhaz Esports in every single weak point. And now here comes the dawning light. It is scaring Suhaz Esports away, but the inhibitor will fall, and they're looking for more. Here comes the wall blocks as well, coming from Yums to make sure that they can try and get a little bit more out of it. Unfortunately, the bottom one, is it gonna fall? No, it will not, but Momo needs to be a little bit careful, because Suhaz Esports, they can go for the full dive on him.
Yep, TODAK, 11 minutes into the game. The next Lord is coming up in 80 seconds here with a 3.7k lead so far. It is looking good for TODAK. They've been playing the map and really punishing Suhaz Esports for allowing Dairoth to push. And at this stage of the game, the Ace realizes, okay, I cannot go and split push by myself. I cannot just allow him to do this, because he will kill me. And Eevee now punching it into towards Yums' side. Formaze clears up that bottom side and takes the inhibitor, but Yums finds a dawning light, secures the kill onto Zed, and Box can only do so much. He's too low. The follow-ups from TODAK, so good.
Big wombo combos coming in with the dawning light alongside with the Nibiru. It's just insane coming in from both of them, and they just completely just shut them out. This is the instant one-shot potential that TODAK is bringing to the table, and every single time they get up this insane catch, which is very difficult to pull off, and Yums is going to consistently do so and try to set up against well. Formaze with the Abyssum Strike, and he gets Eevee again, and that is a huge pick-off coming from TODAK.
They are getting outclassed right now. Formaze finally feeling like he is playing the game. He's been punished so much in the earlier stages of the game, and now he is back in it. TODAK with a 5.5k lead. Lord coming up in 9 seconds. This is going to be a make it or break it for Suhaz.
Yes, indeed. But Festival Blood Purchase coming from Formaze is giving him a little bit more sustains and tankiness throughout the entire fight. And now with the Antique Cuirass, he is going to be able to actually dodge and reduce the damage of Eevee as well as Zed in this next team fights.
Yep, and Fox is going to start chasing down Yums, but Moon, you can see that he's really starting to find his own momentum here. It's going to be real world manipulation popped out, but this is a mistake. Roxy finds Moon instantaneously. Angela takes him down, but the more front line has already found their own pick. Zed ends up dying. Formaze flickers forward, almost securing, getting a double here. Can he get that third? And it looks like he will. Triple for Formaze as Momo outplays the rest. He does it. What a clean game. TODAK outclassing in game number 2.
Oh my goodness, TODAK just completely shutting down Suhaz Esports on all fronts. They're just the stronger team, they're just the better team, and TODAK will get a clean 2-0 against Suhaz Esports. Match point for TODAK now.
Man, despite their horrendous early game coming in from TODAK, Suhaz could not find the momentum to close this out mid to early. It gets dragged on enough in the snowball from TODAK's side. Yums, what an absolute beast he was on that Grok.
I know, when you least expect it, he comes in, he chunks, and immediately the response coming in from the rest of the team from TODAK is just insane. And I don't know, how do you train this kind of chemistry, this kind of teamwork, and this kind of reactions to be able to respond to any kind of scenarios?
I mean, it's the Langar style. That's why I was talking about downtime, right? They've got the mechanics to execute upon the plays and start thinking ahead of time about the next steps. But their quick decision-making, their micros are so very good. And I think Yums just fits the team perfectly right now, because he is really pulling together in some of the toughest spots imaginable. Because had his Grok not been able to not only negate real-world manipulations, but finding 2 targets, not just one singular target, 2 to even 3 with the wild charge is so very big at choke points.
Yeah, I really like how you actually bring up the longer strategy as well, because if you think about it, most of the teams have this tendency is like, hey, after this team fight, what do we do? They tend to have to like this downtime, like a 5-second window to actually make the next play, and then so and so forth. TODAK, when they hit you, if plan A doesn't work, here comes plan B. If plan B doesn't work, here's plan C. If plan C doesn't work, plan D. You can see a lot of macro decision response very quickly coming from TODAK, which sets them apart in this game, even though Suhaz was winning the early stages of the game.
I mean, it's very natural for them. I mean, we have to talk about this early game where they were basically trying to make this early aggressive play, which is, to be fair, their composition can very easily do. It ends up not working out. They get punished for it, and then Formace getting continuously dived on that top side and even being able to break on the bottom as Suhaz were, again, splitting, dividing, and conquering each small part of the map. But that's when they started to get a read. TODAK understood what they needed to do as soon as bot tier 1 got destroyed, captured them right at Tribush on top side, got and punished Zed multiple times, and with Chiku, it's extremely easy to do so. But Moon scaled up very fast with the Dawning Light. His Dawning Light is not for kills, it's to chunk out their opponents, give him the assist, and half the time whenever he sees Zed and he has 2 bars of his Enlightened formed, he is targeting Zed.
This is so risky coming from Suhaz Esports. Like, they don't exactly have the biggest wombo combo. They have the right idea of slow composition and play prolonged fights. But the problem with this is that is if TODAK does not have the damage to shut you down. Because if you think about it, the amount of damage that TODAK is bringing to the table, a Wisdom Strike hurts, Karina does true damage, the Dawning Light hurts over time, and also with the Beatrix Owls coming in, just hurts a lot in team general. And I feel like Suhaz Esports, they had the right idea, they were able to utilize it really well in the early stage of game with Angela. And towards the later stage of the game, Roger and Carrie are arguably the strongest marksmen in the game, but it's not necessarily strong if you cannot outlast your opponents.
Well, that's the thing. I think, you know, even despite the toughest of situations and despite the lead that Box was able to develop, he wasn't able to press his lead onto Momo. I think he only got him like 1 time, but immediately in that particular fight, especially in the last couple of moments, Momo should have died technically if we're looking at it on paper. Hard Guard on top of Box, they have about the same items. It's 4 items to 4 items here on Momo. So somehow Momo just out-mechanicked Box in that final situation.
Yeah, I really like this interesting pickup coming from Momo as well. It's something that not many teams play. It's the Haas Claw to compensate with the heals coming from Angela so that he can actually outmaneuver the heals of the opponents, which I think he single-handedly 1v3 in the later stage of the game against the Angela despite the Ace having an early double kill in this final fight. But without further ado, the MVP of the match, it is going to be none other than Formace with his stylish 1v1 pickoffs all by himself with his Zeroff with a 622 KDA.
Yep, I mean, the team is doing well 4v4, so then Formace understood that either he pulls pressure or he is going to get a free turret, and every single time it worked out in their favor. Formace being the fork of that team, threatening 2 things at once every single time.
Yeah, I really like how their macro decision as well. Like, Formace has the really rat-like mindset to actually go for split push, and every single time he does it, he always pulls off something that you least expect. Because when you saw how Suhaz Esports finally respond to him, he was getting so much value in terms of objectives, and after getting objectives, when Suhaz Esports respond to him, instead of making a full tail back off retreat, he turned the tide and got a pick off and still survived.
Yeah, that's the beauty of, I mean, this is very much in Formace's like favorite way of playing, being able to split push, getting those 1v1s. Let's check out these highlights real quick, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series, and you can tell that Formace, he's in his element. Not only does he have a winning matchup, but he's expected to split push while the team is doing neutral objectives on the opposite side of the map.
You know, I was doubting this play coming from Chico a lot. I was expecting this is going to be a sacrifice bishop for all for naught, but it was all for lane control. And on top of it all, Moon also put up a really unexpected escape as well, considering that if he died then and there, he would have lost so much economy, and Suhaz Esports would be in this so much trouble. And for Moon, time and time again, to survive a lot of these scenarios, which should not be possible at all.
I think Well, the fact is Moon is always late to the party on purpose, right? He doesn't want to be the first one there. He wants to follow up with the Dawning Light, but he wants to be the fallback for TODAK, right? If things go wrong, that gate is going to give them extra movement speed, as well as snaring their opponents once you empower it with your infinite expansion. Now, Formaze, on the other hand, right? If we're talking about the way he wants to play, this just reminds me, every single time I see Formaze split pushing by himself and getting these solo kills, I think of him when he was playing Benedetta. That's how he plays Dairoth, essentially.
Yeah, which is nearly impossible, right? Mechanically, right, it should not be possible, but Formaze always makes it happen. And even in this fight as well, he's just building kills after kills with the Festival of Blood, just keeps him blind. And yes, this is the moment where Momo was able to 1v3 all by himself, and because of the Haas-Claw, they just can't survive.
Honestly, I thought he wanted to go for Wesker at that final moment, but Nibiru plus Haas-Claw, whoo, the heal on that once he didn't have to worry about the Ace, and Box used all of his abilities and he survived. Well done in that game too.
That was a very interesting twist as well. I was expecting maybe Winds of Nature here and there, but sometimes you gotta out-heal your opponent and play outside of the box. And in this case, they completely played it outside around box in this regards for Suhaz Esports. Nevertheless, it's back to the drawing board for Suhaz. It's match point for TODAK for game number 3, and I'm looking forward to see how it goes right after this very, very short break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back after this short break. And you guys are currently watching MPL-MY Season 9.
The kiddo didn't win. He's just handpicked. I break boundaries, not laws. This is more than a game to me. I was never meant to be a watchdog. Not a fan of technology. I guess the day has come for us. I like egg fried rice too. Oh, I mean the food, not the song. Teamwork? Maybe.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a.
Welcome back once again to MPL-MY Season 9. And you guys are currently watching the playoffs as well as the English broadcast. My name is ICBB12 and joining me is Gideon Q as we are going to be your commentators for today. The upper bracket finals has been really exciting here in day number 3 of the playoffs. And of course, shout out to our amazing sponsors here. It is going to be powered by Moonton, presented by McDelivery, official smartphone, our official smartphone Samsung, celebrating moments with Nescafe, and also gaming with Cadbury Zip as your sponsors. Thank you guys so much for contributing towards our MPL-MY journey, as well as all of the fans to be able to enjoy this fun MLBB moments.
Yep, I mean, it's a shaky day for Suhaz Esports. It's not going to be easy for them to actually try to turn this around. But in the meantime, guys, have you heard about McDelivery? Have you wanted McDonald's delivered to your doorstep? Well, say no more. We're going to sweeten the deal for you with the MPL rewards. Guys, with 50 ringgit purchase at McDelivery with a legendary meal, you guys can be getting a 6-piece chicken nuggets for free. Maybe you've got an extra friend who came out of nowhere. You didn't know he was coming around, but you got 6 pieces of chicken nuggets for your boy or your girl. Doesn't matter who. I'm not biased towards one or the other. And you also get a exclusive MLBB skin, which you can just keep that in the back of your pocket if you're the only one who plays MLBB. Just saying.
I know. You know, it's you know, six chicken nuggets all this entire season. I have had a lot of share. It's just really unfortunate that I'm not lucky enough to get myself a skin.
Well, I mean, you gotta get 50. You gotta make sure that you order 50 worth of McDonald's.
Know, right?
And the best part is if you're the only gamer in the house and everyone's like, oh, you go around and you tempt them and be like, hey, McDonald's, you want McDonald's? You like the McDonald's? You like McDonald's too? Cool. I'll do the ordering. Big brain. Nobody else plays Mobile Legends in your house. You get free skin, you know. And you also get some extra stuff. So, I'm telling you, I'm just sweetening the deal. Giving the heads up. But if you are just tuning in, here's the previous match recap here. And honestly, the drafts don't look too bad for both Suhaz as well as TODAK. Even though the early game did not go in TODAK's favor, they came back from it during the mid game, and that's when you see them really start popping off and making sure that they can shake Suhaz enough to expand some of their big abilities.
Yeah, I want to take a look at the damage output from Moon. Despite him showing a lot of presence, his got 54,000 damage. I was expecting a little bit more, but at the same time, 4 Maze is just an absolute chat because when the things did not go into his favor, which I honestly think TODAK was losing a little bit too much in terms of members, 4 Maze was able to capitalize on the situation and make things work and gaining a little bit of momentum. So that was something that definitely caught us off guard in game number 2. Even though Suhaz Esports, I feel like they had the right idea of punishing their way through, but they just couldn't close out the game.
Yeah, I think it really came down to that first Lord that really broke them at that point. I mean, just play after play after the early game just wasn't working out, and they were trading pretty much 50-50. And unfortunately, the war of attrition was won by TODAK at the end of the day. So that's the thing. You have to make sure that you are aware of your abilities. But now we're getting information. It's a player swap coming in from Suhaz. They are taking out Zed, and they're putting in HY once more.
Well, Suhaz Esports, they're making the miracle plays again. He is going to be the pinch player for the team. Can he clutch it for the team? It's going to be a different question. We've seen it happen yesterday against Red Esports. We were kind of skeptical, especially for me and Staffa. But guess what? He proved us wrong because he came in a little bit slow. He had a really slow start with his choke early on, but he put some really fast like movements later on. So I'm looking forward to see it come into this game. Hopefully,
that's a scary thing, right? Because HY, he needs a little bit of time. But guys, if you are considering playing MLBB on a better device, consider the new A53 5G with its brand new smartphone, sleek design. And if you do buy a Samsung Galaxy, how about we're standing a chance to win an MLBB 1 bundle worth up to 2,200 diamonds? Just scan the QR code on the screen and type in MLBB VIP during checkout. All purchases come with a protective phone case, a super fast charge power adapter, and a camera filter mount worth up to 397 ringgit.
Wait, did I hear that right? A protective case, super fast charge power adapter, camera filter mount. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Let's get one ourselves. We gotta get a matching phone for ourselves.
Remember, terms and conditions apply, so do check out for more information on their website. With that being said, we've got 53 more seconds until the draft starts to begin. I'm guessing Suhas is going to be taking the red side once again. Should be no surprises there. But with HY back in the lineup, that's where you see the change in draft, right? He hasn't been picking up too many marksmen since the earlier stages of the regular season. Nowadays, we see him play Phoveus in the mid lane. We see him play Cho in the mid lane. We haven't seen him play any mages or marksmen in a while.
I feel like based on this play itself, Suhaz Esports, they have to play something they're comfortable with, right? And it's very difficult to do so considering that how TODAK is just straight up banning their comfort heroes from the get-go. Even though it's not meta bans, they don't mind fighting against better heroes. They always find a way to deal with it. And it's something that they're just so flexible and versatile when it comes to adapting to situations. And I hope Suhaz Esports is going to be able to adapt it right now. But as of yet, they might need to stick to their basic bans.
All right, here we go. It's going to be, Suhaz Esports on blue side up against TODAK on the red side. One more time. The crowd is ready to see how this bout is going to go with Suhaz starting things off with the Franco ban, TODAK getting rid of the 100% win rate, Valentina.
Yeah, it's Valentina just needs to go. We haven't seen a lot of Selena for a very long time now. I was expecting TODAK to pull out the Selena, but seems like he just wants to play with the Xavier instead. You know, it's just a bigger version of the Selena arrow. Rather like gives him a small BB sniper rifle arrow, you give him a big ass one which just completely shoots him from out of nowhere. A big cannon, man.
He upgraded himself from a Nerf blaster to a 12-gauge shotgun. Like, it's just, there is a very clear distinction.
That's like a homing missile out of nowhere.
No, look. The fact is, he's not playing around with toys no more. The man's got a real weapon in hand.
He's got big guns.
He's got big guns. He's got big beams. Suhaz Esports going to be following up the bans with Wan. TODAK getting rid of the Grok. I think this is a pretty good option here because I feel like if Grok is being banned out for the side of TODAK, they're trying to limit what HY or even what Eevee can bring to the table, because I'm guessing that first pick Grok or even the first pick Angela might not be the way to go.
Yeah, I feel like the Angela needs to be banned. I personally think it should, but at the same time, 2 games in a row, we've seen TODAK kind of make it work, and I feel like Suhaz Esports right now in game number 3 is forced to be picking the Angela again, which I don't think it's the end of the road. Like, even if they don't pick the Angela, it's not that bad as well. I feel like they could have just picked something else.
I think if they do, okay, the fact that they're banning out Lilia, I'm guessing they want to have mid lane control of some sort, right? So, and then the fact that Grok is gone as well as Atlas, trying to minimize what the Ace's pocket picks can be. The Ace still technically can use Lolita. The Grok is always great for flex picks, but I think Suhas wants to play through mid, and they want to guarantee that mid lane matchup. So it's going to be Dairoth first. They want to make sure that Eevee has a good time. They know for a fact that he can actually control 4 mace given a good matchup.
I think that Dairoth is just the safer pick, right? Like, Angela is something is neglectable. I agree with what you say about mid lane control, but even though Suhaz Esports, they picked the Lilia in game number 1, out of nowhere, they went with a Cho mid lane played by Moon and an Angela to deal with the Lilia, which is unheard of, but they somehow made it work, which is weird.
Speaking of which, they're
going for it again.
They might be doing this again one more time to shake things up. Angela and Cho going to be the lock-in for TODAK. They don't instantly want to take the combination of Karina and as well as Angela. They want to still have that flex pick to hover around and keep Suhaz Esports on their toes. Remember, even though Karina is good, there are still counter picks in Baxia, in Balmond as well. I want to see how they actually adapt to this, right? We saw in game number 1 and game number 2, both Karina has been played, as well as the Roger. Let's see what this third jungle pick is going to be for Suhaz Esports.
Yeah, I feel like Baxia is just a great pickup for Suhaz Esports to deal with Angela's low. You can get a little bit aggressive, you can negate a lot of sustains as well. Game number 2, TODAK, they adapted by just having Momo get the Heart's Claw, which is very unheard of, but it takes a little bit too long. So I feel like Marcia's not that bad, but Suhaz Esports, they are going to double down on the Karina as well as the Sicilian instead. So in this case, TODAK, are they going to force pick the Baxia or still kind of flex it out for Chiku later on? Because the question here is, we've seen the Lunox jungle out of nowhere. Okay, never mind. All right.
Chiku on Ling. It has been quite some time since we've seen him on a Ling. We're going to see him flex a little bit here. I don't think Ling is that bad, especially when you have Angela as the combination. Really nasty if your team can go even in lane and eventually will be able to scale. So now we move on to the second phase. TODAK holds priority. Right now, Suhaz are still technically missing a roamer. I'm surprised that they didn't pick it up sooner, but I guess it's all about comfort picks, right?
I think people just completely underestimate that Chiku was one of the pioneers when it comes to Link gameplay, especially coming from M1 and M2, coming into his debut for his gameplay. And it's funny enough, people just completely neglect this.
Well, I mean, it can be controlled. It's still very purple buff dependent. And I think if Suhaz has the means necessary to take away purple buffs in the mid game, it's going to be very much of a struggle for Chiku to get as much value out of this lane than he would like to. I think TODAK is taking the smarter option in the second phase, banning out the Yuzong, and I'm guessing they're also going to be banning out maybe, they've already denied the chill, maybe Phoveus?
This is hilarious. Suhaz people, they just don't want to deal with a Xavier. So now the question here is Moon gonna downsize himself to the small BB gun, which is gonna be the Selena?
I don't think so. I personally don't think so. I think TODAK, if it is open, Kagura is going to be the most likely pick.
Yeah, I guess. Kagura. Wait.
Zmei? Okay.
What's it called again? I think Veil isn't that bad as well if he decides to go for it, but at the same time, he wants to set up with the Cho. So I don't know. I feel like Kagura isn't that great of dealing with the Karina, because even if you dodge out the initial umbrella, Karina is still going to be able to one-shot you and also keep up with you. Whereas I feel like the Lunox would be a little bit better because the Brilliance is able to set up for the team. But it's going to be risky for me, I
mean, sure. Do you really want Brilliance over a scaling Sicilian? I'm not 100% sure about that. Because again, it's about control. It's about how you take control over that mid lane, right? And you already have a support who might not necessarily help you in the worst of times. And I think it could be a buffer. So you might be right about the Lunox now that Angela is in the pool, currently in the support pool. It could pivot. It really depends on what Moon is feeling. Kagura already banned out here. Eve is still open technically. Beatrix is going to be the pick for the side of TODAK. And again, we don't know whether Cho is going to be in the mid lane or not, or if they even have a counter pick for Dairoth.
Yeah, I like how this decision coming from Suhaz, from TODAK as well, knowing that, you know what, we have no choice. We got to keep things open and they have to flex it out. In this case, Moon might be playing the Cho again in mid. But at the same time, considering that most of the mages has been banned, 4 mains might be forced to play a mage-style XP laner in that regards. And Phoveus isn't that bad, but at the same time, against the Dairoth, it's going to be very, very difficult.
If HY wants to bring out a mage, bring out Lunox. I think Lunox is really good. It denies Moon as well. It puts him in a really awkward spot, and he might force him to actually go for the Eve. Ruby and Phoveus are going to be the pickups for the side of Suhaz Esports. Kind of interesting here, but the support Ruby is going to make quite the difference for Suhaz Esports, and I think the Ace, he's been saving this one for a while.
Yeah, this is just huge. Like, I feel like the drafts here coming from Suhaz Esports is just so much more refined compared to the past 2 games. And TODAK right now is a little bit tough, but it's all up to Chiku to make the space, and it seems like it is going to be forced to play the Eve coming from Moon. 4 main is going to be playing the Cho on the XP laner to go up against the Phoveus. Not necessarily the best matchup, but hopefully it's going to be A-okay. This is 4 mains we're talking about.
No, I mean, this is, honestly, I think it's really great that they have access to Eve with no one able to reliably knock her out of the real-world manipulation. I mean, all you have is like, what, Ruby, Ruby, Sicilian, even the Astra's Eye from Phoveus can also knock her out of it as well, but you have to be in range.
Yep. Well, without further ado, this is going to be the comeback game for Suhaz. They have a pretty strong draft, and I'm looking forward whether or not it's going to help them, because that long break in between game 2, is it going to be enough time for them to rethink their strategy. And this is the strategy coming in from Suhaz Esports as the fans are cheering them on the side. However, the top dogs in the entire tournament itself, TODAK, a notable figure, is looking to close out the game and be our first representative. Can they get this match point? Because they are 1 point, 1 game away into the grand finals here. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 3 of the upper bracket finals. And this is MPL-MY Season 9.
Welcome everybody. Game number 3. Suhaz Esports on the blue side, TODAK on the red side. Once again, this is going to be a difficult bout here. It's all going to come down to mechanics. Both sides have some very clear win conditions, but Suhaz got a lot of comfort picks on their side. Hopefully this is going to be enough to allow them to stop the momentum TODAK has built up.
Agreed. And you can see the invades are coming in, but Humes is just doing a fantastic job of just scaring them off. And as you can see, they are looking for the setup, and Box steals the little wonder away from Jiku.
All right, so Suhaz Esports are basically giving up the mid lane pressure, and with the help of Ruby, they're trying to speed things up. Purple buff might be stolen away here, but Jiku, guys, he's playing with fire. He's willing to coin flip this. Oh, he tries the coin flip it, doesn't win, and that's first blood given over to Suhaz Esports.
That is so greedy of Chiku to go in for the contestant, and is so risky, and because of that, he's gonna lose his purple buff on the top of it all. But seeing how he played that play, and relatively he has a slow cooldown respawn timer, he's gonna be A-okay for now, but is it the wisest of choice? Because I feel like there's just unnecessary gold just heading towards Box favor.
I mean, I don't think it matters too much. Yes, it does mean that Box is going to be... Wait, hold on. He doesn't have the purple buff either. Wait, he actually won out that Retribution fight. Box is at level 4. So yes, it is technically worth it for Jiku. But what do you know? What do you know?
If I can't have it, you can't have it. That's a pretty risky big brain strategy, and hopefully is going to be able to transition a little bit well, because now the Turtle's going to be out for contestation. The Wave of the Dragon comes in, the Ace Gas kicked in, the Tempest Blades as well. But looks like, do they have enough damage? Yes, they will. They will shut them down with the Chiku Burst. And HY as well going to be shut down as Chiku re-tanks the turret in this vicinity. Meanwhile, the rest of Suhaz Esports is going to be joining the fight after finishing the Turtle. But Box, a little bit too low, but do they want to force the issue? Moon! Woo!
Yep, Formace could have technically tried to go for it, but I think it's safer not to. The waves are about to crash here, and I think TODAK made a much smarter decision at the end of the day. However, we must keep in mind that Suhaz Esports, it will take some time for Phoveus to get online. Same goes for Sicilion, who is left on an island with this Beatrix. Eevee does find the kill on towards Humes, but that's so little compared to what TODAK did. They decided, hey, we don't need Turtle. I don't have my purple buff, but we can go for picks in the mid lane, and they were able to get 2 out of it.
Yeah, and it was huge as well, because that is going to accelerate Moon's farm a little bit more to beat this stronger utilitarian, and he's got 1-on-1, and once his Ice Queen 1 comes in, maybe 5 to 6 minutes into this game, I mean total game time of course, he is going to be something that Suhaz Esports needs to overcome in terms of mobility, because they don't have the bestest of mobility to stack up with the slows coming from Angela. And now Suhaz Esports, they're going to try and force the fight. Yum's going to keep Box in check, and looks like he is going to back out instead. However, the Demonic Force on HY, is he going to go for the dive? I don't think so.
I didn't realize that the taunt there by the Ace actually causes the Demonic Force to actually proc as well. Interesting interaction. So at least now there's an enabler for HY other than the I'm Offended, which is again a very important spell for the Ace to have. Now top side potentially getting dove here. Heartguard has already been popped up. They want to get on top of the Ace so far, and it is going to be AJ who tries his best, but Momo in position with the Beerus Passion to finish off this dive nice and easy.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard for Suhaz Esports to actually react to this as well, considering that TODAK has this longer strategy, and because of this, Suhaz Esports, they are going to be going back to basic. As you can see, Eevee getting to be greedy. He's going to get caught out. He's all by himself. He's going to try and ego challenges against Chiku, guys, but this time he will pay the price, and it's going to be all for naught.
Good moves coming in for Formace, making a hard read, and when he noticed that he was out of position, goes for the kick straight away. Right now, TODAK just making some really good behavioral reads on Suhaz Esports, who are playing pretty textbook at this stage of the game. I think that they need to start changing things up for the side of Suhaz, and especially since topside is about to be dove once again. Yep, Sicilian gonna get immediately attacked, forcing out the sprint out of AJ. Topside, oh, look at all that gold going to Momo.
Oh my goodness, Momo gets the full chunk before the 5-minute mark. And Chico looking to get a little bit annoying as well. He's just forcing rotations all by himself, and because of this, Suhaz Esports, they are split up again, and now end towards the turtle contest bit. TODAK is still having some sort of control despite the separation. Suhaz Esports, they have to react, and you can see they're just making unnecessary movements, but Imo Fender comes in, it connects on towards them, but TODAK, he's going to be able to escape his way through. Yum down towards the last HP, and he's going to be okay, as they do not get the kill as all, but TODAK, they are going to try by him one more time, but 4 mates down to the last health. The hard gun is going to keep him alive, it's going to be okay. While that's actually happening, here is Plan C, TODAK says. Chiku goes ham, takes AJ out of the top side.
Wow, very good moves coming in from TODAK. The cross-map play still on point, and when you have a team who's on the same page, playing their individual fights perfectly, it works out so well. Currently, the kill score 5-2 in favor of TODAK, and unfortunately, Suhaz Esports, HY, he's going to need a lot of time to get online, and the same goes for AJ with the amount of punishment they've taken, especially by AJ.
Yeah, this is very, very insane as well. Like, I wasn't expecting this kind of reaction, but TODAK getting away multiple times is just insane. DA is now going to go for the catch. Moon is not going to be able to do anything about this, so that's a big catch. However, Formace is going to be able to respond. He catches the ace in the response, but he will pay the price. That's going to be double kill for Box, and TODAK, they need to make a run for it. Chico's going to be alive, but what can he do? He doesn't have the main damage, but he's going to try and force the issue. He takes AJ with him, but he doesn't have the energy. He needs to make a run, and here comes the rockets coming in from Momo to scare him off.
Oh, HY has got to be super annoyed. He doesn't have the mana to actually chase it down the lane, but Chiku wants to get back into that. What?
Oh, he didn't see it. It was so close. It was just right across
No,
the rush,
it's just the targeting. It's the stupid targeting coming in, and that didn't notice him. Oh my god, that's so frustrating. Chiku knew he was there as well, and now Yums ends up paying the price for it. Moon gonna be dropping down, but he has to cancel the real world manipulation early. Doesn't find the refrag. 6-7 is the current score.
Oh, it's just so unfortunate. But nevertheless, here, Suhaz Esports, they are going to be able to redeem themselves from that trade-off. Chiku tried to get a little bit greedy out of the fight, but as soon as Yums came out of the hard guard, he says, wait, I do not have the mobility to this. I do not have the sustains. I'm not going to take the risk, and he just immediately backs off. But fortunately for Yums, he does have to pull yourself together. So even if he dies, it's not that bad of a down time, considering that he does have the fleeting time now. So we are going to be expecting double hard guard throughout the entirety of the fight later on.
Oh boy. Once again, the ace, he is going to be the target of some punishment coming in from TODAK, noticing that he holds a lot of valuable resources in just this hero alone. If they can take him out, Suhaz has no way to kind of disengage from these tougher fights. However, Suhaz now playing a little bit more proactively, looking for Momo to get this kill, but unfortunately gets kicked away. This does mean Eevee should be dead here. Coming in by Moon to guarantee the kill. Momo trying to turn this around. He's got the hard guard on top of him. The ace holding strong Formace. Wants to get back. Real world manipulation to turn the fight. Box wants to kill Formace. HY is here. He will chase him down.
Momo is just getting kited all the way through. Momo is just gonna go ham, and he gets a maniac from TODAK. He sets it up perfectly for the team. Completely outmaneuvers, outplays Suhaz Esports at the finest. And this is not looking good, because while they won the 4v5 action, Chiku was getting a little bit more on the split push potential, and they're getting a little bit too much in all these trade-offs coming from TODAK.
What a play coming in from Momo. Suhaz are losing, and unfortunately their communications are not clear enough for maneuvering around these smaller decisions, especially when they have to make a choice in the middle of that fight. Dairoth, unfortunately, dying so early on makes it a little difficult to get on top of someone like Momo, currently with Weapon Master, and 6-0-2 is his KDA. If you pull up the item list, I'm guessing, and I bet you he is most likely going to be building that House's Claw again.
Yeah, maybe as well, but HY, he gets completely shut shut down. One snipe, two snipe, Momo takes him out, and just like that, Suhaz Esports, they're crumbling in terms of the defense. They need Box to pull the big one, but Box, who does he go for? Does he go for Momo? Does he keep for Chiku? What's it gonna be? Because TODAK is a little bit too fast, but from behind, Eve, he's got a right angle, he's gonna make an attempt. Momo gets side on, the hard guys comes in, keeps him alive, and he's gonna be A-okay. He makes a run for it, but Suhaz Esports, they have to back out because here comes Chiku, here comes Formace as they zone out the fight. They get one, they get two, they're gonna get more, and TODAK will get an absolute trade-off, and eBay now gonna be the next to fall as Moon keeps them at bay. And they get 3, they get 4, and Suhaz Esports, they lose everyone but AJ.
TODAK looking mighty fine here as they're trying to break open the last inhibitor to go for the end. Sicilian the only one to hold on to the guns. Top wave should be coming in real soon, but again, TODAK, they don't need to force anything. They have Lord as their next objective. They will be stealing all the jungle farm from Suhaz Esports and will knowingly try to bait out a fight. I think this game is essentially over. 10 minutes in, 9.3k here. TODAK so far ahead in the lead.
Oh no, this is so hard to watch. Box now gonna get kited out. You can see the real world manipulation and the slows coming from Angela. He couldn't even get out, completely shut down just like that.
This is what they want to do. TODAK is just gonna farm heroes at this stage of the game. They don't even need to push the wave. They know Luminous Lord will be coming up at the 12th minute, so they'll wait for the 12 minutes and will muscle their way in. They know that Chiku is so strong. He goes on top of AJ. They want to secure this kill, and it's going to be HY who ends up dying. Yums picks up the kill, and Formace disrespecting his opponents, knowing that they are 10k ahead 11 minutes into the game.
TODAK wants to seal this deal, and they are one step away, one game away from making it to the grand finals, as well as the MSC slot representing Malaysia, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh boy, and now I think at this stage of the game, Suhaz Esports are going to be leaning more towards Lord's side. They don't want to show themselves too actively, but Box, he pulls away. Formace, the fact that he walked into this bush, he does sense something is wrong, as the rest of the TODAK members will be looking for that last inhibitor. They most likely will only take Lord after the 12th minute mark.
Oh, difficult times. What's it gonna be? TODAK once again with the invades. HY does have the ice cream one, but he's not able to do anything about it. But let's take a look at items from TODAK. We do see Demon Hunter swords coming from Momo as well as Chiku, guys. So this Phobius is not gonna get super big out of this fight later on, and it's also a way to deal with the Karina later on.
Yep, Formace using his ult early, didn't go into the right direction, doesn't mind. He does not mind at all. He is still creating space. He is denying Suhaz even the entry point and continuing to give vision over them, as TODAK now looking for a potential engage here with the hard guard. AJ's in trouble. He's going at the speed of light. He's trying to get out, but unfortunately he ends up dying, and that means that Suhaz Esports have an opportunity.
That was a little bit of a big mistakes coming from Chiku, guys, as well. Overestimating his prowess and costing them that fight, and this Lord might not be a successful one as a... Is it going to be a late spawn coming in, but hopefully he's going to be able to reset by the time the Lord spawns in. And even though it's 17 seconds on the cooldown, he needs to take his purple buff. Looks like, I think TODAK needs to freeze the lane so that Chiku can re-engage for this next fight.
I mean, the problem is that Suhaz Esports, they're pushing out that mid. They want this Luminous Lord to start walking to their side. Chiku will be up in about, a second or so. He'll hop on over to purple buff most likely, and then rejoin the fight.
Well, looks like they are going to happen as well. They're sending in a Momo to go for a snipe. Formace gets the kick. He takes the ace in the wrong direction, but this Lord is not going to do too much, and Chiku is not going to be able to respond in time. It means Suhaz Esports is going to be able to defend this. The next plan here coming from TODAK is going to be focusing on the top inhibitor, but I don't think they have the lanes to fight this, but they are going to try and force it anyway. Momo takes it for free, and Suhaz Esports, they have to force the issue. Here comes Chiku again with the Tempest Blade. They're going to focus onto the ace. They take him out, and Suhaz Esports, they're looking for, but a 4-man Chikundo for Formace catches them, stops them in the track, and TODAK closes the game. They are your first grand finalists here in MPL-MY Season 9, and also your representatives for MSC.
GG, well played to TODAK. Last season, it was all about the lower bracket meta. Not this time. The agenda is the upper brackets. Only high-class outclassed, and Yums being a linchpin for this team. Well done to TODAK.
Oh, what a game, what a game. Convincing games indeed. Well done coming from TODAK. And I'm looking forward to see what they have to say as we jump into TODAK's mic check.
Tengok cik kawan. Masuk meh, gas meh, masuk meh.
Aku tahu dulu.
Nice man. Nice man, nice man, nice man. Nice.
Tahu. Aku tengah kabur.
Depan dulu. Nice. Jada. Nice.
Aku tak ada.
Boleh cik.
Kita terpaksa datang. Ini pagi tu kalau dia tak datang aku boleh end ni.
Nice.
Boleh fight. Kau nampak
Mantap mo. Nice mo, I love you mo.
Aku dah lagi.
Tengok cik.
Aku dah.
Pagi tu ni dulu ah.
Dapat.
Okey. Aku nak balik.
Mantap Bayu. Berlalu. Belakang.
Gitu dek. Main di rock dek.
Sorry kawan saya, sorry behave.
Puasa.
Ramai.
Tolong puasa.
Tak apa. Kawan saya yang formen je. Lagi kalau kena.
Sabar mo, slow mo. Nice mo. Bagi kat mo. Nice mo. Boleh. Slow.
Kami ambil tau. Aku ambil.
Boleh.
Kena kita.
Boleh dua cik tiga belakang ni.
Kena kini.
Ni cik. Kat aku dulu.
Ada yang
Dapat.
Dia lompat kat aku ni. Ruby dulu.
Nice sayang. Mana suaranya? Dah menang dah, nice.
Perlawanan pertama Best of 5 berkesudahan dengan 3-0. Anda sekarang bersama saya Sid selaku stage host dan bersama saya dekat sini adalah coach pasukan TODAK iaitu Azim. Tahniah diucapkan kepada anda dan kesemua pasukan TODAK.
Alhamdulillah, terima kasih.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, alright. Seperti biasa, soalan pertama, soalan yang very cliche. Apa perasaan Azim selepas berjaya memasuki ke peringkat Grand Final?
First sekali syukur Alhamdulillah sebab ni kali kedua saya dapat ke Grand Final bersama TODAK. So,
Amin.
Alhamdulillah, memang happy lah. Syukur.
Alright. Sekarang ni kita dapat menyaksikan TODAK daripada M1, M2, M3, kali ni MSC sekali lagi berjaya untuk mewakili Malaysia. Jadi, kalau kita lihat sekarang ni preparation untuk pasukan TODAK, fokus untuk kedua-dua Grand Final dan juga MSC. Jadi macam mana TODAK untuk mempersiapkan diri untuk berhadapan dengan dua Grand Final ni? Grand Final dan juga MSC. Apa sebenarnya soalan ni?
Tapi sebelum MSC tu, SEA Games dulu.
Oh yes, SEA Games. Banyak sangat wakil Malaysia ni.
Betul.
Ya, jadi macam mana persiapan untuk pasukan TODAK sendiri?
Kita orang take satu persatu, which is esok adalah Grand Final. So kita akan all out untuk Grand Final. Lepas tu kita akan ke SEA Games di Hanoi. And balik pada Hanoi pula kita orang akan ke MSC, iaitu di Malaysia kan. So apa preparation TODAK, which is kita orang take satu persatu tu as journey and kita orang akan baiki dari semasa ke semasa.
Alright. Azim, kalau anda boleh cakap secara singkat, apakah perbezaan pasukan TODAK di regular season dan pasukan TODAK di playoff?
Okay, macam Ciku pernah cakap, which is untuk regular season tu kita orang just have fun, try new meta, belajar meta baru. So untuk playoff ni kita orang akan all out and serious mode lah.
Sebab tu tak ada post lagi masa play walk in.
Tak ada.
Okay, alright. Mungkin ada kata-kata terakhir kepada peminat-peminat pasukan TODAK yang datang menyokong dan juga peminat-peminat pasukan TODAK yang berada dekat live stream.
Okay, untuk peminat-peminat TODAK, terima kasih sebab datang menyokong daripada week 1 sampailah playoff hari ini. And kepada penyokong-penyokong Suhaz, thank you bagi semangat kepada main-main Suhaz untuk berjuang lagi. And ini saya punya personal sendiri
Boleh.
Saya harap saya nak tim TODAK nak jumpa Suhaz dekat final lah.
Okay, alright. Okay, thank you Azim. Satu wish yang baik mungkin boleh buat pantun wish. Tapi seperti biasa kita dah habis kita punya interview show. Kita akan pergi kepada kita punya post show bersama dengan Adin dan juga Karakuri. Jadi anda berdua silakan.
Ya, selamat kembali ke interview show bersama saya Adi, di mana saya akan interview rakan karib saya iaitu Karakuri di dalam segmen kali ini. Since memang dia idola lah.
Memang idola sentiasa memberikan entertainment value yang sangat tinggi. Tetapi entertainment value kita kena juga fokus kepada game sebentar tadi. Pasukan TODAK apabila kalah draft tak ada masalah. Tapi bila menang daripada segi drafting, lihat dominasi yang ditunjukkan oleh pasukan TODAK daripada awal game sehinggalah kepada penghujung game sebentar tadi.
I think inilah orang kata dimensi pasukan TODAK yang sangat-sangat besar. Kalau kalah draft pun boleh menang dengan pure mekanik, dengan pure execution mereka. Apatah lagi kalau mereka menang daripada sudut draft. Sebentar tadi dekat 3 lane boleh saya katakan dimenangi sepenuhnya oleh pasukan TODAK, except satu mistake je tadi dekat early game. Ciku, kenapalah tak pakai Tempest of Blade?
Ya, mungkin sebab dia masih lagi belum ada ulti. Tapi sekarang ini kita kembali fokus untuk pasukan TODAK sebentar tadi. Momo sememangnya seorang goal laner yang sangat bagus bagi pendapat saya.
Ya, dan kita lihat kenapa Momo sangat-sangat berbisa. Kemungkinan daripada sudut itemization boleh kita lihat sedikit sebanyak sebabnya. 12-03 Zan, power adalah satu perkara.
Ya, betul.
Terror satu perkara. But taking it to the next level, upper bracket final dengan tak ada kematian is unstoppable untuk Momo.
Inilah sebab kenapa kita cakap kerjasama pasukan TODAK sangat bagus, di mana dia betul-betul percaya yang Yums yang menggunakan Angela menggunakan hard guard tepat pada waktunya apabila Momo dalam masalah, dan itu yang sering kali berlaku. Ya, kita lihat pasukan Suhaz Esports adanya kainan yang digunakan oleh box boleh pergi kepada bahagian belakang dengan begitu pantas, namun begitu apabila adanya hard guard, adanya Angela, adanya Yum yang memperlahankan pergerakan box ini, ianya boleh memberikan serangan balas terkejut, dan di mana box semua tak boleh nak melarikan diri.
Ya, bukan itu saja. Di sini apa yang saya lihat ni kan, Karakuri, Karina magical damage walaupun build tank, Cecilion magical damage, Forvius magical damage. Adakah dengan kekurangan ataupun ketiadanya marksman, physical damage itu yang diperlukan sangat-sangat untuk Suhaz Esports ini?
Ya, sangat diperlukan terutamanya untuk melakukan pushing power dekat sini. Tetapi kalau kita melihat daripada segi drafting, nampak seperti Suhaz Esports memberikan fokus lebih lagi kepada team fight.
Ya, namun begitu kita akan beralih kepada post game time untuk melihat lebih teliti daripada sudut damage dealt. 74,000 damage yang telah dilontarkan oleh Momo dengan begitu bebas. Kerana kenapa? Saya lihat sebentar tadi team fight yang dilaksanakan oleh pasukan TODAK, Formes yang akan melakukan kitting di bahagian belakang. Sebentar tadi kita dengar kitting di bahagian belakang. Ciku akan pergi ke backline pasukan Suhaz Esports, dan tak ada siapa yang cari Momo, dan kerana itulah dia boleh keluarkan damage dengan begitu banyak sekali.
Dan ini salah satu faktor kenapa pasukan TODAK memenangi kebanyakan team fight. Mereka tahu bagaimana nak memecah belahkan formasi pasukan musuh. Seperti yang Adi katakan, Ciku pergi kepada bahagian belakang mengganggu AJ, dan di mana Formes, Yu melakukan kitting bersama dengan Momo di kawasan belakang, dan ini menyebabkan terutamanya DAs Ruby dekat sini nak pergi pada mana? Nak pergi pada belakang untuk melakukan setup, ataupun nak pergi kepada AJ, bahagian AJ untuk menyelamatkan beliau.
Ya, ada setup yang baik sebenarnya daripada DA. Sebenarnya tadi dekat bahagian tengah dia dapat tangkap 2 ahli pasukan TODAK, tetapi follow up tak dapat dilaksanakan untuk pasukan Suhaz mendapatkan kill tersebut. Jadi saya tak boleh nak blame DA, saya tak boleh nak blame the whole of pasukan Suhaz Esports. Mereka dah cuba sedaya upaya mereka, tetapi pada game upper bracket finals ini mereka di outclass oleh pasukan TODAK.
Di outclass, di outdraft. Seperti yang Adin katakan, tak mencukupi damage. Mungkin disebabkan ketiadaan marksman, disebabkan ia adanya Cecilion, tetapi kalau tak silap saya tadi, game berakhir pada 13 minit seperti itu. Jadi di mana stack untuk AJ masih lagi belum mencukupi, damage burst tidak mencukupi. Ya, walaupun DS dapat setup yang cantik, I'm offering yang cantik, tetapi tiada damage follow up, menyebabkan di mana pasukan TODAK masih lagi boleh menyelamatkan di sini.
Ya, benar sekali. Tapi sekarang ini Karakuri, apa kata kita nobatkan seorang pemain daripada pasukan TODAK sebagai MVP yang dibawakan khas oleh McDelivery, the one and only Momo. 12.03 KDA, 68% skill participation, dan gold per minute antara yang tertinggi juga daripada sudut gold laner, 913 gold.
Di mana untuk item telah pun kita bincangkan, semuanya memberikan fokus kepada damage langsung, tak ada satu pun item defensif disebabkan adanya Yums yang menjaga beliau.
Ya, benar sekali. Momo main dengan sangat-sangat baik. Sebab dekat mic check pun sebentar tadi saya dengar berkali-kali Yums akan berikan sedikit sebanyak shot call kepada Momo. Momo main perlahan sedikit. Momo boleh ni. Momo tak apa, boleh go, ada heal. that conversation ataupun that communication di antara Momo dan juga Yums yang membenarkan Momo bergerak lebih agresif, dan dia yakin dengan shot call Yums yang menjaga beliau di arah belakang ataupun di arah depan sekalipun.
Dan tahap kualiti pasukan TODAK inilah yang membenarkan mereka, melayakkan mereka untuk pergi kepada Grand Final terlebih dahulu, daripada segi drafting, daripada segi mekanik, daripada segi kerjasama dan daripada segi komunikasi.
Ya, benar sekali. Tapi apa kata kita lihat daripada segi highlight corak permainan mereka yang dibawakan khas oleh Samsung Galaxy A series. Ini kesilapan yang satu tadi. Kenapa tak pakai temper sublet? Kalau pakai temper sublet, boleh selamat sebenarnya.
Ya, kenapalah dia tak ada ulti sebentar tadi. Tetapi sekarang ini kita melihat di mana pasukan TODAK apabila selepas kematian yang pertama, mereka terus saja melakukan serangan balas. Lihat Ciku, guys. Apabila telah pun mempunyai temper blast, tak ada masalah.
Tak ada masalah. Bila dah ada ultimate, kita lihat bagaimana dia terus executekan game plan dia ke arah AJ. Dan kerana itulah juga tadi Caracal ada sebut, AJ ada damage tapi perlu diberikan masa. Namun begitu, masa itu tak begitu imas untuk AJ. Dia dicuri masanya oleh Ciku, guys, yang berjaya untuk mendapatkan kill. Ini satu setup yang baik daripada pasukan Suhaz Esports. Tetapi setelah perkara tersebut berlangsung, pasukan TODAK mereka regroup balik, mereka reorganize balik. Ini team fight yang cantik yang dimulakan oleh Suhaz Esports kalau tidak silap saya.
Ya, tetapi lihat apabila Hagat memasuki Momo, bukan sahaja boleh menyelamatkan Momo, tetapi ini juga yang membenarkan Momo untuk bermain agresif. Dan kena ingat, Momo memberikan fokus sepenuhnya kepada damage, dan damage yang mencukupi untuk menjatuhkan ahli pasukan Suhaz.
Ya, benar sekali. Sebentar tadi serangan yang dimulakan ke atas Fomis larikan diri. Kita lihat Chico terus pergi cari AJ di bahagian belakang. Dan berkali-kali kita cakap, Chico dah laksanakan tugas dia. Fomis pun dah laksanakan tugasan kiting. Dan Momo tu yang dibebaskan. Dah lah dibebaskan. And then ada Angela pula yang tolong.
Tetapi yang ni saya rasa tak sepatutnya berlaku. Dapatkan lot. Tapi tak mengapa. Mereka masih lagi mampu berjaya untuk menutupkan game sebentar tadi.
Amin, Caracal. Kalau
4 man.
Lupa. Itu big moment.
4 Jeet Kundo daripada Fomis.
4 man Jeet Kundo daripada Fomis sebentar yang melengkapkan untuk pasukan TODAK yang telah melayakkan diri mereka ke pusingan Grand Finals yang akan berlangsung pada hari esok. Tetapi siapakah yang akan menemani beliau dekat Grand Final? Itu kita kena lihat dekat match yang ke-9 dan juga match yang ke-8. Caracal lawan dengan Orange Esports. Pemenang di antara kedua ini akan berjumpa dengan Suhaz Esports.
Ya, Suhaz Esports walaupun tewas masih lagi ada peluang yang kedua. Inilah kelebihan untuk berada di upper bracket. Tetapi game selepas ini Orange Esports menentang pasukan Caracal, di mana Orange Esports menunjukkan penambahbaikan prestasi semenjak pertengahan musim liga, semenjak Valen telah pun memasuki pasukan tersebut. Tetapi pasukan Caracal semenjak bermulanya playoff ini, prestasi mereka mengejutkan semua orang.
Ya, kalau kita lihat 2-0 lawan dengan Homeboys, 2-0 lawan dengan SMG. Seperti mana yang Caracal cakap, masuk je playoff, Caracal yang berbeza, Caracal yang lebih mengganas. Terkejut hati saya sebentar tadi. Ada sedikit sebanyak kejutan. Tetapi kita lihat bagaimana pasukan Caracal, walaupun ada perubahan-perubahan yang drastik telah dilaksanakan oleh mereka, tetapi sebab 2 match sebelum ini mungkin Orange Esports pun telah laksanakan homework mereka. Jadi mungkin ada sedikit sebanyak counter yang bakal dibawa oleh Orange Esports.
Itu yang menariknya, disebabkan Caracal bermulanya playoff baru saja mereka menunjukkan line up yang baru, di mana belum lagi dilihat di musim liga, dan ianya seperti satu strategi yang masih lagi belum dikupas oleh ramai pasukan dan masih lagi belum ditemui jawapan. Disebabkan itulah kita melihat pasukan Caracal memenangi 2-0. Dan kalau pasukan Esports tak dapat nak menghancurkan ataupun membuka cara untuk menjatuhkan pasukan Caracal, ianya mungkin akan menjadi masalah yang besar.
Ya, tapi berbezanya di sini adalah ini adalah best of 3. Seperti yang kita lihat tadi adalah best of 5. Namun begitu, perbezaan format match ini juga akan memberikan sedikit sebanyak impact kepada perlawanan yang seterusnya. Tetapi impact yang lebih besar adalah MPL Predictor. Pemenang-pemenangnya adalah Eudora TikTok, Iskandar Azhar, Faisung Fi. Tahniah diucapkan kepada ketiga-tiga pemenang ini berjaya untuk predict pasukan TODAK mendapatkan kemenangan dan dapatkan skin Ruby.
Ya, dan skin Ruby ada Y. Saya suka skill effect di mana memberikan ice
baby. Itu lagu. itu lagu. Tak apa, nanti kita karaoke.
Nanti
dah berbuka nanti. Baik ya, kalau anda nak menjadi pemenang-pemenang seperti mereka, anda jangan lupa untuk laksanakan prediction anda, letakkan tim mana yang boleh dapatkan kemenangan berserta hashtag MPL Predictor, berserta game ID dan juga server ID anda. Kerana kalau anda lah pemenangnya, mudah untuk staff-staff MPL mencari anda nanti.
Dan bagi saya ini adalah senang nak didapatkan kerana setiap kali perlawanan hanya 2 pasukan sahaja. Jadi 50-50.
Ya, 50-50 sahaja. Tetapi yang ni tak 50-50 sangat. Yang ni lebih kurang 33.333% sekarang ini. MPL Learning. Dan soalannya adalah, pemain manakah memiliki jumlah gol terbanyak semasa regular season? Kita ada C-Box, kita ada OE Min, kita ada Tok Momo.
Tok Momo.
Ataupun DK lah sebenarnya. Tapi dia punya font tu macam Tok Momo.
pun boleh. Jadi dekat sini kita melihat kita ada jungler, kita ada roamer, kita ada goal laner. Biasanya role mana yang selalu ada gol tertinggi ya?
Okey, di sini saya bukanlah nak berkata kasar. Dah nama pun role goal laner. Soalan pun jumlah gol yang terbanyak. So, 1 tambah 1 jadi 2. A, B, C, D. So, you know.
Tak boleh juga anda dikatakan begitu. Kerana jungler adalah petani.
Okey.
Jadi petani juga mencari duit.
Betul. Tapi adakah box petani yang paling efisien? Itu juga menjadi satu persoalan. Adakah Momo walaupun duduk goal laner, dia farm dekat lane dia? Mungkin dia pergi jaga.
Dan mana tu? Mungkin Min?
Mungkin Min.
Kita tak tahu.
Saya tak suka.
Min mungkin boleh mendapatkan gol yang terbanyak.
Min. Ya, sebab kita kena tahu Roma dia dapat gol every minute sebenarnya.
Dia boleh dapatkan assist.
Betul. Dia tak payah farm pun dia boleh dapat duit.
Dia tak perlu kill pun boleh dapat duit.
Memang dahsyat lah. Kalau Min lah jawapannya, saya sangat-sangat terkejut. Tetapi sekarang ini kita ada pantun a wish daripada Alan Fix. Saya akan mulakanlah baca dia punya pantun sekarang ini ya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Musim 9 MPL memang padu. Tim semua gempak selalu. Fan macam saya sangat terharu. Kotak Nescafe saya nak satu. Itulah dia pantun daripada Alan Fix. Tapi first of all, pantun cantik. Takkan nak satu je kotak?
Ya, tetapi dia dah berjaya mendapatkan Nescafe Gift Box 1 dan bukan itu saja. Sekali dengan kotak skin terus diberikan dan ianya adalah epic skin kat sini.
Dia minta 1 kotak Nescafe. Dia dapat 2 jenis kotak dekat sini. Maaf, 3 jenis kotak sebenarnya. Nescafe Gift Box dengan 2 epic skin box. Jadi, Alan Fix, anda kata epic skin box tu tak dapat skin yang awak nak. ID saya 146 7890. Add mungkin boleh transfer skin tu nanti.
Dan saya lebih berminat kepada Nescafe Gift Box tu sebab itu adalah edisi terhad. Kolaborasi bersama dengan Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Jadi saya pun nak kumpul, saya pun nak tengok.
Sekarang ni saya ada dengar suara-suara yang saya tak ingin dengar sebenarnya. Tiba-tiba dalam minda saya terdengar suara seorang rakan karib kita. Nampak macam dia dah bersiap sedia untuk mungkin menemu ramah sedikit pasukan TODAK kerana mereka bukan sahaja masuk ke Grand Final, mereka dah melayakkan diri ke MSC, mewakili Malaysia. MSC, SEA Games and Grand Final. 3 tiket telah ditempah.
Dan
terus pakai saya. Senang buat kerja sebenarnya. Dan kita akan bersama Sid untuk menemu ramah pasukan TODAK.
Terima kasih Saya Adin dan juga Caracal. Seperti yang anda dapat saksikan sekarang ni, saya bersama dengan pasukan TODAK. Okey, alright. Seperti yang anda dapat dengar apa yang dikatakan oleh Adin, mereka bukan sahaja telah pun menempah slot ke pergi Grand Final, tetapi mereka dah menjadi pasukan pertama daripada Malaysia yang melayakkan diri ke peringkat MSC. Jadi saya akan berbual dengan Momo dan juga Moy, Raja Pagoy daripada pasukan TODAK. Tok Momo, alright. Tok Momo. Okey. Apa perasaan selepas berjaya menjadi pasukan pertama Malaysia yang mewakili Malaysia ke peringkat MSC?
Kita orang rasa sangat excited dan happy lah sebab dapat slot MSC. InsyaAllah kita akan buat yang terbaik nanti.
Alright. Untuk Moy pula, apakah target pasukan TODAK di MSC nanti?
Okay, kalau awak tanya mana-mana pasukan pun dia akan target tempat yang pertama.
Simple
as people.
Alright. Okay.
Simple as people.
Sekarang ni, tadi kita saya dah tanya Azim, dia kata dia punya personal dia nak jumpa Suhaz dekat Grand Final dan itu bermaksud Suhaz akan pergi ke MSC kalau masuk Grand Final. Untuk pendapat peribadi Tok Momo pula, pasukan manakah yang Tok Momo nak tengok pergi ke MSC?
Kalau saya nak jumpa Orange kat final sebab kita nak tebus balik kekalahan kita orang kat regular dan Ciku pun nak benda tu.
Alright. Mantap. Sekarang ni, kalau kita tengok tahun 2022, ada 3 tournament yang international. MSC, SEA Games dengan M4 insyaAllah. sekarang ni pasukan Todak dah ada 2 international event, iaitu MSC dan juga SEA Games. Jadi untuk MY sendiri, adakah sekarang itu adalah KPI terbaik untuk pasukan Todak sepanjang tahun 2022? Walaupun kita baru separuh tahun dia.
Saya rasa itu memang pencapaian yang terbaik kita orang dapat setakat ni. InsyaAllah untuk season depan pula kita akan cuba dapatkan untuk M4.
InsyaAllah. Amin, amin. Alright. Jadi mungkin ada sedikit sebanyak nak kata kepada peminat pasukan Todak yang tak henti-henti sokong pasukan Todak. Kita mulakan dengan Tok Momo.
Kepada semua fans Todak yang setia menyokong kita orang, yang walaupun kita orang kalah atau menang, terima kasih banyak.
Moy, last pagoi please. Pagoi.
Astaghfirullahaladzim. Bulan-bulan puasa kena ke?
Kena cepat.
Astaghfirullahaladzim.
Pagoi. Alright. You guys memang sangat awesome, sangat sampai. Alright, jadi kita akan berhenti rehat sebelum kita masuk pada game kita yang seterusnya. Jadi jangan ke mana-mana, kekal dengan MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua
IGN Kuja dan peranan saya dalam tim Caracal adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Nurhadim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah Aim. Saya bermain mid laner untuk tim Caracal. Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam Caracal saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join Caracal ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Ni spesies-spesies macam Caracal. Caracal 1, Caracal 2. Ini Caracal biasa punya lagi. Alright, jom kita check. Lord Zaraki cari.
Macam mana saya untuk describe tim ni? Okay, untuk Caracal ni boleh dikatakan semua player kurang cakap besar.
Bersyukur sebab tak ada masalah ego ataupun star syndrome yang dalam tim Caracal ni tak ada so far.
Okay, kenapa Caracal?
Sebab saya suka sifat dia. Dia macam kucing hutan kan. Kucing hutan yang sangat garang lah. So bila garang ni kita pun nak garang. Lepas tu dia boleh survive. Kita ambil sifat-sifat dia untuk kita contohi lah.
Sebelum kita orang jumpanya nama Caracal ni, kita orang nak pakai nama Black Widow. Kita orang nak pakai nama Labah-Labah. Dia sebab apa Black Widow tu dia punya konsep color tu lawa, dia hitam merah. Tapi bila kita orang cuba search dekat Google, dia keluar Black Widow yang superhero tu. So jadi macam tak nak lah.
Kalau tim yang dulu disebabkan semua baru je, kita ada satu leader je. Tapi disebabkan semua ni, 5 player ni semua yang orang cakap bagus lah. Semua ada minda sendiri dan banyak pilihan sendiri. So susahlah nak communicate.
Ini bukan saya yang cakap, ni majority netizen atau orang-orang luar atau pro player cakap. Diorang kata tim ni tim all star. Diorang kata every player yang ada dalam ni player-player yang berbakat. Tapi kekuatan dekat sini adalah bila kita kumpulkan semua all-star dalam satu tempat, problem dia akan timbul satu je benda. Bila semua menganggap diri ni hebat, diorang akan ada naik satu perasaan ego. So benda tu yang paling susah untuk kita orang kontrol sekarang, untuk turunkan semua ego dan semua orang kata apa, saling bekerjasama.
Bagi aku masih kurang sikit lah sebab apa? Sebab kurang chemistry, baru tukar line up. Tapi saya rasa bolehlah kita dapat fight yang terbaik di MPL Season 9 ni.
Bila dalam environment tu ramai yang matang berfikir, matang untuk bercakap, secara tak langsung Liza dia akan turut join kematangan bila bercakap, kematangan untuk berfikir. So rasanya tak susah untuk handle Ling Eza even though dia punya umur 17.
Caracal! Miau!
Describe playstyle tim ni.
Lebih pasif daripada yang lain. So kita orang main apa je lah.
Sebab setiap game, setiap draft different. Jadi kita kena menyesuaikan diri bawa setiap draft yang ada lah. So tak ada macam spesifik. Kita kuatkan ni, kuatkan tak.
Mati weh. Wow! Halo.
Everyone yang dalam tim ni, diorang ada task diorang sendiri dan diorang ada perspektif, diorang punya role. Setiap momen tu diorang ada perspektif diorang masing-masing. So di mana kat sini kita perlukan trust each other untuk buat shot call. So tak kisahlah siapa pun yang buat shot call, kalau diorang tak ada kepercayaan, benda tu akan susah nak buat.
Sometimes banyak juga macam terlagah mulut dengan dia, bergaduh dengan dia. Apa yang kadang-kadang player macam tak boleh bawa apa yang dalam kepala otak dia. Tapi sebenarnya benda tu kalau player boleh executekan benda yang dia nak tu, sebenarnya benda tu bagus. Jadi saya rasa sekarang pun dengan cara training pun mungkin ada juga bawa benda-benda yang aneh-aneh tu. Dan saya rasa benda tu continue kot. Untuk player-player Caracal bersama-sama berjuanglah untuk MPL Season 9 ni. Dan saya ucapkan tahniah lah sebab masing-masing dah berjaya untuk first step kita layak ke MPL. Tu first step yang sangat berharga lah untuk kita orang yang mengharapkan slot ni. Dan kita teruskan, kalau boleh kita teruskan sampai kita champion. Lepas tu kita wakil Malaysia. So kita sama-sama berjuang lah.
Okay, rambut dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni
Iwi, apa korang tengah buat sekarang ni?
Tengah mencuba mengkaji-kaji gameplay negara luar.
Tim sekarang tengah review game Region MPL Philippines. Buat analis lah, cari ilmu untuk tim juga.
Itu katanya. So kalau boleh paling penting kita semak. Semak.
Kami cuba buat yang terbaik je lah. Walaupun diorang kuat, kami belum kuat.
Guys, sekarang ni pukul 8. So setiap hari kalau ada game ke tak ada game, kita akan morning walk. So morning walk ni dekat sana. Inilah rutian harian kami untuk panas badan. Lepas tu kita akan fokus kat game. Okay? Let's go guys. Let's go.
So far semua okey. Jaga diorang pun senang walaupun diorang lelaki. Tapi bila diorang dengan saya, diorang okey lah dengan cakap macam kita nak kena jaga diorang punya schedule, diorang punya makan apa semua. So far diorang okey dan diorang ikut je.
You suka game yang awal-awal ke atau game yang lewat petang?
Anytime, anywhere, any set time, set place, saya ready. Kita orang semua ready. Just call us. Bring it on!
Sekarang band Muntun dah sampai untuk bawa kita ke arena. Kita jumpa di sana ya.
Okay guys, jangan lupa pakai seat belt.
Dengan mask sekali.
Mask, seat belt. Mask, seat belt dengan tidur.
Assalamualaikum, nama saya Muhammad Fadil bin Hishamuddin ataupun saya lebih dikenali Fadil dalam Mobile Legends ni. And saya merupakan manager untuk Suhaz Esports. Okey, kenapa saya join Suhaz? Saya mempunyai group bosses yang sangat support dan sangat meminati Mobile Legends. Mereka ada visi dan misi untuk membuat esports scene Mobile Legends ni lebih ke hadapan dengan menggunakan nama Suhaz Esports.
Kita orang kekalkan 5 pemain yang sama sebab kita orang maybe ada chemistry lebih sikit daripada tim lain dan kita orang percayalah sesama sendirilah kita orang boleh buat 5.
Okey, kita reset balik.
Masa je lepas dia habis season 8, AV bincang dengan family dia nak stop. So dia nak fokus ke family dia lah. So kita pun tak ada nak halang kan. So it's okay lah kan. Lepas tournament emisi baru-baru ni, kita orang dah try out banyak orang. Tapi tak jumpa macam dia. So saya try call dia, dia kata dia nak main lagi.
Untuk transfer window yang akan datang, maybe Suhaz akan ambil player yang flex lah, yang boleh main banyak posisi. So senang lah kita nak tukar-tukar, mengelirukan enemy lah.
Untuk pelan jangka masa panjang Suhaz, for sure sekarang kami nak bermain di MPL Season 9 dan kami memang nak sangat main dekat MSC, Sukan C ataupun M4. So itu bermula daripada sekarang, perjalanan tu adalah daripada sekarang. Dan untuk kami tak pernah pegang lagi trofi MPL tu yang katanya berat tu. So far tak pernah pegang. So season ni ialah milik kami, milik Suhaz.
Suhaz ni macam saya dah pernah cakap dulu, kita orang dah stick together, dah macam keluarga. Bagi saya susahlah kita nak pecah.
Oh! Langkah pokok. Silam flick.
Suhaz untuk saya, Suhaz is me.
Satu family.
Satu family lah.
Family je.
Kita tak boleh nak berpecah.
Yes, Suhaz is my family and segalanya.
Okey, semua dah and cut.
Perasaan tahun ni agak teruja untuk buat benda dengan player yang baru, dapat chemistry yang baru lah untuk next level punya journey. Secara jujur saya sedih lah sebab mereka bukan lagi satu tim dengan saya, tapi saya harus terus move on lah. Yang tu sedih lah, tapi nak buat macam mana, semua orang ada perjalanan masing-masing, so kita orang masih dalam kontrak berjuang untuk tim ni.
Ramai yang keluar tapi saya lebih gembira dengan teammate saya yang sekarang lah sebab dapat perubahan yang besar lah.
Ini adalah first time saya menjadi captain lah, jadi agak takut lah sebab takut tidak dapat lead team lah. Saya cuba untuk lebih matang lah dengan teammate-teammate yang lain dan saya belajar untuk memberi info-info lah semasa in game.
Bekerja dengan player-player yang agak baru sebenarnya satu cabaran sebab target kami sangat-sangat tinggi. It's a very good learning process, bukan sahaja untuk mereka tapi saya, sebab season ni ialah kami mempertaruhkan sistem yang telah selama ini RSG daripada season yang lepas sampai sekarang. Sebab tu kita bawa Jason daripada Singapura datang ke Malaysia. Agak memberi cabaran sebenarnya sebab Jason tidak fasih berbahasa Melayu.
Hi, my name is Jason Koh Wei Hao and I'm the coach for RSG Malaysia.
Bagi pandangan saya, Jason ni sebagai coach dia memang baguslah dari segi drafting, sebab sebelum ni Jason ni adalah bekas player Mobile Legend, jadi dia fahamlah dengan player-player, apa yang player mau main, apa yang player takut. Jadi dia memahami player, jadi bagi saya itu amat baguslah.
I became a coach to go to other regions to coach a full-time team and hoping that with my many years in the mobile experience, I can help all the talented kids in the other region reach somewhere that I couldn't reach lah. Some problems that I faced while doing online coaching with the team is that first of all, I think language barrier is a thing that definitely we have to face. So not all players can speak fluent English, and of course the things that I say they might not fully understand at times. Maybe they can only understand 90% or 80% of what I'm talking. So that's one of the biggest challenges, as well as I'm not there with them physically. So rather I'm not able to read their mood or rather how they are feeling through their webcam. So I think these are some of the biggest challenges that I'm facing right now.
Definitely underdog, because this season we reshuffle everything. We start back from scratch, but we trust in our system. Sistem kami insya-Allah akan membawa kami, at least kami akan target ke playoff dahulu. Underdog is the best thing that orang kata boleh describe RSG untuk season ini.
Season ni kalau ada orang yang anggap kami underdog, kami terimalah sebab memang season lalu kami underperform. Untuk saya sendiri, saya rasa saya perlu lebih confident dan kembalikan gameplay season 7 saya sebelum ni. Bagi saya, meta sekarang ni boleh fit dengan RSG sebab Kuza ni dia bermain hero assassin dan meta sekarang adalah meta-meta hero assassin. Dan saya juga hero-hero yang meta sekarang ni adalah match-match yang perlukan farming lah. Jadi saya rasa season ni sesuai lah dengan meta kami lah, di stage yang lebih tinggi lah.
Kami telah pergi ke M Series beberapa kali untuk RSG Singapore dan kami confident dengan apa yang ada, bukan sahaja dari segi management tapi dari segi knowledge dan skill dan juga sistem. Kami percaya di setiap negara yang kami masuk M4, contoh seperti Singapore, Filipina dan Malaysia, kami boleh pergi ke N4 lah.
Maybe to my boys as well as to the fans out there, like I mentioned previously, we're gonna have a rocky journey, but at the end of the day, we will reach our destination lah. I hope that you guys, fans and boys included, continue to believe in what we are doing. At the end of the day, when we reach the journey, then we will smile and laugh together.
Real? Like always, let's get faith first.
be the team TODAK Semai. Take one.
Pada pandangan saya, diorang salah kot. Sebab kita orang 3 season, kita orang ada kat grand final. So, nak cakap tak konsisten, saya rasa tak kot. Kita orang insyaAllah konsisten. Tak ada lagi tim yang boleh masuk grand final 3 kali berturut-turut lah.
Mungkin diorang tak faham daripada segi cuba. Contoh daripada segi nak cuba hero, sebab mungkin itu hero yang kita bawa untuk pergi ke tournament ataupun berlawan dengan certain team ataupun player. So nak tak nak kita orang nak kena try benda yang something new untuk kita orang.
First and second week kita orang memang agak kurang perform sikit sebab first kita orang agak tak sihat because of kita orang disahkan positif, and some players pun memang ada rasa lesu badan and then tak semangat. Communication kita orang pun susah sikit lah, agak susah sebab kan kita orang guna Discord kan and not by face to face.
Masa qualifier SEA Games tu kita orang still tak sihat, tapi kita orang still keep training sebab kita orang nak sangat masuk SEA Games tu, semua orang nak lah. So kita orang just all out, buat yang terbaik, just trust each other lah. Dan alhamdulillah kita dapat SEA Games tu.
Perasaan jadi jungler first line up kali ni susah sebab ganti Ciku. So the pressure sangat tinggi lah.
Dia gantikan tempat Ciku, macam you nak gantikan tempat nombor 1 jungler lah, macam mana kan. Dia akan, of course akan ada pressure apa semua, tapi alhamdulillah Haji ni kita selalu bagi semangat dekat dia untuk overcome benda tu lah, and alhamdulillah dia berjaya lakukannya dengan bagus.
Kita juga cuba untuk mainkan peranan Haji as juggler tu supaya satu tim tu dapat bergerak sebagai satu tim yang penuh dengan chemistry and menggunakan hashtag TODAK langgar.
Dan minggu pertama kalah 2 kali berturut tu, biasalah kena kecam kan. Saya tu mental saya kurang kuat, so saya rasa macam nak give up, tapi teammate kata tak apa, boleh lagi. So Ikuto call, Ashi call, Ciku pun bagi semangat.
Dia kena kawal dia punya bad mood tu lah. Dia sebab dia kadang-kadang ada mood okey, ada mood tak okey. So tentulah dia jadi masalah. Tentu jugalah tim rasa macam tak selesa sangat dengan dia sebab dia punya mood tentu. So kalau dia kekalkan mood dia okey je, insyaAllah dia boleh jadi main jungler.
Kau nak ketemu kawan boleh.
Tak, aku poke dia, aku tak lagi. Aku macam poke dia ke belakang je. Banyak aja kau je.
Bila kau tak ada shadow ni teratap.
Ya tu lah.
Kita orang semua bermain dengan sangat teruk, 5-5 sekali. Saya tak nak salahkan dia, saya tak nak salahkan siapa-apa. Just teamwork. Bila dah masuk minggu ketiga dan selepasnya, kita dapat tahu yang Ajik ni seorang yang terlampau sangat ikut buku. Orang suruh buat ni, dia buat ni. Orang suruh buat tu, dia buat tu. So kita try to change the mindset lah first. Kena brainwash dia, nak kena fahamkan.
Masih lagi activate, tetapi lihatlah damage daripada Ciku. Legendary untuk beliau. Saraki, satu lagi kill yang ingin dicari oleh Ciku.
Sebenarnya kita memang plan daripada awal lagi untuk week keempat Ciku akan masuk ke dalam line up. Dia cakap dia bukannya nak rehat pun, dia just nak settlekan beberapa hal yang dia perlu settlekan lah. Perasaan kita orang amat gembira sebab Ciku dah nak main kembali lah kan. Sebab dah lama dia tak main, lebih kurang 4 minggu dah. Kita orang rasa lebih bersemangat dengan adanya Ciku.
Kalau ada Ciku ni kita orang boleh buat banyak lagi benda. Kira-kira macam banyak meta yang pelik-pelik kita orang boleh bawa kalau ada Ciku. Sepanjang saya main MPL daripada season 4 sampailah season sekarang ni, saya rasa this is one of the hardest season lah yang saya boleh kata macam tu, sebab kita ada nampak player-player baru, muka-muka baru. Contoh macam tim daripada MLBB, Zahir daripada Esports, diorang player-player yang bagus lah. Kita orang nak champion MPL, betul kita orang nak cuba buat yang terbaik dekat SEA Games ni untuk dapatkan emas lah kan.
Impian saya untuk tahun ni ialah main di M Series sebab tahun lepas saya tak main.
Disebabkan Moon ni jenis yang kompetitif, so target Moon ataupun my dream is to become number one apa millennial ke match ke apa. My dream is to become a number one team kat dalam dunia ni. Memang sebab itu pun Moon join this scene, this pro scene, MPL dan sebagainya. Memang sebab tu kita orang always try hard to become the best team in the world. #Todak Langgar.
#Todak Langgar.
#Todak Langgar.
Untuk rate ni sebenarnya daripada awal masuk ni saya target macam orang kata organisation macam football lah.
Playstyle rate ni kita main macam sekepala lah. Setiap decision yang kita nak buat ni pastikan semua decision tu sama.
Halo, ada orang? Halo. Rate.
Momennya jadi week the boss up. The guys are dead. Oi, bangun. Dah masa nanti view nanti, oi. IGN Uncle is obviously Uncle Cikano. And Uncle punya role dalam Red Esports is COO untuk Red Esports lah.
Hai, saya Kak Pen daripada Pen Halo dan saya adalah owner ataupun founder bagi tim Red Esports yang sedang main dekat MPL Season 9 sekarang ini. Kalau Season 9 ni orang fikir tim kita ni tim laut sebab dapat slot daripada Bosco.
Banyak sangat kesilapan yang kita lakukan, so kita orang repair at times.
Pada pandangan saya, prestasi Red pada musim ni sebenarnya agak konsisten. Walaupun kita orang ada kalah dengan TODAK dan Caracal, tapi kita orang dapat revenge balik. So, feels good.
Sebagai seorang player and also student, I sanggup je nak hadapi apa-apa as long as I keep improving daripada segi kehidupan. I still yakinlah dengan diri I untuk maju ke hadapan.
Bagi saya, Red Esports nampak perform season ni disebabkan kemasukan coach kita orang, Sora. Player dah punya pengalaman and skill individu yang tersendiri. Cuma just perlukan guide dari seorang coach yang berpengalaman.
Saya ni macam kata apa, boleh-boleh je. Tapi disebabkan macam Sora ni, kadang-kadang saya tengah malam duduk berdua je dengan dia. Duduk depan mic dia macam memperbesarkan hero pool saya lah. Kiranya dia dalam masa yang sama dia kata kita nak bawa kelainan setiap week lah untuk lawan opponent supaya opponent tak boleh pasti kan.
Lepas ni kau kena belajar kaedah tank dan sinatan.
First time Sora datang tu, soalan pertama saya tanya dia, Sora boleh tak bantu tim saya? Dan dia cakap, jangan risau, dia boleh jamin dia akan bagi tim saya nombor 1 hingga 3.
Perbezaannya ialah season lepas masa coach Suhaz tu kita orang mungkin lacking somewhere dan mungkin apa yang dia cuba nak bawa tu kita orang tak boleh bawa, tak kena lah. So dengan Sora ni dia fix tau kita orang punya kelemahan tu, dia tahulah macam mana nak handle. Mungkin gameplay Sora tu kena dengan gameplay tim kita.
Saya kena bagi ajar sedikit bagi jalan untuk dorang supaya dorang lebih berkembang. Saya agak risau sebab dorang adalah player yang lama. So saya risau yang dorang tak nak dengar cakap saya, tapi alhamdulillah dorang support saya, dorang dengar cakap saya happy lah untuk berada kat tim ni.
So Sora ni saya respect dia sebab dia rajin bincang teori semua sampai dapat solution.
Saya masuk ke Red ni start dari second tier lah. Saya kenal dengan seorang player Red ni, Ash. Lepas tu dia main dengan dia lama-lama. Lepas tu dia pun minat dekat saya, dia kenalkan saya dekat Red. Dari situlah saya dapat masuk Red Esports.
Zahid ni perangai budak-budak dia memang ada. Friends tu nampak lah dia macam dia masih perlukan kena ada orang tegur dia. Benda-benda tu lah sebab dia muda lagi kan.
Zahid ni perwatakan dia seorang yang pembersih lah. Saya terkejut lah sebab muka dia macam gangster tapi rupanya pembersih.
Zahid pada mulanya agak keras sedikit. Dia player yang kuat, selalu menang dekat rank. So agak susah untuk kami tegur dia. Tapi lama kelamaan dia rasa yang dia perlu belajar lebih lagi bila masuk dekat pro scene. Tu buat saya happy lah sebab dia dah berubah untuk menjadi lebih baik.
Saya dapat merasakan main game ni berhasil lah, tak sia-sia. So, saya bangga dengan diri saya. Dah saya dapat capai apa yang saya nak. Saya jadikan sebagai ini kejayaan saya.
Sebab ramai orang ingat kita orang ni tim underdog, tim yang mungkin dia orang tak expect yang kita orang akan dapat nombor 1 placing dalam bracket.
Impian saya untuk Red champion lah. Kalau boleh saya nak champion lah season ni. Wakil MSC dan cuba lah try untuk grab that title. Dream saya nak sangatlah champion untuk MPL season 9 ni, dan saya nak banggakan kat ibu bapa saya yang saya boleh pergi jauh dalam dunia e-sport ni, dan saya bukan main game hanya sia-sia.
Pertama sekali saya fokuskan untuk lepas playoff. Kedua, saya nak player nampak ke mana kesilapan diorang, mana part yang diorang boleh baiki supaya boleh jadi champion.
Dah tiba masanya untuk aku mencari pewaris Dragon Master. Antara kamu berdua, siapakah yang layak?
One fatal blow is more than enough. I shall regain what I deserve.
Kemenangan bukan datang dari kuasa yang kita ada, tapi datang dari dalaman kita.
Dah sampai pun. Bolehlah tolong Tok buat persiapan hari raya.
Tok, memandangkan kami dah buat tugas Tok tadi. Sekarang ni kami ada tugasan pula untuk Tok, kan?
Cucu Tok selalu main game macam ni.
Cucu Tok, mana dia? Dia tak balik raya.
Assalamualaikum, Tok. Akmal.
Wawan, Ling, Yin. Selamat Raya, Tok. Maaf zahir dan batin.
Selamat Raya, Mal.
Lepas ni jom. Okay, on.
Defend bottom.
Push. Jom, Mopi.
Defend top. Okay, nice try. Uish, gempak lah korang. Korang kena join MPL musim baru ni.
senjata itu atau kau akan mati.
Jangan harap.
Siapa hantar kau?
Hidup Black Dragon.
Selamat datang ke pusingan akhir Martial Arts Warrior. Juara pada malam ini akan dibawa masuk ke dalam dunia MY. Sebelah kiri saya, Gezora. Dan di sebelah kanan saya,
Telah tiba masanya untuk pasukan-pasukan terbaik Mobile Legends Bang Bang daripada seluruh Asia Tenggara berkumpul. Piala MLBB Asia Tenggara atau MSC 2022. Siapa yang akan menang dan siapa yang akan kalah? Pasukan manakah yang akan terbang ke langit biru dan dinobatkan Raja Asia Tenggara? Seperti zodiak, 12 pasukan daripada rantau ini akan bertanding dalam 2 peringkat. Peringkat kumpulan dan peringkat kalah mati. Setiap kumpulan akan ada 3 pasukan dan mereka akan bertanding antara satu sama lain dalam perlawanan terbaik daripada 2 di mana pasukan terbawah di dalam setiap kumpulan akan disingkirkan. 8 pasukan yang masih tinggal akan meneruskan perjalanan dahsyat mereka. Sebagai pentas kepada perlawanan-perlawanan hebat antara gergasi-gergasi ini, MSC 2022 akan diadakan di Bandar Perbezaan dan Kepelbagaian, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Saksikan pertembungan antara gergasi daripada rantau MLBB terunggul daripada 11 Jun hingga 19 Jun. Ikuti #Supremacy untuk ikuti perkembangannya. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, tempat adiwira mencipta sejarah. Give it up.
Welcome to the M World. It's true. Fight as you may, become the champion, and the M World will grant you your deepest wish. Today, the game is defeat the Trophy Guardian.
The kiddo didn't win. He's just handpicked. I break boundaries, not bonds. This is more than a game to me. I was never meant to be a watchdog. Not a fan of technology. I guess the day has come for us. I like egg fried rice too. Oh, I mean the food, not the sweet. Teamwork? Maybe.
Make some noise, everybody!
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the arts of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Holds infinite potential.
Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonates from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Caracal! IGN Kuja dan peranan saya dalam tim Caracal adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Nur Hadim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah Aim. Saya bermain mid laner untuk tim Caracal.
Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam Caracal saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join Caracal ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah, qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Ni spesies-spesies macam Caracal. Caracal 1, Caracal 2. Ini Caracal biasa punya lagi. Alright, jom kita check. Lord Zaraki cari.
Macam mana saya untuk describe tim ni? Okay, untuk Caracal ni boleh dikatakan semua player kurang cakap besar.
Bersyukur sebab tak ada masalah ego ataupun star syndrome yang dalam tim Caracal ni tak ada so far.
Okay, kenapa Caracal?
Sebab saya suka sifat dia. Dia macam kucing hutan kan. Kucing hutan yang sangat garang lah. So bila garang ni kita pun nak garang. Lepas tu dia boleh survive. Kita ambil sifat-sifat dia untuk kita contohilah.
Sebelum kita orang jumpanya nama Caracal ni, kita orang nak pakai nama Black Widow. Kita orang nak pakai nama Labah-Labah. Sebab apa Black Widow tu dia punya konsep color tu lawa, dia hitam merah. Tapi bila kita orang cuba search dekat Google, dia keluar Black Widow yang superhero tu. So jadi macam tak naklah.
Kalau tim yang dulu disebabkan semua baru je, kita ada satu leader je. Tapi disebabkan semua ni, 5 player ni semua yang orang cakap bagus lah. Semua ada minda sendiri dan banyak pilihan sendiri. So susahlah nak communicate.
Ini bukan saya yang cakap, ni majority netizen atau orang-orang luar atau pro player cakap. Diorang kata tim ni tim all star. Diorang kata every player yang ada dalam ni player yang berbakat. Tapi kekuatan dekat sini adalah bila kita kumpulkan semua all-star dalam satu tempat, problemnya akan timbul satu je benda. Bila semua menganggap diri ni hebat, diorang akan ada naik satu perasaan ego. So benda tu yang paling susah untuk kita orang kontrol sekarang, untuk turunkan semua ego dan semua orang kata apa, saling bekerjasama.
Bagi aku masih kurang sikit lah sebab apa? Sebab kurang chemistry, baru tukar line up. Tapi saya rasa bolehlah kita dapat fight yang terbaik di MPL Season 9 ni.
Bila
dalam environment tu ramai yang matang berfikir, matang untuk bercakap. Secara tak langsung Link Eza dia akan turut join kematangan bila bercakap, kematangan untuk berfikir. So rasanya tak susah untuk handle Link Eza even though dia punya umur 17.
Caracal! Miau!
Describe playstyle tim ni.
Lebih pasif daripada yang lain. So kita orang main apa je lah.
Sebab setiap game, setiap draft different. Jadi kita kena menyesuaikan diri bawa setiap draft yang ada lah. So tak ada macam spesifik. Kita kuatkan ni, kuatkan tak.
Mati weh. Halo.
Everyone yang dalam tim ni diorang ada task diorang sendiri dan diorang ada perspektif diorang punya role. Setiap momen tu diorang ada perspektif diorang masing-masing. So di mana kat sini kita perlukan trust each other untuk buat shot call. So tak kisahlah siapa pun yang buat shot call. Kalau diorang tak ada kepercayaan, benda tu akan susah nak buat.
Sometimes banyak juga macam terlagah mulut dengan dia, bergaduh dengan dia. Apa yang kadang-kadang player macam tak boleh bawa apa yang dalam kepala otak dia. Tapi sebenarnya benda tu kalau player boleh executekan benda yang dia nak tu, sebenarnya benda tu bagus. Jadi saya rasa sekarang pun dengan cara training pun mungkin ada juga bawa benda-benda yang aneh-aneh tu. Dan saya rasa benda tu continue kot.
Untuk player-player Caracal sama-sama berjuanglah untuk MPL season 9 ni. Dan saya ucapkan tahniah lah sebab masing-masing dah berjaya untuk first step, kita layak ke MPL. Tu first step yang sangat berharga lah untuk kita orang yang mengharapkan slot ni. Dan kita teruskan, kalau boleh kita teruskan sampai kita champion. Lepas tu kita wakil Malaysia. So kita sama-sama berjuang lah. Rambut dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni
Ini apa korang tengah buat sekarang ni?
Tengah mencuba mengkaji-kaji gameplay negara luar.
Tim sekarang tengah review game Region MPL Philippines. Buat analis lah, cari ilmu untuk tim juga.
Itu sepatutnya. So kalau boleh, paling penting kita semak. Semak.
Kami cuba buat yang terbaik je lah. Walaupun diorang kuat, kami pun kuat.
Guys, sekarang ni pukul 8. So setiap hari kalau ada game ke tak ada game, kita akan morning walk. So morning walk ni dekat sana. Inilah rutian harian kami untuk panas badan. Lepas tu kita akan fokus kat game. Okay. Let's go guys. Let's go.
So far semua okey. Jaga diorang pun senang walaupun diorang lelaki. Tapi bila diorang dengan saya, diorang okey lah dengan cakap macam kita nak kena jaga diorang punya schedule, diorang punya makan apa semua. So far diorang okey dan diorang ikut je.
You suka game yang awal-awal ke atau game yang lewat petang?
Anytime, anywhere, any set time, set place, saya ready. Kita orang semua ready. Just call us. Bring it on!
Sekarang band Muntun dah sampai untuk bawa kita ke arena. Kita jumpa di sana ya.
Okay guys, jangan lupa pakai seat belt.
Dengan mask tadi.
Mask, seat belt. Mask, seat belt dengan tidur.
Assalamualaikum, nama saya Muhammad Fadil bin Hishamuddin ataupun saya lebih dikenali Fadil dalam Mobile Legends ni. And saya merupakan manager untuk Suhaz Esports. Okey, kenapa saya join Suhaz? Saya mempunyai group bosses yang
sangat support dan sangat meminati Mobile Legends. Mereka ada visi dan misi untuk membuat e-sport scene Mobile Legends ni lebih ke hadapan dengan menggunakan nama Suhaz Esports.
Kita orang kekalkan 5 pemain yang sama sebab kita orang maybe ada chemistry lebih sikit daripada tim lain dan kita orang percayalah sesama sendirilah kita orang boleh buat 5.
Okey, kita reset balik.
Masa je lepas dia habis season 8, AV bincang dengan family dia, dia nak stop. So dia nak fokus ke family dia lah. So kita pun tak ada nak halang kan. So it's okay lah kan. Lepas tournament emisi baru-baru ni, kita orang dah try out banyak orang. Tapi tak jumpa macam dia. So saya try call dia, dia kata dia nak main lagi.
Untuk transfer window yang akan datang, maybe Suhaz akan ambil player yang flex lah, yang boleh main banyak posisi. So senang lah kita nak tukar-tukar, mengelirukan enemy lah.
Untuk pelan jangka masa panjang Suhaz, for sure sekarang kami nak bermain di MPL Season 9 dan kami memang nak sangat main dekat MSC, Sukan C ataupun M4. So itu bermula daripada sekarang, perjalanan tu adalah daripada sekarang. Dan untuk kami tak pernah pegang lagi trofi MPL tu yang katanya berat tu. So far tak pernah pegang. So season ni ialah milik kami, milik Suhaz.
Suhaz ni macam saya dah pernah cakap dulu, kita orang dah stick together, dah macam keluarga. Bagi saya susahlah kita nak pecah.
Oh!
Langkah pokok.
Silam flick. Bagi tepuk. Alhamdulillah, nice. Alhamdulillah.
Suhaz untuk saya, Suhaz is me.
Satu family.
Satu family lah.
Family je. Kita tak boleh nak berpecah.
Yes, Suhaz is my family and segalanya.
Okey, semua dah and cut.
Masuk cepat. Memanglah ni untuk episode dah.
Perasaan tahun 16 agak teruja untuk buat benda dengan player yang baru, dapat chemistry yang barulah untuk next level punya journey. Secara jujur saya sedih lah sebab mereka bukan lagi satu tim dengan saya, tapi saya harus terus move on lah. Yang tu sedih lah, tapi nak buat macam mana, semua orang ada perjalanan masing-masing. So kita orang masih dalam kontrak berjuang untuk tim ni.
Ramai yang keluar tapi saya lebih gembira dengan teammate saya yang sekarang lah sebab dapat perubahan yang besar lah.
Ini adalah first time saya menjadi captain lah, jadi agak takut lah sebab takut tidak dapat lead team lah. Saya cuba untuk lebih matang lah dengan teammate-teammate yang lain dan saya belajar untuk memberi info-info lah semasa in-game.
Bekerja dengan player-player yang agak baru sebenarnya satu cabaran sebab target kami sangat-sangat tinggi. It's a very good learning process, bukan sahaja untuk mereka tapi saya, sebab season ni ialah kami mempertaruhkan sistem yang telah selama ini RSG daripada season yang lepas sampai sekarang. Sebab tu kita bawa Jason daripada Singapura datang ke Malaysia. Agak memberi cabaran sebenarnya sebab Jason tidak fasih berbahasa Melayu.
Hi, my name is Jason Koh Wei Hao and I'm the coach for RSG Malaysia.
Bagi pandangan saya, Jason ni sebagai coach, dia memang baguslah dari segi drafting. Sebab sebelum ni, Jason ni adalah bekas player Mobile Legends. Jadi, dia fahamlah dengan player-player, apa yang player mau main, apa yang player takut. Jadi, dia memahami player. Jadi, bagi saya itu amat baguslah.
I became a coach to go to other regions to coach a full-time team and hoping that with my many years in the mobile experience, I can help all the talented kids in the other region reach somewhere that I couldn't reach lah. Some problems that I faced while doing online coaching with the team is that first of all, I think language barrier is a thing that definitely we have to face. So not all players can speak fluent English, and of course the things that I say they might not fully understand at times. Maybe they can only understand 90% or 80% of what I'm talking. So that's one of the biggest challenges, as well as I'm not there with them physically. So rather I'm not able to read their mood, or rather how they are feeling through their webcam. So I think these are some of the biggest challenges that I'm facing right now.
How will you describe RSG?
Definitely underdog, because this season we reshuffle everything. We start back from scratch, but we trust in our system. Sistem kami insya-Allah akan membawa kami, at least kami akan target ke playoff dahulu. Underdog is the best thing that orang kata boleh describe RSG untuk season ini.
Season ni kalau ada orang yang anggap kami underdog, kami terima lah, sebab memang season lalu kami underperform lah. Untuk saya sendiri, saya rasa saya perlu lebih confident dan kembalikan gameplay season 7 saya sebelum ni. Bagi saya, meta sekarang ni boleh fit dengan RSG sebab Kuza ni dia bermain hero assassin dan meta sekarang adalah meta-meta hero assassin. Dan saya juga hero-hero yang meta sekarang ni adalah match-match yang perlukan farming lah. Jadi saya rasa season ni sesuai lah dengan meta kami lah, di stage yang lebih tinggi lah.
Kami telah pergi ke M Series beberapa kali untuk RSG Singapore dan kami confident dengan apa yang ada, bukan sahaja dari segi management tapi dari segi knowledge dan skill dan juga sistem. Kami percaya di setiap negara yang kami masuk M4, contoh seperti Singapore, Filipina dan Malaysia, kami boleh pergi ke N4 lah.
Maybe to my boys as well as to the fans out there, like I mentioned previously, we're gonna have a rocky journey, but at the end of the day, we will reach our destination lah. I hope that you guys, fans and boys included, continue to believe in what we are doing. At the end of the day, when we reach the journey, then we will smile and laugh together.
GG RSG!
Bener? Like always, let's give faith first.
The team TODAK Semai, take one.
Pada pandangan saya, diorang salah kot. Sebab kita orang 3 season kita orang ada kat grand final. So nak cakap tak konsisten, rasa tak kot. Kita orang insyaAllah konsisten. Tak ada lagi tim yang boleh masuk grand final 3 kali berturut-turut lah.
Mungkin diorang tak faham daripada segi cuba. Contoh daripada segi nak cuba hero, sebab mungkin itu hero yang kita bawa untuk pergi ke tournament ataupun berlawan dengan certain team ataupun player. So nak tak nak kita orang nak kena try benda yang something new untuk kita orang.
First and second week kita orang memang agak kurang perform sikit sebab first kita orang agak tak sihat because of kita orang disahkan positif, and some players pun memang ada rasa lesu badan and then tak semangat. Communication kita orang pun susah sikit lah, agak susah sebab kan kita orang guna Discord kan and not by face to face.
Masa qualifier SEA Games tu kita orang still tak sihat, tapi kita orang still keep training sebab kita orang nak sangat masuk SEA Games tu, semua orang nak lah. So kita orang just all out, buat yang terbaik, just trust each other lah. Dan alhamdulillah kita dapat SEA Games tu.
Perasaan jadi jungler first line up kali ni susah sebab ganti Ciku. So the pressure sangat tinggi lah.
Dia gantikan tempat Ciku, macam you nak gantikan tempat nombor 1 jungler lah, macam mana kan. Dia akan, of course akan ada pressure apa semua, tapi alhamdulillah Haji ni kita selalu bagi semangat dekat dia untuk overcome benda tu lah, and alhamdulillah dia berjaya lakukannya dengan bagus.
Kita juga cuba untuk mainkan peranan Haji as juggler tu supaya satu tim tu dapat bergerak sebagai satu tim yang penuh dengan chemistry and menggunakan hashtag TODAK langgar.
Dan minggu pertama kalah 2 kali berturut tu, biasalah kena kecam kan. Saya tu mental saya kurang kuat, so saya rasa macam nak give up, tapi teammate kata tak apa, boleh lagi. So Ikuto call, Ashi call, Ciku pun bagi semangat.
Dia kena kawal dia punya bad mood tu lah. Dia sebab Dia kadang-kadang ada mood okey, ada mood tak okey. So tentulah dia jadi masalah. Tentu jugalah tim rasa macam tak selesa sangat dengan dia sebab dia punya mood tentu. So kalau dia kekalkan mood dia okey je, insya-Allah dia boleh jadi main jangka.
Kau nak continue zaman boleh.
Tak, aku poke dia, aku tak lagi, aku macam poke dia ke belakang je. Banyak-banyak kau je.
Kan bila kau tak ada shadow ni teratap.
Ya tu lah. Kita orang semua bermain dengan sangat teruk, 5-5 sekali. Saya tak nak salahkan dia, saya tak nak salahkan siapa-apa. Just teamwork. Bila dah masuk minggu ketiga dan selepasnya kita dapat tahu yang Ajik ni seorang yang terlampau sangat ikut buku. Orang suruh buat ni, dia buat ni. Orang suruh buat tu, dia buat tu. So kita try to change the mindset lah first. Kena brainwash dia, nak kena fahamkan.
Masih lagi activate tetapi lihatlah damage daripada Chiku legendary untuk beliau. Saraki, satu lagi kill yang ingin dicari oleh Chiku.
Sebenarnya kita memang plan daripada awal lagi untuk week keempat Chiku akan masuk ke dalam line up. Dia cakap dia bukannya nak rehat pun, dia just nak settlekan beberapa hal yang dia perlu settlekan lah. Perasaan kita orang amat gembira sebab Chiku dah nak main kembali lah kan. Sebab dah lama dia tak main lebih kurang 4 minggu dah. Kita orang rasa lebih bersemangat dengan adanya Chiku.
Kalau ada Chiku ni kita orang boleh buat banyak lagi benda. Kiranya macam banyak meta yang pelik-pelik kita orang boleh bawa kalau ada Chiku.
Sepanjang saya main MPL daripada season 4 sampailah season sekarang ni, saya rasa this is one of the hardest season lah yang saya boleh kata macam tu, sebab kita ada nampak player-player baru, muka-muka baru. Contoh macam tim daripada Esports, Zahir daripada Esports, diorang player-player yang bagus lah.
Kita orang nak champion MPL, lepas tu kita orang nak cuba buat yang terbaik dekat SEA Games ni untuk dapatkan emas lah kan.
Impian saya untuk tahun ni ialah main di M Series sebab tahun lepas saya tak main.
Disebabkan Moon ni jenis yang kompetitif, so target Moon ataupun my dream is to become number one apa millennial ke match ke apa. My dream is to become a number one team kat dalam dunia ni. Memang sebab itu pun Moon join this scene, this pro scene, MPL dan sebagainya. Memang sebab tu kita orang always try hard to become the best team in the world. Hashtag TODAK Langgar.
Hashtag TODAK Langgar.
Hashtag TODAK Langgar.
Untuk rate ni sebenarnya daripada awal masuk ni saya target macam orang kata organisation macam football lah.
Playstyle rate ni kita main macam sekepala lah. Setiap edition yang kita nak buat ni pastikan semua edition tu sama.
Halo, ada orang? Halo. Rick?
Moment ya, every week the boys up. You guys are dead. Oi, bangun. Dah masa nanti view nanti, oi. IGN Uncle is obviously Uncle Cikano. And Uncle punya role dalam Red Esports is COO untuk Red Esports lah.
Hai, saya Kak Pen daripada Pen Halo dan saya adalah owner ataupun founder bagi tim Red Esports yang sedang main dekat MPL season 9 sekarang ini. Kalau season 9 ni orang fikir tim kita ni tim laut sebab dapat slot daripada Bosco.
Banyak sangat kesilapan yang kita lakukan, so kita orang repair at times.
Pada pandangan saya, prestasi rate pada musim ni sebenarnya agak konsisten. Walaupun kita orang ada kalah dengan TODAK dan Caracal, tapi kita orang dapat revenge balik. So, feels good.
Sebagai seorang player and also student, saya sanggup je nak hadapi apa-apa as long as I keep improving daripada segi kehidupan. I still yakinlah dengan diri I untuk maju ke hadapan.
Bagi saya, Red Esports nampak perform season ni sebabkan kemasukan coach kita orang, Sora. Player dah punya pengalaman and skill individu yang tersendiri. Cuma just perlukan guide dari seorang coach yang berpengalaman.
Saya ni macam kata apa, boleh-boleh je. Tapi disebabkan macam Sora ni, kadang-kadang saya tengah malam duduk berdua je dengan dia. Duduk depan mic dia macam memperbesarkan hero pool saya lah. Kiranya dia dalam masa yang sama dia kata kita nak bawa kelainan setiap week lah untuk lawan opponent supaya opponent tak boleh pasti kan.
Lepas ni kau kena belajar kaedah tank dan sinatan.
First time Sora datang tu, soalan pertama saya tanya dia, Sora boleh tak bantu tim saya? Dan dia cakap, jangan risau, dia boleh jamin dia akan bagi tim saya nombor 1 hingga 3.
Perbezaannya ialah season lepas masa coach Suhaz tu kita orang mungkin lacking somewhere dan mungkin apa yang dia cuba nak bawa tu kita orang tak boleh bawa, tak kena lah. So dengan Sora ni dia fix tau kita orang punya kelemahan tu, dia tahulah macam mana nak handle. Mungkin gameplay Sora tu kena dengan gameplay tim kita.
Saya kena bagi ajar sedikit bagi jalan untuk diorang supaya diorang lebih berkembang. Saya agak risau sebab diorang adalah player yang lama. So saya risau yang diorang tak nak dengar cakap saya. Tapi alhamdulillah diorang support saya, diorang dengar cakap saya happy lah untuk berada kat tim ni.
So Sora ni saya respect dia sebab dia rajin bincang teori semua sampai dapat solution.
Saya masuk ke rap ni start dari second tier lah. Saya kenal dengan seorang player rap ni, Ash. Lepas tu dia main dengan dia lama-lama. Lepas tu dia pun minat dekat saya. Dia kenalkan saya dekat rap. Dari situlah saya dapat masuk rap e-sport.
Zaid ni perangai budak-budak dia memang ada. Friends tu nampak lah dia macam dia masih perlukan kena ada orang tegur dia. Benda-benda tu lah sebab dia muda lagi kan.
Zaid ni perwatakan dia seorang yang pembersih lah. Saya terkejut lah sebab muka dia macam gangster tapi rupanya pembersih.
Zaid pada mulanya agak keras sedikit. Dia player yang kuat, selalu menang dekat rank. So agak susah untuk kami tegur dia. Tapi lama kelamaan dia rasa yang dia perlu belajar lebih lagi bila masuk dekat pro scene. Tu buat saya happy lah sebab dia dah berubah untuk menjadi lebih baik. Saya dapat merasakan main game ni berhasil lah, tak sia-sia. So, saya bangga dengan diri saya. Dah saya dapat capai apa yang saya nak. Saya jadikan sebagai ini kejayaan saya.
Sebab ramai orang ingat kita orang ni team underdog, team yang mungkin dia orang tak expect yang kita orang akan dapat nombor 1 placing dalam bracket.
Impian saya untuk rate champion lah. Kalau boleh saya nak champion lah season ni. Wakil MSC dan cuba try untuk grab that title.
Dream saya nak sangatlah champion untuk MPL season 9 ni dan saya nak banggakan kat ibu bapa saya yang saya boleh pergi jauh dalam dunia e-sport ni dan saya bukan main game hanya sia-sia. Pertama sekali saya fokuskan untuk lepas playoff. Kedua, saya nak player nampak ke mana kesilapan diorang, mana part yang diorang boleh baiki supaya boleh jadi champion.
Dah tiba masanya untuk aku mencari pewaris Dragon Master. Antara kamu berdua, siapakah yang layak?
One fatal blow is more than enough. I shall regain what I deserve.
Kemenangan bukan datang dari kuasa yang kita ada, tapi datang dari dalaman kita.
Dah sampai pun. Bolehlah tolong Tok buat persiapan hari raya.
Tok memandangkan kami dah buat tugas Tok tadi. Sekarang ni kami ada tugasan pula untuk Tok kan?
Cucu Tok selalu main game macam ni.
Cucu Tok, mana dia? Dia tak balik raya. Ha?
Assalamualaikum, Tok.
Akmal!
Wawan, Ling, Yin. Selamat Raya, Tok. Maaf zahir dan batin.
Selamat Raya, Mal.
Lepas ni jom. Okay, on.
Defend bottom.
Push. Jom, Mopi.
Defend top. Okay, nice try. Uish, gempak lah korang. Korang kena join MPL musim baru ni.
Bagi aku senjata tu atau kau akan mati.
Jangan harap.
Siapa hantar kau?
Hidup Black Dragon.
Selamat datang ke pusingan akhir Martial Arts Warrior. Juara pada malam ini akan dibawa masuk ke dalam dunia MY. Sebelah kiri saya, Gezora. Dan di sebelah kanan saya,
Telah tiba masanya untuk pasukan-pasukan terbaik Mobile Legends Bang Bang daripada daripada seluruh Asia Tenggara berkumpul. Piala MLBB Asia Tenggara atau MSC 2022. Siapa yang akan menang dan siapa yang akan kalah? Pasukan manakah yang akan terbang ke langit biru dan dinobatkan Raja Asia Tenggara? Seperti zodiak, 12 pasukan daripada rantau ini akan bertanding dalam 2 peringkat. Peringkat kumpulan dan peringkat kalah mati. Setiap kumpulan akan ada 3 pasukan dan mereka akan bertanding antara satu sama lain dalam perlawanan terbaik daripada 2 di mana pasukan terbawah di dalam setiap kumpulan akan disingkirkan. 8 pasukan yang masih tinggal akan meneruskan perjalanan dahsyat mereka. Sebagai pentas kepada perlawanan-perlawanan hebat antara gergasi-gergasi ini, MSC 2022 akan diadakan di Bandar Perbezaan dan Kepelbagaian, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Saksikan pertembungan antara gergasi daripada rantau MLBB terunggul daripada 11 Jun hingga 19 Jun. Ikuti #Supremacy untuk ikuti perkembangannya. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, tempat adiwira mencipta sejarah.
Give it up.
Welcome to the M World. It's true. Fight as you may, become the champion, and the M World will grant you your deepest wish. Today, the game is defeat the Trophy Guardian.
The kiddo didn't win. He's just handpicked. I break boundaries, not bonds. This is more than a game to me. I was never meant to be a watchdog. Not a fan of technology. I guess the day has come for us. I like egg fried rice too. Oh, I mean the food, not the sweet. Teamwork? Maybe.
Make some noise, everybody!
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the arts of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Its infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonates from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Caracal! IGN Kuja dan peranan saya dalam tim Caracal adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Nuradim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah Aim. Saya bermain mid laner untuk tim Caracal.
Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam Caracal saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join Caracal ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Ni spesies-spesies macam Caracal. Caracal 1, Caracal 2. Ini Caracal biasa punya lagi. Alright, jom kita check. Lord Zaraki cari.
Macam mana saya untuk describe tim ni? Okay, untuk Caracal ni boleh dikatakan semua player kurang cakap besar.
Bersyukur sebab tak ada masalah ego ataupun star syndrome yang dalam tim Caracal ni tak ada so far.
Okay, kenapa Caracal?
Sebab saya suka sifat dia. Dia macam kucing hutan kan. Kucing hutan yang sangat garang lah. So bila garang ni kita pun nak garang. Lepas tu dia boleh survive. Kita ambil sifat-sifat dia untuk kita contohi lah.
Sebelum kita orang jumpanya nama Caracal ni, kita orang nak pakai nama Black Widow. Kita orang nak pakai nama Labah-Labah. Dia sebab apa Black Widow tu dia punya konsep color tu lawa, dia hitam merah. Tapi bila kita orang cuba search dekat Google, dia keluar Black Widow yang superhero tu. So jadi macam tak nak lah.
Kalau tim yang dulu disebabkan semua baru je, kita ada satu leader je. Tapi disebabkan semua ni, 5 player ni semua yang orang cakap bagus lah. Semua ada minda sendiri dan banyak pilihan sendiri. So susah lah nak communicate.
Ini bukan saya yang cakap, ini majority netizen atau orang-orang luar atau pro-pro player cakap. Diorang kata tim ni tim all-star. Diorang kata every player yang ada dalam ni player-player yang berbakat. Tapi kekuatan dekat sini adalah bila kita kumpulkan semua all-star dalam satu tempat, problem dia akan timbul satu je benda. Bila semua menganggap diri ni hebat, diorang akan ada naik satu perasaan ego. So benda tu yang paling susah untuk kita kontrol sekarang, untuk turunkan semua ego dan semua orang kata apa, saling bekerjasama.
Bagi aku masih kurang sikit lah sebab apa? Sebab kurang chemistry, baru tukar line up. Tapi saya rasa bolehlah kita dapat fight yang terbaik di MPL Season 9 ni.
Bila dalam environment tu ramai yang matang berfikir, matang untuk bercakap, secara tak langsung Lieza dia akan turut join kematangan bila bercakap, kematangan untuk berfikir. So rasanya tak susah untuk handle Link Eza even though dia punya umur 17.
Caracal! Miau!
Squad playstyle tim ni lebih pasif daripada yang lain. So kita orang main apa je lah.
Sebab setiap game, setiap draft different. Jadi kita kena menyesuaikan diri, bawa setiap draft yang ada lah. So tak ada macam spesifik kita kuatkan ni, kuatkan tak.
Mati weh. Wow! Halo.
Everyone yang dalam tim ni, diorang ada task diorang sendiri dan diorang ada perspektif, diorang punya role. Setiap momen tu diorang ada perspektif diorang masing-masing. So di mana kat sini kita perlukan trust each other untuk buat shot call. So tak kisahlah siapa pun yang buat shot call, kalau diorang tak ada kepercayaan, benda tu akan susah nak buat.
Sometimes banyak juga macam terlagah mulut dengan dia, bergaduh dengan dia. Apa yang kadang-kadang player macam tak boleh bawa apa yang dalam kepala otak dia. Tapi sebenarnya benda tu kalau player boleh executekan benda yang dia nak tu, sebenarnya benda tu bagus. Jadi saya rasa sekarang pun dengan cara training pun mungkin ada juga bawa benda-benda yang aneh-aneh tu. Dan saya rasa benda tu continue kot.
Untuk player-player Caracal, sama-sama berjuanglah untuk MPL Season 9 ni. Dan saya ucapkan tahniah lah sebab masing-masing dah berjaya untuk first step, kita layak ke MPL. Tu first step yang sangat berharga lah untuk kita orang yang mengharapkan slot ni. Dan kita teruskan, kalau boleh kita teruskan sampai kita champion, lepas tu kita wakil Malaysia. So kita sama-sama berjuang lah.
Okay, rambut dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni
Ili, apa korang tengah buat sekarang ni?
Tengah mencuba mengkaji-kaji gameplay negara luar.
Tim sekarang tengah review game Region MPL Philippines. Buat analis lah, cari ilmu untuk tim juga.
Itu sepatutnya. So kalau boleh, paling penting kita semak. Semak.
Kami cuba buat yang terbaik je lah. Walaupun diorang kuat, kami pun kuat.
Guys, sekarang ni pukul 8. So setiap hari kalau ada game ke tak ada game, kita akan morning walk. So morning walk ni dekat sana. Inilah rutian harian kami untuk panas badan. Lepas tu kita akan fokus kat game. Okay, let's go guys. Let's go.
So far semua okey. Jaga diorang pun senang walaupun diorang lelaki. Tapi bila diorang dengan saya, diorang okey lah dengan cakap macam kita nak kena jaga diorang punya schedule, diorang punya makan apa semua. So far diorang okey dan diorang ikut je.
You suka game yang awal-awal ke atau game yang lewat petang?
Anytime, anywhere, any set time, set place, saya ready. Kita semua ready. Just call us. Bring it on!
Sekarang band Muntun dah sampai untuk bawa kita ke arena. Kita jumpa di sana ya.
Okay guys, jangan lupa pakai seat belt.
Dengan mask sekali.
Masih back. Masih back dengan hidup.
Hai, Assalamualaikum. Nama saya Muhammad Fadil bin Hishamuddin ataupun saya lebih dikenali Fadil dalam Mobile Legends ni. And saya merupakan manager untuk Suhaz Esports. Okey, kenapa saya join Suhaz? Saya mempunyai group bosses yang sangat support dan sangat meminati Mobile Legends. Mereka ada visi dan misi untuk membuat esports scene Mobile Legends ni lebih ke hadapan dengan menggunakan nama Suhaz Esports.
Kita orang kekalkan 5 pemain yang sama sebab kita orang maybe ada chemistry lebih sikit daripada tim lain dan kita orang percayalah sesama sendirilah kita orang boleh buat 5.
Okey, kita reset balik. Masa je lepas dia habis season 8, AV bincang dengan family dia nak stop. So dia nak fokus ke family dia. So kita pun tak ada nak halang kan. So it's okay lah kan. Lepas tournament MEC baru-baru ni, kita orang dah try out banyak orang. Tapi tak jumpa macam dia. So saya try call dia, dia kata dia nak main lagi. Untuk transfer window yang akan datang, maybe Suhaz akan ambil player yang flex lah, yang boleh main banyak posisi. So senang lah kita nak tukar-tukar, mengelirukan enemy lah.
Untuk pelan jangka masa panjang Suhaz, for sure sekarang kami nak bermain di MPL Season 9 dan kami memang nak sangat main dekat MSC, Sukan C ataupun M4. So itu bermula daripada sekarang, perjalanan tu adalah daripada sekarang. Dan untuk kami tak pernah pegang lagi trofi MPL tu yang katanya berat tu. So far tak pernah pegang. So season ni ialah milik kami, milik Suhaz.
Suhaz ni macam saya dah pernah cakap dulu, kita orang dah stick together, dah macam keluarga. Bagi saya susah lah kita nak pecah.
Oh! Langkah pokok. Silam fik.
Alhamdulillah.
Suhaz untuk saya, Suhaz is me.
Satu family.
Satu family lah.
Family je. Kita tak boleh nak berpecah.
Yes, Suhaz is my family and segalanya.
Okey, semua dah and cut.
Perasaan tahun 16 agak teruja untuk buat benda dengan player yang baru, dapat chemistry yang barulah untuk next level punya journey. Secara jujur saya sedih lah sebab mereka bukan lagi satu tim dengan saya, tapi saya harus terus move on lah. Yang tu sedih lah, tapi nak buat macam mana, semua orang ada perjalanan masing-masing. So kita orang masih dalam kontrak berjuang untuk tim ni.
Ramai yang keluar tapi saya lebih gembira dengan teammate saya yang sekarang lah sebab dapat perubahan yang besar lah.
Ini adalah first time saya menjadi captain lah, jadi agak takut lah sebab takut tidak dapat lead team lah. Saya cuba untuk lebih matang lah dengan teammate-teammate yang lain dan saya belajar untuk memberi info-info lah semasa in-game.
Bekerja dengan player-player yang agak baru sebenarnya satu cabaran sebab target kami sangat-sangat tinggi. It's a very good learning process, bukan sahaja untuk mereka tapi saya, sebab season ni ialah kami mempertaruhkan sistem yang telah selama ini RSG daripada season yang lepas sampai sekarang. Sebab tu kita bawa Jason daripada Singapura datang ke Malaysia. Agak memberi cabaran sebenarnya sebab Jason tidak fasih berbahasa Melayu.
Hi, my name is Jason Koh Wei Hao and I'm the coach for RSG Malaysia.
Bagi pandangan saya, Jason ni sebagai coach, dia memang baguslah dari segi drafting. Sebab sebelum ni, Jason ni adalah bekas player Mobile Legends. Jadi, dia fahamlah dengan player-player, apa yang player mau main, apa yang player takut. Jadi, dia memahami player. Jadi, bagi saya itu amat baguslah.
I became a coach to go to other regions to coach a full-time team, and hoping that with my many years in the mobile experience, I can help all the talented kids in the other region reach somewhere that I couldn't reach lah. Some problems that I faced while doing online coaching with the team is that first of all, I think language barrier is a thing that definitely we have to face. So not all players can speak fluent English, and of course the things that I say they might not fully understand at times. Maybe they can only understand 90% or 80% of what I'm talking. So that's one of the biggest challenges, as well as I'm not there with them physically. So rather I'm not able to read their mood, or rather how they are feeling through their webcam. So I think these are some of the biggest challenges that I'm facing right now.
Definitely underdog, because this season we reshuffle everything. We start back from scratch, but we trust in our system. Sistem kami insya-Allah akan membawa kami, at least kami akan target ke playoff dahulu. Underdog is the best thing that orang kata boleh describe RSG untuk season ini.
Season ni kalau ada orang yang anggap kami underdog, kami terima lah, sebab memang season lalu kami underperform lah. Untuk saya sendiri, saya rasa saya perlu lebih confident dan kembalikan gameplay season 7 saya sebelum ni. Bagi saya, meta sekarang ni boleh fit dengan RSG sebab Kuza ni dia bermain hero assassin, dan meta sekarang adalah meta-meta hero assassin. Dan saya juga hero-hero yang meta sekarang ni adalah match-match yang perlukan farming lah. Jadi saya rasa season ni sesuai lah dengan meta kami lah, di stage yang lebih tinggi lah.
Kami telah pergi ke M Series beberapa kali untuk RSG Singapore, dan kami confident dengan apa yang ada, bukan sahaja dari segi management tapi dari segi knowledge dan skill dan juga sistem. Kami percaya di setiap negara yang kami masuk M4, contoh seperti Singapore, Filipina dan Malaysia, kami boleh pergi ke N4 lah.
Maybe to my boys as well as to the fans out there, like I mentioned previously, we're gonna have a rocky journey, but at the end of the day, we will reach our destination lah. I hope that you guys, fans and boys included, continue to believe in what we are doing. At the end of the day, when we reach the journey, then we will smile and laugh together.
GG RSG! Bener? Like always, let's give faith first. The team TODAK Semai, take one.
Pada pandangan saya, diorang salah kot. Sebab kita orang 3 season kita orang ada kat grand final. So nak cakap tak konsisten, saya rasa tak kot. Kita orang insyaAllah konsisten. Tak ada lagi tim yang boleh masuk grand final 3 kali berturut-turut lah.
Mungkin diorang tak faham daripada segi cuba. Contoh daripada segi nak cuba hero, sebab mungkin itu hero yang kita bawa untuk pergi ke tournament ataupun berlawan dengan certain team ataupun player. So nak tak nak kita orang nak kena try benda yang something new untuk kita orang.
First and second week kita orang memang agak kurang perform sikit sebab first kita orang agak tak sihat because of kita orang disahkan positif, and some players pun memang ada rasa lesu badan and then tak semangat. Communication kita orang pun susah sikit lah, agak susah sebabkan kita orang guna Discord kan and not by face to face.
Masa qualifier SEA Games tu kita orang still tak sihat, tapi kita orang still keep training sebab kita orang nak sangat masuk SEA Games tu, semua orang nak lah. So kita orang just all out, buat yang terbaik, just trust each other lah. Dan alhamdulillah kita dapat SEA Games tu.
Perasaan jadi jungler first line up kali ni susah sebab ganti Ciku. So the pressure sangat tinggi lah.
Dia gantikan tempat Ciku, macam you nak gantikan tempat nombor 1 jungler lah, macam mana kan. Dia akan, of course akan ada pressure apa semua, tapi alhamdulillah Haji ni kita selalu bagi semangat dekat dia untuk overcome benda tu lah, and alhamdulillah dia berjaya lakukannya dengan bagus.
Kita juga cuba untuk mainkan peranan Haji as jungler tu supaya satu tim tu dapat bergerak sebagai satu tim yang penuh dengan chemistry and menggunakan hashtag TODAK langgar.
Dan minggu pertama kalah 2 kali berturut tu biasalah kena kecam kan. Saya tu mental saya kurang kuat, so saya rasa macam nak give up, tapi teammate kata tak apa, boleh lagi. So Ikuto call, Ashi call, Ciku pun bagi semangat.
Dia kena kawal dia punya bad mood tu lah. Dia sebab dia kadang-kadang ada mood okey, ada mood tak okey. So tentulah dia jadi masalah. Tentu jugalah tim rasa macam tak selesa sangat dengan dia sebab dia punya mood tentu. So kalau dia kekalkan mood dia okey je, insyaAllah dia boleh jadi main jangka.
Kau nak kerja sama boleh. Tak, aku fork je. Aku tak lagi. Aku macam fork dia ke belakang je. Banyak-banyak kau je. Bila kau tak ada shadow, dia datang. Ya tu lah.
Kita orang semua bermain dengan sangat teruk, 5-5 sekali. Saya tak nak salahkan dia, saya tak nak salahkan siapa-apa. Just teamwork. Bila dah masuk minggu ketiga dan selepasnya, kita dapat tahu yang Ajik ni seorang yang terlampau sangat ikut buku. Orang suruh buat ni, dia buat ni. Orang suruh buat tu, dia buat tu. So kita try to change the mindset lah first. Kena brainwash dia, nak kena fahamkan.
Masih lagi activate, tetapi lihatlah damage daripada Ciku. Legendary untuk beliau. Saraki, satu lagi kill yang ingin dicari oleh Ciku.
Sebenarnya kita memang plan daripada awal lagi untuk week keempat Ciku akan masuk ke dalam line up. Dia cakap dia bukannya nak rehat pun, dia just nak settlekan beberapa hal yang dia perlu settlekan lah. Perasaan kita orang amat gembira sebab Ciku dah nak main kembali lah kan, sebab dah lama dia tak main, lebih kurang 4 minggu dah. Kita orang rasa lebih bersemangat dengan adanya Ciku.
Kalau ada Ciku ni, kita orang boleh buat banyak lagi benda. Kiranya macam banyak meta yang pelik-pelik kita orang boleh bawa kalau ada Ciku.
Sepanjang saya main MPL daripada season 4 sampailah season sekarang ni, saya rasa this is one of the hardest season lah yang saya boleh kata macam tu, sebab kita ada nampak player-player baru, muka-muka baru. Contoh macam tim daripada MLBB, Zahir daripada Esports, diorang player-player yang bagus lah.
Kita orang nak champion MPL, betul kita orang nak cuba buat yang terbaik dekat SEA Games ni untuk dapatkan emas lah kan.
Impian saya untuk tahun ni ialah main di M Series sebab tahun lepas saya tak main.
Disebabkan Moon ni jenis yang kompetitif, so target Moon ataupun my dream is to become a number one apa millennial ke match ke apa. My dream is to become a number one team kat dalam dunia ni. Memang sebab itu pun Moon join this scene, this pro scene, MPL dan sebagainya. Memang sebab tu kita orang always try hard to become the best team in the world.
#TODAK langgar.
#TODAK langgar.
#TODAK langgar.
Untuk rate ni sebenarnya daripada awal masuk ni saya target macam orang kata organisation macam football lah.
Playstyle rate ni kita main macam sekepala lah. Setiap decision yang kita nak buat ni pastikan semua decision tu sama.
Hello, ada orang? Hello. Wait.
Momennya, every week the boss up. You guys are dead. Oi, bangun. Dah masa nanti view nanti, oi. IGN Uncle is obviously Uncle Cikano. And Uncle punya role dalam Red Esports is COO untuk Red Esports lah.
Hai, saya Kak Pen daripada Pen Halo dan saya adalah owner ataupun founder bagi tim Red Esports yang sedang main dekat MPL season 9 sekarang ini. Kalau season 9 ni orang fikir tim kita ni tim laut sebab dapat slot daripada bosku.
Banyak sangat kesilapan yang kita lakukan, so kita orang repair at times.
Pada pandangan saya, prestasi Red pada musim ni sebenarnya agak konsisten. Walaupun kita orang ada kalah dengan TODAK dan Caracal, tapi kita orang dapat revenge balik. So, feels good.
Sebagai seorang player and also student, saya sanggup je nak hadapi apa-apa as long as I keep improving daripada segi kehidupan. I still yakinlah dengan diri I untuk maju ke hadapan.
Bagi saya, Red Esports nampak perform season ni disebabkan kemasukan coach kita orang, Sora. Player dah punya pengalaman and skill individu yang tersendiri. Cuma just perlukan guide dari seorang coach yang berpengalaman. Saya ni macam kata apa, boleh-boleh je. Tapi disebabkan macam seorang ni, kadang-kadang saya tengah malam duduk berdua je dengan dia. Duduk depan mic dia macam memperbesarkan hero pool saya lah. Kiranya dia dalam masa yang sama dia kata kita nak bawa kelainan setiap week lah untuk lawan opponent supaya opponent tak boleh baca kan.
Lepas ni kau kena belajar kaza tank dan sinatan.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
rock star.
Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat gerak bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
The grand finale of MPL-MY Season 9 approaches ever closer, and TODAK, already presenting themselves as one of our national representatives, will be joined very soon in a mad scramble between the remaining underdogs. My name is Staffa. Alongside with me is Icy Baby 12, aka Terrence, here to bring you all of the juicy MLBB action once again from the playoffs as we approach day number 3. Once again, we have to highlight that all of this would not be possible without our sponsors. MPL-MY Season 9 is powered by Moonted, presented by McDelivery, official smartphone Samsung Galaxy A series. Celebrate moments with Nescafe and gaming with Cadbury Zip.
Yup, I'm looking forward to see this next match. This is going to be the lower bracket semi-finals. So, one of these teams will be advancing further to mid in towards the lower bracket finals by the end of the day, where they will be facing off against Suhaz Esports. However, one of these teams will also be eliminated. As of yet, for you guys wondering at home as well, if you guys are looking to get yourself a pretty decent snack, now is the perfect time. There is a special promotion here on the McDelivery app. All you gotta do is spend a minimum of 50 ringgit and you can get yourself a legendary meal with free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets by using the MPL Rewards checkout code.
Yep, on top of that, you stand a chance to win exclusive MLBB skins when you use this checkout code, so why not just use it if you're going to be grabbing yourself some McDelivery anyway? And we know you guys are. We got lots of McD fans here in the chat, but we also have lots of MPL fans who are eager to predict which of these teams are gonna come out victorious. For those of you who don't know, it's going to be Orange Esports versus Team Caracal. Make sure you guys vote which team you think is going to win in the comments and include your game ID and server ID. And if you are selected, you stand a chance to win our hashtag MPL Predicted Challenge. Make sure you include the hashtag as well. You stand a chance to win the Ruby Edelweiss skin.
Well, seems like it has been a long journey for all the players themselves, and this upcoming match is going to be a very difficult one to predict because it is going to be between Caracal as well as Orange Esports. Orange Esports looking to redeem themselves from the previous season, bowing out at top 3. Currently, they are in the top 4 guaranteed. However, if they want to advance further and potentially meet TODAK into the grand finals, this is the time to do or die. However, Caracal as well has been a little bit unpredictable as well, especially coming in from the regular seasons, out of nowhere, knocking out Homeboys pretty convincingly as well in the playoffs. So it's all about unpredictability. And now, without further ado, let us welcome the head of League Ops here, Melina Lai, to proceed with the coin toss for this upcoming match. As you can see, we have Tupai representing Team Caracal and Pups representing Orange Esports for the coin toss.
Yep, of course, this coin toss is brought to you by Gaming with Cadbury Zip. Team Caracal, they're going to be selecting heads, whereas Orange Esports will be selecting tails. We've already seen both these teams are pretty strong on both sides of the draft, but they both seem to prioritize second pick. So we'll see who gets it this time. Orange Esports, they have the choice, and it looks like they will be going for first pick here. We see their win rate on this side is 57%.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see what kind of strategies they are going to be adapting as well. TODAK has been prioritizing a lot on the 1-1 pickup, which we also kind of saw it coming from Orange Esports in yesterday's games. 1-1 has been sneaking into the meta here and there. During regular season, not really a fan of it. It was kind of there, but not really personally favored by all the teams. But coming to playoffs, you did see teams like TODAK, you did see teams like Orange Esports adapt really quickly with the 1-1 pickup. So hopefully, maybe Caracal is going to be able to respond to this.
Yeah, that is one hero, but I think it's one of only a few heroes that you're really seeing come online during the playoffs. Now that the meta has become more defined, teams have had more time to practice. I think the remaining top 4 are all teams that have really gotten a grasp of how they want to manipulate the draft, and that is what has enabled them to come this far. This next matchup is going to be very interesting because both Caracal and Orange Esports are teams that I think a lot of us weren't expecting expecting to make it this far, but they have steamrolled their way through the lower bracket. Unfortunately, only one of them can make it to the lower bracket finals.
Yep, and I feel like based on Caracal as well as Orange Esports, they do have a rough grasp of each other's playstyle as well. As you can see, Ling Eza was also former teammates coming from Orange Esports. So I'm looking forward to see whether or not are they going to be able to bring out what they've learned before and use it against them. So it's going to be a little bit of a cross-play matchup, but all things considered, Orange Esports, they may know his playstyle, but they may not know what Lexia is going to be bringing to the table. Lexia has been the talk of the entire season so far, shuffling between teams in there, and he's finally set himself here in Caracal, and he's made it to top 4. So pretty impressive indeed, but is it going to continue to steamroll?
Yeah, really, it's going to be difficult for us to tell, but before we continue onwards, we of course want to see our players here up on stage. Let's bring it up, Team Caracal and Orange Esports.
Team Caracal.
After defeating both Homeboys and Team SMG 2-0, two teams that were favorites to go up into the grand finals, this new Team Caracal lineup is looking absolutely unstoppable.
Is this by far the strongest formation we have ever seen? Because can Lolios and Ling Zazia combine their alien powers to secure their victory for Team Caracal on top of having Lexia into the pool as the new mage for the team? Is this going to be the way to go, or are they going to keep things extremely spicy and unpredictable?
Orange Esports.
On the opposite side though, we got their counterparts, Orange Esports, a team that hasn't seemed to be able to stop surprising both us on the caster desk and their opponents so far. Can they continue to ride their victorious momentum into their usual third place?
Orange Esports, such a legendary team after so many seasons, so many roster changes, being consistent throughout the entire MPL-MY history and making it here towards the top 4 again. Can they push their boundaries? Can they push the limit? Is it the team? No, it's the system behind the and Orange Esports is here to prove it once again.
Yep, and prove it they shall. Orange Esports, Team Caracal, two teams who have made it this far by dominating opponents that everyone expected to be the ones taking them out of the competition. Firstly up, we got Team Caracal looking at their stats up on screen right now.
Yep, seeing the stats here, we did see Lexia kind of flex it out a little bit more. His signature hero is going to be his traditional Hayabusa as well as the Ling, which is very, very popular coming into this past few days in terms of ban phase, making it to his first phase bans as well, which is very, very interesting. However, they have the luxury to switch it up as well. So I'm looking forward to see what is he gonna play. We've seen Neo being forced to play on the tank role a couple of times as well. We did see Lexia kind of potentially play a side lane Forza, forcing AIM to play a gold lane. So it's super unpredictable coming from Team Caracal, and it's definitely very difficult to draft against considering the amount of experience and data we got from regular season is pretty much rendered not entirely unusable, but very difficult to be used.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do think that coming into the playoffs, this is the lineup they have settled on. Yes, Neo was the roamer previously, but he seems to be a lot more comfortable in the EXP lane. And AIM so far has had no problem taking his spot and working very aggressively in the early game alongside Lexia, who despite not being a traditional mage player, is certainly working to get the job done. Lenkesa and Lolios, no names to scoff at either, but we also got to look at their opponents.
Yep, Orange Esports put on a spectacular performance when they took their victory yesterday's game. Of course, ever since Valence has integrated from Orange Esports, they have been riding on this undefeatable momentum for the longest time. And currently, not many teams has been able to stop them in this track. And of course, they are also going to be looking forward for their revenge match, potentially against TODAK if they make it as far. However, they have to overcome these obstacles in front of them. Contestant here is going to be the signature hero. Valence talking about his 1-1 pickup is going to be a very, very big priority. And Gary as well also showing signs that he is also a force to be reckoned with. he has prioritized the Fanny pickup coming from the team, and it actually helped them win the game yesterday as well.
Well, what is going to help these teams come out on top, though, is going to be their keys to success. Firstly, for Team Caracal, Lolils must win his lane. They must also stay creative with their draft to stay on top of Orange Esports. They gotta disrupt the twin connection between Min and Man and contest or ban this highly prioritized 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1 is something that they have to fight this as well. Valence has shown signs that he is very comfortable on the 1-1, Beatrix as well as the Kimi, which is something that a lot of teams have started to take note into the playoffs, but it is a little bit too late for some of these teams which are already been eliminated. However, now, Caracal, they did their homework. Hopefully, it's going to be a little bit better for them. I like how they emphasize the idea of being creative in the draft, considering that their roster right now is so unpredictable. They can flex out so many heroes and players in themselves that completely throw Orange Esports off guard.
Yeah, but we have to say Orange Esports, they're pretty good at doing that as well, so it's gonna come down to a very notable draft battle between both these teams. Obviously, they have to be very wary of the Min and Man duo. Team Caracal, they've been playing well in the early game, but Min and Man are the early game combo. Speaking of Min and Man, Orange Esports have their very own keys to success. Firstly, they gotta have better map awareness against Team Caracal. They gotta slow down Link Ezza's farm in the jungle, secure Gary's hero early on in the draft, and avoid meaningless trades.
Yep, this is something that is really, really nice, especially coming from point 2 and point 3. Slowing down Link Ezza's farm is something that they emphasized a lot in the previous season when Link Ezza was with Orange Esports. Their key core strategy back then was pretty much buying time for Link Ezza to come online with his Alucard or potentially his Aulus, which is a force to be reckoned with. So this is a different approach coming from Orange Esports, and it looks like they might consider going for the aggressive plays. We've seen Gary kind of replicate Link Ezza's playstyle, but when it comes to aggression, he is top-notch. However, let's take a look at what the prediction stands here. It seems like a majority of us are actually signing on Caracal, and only Karakuri and Adin voting on Orange Esports.
I am definitely noting a little bit of a trend here in the playoffs. There always seems to be two casters voting for a different team from the rest of the majority. Will it be enough? Looks like we got another sign in the audience here. What is it saying right here? Kuching, Makan, Orange. Will the cats be eating the oranges today?
All right. Seems like there is going to be a lot of predictions as well. The animal pouncing on Orange. But what about the predictions here? It seems like everyone is going to be siding on the Caracal hype train rather than Orange Esports. And I guess so. You know, it's so unpredictable, and I get it. It makes a lot of sense why we are going to be signing up for Caracal, but I feel like my heart tells me Caracal, but my brain tells me that Orange Esports might actually take a game, considering how they played the games yesterday. But at the same time, it's oh, come on, I hate this moment. I really hate this moment.
Yeah, it actually did say Caracal meta lower bracket, so they're expecting them to make it all the way. But something else that'll allow you guys to make it all the way to mythical glory is none other than our official smartphone. If you guys are looking at it for a brand new smartphone with a sleek design by a Samsung Galaxy A535G now, you guys stand a chance to win an MLBB bundle. Make sure you guys scan the QR code. It went very quickly, so you guys want to catch that the next time. But it's time for us to go on into the draft. It's already begun. Orange Esports on the first pick, Caracal on second pick.
Yep, Angela seems to be the repeating trend in this past few games as well, especially for today itself. We did see the elements of what it brings to the table. So Orange Esports, they're not taking the risk to actually let the Angela slide, which is something that Caracal does play as well. Lexia definitely is very comfortable in playing the Angela down mid. Meanwhile, Caracal, they're respecting Caracal's pickup as well. We've seen the Fanny kind of terrorize most teams during the regular season, and even into the playoffs. I think a lot of teams kind of forgot and underestimated that even though Fanny has been nerfed, it's not necessarily out yet.
Yeah, especially in the hands of a skilled player. We know both Gary and Link Ezza love their Fanny, but the Phobia's gonna be banned out by Orange Esports. They are definitely aware that Linkesa specifically likes to play these high mobility heroes, and therefore they're gonna be banning that out curiously enough for themselves, which does lead me to believe they are setting up for Valence's 1-1.
I definitely agree. I feel like when the 1-1 is going to be a priority, meanwhile, considering that they've banned up the Phobias, like you said as well, they have to ban off the Ling, which is something that both teams do play. Gary did demonstrate that he can play it as well, but I'm a little bit surprised that they actually thought about giving it to the 1-1. It seems like Caracal, they need to figure a way to deal with it. So Orange Esports, they definitely have the slight edge as of yet.
Yep, 1-1 going to be a very strong pickup here. We know that Valence, he is the playmaker once the late game comes around, and having this helps Orange quite a lot. But Team Caracal gonna be responding with a late game option of their own, locking in the Xavier and then flexing out the Paquito.
I like how Caracal is pretty much the only team that has a little bit of a different approach when it comes to Xavier. They do prioritize in mid lane a little bit more, but rather than playing so far back, they do tend to be a little bit aggressive, which is something that Caracal may consider doing. But that's the thing, knowing AIM, he has a tendency to be the playmaker, and Xavier need not necessarily be that player in that regards. And I feel like they can still flex it out by having follow in the footsteps of Suhaz Esports, where they send this Xavier down goal lane, being played by either Lexia or AIM, just completely just soaking the lane.
That is possible, and I think it's something Team Caracal might want to do. But before we go on deeper into that, we can see that Orange Esports have locked in the Eve and the Cho, both heroes that can create a lot of disruption during team fights to set up for the crossbow of Tang.
Yep, it seems like we did see a little bit of glance on towards the drops as well. Caracal, they did show up potentially going for a jungle Paquito. So this might be just a straight up jungle Paquito to match whatever Gary is going to be playing, which is most probably going to be leaning on towards the Lancelot or as well as the Hayabusa, which is a great matchup for Paquito. And Caracal, they're not that worried about that. But as of yet, the things they should be worried is gonna be what is gonna be the XP laner matchup if they decide not to go for the jungle Paquito.
Yeah, right now what is curious to me is that Grok has just been completely led through the first phase of the draft. Team Caracal, they don't play it very much, but it's something that Orange Esports tends to prioritize. They've just completely let it through, so either they're not planning to pick it up or at all, or they're waiting for Team Caracal to reveal their EXP laner before putting the Grok in a situation where he can be counter-picked.
This is a good double down coming from Caracal as well. They've started with Assassins. They are going to continue with just straight up banning Gary's heroes and forcing Gary to play a tank jungler, which is something that Caracal is very familiar as well. They still have the Baxia available, which is something that Linkesa is very comfortable playing if they decide to go for it. If they want to decide to go for Aula's pickup as well and then have the Paquito XP lane, it's also very possible in the sense coming to the draft. So Caracal, they have a rough idea, just straight up targeting Gary's hero pools, whereas Orange Esports is going to straight up target AIM's hero pools as well, potentially thinking that this Xavier might actually be a gold laner rather than a mid lane mage.
It is possible, considering Lolios has a very large hero pool, but lots of respect from Team Caracal. We're seeing more and more teams ban out this Atlas when they're up against Orange Esports simply because of how much space, how much setup Min is able to do with this hero. The question now comes to Orange Esports. Will they continue banning out mages at this point? Is that really such a big issue for them? The Kadita ban makes a lot of sense because it directly counters the Eve with the rough waves. But what else are they afraid of?
Yep, Selena was completely ignored here in the playoffs. So I'm a little surprised that they do not want to deal with it. But at the same time, it makes a lot of sense. But Orange Esports, they are going to deny away potential Enchanter-style heroes from the side of Caracal. Maybe even forcing a Rafaela for Enchanter if they want to go for it. But considering that Xavier doesn't necessarily benefit from the Rafa, I feel like it is going to be difficult. But they can still try and make things work. So as of yet, Orange Esports, they're just limiting options. They want to go in for the shutdown. And it's it's okay, I guess. It's not that bad of a ban. They're just keeping options open, I guess.
Yeah, it's primarily targeting onto AIM's heroes here, banning out both the Matilda and the potential support Kadita because they want to challenge Caracal's new roamer in terms of his hero pool. Yes, there's still Enchanter-style supports available. The Estes and the Rafa come to mind, but both aren't really things we've seen AIM play in the past. So because... Oh, wait, hold on a second. A Kufra coming out of Team Caracal. Is AIM gonna be playing a tank hero for once?
Yeah, it might be the case as well. It might be jungle Kufra, which is something that I'm not particularly a fan of it. But honestly, I'm not a big fan of how Kufra is... okay, technically, Kufra has a way to deal with the 1-1 as well. As long as you land on him, the bouncing ball is there. And if you get the right target, it's pretty much almost near impossible for 1-1 to start spamming his way through. It's kind of very similarly where you have to play around the bouncing ball, like how you deal with the phobias for a 1-1. But I don't think it's something that Valence is unfamiliar with. So I'm looking forward to see how they deal with this situation. Hylos is an amazing pick for Orange Esports if they want to deal with the Kufra. Hellcat is oh my goodness, this is a big pickup because if you think about it, Caracal doesn't have a way to deal with the sites, and this is the perfect time for the Hellcat pickup.
Yeah, the Hellcat is going to work out quite well for Orange Esports because the Dark Knight Falls is also going to help obscure them underneath the real world manipulation and set up for the crossbow of Tang. Orange Esports, they have a goal here in these team fights, and that is to allow Valence to get off his ultimate and scale up into the late game. They don't care about the Kufra. You can't jump on our marksman if you can't see our marksman.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure where this glue is going to be fitting as well because, like, in normal circumstances, we would expect maybe the glue to be an XP laner most of the times. But after seeing yesterday's game, especially coming from Suhaz Esports, they did flex out the glue in towards a tank role, which was played by Mom from Red Esports. So it's something as well. But okay, looks like they are going to double down on the Estes. I might be wrong, but it seems to me they are going to go all in. And I don't know, this is going to be a risky play because once the Hellcat jumps into his Estes, there's absolutely nothing AIM can do. So Purify flickers, I don't know. I don't think it's that much of an impact against Silence, but hopefully it is going to work because Caracal, they've got a very, very hard uphill battle to challenge.
Yeah, but we do see Neo is the one playing on the Kufra. Is he going to be returning to a roamer position, or is this an EXP lane Kufra? We have not seen this before, but it is the tank meta, so anything is possible. We now prepare to enter into the Land of Dawn for our lower bracket match today. Orange Esports, a very strong disruptive teamfight composition aimed around pickoffs and setting up space for Valence with a crossbow of Tang. Whereas on the other side, Team Caracal going to have a very durable teamfight composition with the Estes, setting teamfights up with the Kufra for the dawning light from the background. We enter the Land of Dawn to witness this battle.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the decider match between two of this team. One will advance and one will be eliminated. Who's it going to be? Let's stick around to find out. Game number 1 in this best of 3 series, and you can see right from the get-go, Caracal is looking for the invades with Neo playing the XP laner to match up against Born. And this is a very aggressive invade coming from Caracal, and somehow Caracal is just winning up the trades. Meanwhile, however, down to his last HP, almost get taken off, and Lexa getting a little bit greedy for this place. However, he's out of position. He's looking for the setup. He might actually die to the minions as well because the minions is going to turn the tides. Min does have the level. He can't get the kill. However, nope, not going to happen. Min will overextend and get killed off instead.
Yeah, but they do at least trade out the first blood. They were able to pick off AIM in the mid lane, so that's going to give Man quite a bit of an advantage considering Lexia spent all that time dealing with the Cho in the bottom side. Yes, they overextended a little bit, but Orange Esports are going to be trading out quite heavily in terms of net worth.
Yeah, that play right there from Min just completely shut down Lexia's level by a level. And on top side as well, Orange Esports, they're able to respond immediately, putting Man immediately level 3 as compared to Lexia, who's only just recently hit level 2.
Yep, and since they target the Loliels there, that's going to give Valence even more time to farm up the top lane. AIM being forced to babysit that lane just to make sure it's not shoved out, as Min is in the back line, just scouting things out. Gary jumps in with the Deadly Stingers, gets him again. Loliels not being allowed to play the game.
Perfect timing as well. Min sneaking behind. I don't think Caracal realized that that was actually happening, and that's the beauty of Hellcat. Once you go in for the Dark Knight's Fall, it's so hard to react, and there's absolutely nothing you can do. And when the moment strikes, it's just you're just completely dead.
Yeah, I'm really loving Orange Esports' game plan right here. They know that Team Caracal, they have weaker lane priority overall, so they're taking advantage of that and targeting the weaker members. Yes, the Paquito is strong in the early game, but since there isn't anyone to set up and Born is occupying Neo, it allows Orange to have control over the map. They take the first turtle.
Agreed. Valence now having a little bit of a difficult time, but looks like he's going to try and turn it down against Loleos. He does have the crossbow tanks, but considering that there is the Estes available, he doesn't want to fully commit into this fight. So Caracal, they're going to be in a very difficult spot. And if they want to try and make an attempt towards this, AIM is not going to be able to do anything about it, considering that there is going to be a snow. But here comes the kick coming in. Loleos will be able to sprint out a little bit of pixel, so causing the miss coming from Min. So a little bit of a micro play coming in is going to keep him alive for now.
Yeah, that sprint was just enough to put him on the other side of Min before he was able to get out the way of the dragon. Otherwise, Loleos would have died again for the third time in a row. And that is something Team Caracal needs to avoid at all costs. They need this Popol and Koopa to come online in the late game to at the very least match this 1-1's output.
Agreed. Patience is key coming from Orange Esports. This calling in Man as well. Min has pretty much revealed himself, but here comes the harassment. Loleos gets a huge chunk of damage from Man, threatening his life, making it super uncomfortable for Loleos to get his farm. And this is brilliant from Orange Esports. Just going for poke, just going for lane pressure, and Caracal has no way to actually contest.
Yeah, they're taking advantage of their early game lane priority and making sure that they will start snowballing. We see Gary, he's already completed his first item, the Demon Hunter Sword. So even the tankier members of Team Caracal are going to be taking a lot of damage from this Hellcat. Min looking for Loleos, gets the way of the dragon, sets things up. Again, real manipulation from the back line. AIM not going to be able to keep him alive as the crossbow of tank comes out. Oh, he's one hit away from death. Looks like Man not going to be able to pick that up.
Oh, the heals comes in, keeps him alive. But the damage coming from Gary is phenomenal. His level 8 with that kill on top of it all. Loleos hasn't been able to play the game. It's only 4 minutes into the game, and Gary is such in a enormous lead. On top of it all, Valence gets a full turret on top of it all. That is just phenomenal. Meanwhile, Born, he's going to go in for a split to try and stall things out. Is Gary looking for a contest? He's trying to pull one in, but it seems like it's just distractions for the turtle secure for Orange Esports.
Yeah, very successful from Born. He uses his ultimate, they get a free turtle, and he doesn't have to spend any time trying to get a kill at all. He's not choosing to jump on someone because his team isn't nearby. Min looking for it, gets the flicker. Ji-kun though gets the way of the dragon. The silence doesn't allow the heal from the Estes. Neo a bit late to the party because AIM is now dead as well. Linkeza on top of Gary and Born will finally be able to pick that double kill off, forces the flicker from the glue.
Oh, this is the defensive punishment that Caracal needs, right? As long as they get this kind of trade-offs, it's okay because eventually the comeback economy is going to scale on towards them. Nice play coming from Gary, but because of his little depth, it does give Caracal a little bit of a comeback opportunity, especially for Linkeza when he got to that kill.
Yeah, even though Orange Esports are still 3k ahead at this point, we have to note that Linkeza is 3-0 on this Paquito. And this is a hero that scales very quickly if he is given early game kills and starts to snowball. While the rest of his team might be behind, Linkeza could be the one factor necessary for Team Caracal to claw themselves back up once they scale into the mid game.
Oh, good read coming from Loleos. As soon as they saw the lane swap with Born coming up, he knows that as soon as they lose the Hellcat on top of it, that's going to be so much space for him to try the tier 1. And because of that, he's going to get a little bit more economy. So it's not over yet for Caracal, but still, the lead is still a ginormous coming for Orange Esports because eventually the late game still is going to be heavily dependent on Lexia hitting those 4-hour item power spikes.
Yeah, 3.6k net worth lead at 6 minutes is pretty notable, but now they start the engagement. Born already jumping in. Min gonna be stopped by Neo as he finds the Titan's Rage onto the glue. Born gonna be the unfortunate casualty, but Orange Esports will trade that out for the mid-tier 1. Gary, not even part of that fight, will take the top tier 2.
Oh, it's so hard to play this game. As soon as Darkness Fall, you can see the ultimate bonding experience from Caracal is no longer a fun one. It's just literally 5 people grouping up in the dark, hoping that the ghosts do not come and hunt them, and that's exactly what is happening. But because of this kind of insane plays, you have to crump up regardless of the situation, and Orange Esports is just taking advantage of it. And now Min is going to be dived on. He's taking a little bit too much damage, but he somehow survives. But the Eve here coming from Man was able to trade off Lexia, and he's going to get a little bit more out of it as Orange Esports gets 2 for nothing.
Gary, he's looking for them, almost finds Lolios, but he's able to send Koopa out, so he's safe for now. But Team Caracal, some slight miscommunication there. They were all stuck under the real world manipulation, and Neo was still going for Min instead of trying to stop Man and save the rest of his backline, resulting in them taking massive amounts of damage.
Oh, this is such a difficult game for Caracal in this as of yet. Orange Esports is completely having full control of the situation. We talked about map control from Yishun Sin back in the days. This is no longer map vision, it's just map blindness.
Yeah, it's just straight up map denial here from Orange Esports. 6k net worth lead, 7.5 minutes into the game. This has now reached a point where it is very, very difficult for Team Caracal to have to come back from this. They will need a massive team fight victory if they want any chances of keeping themselves in this game number 1.
Yeah, the only way Caracal can win a fight is pretty much punishing Orange Esports overextension. They can't start the fight at all, and this is frustrating. You can see Min is looking for the concealed plays, but they are trying to bait him out of position to get a couple freebies. But here comes the Darkness Fall. Caracal completely backs out. They will concede tier 2, but as soon as they want to re-engage, Orange Esports says bye-bye.
Yeah, really good decision making from Orange Esports. They've already conditioned Team Caracal into thinking, hey, when I press this Hellcat ultimate, one of you is going to get targeted. Oh, but hold on a second, they're going to be able to find Born, so at least a little bit of revenge from Team Caracal.
Oh, this is huge from Caracal. They needed whatever scraps they can get, and getting that scraps just keeps things alive for them. But for how long? Because look at the map control. Look at Valence threatening the bottom inhibitor from the get-go. He's getting a lot of far, but Valence, he made a mistake, and this is huge for Lingheza. Because of this play, Caracal has a potential to actually threaten the Lord now. With 20 seconds on the sidelines, Gary is looking to set up for a place. Caracal looking to pick a fight, and immediately here he comes. Neo trying to catch someone, but Min cancels off the bouncing ball, but they are still waiting for the right moment to strike. Gary waiting patiently, but here comes the one shot from the sides. They catch on Man, and an ultimate bonding experience, keeping everyone alive. Lolios kites them all around, and eventually Gary gets caught out, and Caracal has been waiting patiently, and they have been waiting for the right moment, and this is exactly the right moment to strike, because Orange Esports, they are crumbling, and they get almost completely wiped out.
What a huge sequences of mistakes from Orange Esports. This is exactly the opening Team Caracal was looking for. A really uncharacteristic mechanical error from Valence results in him getting picked off. And then Orange Esports positioned themselves in such a bad way. Man getting caught out first. This Eve is supposed to be in the back line. And once they know these two DPS dealers from Orange Esports are gone, that is go time for Team Caracal. Orange, they're still slightly ahead in terms of net worth, but things are looking a lot better for Team Caracal now.
Yes, definitely. They definitely have the necessary items to tank Hellcat. In particular, Gary is now level 14, but considering he gave away 2 deaths means that everyone beside Caracal was able to come back a little bit in terms of economy, especially for Lingheza. Even though he's got 6-0-3, he's level 12, but now it looks like it's going to be a forced fight here. Neo is going to get caught out, and that is huge for Orange Esports. Caracal not able to respond to this, and the Daunting Light comes. He tries to snipe the Lord. Unfortunately, it's a little bit too late to be call.
Yeah, all things considered, Team Caracal retreating there was a very good choice. They know that Neo is already caught out. They don't have engagement tools, and they're pretty sure Valence got his crossbow of Tang off of that. If they don't retreat, they're going to lose multiple members to this 1-1 for free. Looking at the items overall, Orange Esports notably ahead, already completing their second, their third items on some of their cores. Team Caracal still slightly foundering in that regard.
Oh, this is so hard. Caracal, like I said as well, they're looking to go for punishments, and it's very, very difficult when Orange Esports are grouped up. They have to punish over commitments, and that's exactly what they need. Now looking for a very aggressive play. He gets cards out, but can they chain him up? Daunting Light clears the mid, but Gary says, I don't care. I'm going to focus on the inhibitor. So is the Lord going to be focusing down mid, and this is going to be a disaster for them. Born going to try and go for the split, and this is going to be a Caracal retreat moment. Minions goes in for the Wave Dragon, and that's going to be the first mistake from Orange Esports. But is it a deadly one? Because now Orange Esports, they're threatening the crystal, but Caracal, they're doing everything they can to stop on this track. They managed to do it. They managed to clear the minions. They managed to push back, and they are just just fighting for their dear lives, and it's not over yet. Orange Esports, they lose 4 with the ultimate bonding experience.
Team Caracal are barely able to hang on to their crystal, but they're going to lose all of their inhibitors. Born, interestingly enough, going to stand there, gets the split off, so he will be fine for now. But that was a bit of a mistake from Orange Esports. That's going to give them a lot of time for Team Caracal, and they're going to get as many towers as they can.
Oh, they need this kill. Can they get it? No, they cannot. Min is going to try and stop him, right? But the ultimate bonding experience, keeping them alive. They need the tier 2, and they won't get it. And that's going to be Team Caracal fighting back despite losing all the inhibitors.
Oh, this is going to be pretty tense right now. Min chasing Neo down. He wants to pick them off before they can retreat to the safety of their base, but he doesn't have his cooldowns available. Valence right behind him.
No.
He got caught by the Kufra right into the dawning light. The 1-1 goes down yet again.
Oh, Valence preemptively cast the second skill, but the Tyrant's range does have a delayed effect, and because of that, he got caught into the stun, and immediately Lexia gets the one shot in. Oh, that is so unfortunate.
Orange Esports are showing some cracks in their discipline right now. Team Caracal, thanks to all of these mistakes, have now narrowed up the net worth lead. Only 1k from Orange Esports, which at this point of the game is basically nothing. The crystal is wide exposed, but if Orange aren't able to pick themselves back together and refocus for a solid engagement, they could easily get comeback done here, and they don't want that to happen.
This is so smart. Knowing that Caracal cannot be separated, Orange Esports is looking to punish any stragglers in their formation. And unfortunately, due to the mentality of Caracal has adapted to just sticking out a fight, it's so hard to find an opportunity. However, he reveals himself. Is Gary going to make it tough? Looks like Darkness Falls comes in. They're kind of blinded, but still, the sustains from AIM keeps them alive. But the lobstop completely stops Caracal from doing so. It actually helps Orange Esports, but at the same time, Valence has been picked off. But the Lord, who's gonna get it? And it's gonna be Gary that steals it from under. And Caracal, they have to run for their lives. Ling Aza was down. They had nothing they could have done.
Oh, that was such a huge catch from Orange Esports. Min finding Link Eza out of all people and killing him first. Basically guaranteed they could secure the Lord, and now they are in a 2v4 situation. They find Lolios in the backline. Min comes on in, kicks AIM away. He doesn't want him defending the crystal because that belongs to Orange Esports.
What a game coming in from Orange Esports. What a phenomenal outplay coming in. That was brilliant. Despite making a little bit of mistakes, but it was still a very difficult uphill battle for Team Caracal to challenge the Helker.
Yeah, really well played by Orange Esports during the initial phases of the game. Once victory came into view, they definitely got sloppy. There were so many mistakes they could have avoided, and they put themselves in a situation where Team Caracal could have easily won the game if they had another victory. Luckily, it did not come to that. They managed to punish a mistake in return, and that is what allowed them to solidify game number 1.
It was so close. That final Lord fight could have gone either ways. Caracal seemed to be in the best position to fight that, but what really messed things up was AIM's positioning as the Essence, right? He was going forward, he wants to group up his team, but as soon as he was there, the Lord Storm just so happened to be there, connected on him, connected on Ling Aza as well. Immediately you can see Gary jumped on them, just completely took both of them out.
Yeah, that Lord Storm was so unlucky for Team Caracal. Yes, both teams got hit by it at the same time, but it definitely landed on more key members of Team Caracal overall, especially Link Eza, since he just came back with the immortality. He got knocked up again, meaning that he was basically dead, and that allowed Gary to secure the retribution on the Lord. We can see here from the end game stats. This was a quick game overall, but Team Caracal actually came out with more kills.
You know, this is really unexpected, right? Considering that Ling Aza's got 8, 1, and 6, normally you would expect that Team Caracal would have won that fight, but I liked how Orange Esports played this game. It's not about taking who has the flashiest plays, who is the better killer. It's all about playing a game of chess, sacrificing your pieces to get the bigger objective, which is taking down the king. In this case, they played it in a way where it was a big chess piece moving and cranking towards victory. In this case, the Darkness Fall was one of the biggest factor that forced Caracal to tunnel vision themselves all the time. And it's understandable just because if they were to separate and if they die, it just puts a huge weak point for Orange Esports to exploit. And even that, it was such a difficult thing to actually break through.
Yeah, this ultimate from the Hellcurt is so effective nowadays, especially since most teams want to be able to maintain control over the battlefield. Not having vision is just an unimaginable handicap in these sorts of situations, and that is what Orange Esports took advantage of. In terms of items, I don't think anything is too unusual here. I think it was just good execution, good gameplay from Orange Esports, and the MVP of the game is none other than Man on the eve with some excellent real-world manipulation.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Man was all over the map as well. He was able to use pixel perfects on the edge of the real manipulation and zone out multiple heroes, especially when his gangs coming to his mid as well as top lane. And I'm not gonna lie, Orange Esports had a pretty solid game plan by invading rather early and forcing and bullying Lixia from the lane, causing and allowing Man to get early gold net worth to get his ice cream wall, and that is where things got completely out of hand on top of the Darkest Fall, because everyone from the side Caracal can't exactly run out of real manipulation. So well done coming from On.
Yeah, it was a great start for the man. As you highlighted, they invaded into bottom lane, bought so much time because Lexia had to come down and help. And while that was happening, Man got a free kill onto AIM for the first blood of the game. He gets a free first wave, and you know at that point that the Eve is going to be way ahead of the Xavier for most of the game. An 85% kill participation meant that Man was setting things up for his team all the time. He did get caught out once, but other than that, his positioning was always key and allowed him to control the flow, as we can see in these highlights.
Now, this highlights is brought to you by none other than Samsung Galaxy A series, but let's take a look into how game 1 went, right? Initially, Team Caracal, we already talked about how it's so difficult to play against Gary, and Gary, even though he was just getting so much of the lead, he was constantly pressuring Caracal to a point that made things nearly impossible for Caracal to make a comeback. And eventually, when Caracal managed to punish his over-aggression with this play, which is extremely aggressive because it was behind tier 1, 4 minutes of the game, and that just means that they do not have the tools to actually tank out most of the tower damage. Most of the time, they would lose. They've got 2, but they lost Gary in that regard, which kind of allowed Team Caracal to scale back into the game.
What I like about the way that Orange Esports drafted this game is that they banned out a lot of aggressive options from AIM, forcing him onto the Estes. And since they already knew that Lexia was going to be playing on the Xavier as well, that meant we weren't going to see really aggressive early game Lexia AIM combo invasions. This gave them much more room to play around the map, allowed Min to control the tempo of the early game because his direct counter, the Kufra, was being stuck in a lane against Born, basically giving Orange Esports free control over the map.
Yeah, you can see the biggest target here is going to be the AIM, right? Like, the moment AIM gets taken out, most of the entire defense coming from Caracal just completely shuts down, and you can see Orange Esports just getting a lot of targets out of it, and Man was able to get like a really sick play right here, slowing down Caracal enough time to be set up for the Lord. So there was a very chaotic fight, but yes, it's undeniable why Man is going to be the MVP for the match, because he made a lot of things work in that final few fights as well.
Yeah, but just the whole team, I think, coordinated very well. They identified weaknesses in Team Caracal's game plan. They knew exactly how they wanted to play the early game. Again, they definitely got sloppy towards the late game. So many mistakes they should not have made. These are flaws that Team Caracal can take advantage of going into game 2. But as we prepare to enter game number 2, Orange Esports being 1 game up means that Team Caracal are 1 step away from being eliminated in 4th place.
Woo-wee! This is going to be a very difficult one for either of these teams, because regardless of Caracal, regardless of Orange, if Orange takes 2-0, it's okay. We want to wrap things quickly so we can play the next best of 5 series. But for Caracal, they have to play additional 2 games if they want to make it to the lower bracket finals, and then pretty much show more of their hands to their opponents, which is going to be waiting right in the lower bracket finals, which is Suhaz Esports.
Yeah, but what choice do they have? They either show more of their hand or they go home, and I think we all know which is going to be the more preferable option of those 2. Both these teams have been able to win their way through the entire lower bracket. They don't want their momentum to be stopped right here, but unfortunately, finally, it has to happen to one of them. And right now, I think Orange Esports are going to be feeling very good about this. The morale is going to be very high going into game number 2.
Well, as the saying goes, man, go big or go home. But of course, if you go home or go big, you can also always celebrate moments with Nescafe with a 30% mini off with no minimum amount was spent, capped at 20 ringgit. By using the promo code NESMPL30, scan the QR code right now, get a lot of pretty juicy local edition versions of the Nescafe himself. And who knows, you will be pumped up even more because I'm feeling pretty energized.
Yeah, we got Valir, we got Badang, we got Amon, we got Brody, all of them printed on these cans. These are, of course, special collector's edition of Nescafe. You're not going to be able to find these all the time, so make sure you guys grab some for today since you also get a discount using this QR code.
Yep. But at the same time, so while you guys are tuning in, I'm not exactly sure if you have been paying attention to Mobile Legends social media. Guess what? The mini movie of our 515 heroes starring Jananik, Hyrule Azrin, and Hun Hakim is coming every single Sunday starting from April 17. And you can also stay tuned to MLBB official channels at the same time. And don't forget as well, you can take a look at the 515 graffiti murals near you to get yourself in-game rewards. You can also visit Sunway Pyramid, The Curve, Jalan Tar in KL, Topan in JB to get yourself some 515 exclusive deals.
Yeah, but anyone who's been playing ML for long enough know how special the 515 event is, and this year is no different. Not only do you get stuff in-game, you get to participate in stuff outside of game as well. So make sure to check out these locations. Make sure to check out the videos that are going to be coming out. And of course, make sure to check out this recap for game number 1 to see exactly what happened between Orange Esports and Team Caracal.
Yep, and based on the stats here as well, you can see that even though Gary doesn't do a lot of damage, it's just him applying pressure, right? He's been doing so much split push potential that most of the time Caracal can't react in time because of the Darkness Fall. So this is something that kind of demolished their mental picture, and it's something that they need to be worried about. Hellcurt is something that is super underrated. So far, I think RRG has played it during regular season. No other teams has shown their hand. And this is just so underrated as a jungler assassin. And I know for a fact that people just shy away from Hellcurt because, oh, it's tank jungler meta. Tank jungler meta. But if you take out all the tank jungler meta, guess what? Assassins still kind of work.
Yeah, the Team Caracal already primarily targeted Gary's hero pool during the pick and ban phase, and this made him pull out the Hellcurt, something we have never seen before, which goes to show this new player's pockets may be much deeper than we think. But just in terms of damage done, honestly, I do think Team Caracal actually did more damage overall. In that Orange Esports, most of their plays were very small. They made very decisive movements. They didn't go for big team fight victories. They just picked off 1 or 2 people, which is why they have a lot less damage than Team Caracal, who were taking out Orange Esports when they were already a lot tankier towards the late game. As you can see, you don't need to just steamroll your opponents. You don't need to hunt kills for victory. You just gotta make the right trades.
Exactly, and of course, you know, playing games, enjoying moments, taking objectives, playing chess, you can also get yourself a Cadbury Zip from any 7-Eleven or buy it online right now with a now more chocolatey experience for you guys.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Already had some for myself, and I can definitely say it gives you all the energy you need to be able to take on the day, which is something that both these teams are going to need because we now enter into the draft for game number 2 of our best of 3 series today. Team Caracal now going to be drafting on the blue side, Orange Esports on the red side.
Now seeing Xavier is going to be the priority ban from Caracal, seems like they are going to try and switch things up. However, 1-1 may still be a priority for some of the teams. Though Leos has played an absolute monstrous 1-1 performance, and it's something that Orange Esports may need to respect and ban it off. But are they going to do so? Meanwhile, Caracal still sticking to their comfort bans here. The Ling is going to be banned off. Angela's still going to be something ignored as of yet. But Orange Esports saying casters killed. All right, that's cool.
I wonder which caster they're referring to, but that's not the problem right now. What I think is the problem for Orange Esports is that they need to ban the Link as a Fanny. They need to ban out the Lolios 1-1. They need to ban out the AIM Angela, and they simply don't have enough bans to deal with all of them. Something is going to get let through.
Yeah, I think the Angela is something that Lixia wants to play a little bit more, considering that the Zebra has been banned off. It's something that he's extremely comfortable with. We've kind of saw it during the regular season, but Caracal, okay! They ban off the 1-1 for Orange Esports, so it makes it a little bit easier for Orange Esports to play something they're comfortable. So I think Caracal has a different approach when it comes to their ban phase. They are not respecting Valence's other hero pool, which is going to be potentially the Kimi or the Beatrix, I guess. So it's interesting, but I'm not a big fan of it. So Orange Esports, they are going to straight up ban on Angela. That's going to be out of the way.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they ban out the 1-1 since it should be quite easy for them to lock it in. Basically, this allows Orange to ban out everything they are worried about. But looks like Team Caracal, they instead want to prioritize the Karina here. We know that Link Eza can be quite scary on this hero if he gets his snowball, but without the Heart Guard, it's going to be a lot less effective than usual.
Yeah, I like the Karina pickup as well. And honestly, there are not a lot of teams that have been able to adapt to a Karina jungler. Earlier today, we did see TODAK kind of adapt to it by going for a Lunox pickup, and I think when TODAK played the Karina as well, Angela was a very annoying way to deal with it. They struggle, but they still close out the game. So it is definitely a force to be reckoned with. So this is going to put Orange Esports in a spot where how do we deal with this Karina? And I don't know, TODAK went with the Lunox jungler. It's just an absolute monstrous performance. I wouldn't be surprised to see Mage jungler just for this, but nope, looks like that's not going to be the case. There is going to be the Hayabusa secured for Gary instead.
Yeah, look like they're gonna go for more of a safe pick right now. The Hayabusa can definitely go up 1-against-1 with the Karina once he hits level 4 because the Ogi Shadow Kill allows him to escape damage. And the Eve worked out very well for Orange in Game 1. But Team Caracal now gonna be going with more comfort picks. The Matilda and the Lilia confirm that AIM and Lexia will be playing very aggressive in the enemy jungle.
Oh, this is tough now. Like Orange Esports, they know they're pretty much having 3 mage tanker compositions. Their next few phase is going to be banning off physical classes, and as of yet, they need an XP laner. So I'm pretty sure they are going to be targeting heroes like Yu Zhong, Paquito, or even what is it again? Maybe the Ruby as well. It's something that they can consider if they want to go for it, but I'm not a big fan of it, but yeah.
I think Esme would not be a bad choice for Orange right now. Something Born can play, counters Matilda, but they know that the Atlas will get banned out in phase 2, and Min says, this will be my solution to deal with Team Caracal. We'll see whether or not the Fatal Links will be able to bring out the fatality for Team Caracal today.
Yeah, I like the Atlas as well coming from, man. I'm honestly, patches-wise, it's not really been favorable. Pops-wise, it's very difficult. It requires a lot of coordination. But when it comes to MPL standards, you gotta work as a team. And I like how Orange Esports has been able to set things up, especially for Min and Man when it comes to engagements like this. And I did not expect it to work, but it worked for them in the previous few days so far. But can they continue to do so? It's gonna be the question.
Yep, they ban out the Cho right now. I'm gonna say for Orange Esports, if they don't intend to ban the Grok next, they better pick it up for themselves in the second phase, because giving that to Team Caracal is going to be pretty bad. Team Caracal make a similar read as I do and ban out the Esmeralda because they know that you will counter Matilda shields.
Yeah, that is huge. That is a huge ban coming from Caracal. Orange Esports, they need to figure out what they need to ban, especially for News Hero Pool, right? Paquito is something that he's going to play. Yu Zhong is also something that he can play. Benedetta, even though buffed a little bit here, not seeing a favoritism for me, but considering how mobile Caracal is, they can still get away with it instead, and forcing Orange Esports to go for sprint is something that actually benefits Caracal a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like they should ban Grok here. If they don't ban Grok for sure, they need to pick it up there for themselves, because as I highlighted before, Caracal will be able to do too much with that, so they're gonna ban out the Masha instead. I really hope I see the Grok first pick in the second phase, because if they let that through, it's not gonna work out well for them.
It's weird enough, right? Like, we've been raving about the Grok for so many days. Day number 1 during regular season, on top of it all, is so popular. But based on yesterday's performance, Grok hasn't exactly had the highest of win rate, and it makes a lot of sense why teams are kind of staying away from it, even though we know that Grok is strong and an XP laner during regular seasons, but teams has adapted on how to play with it. So I feel like Orange Esports is not really afraid of the Grok pickup.
I feel like they should be though. The wall is such an easy way to counter the real world manipulation. The power of nature makes him basically invulnerable to the fatal links. Yes, teams have figured out how to deal with the Grok, but just in this lineup in particular, it counters what Orange Esports is trying to do a little bit too well.
I think Dirov isn't that bad as well, if you think about it. If it is a Grok matchup, getting the Dirov is actually amazing when it comes to laning phase, but looks like Orange Esports, they don't want to take it. They are going to go for lane control with the Uranus. A decent way to tank the Karina as well as the Lilia, but at the same time, that just gives Neo in a situation where he might be forced to play a Dirov or maybe even a Yuzhong matchup. Like, I think Yuzhong is pretty much the only choice here for Caracal.
Yeah, Yuzhong, definitely a very good choice here, counteracts the real world manipulation, but I still do think that the Grok would not be a bad choice for Team Caracal now, since Orange Esports has let it through the draft. Yes, it's not going to win the lane against the Uranus, but it's going to contribute a lot more in terms of team fights. We'll see if Team Caracal goes for it. They're gonna lock in the Beatrix first. This is gonna be Loliel's hero, and also the Ruby.
Alright, looks like they are not going to go for Yuzhong. They rather settle down with Ruby just for any sort of initiations. And yeah, I guess it makes a lot of sense considering that Caracal doesn't have a very, very strong initiator or stun or CC control. Making the Ruby over Yuzhong, at least Yuzhong, if you go front, you can't go back, right? At least Ruby, you can go in for the item and pull them back. So I can see why they're going for it, but from Orange Esports, it's more like, what is Valens going to be playing right now that can completely shut down this Kimi? This Beatrix. Are they going to go for the Kimi this game? And I don't think Kimi is great against Karina though.
Carry is still an option.
Oh wow.
Alright,
brilliant.
Alright, there's the Valens gold lane Lunox.
Brilliant.
Once again, and as you say, I love this. This is such a good solution to what Team Caracal is bringing in here. It scales so well, does so much damage, even to the tankier heroes on Team Caracal's side. This is looking to be a pretty good lineup.
This is so smart. They take a little bit of adaptation from TODAK's earlier games in the upper bracket finals, but TODAK played the Lunox in the jungle, but this time Valens is going to be playing it on the gold lane. Means that he is going to be slower in terms of level rotation, but his net worth is going to be skyrocketing through. Is he able to match this Karina, who's going to be rocketing his way through, invading Orange Esports as much as they can, or will he be able to match it up and turn things around? Because ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be match point for Orange Esports. If they take the clean 2-0, they are going to be advancing forward. Wow, Caracal, are they going to be able to bite back? Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game number 2 between Orange Esports versus Caracal.
Right now, it is absolutely do or die for Team Caracal. A single defeat is all it will take for them to go home. And after a dominating run in the lower bracket, that is the last thing they want to happen. So we can expect they're going to be playing aggressively, and we already see a 3-man rotation from Team Caracal. They want to stop Gary's jungle.
Oh wow, this is a very, very aggressive invade coming from Caracal, and they know for a fact that Orange Esports can't really do too much about this. Min is going to harass his way through, but Ling Aza is going to lose the purple buff. Meanwhile, Gary is also going to be starting off with orange buff, and you can see AIM is just contesting this, and that's going to be forcing the retribution. AIM immediately runs with the Cyclone Eye, but however, Born is going to be in the vicinity. Can he escape? I don't think so.
Yeah, that's going to be first blood going over the Born. Good rotations from Orange Esports, but looks like Loliel is going to finally be able to get some revenge from game 1, getting first blood in the gold lane against Valens.
Oh, that is huge. That is exactly what he needs, because as long as Valens do not get this early levels, Ling Aza is pretty much unstoppable. Like, yes, you have a real manipulation coming from Eve, but that's going to take a little bit more time, because that is going to be a mage mid lane as compared to Lunox, who needs a little bit more gold. Min now going to be forced to flicker out as Caracal is going to be able to completely bully Orange Esports out of the lane compared to game number 1.
Yeah, this is going to be a complete reversal from the game we saw earlier because now Team Caracal have the much stronger early game composition. So it's going to be up to them to increase the pace, to dictate the tempo, to ensure that the late game heroes on Orange Esports aren't able to farm as fast. We can already see Gary is a level behind Linkeza.
It seems like Caracal is going to be going for the fight as well. Gary going to get focused out. He doesn't have the 4. The OK Shadow Kill not available means it's the best time to go in for the engage. And because of that small misplace from Orange Esports, Team Caracal was able to capitalize on. That was a huge catch from Caracal.
That was such a minute difference. Just a few seconds more and he would have naturally hit level 4 and gotten out of that scot-free. The fact that they picked him off means that Linkeza will be able to get the turtle, and Lolios wins another 1v1. Valence dies for the second time in a row.
Oh, this is such an uncomfortable situation that Orange Esports is expecting. Linkeza now going to put on the metal as he plays aggressive. Here comes a real manipulation, but Linkeza completely escapes it scot-free. That is big spells made it out by him.
Yep, this is classic Linkeza gameplay. Once he gets a little bit of that early game advantage, he is going to run with it, and now the snowball has become 2 levels up on Gary's Hayabusa. Definitely not the start Orange Esports is looking for. Just because they're weak at this point doesn't mean they should be losing. Lolios gets caught though.
Oh, the Matilda pulls him out of the situation. Lilios wants to turn the tide. That is some serious damage coming from Caracal, and Orange Esports cannot look to fight back. The rest of Caracal is going to be coming in. You can see Linkeza walking in the midst as well, trying to make a fight, but here comes the sprint. But Linkeza, he's going to be focused on denying the purple buff from Gary again. Oh my goodness, Gary's only level 5 versus Linkeza's level 7. My goodness, this is disastrous for him. And Valence is going to get caught out. Linkeza walks right into him.
Team Caracal getting some much deserved payback. They were in this position in game number 1 and now they are paying it back 100-fold. So much pressure from these roams. Orange Esports, they know they have to play for the late game now. You can see that Gary, he's going to be focusing on the split push, going for the farm on the opposite side of the map. While Min will defend the tower, gets the fatal links right into the real world manipulation. Min almost dying here. Looks like Circling Eagle will be able to cancel out Man's ultimate, but Aim will sacrifice his own life in exchange. He's looking for the kill onto Min, but nope, not gonna get it.
Oh, that was totally worth it from Aim, because if he did not sacrifice himself to cancel real manipulation, Lolios might have just died then and there. So that was a huge disengage there, but still is going to be a little bit of a redemption here from Orange Esports.
Yeah, Team Caracal right now 1.8k ahead in terms of net worth. Not that bad, but still not an ideal start for Orange Esports. Born, he scouts that they're taking the turtle, but they're in no position to fight. So Orange Esports are going to try and get objectives elsewhere instead.
Yep, Lolios now going to try and bully out Valence in the vicinity. Min is going to be looking to play. Aim is going to be there to provide assistance. Unfortunately, because of this rotational scout, Lolios is not going to go a little bit aggressive. As you can see, they need Gary to get up a little bit more items to actually steamroll for Orange Esports, but it's very difficult to do so. Look at this, Linkeza looking for the strike back. Min needs to make a run for it, but again, the contestant comes in, Brilliance comes in to try and bait out for Valence here, but at the same time, here comes the real world manipulation and the fatal links, but he needs to make it for a run, but Caracal just taking a little bit too much damage. Okay, Shadow Kill comes in, but Linkeza still survives it all.
I have to note that even after all of that, Min sacrificing his life for the fatal links, they weren't able to secure the purple buff, and now Born is going to be the next target to fall as Lolios comes in from the bottom lane, almost sniping down Valence, but he will be fine. Gary jumps in, does some poke damage. He already used his Oki Shadow Kill earlier. Orange not in any position to fight. They have no cooldowns. Team Caracal will back this up.
Oh, this is so hard from Orange Esports, but at the same time, you can start to see that Gary has finally gotten a little bit more items ever since he got his War Axe. So he does have a little bit more damage to actually ego challenge Lolios and etc. But the problem is, he still needs a little bit more, and Caracal, they need to continue to pull the lead in terms of economy against Orange Esports.
Yeah, but they are in a very comfortable spot right now. Even though Orange Esports, they have solid late game damage, the same can be said for Team Caracal. And as long as they maintain this lead, they will be able to close out the game as long as they don't make any mistakes. Orange Esports right now need to be the ones to slow down the tempo that Caracal is trying to play so that they can get more space and more time to actually scale up.
Yep, and Lulio's going to be farming his way through. The third turtle of the game is going to be spawning, and Orange Esports may look to threaten this, but is it the wise of the choice? It seems like they need to find some sort of pick-off, and it's very difficult to do so. Valence is level 7 as compared to Lulio's, and so far he does have a little bit more damage, but he hasn't been able to land like major damage output onto his Ling Aza. But it seems to me Orange Esports, they are going to concede a turtle and trade objectives instead.
Yeah, they don't really have much of a choice there. Taking towers for turtles right now, not ideal. But the only choice they have, Neo looking for Born.
Gary.
He sees Gary, wants to go for him instead, but is able to get away. Link Eza though, dashing through the backline. A two-man, I'm offended. Sets things up for Lolios. Link Eza gets a kill. Valence gets chased down. Gary gonna try to delay them as much as possible. They've already lost 3, and that means that the mid lane of towers will go to Team Caracal.
Oh, that was a huge play coming from Neo to save Ling Aza's life, because Ling Aza's life was pretty much threatened. He saw an opportunity, they grouped up as 4, immediately helped his buddy, and because of that, he survives to live to tell the tale.
This is rough for Orange. We have now hit the 6.5k net worth lead mark for Team Caracal. Only 7.5 minutes into this game. This is the same situation we said in game number 1 would be very difficult to come back from. We can see from the instant replay earlier an excellent engagement from Neo, flickering backwards, getting the catch, setting up for 3 kills instantly.
Yeah, that was huge. That was a huge clutch coming from Neo. Like, that was instantaneous. That was, wow, just absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, really a work of art, and that's exactly what Team Caracal were looking for. Now Orange Esports are so far behind that even if they slow down the game's tempo, Caracal will just have more control over the map to work with, which means that they basically can't walk anywhere safely at all.
Oh, this is huge coming in from Neo. He was able to bait out Born skill completely, and because of that, he is gonna be a little bit more careful, but fortunately for him, he still has to sprint up on 10 seconds, so he is going to continue going for split push pressure. But Orange Esports, they need to find a way for Gary to farm, and he is going to be getting some sort of farm, whereas Ling Aza is almost 13 level, 3 levels ahead from Gary, so it's going to take a little bit more time. Genius 1 purchase coming from Valence is going to help him out a little bit more, but still needs his level.
Yep, the first Lord of the game is going to be coming up right now. Team Caracal already in position to take it. Orange Esports nearby, but it's way too risky for them to challenge this at all. They have no choice but to give this away. And right now, we are basically witnessing a slow and excruciating death for Orange Esports as Team Caracal slowly but surely increases their advantage even further.
Yeah, this is very hard to watch. Like Orange Esports, they don't exactly have a late game marksman. They relying on Lunox is just not enough in this scenario, and they're just having so much problems with this Karina, and it's hard. It's really hard to watch, and right now it's all up to Team Caracal to actually just close out the game.
And Team Caracal, they have full control, and they can take as much time as they need, take as much farm as they need, until they are confident that they can take a fight without any possibility of Orange fighting back. Honestly, it's already pretty close, considering that Linkeza again steals the Orange buff from right under Gary's nose. They're now on top of Lalios, though. They try to get him. Ogi's Shadow Kill picks it up.
Oh, this is huge. This is the pickoff that they needed coming from Orange Esports. They saw an opportunity and they went for it. With 20 seconds down on first side of Lils, they do buy a little bit more room and space to push out, but is it gonna matter? Because they've got to take whatever they can get to pick up from this game.
Yeah, honestly, that does matter quite a bit. Picking up Lovelios will keep their top tier 2 alive, and it means that Born can hold the lane by himself, allowing the rest of his team to clear up the Lord bot side. Orange Esports have managed to reduce Team Caracal's net worth lead by just a little bit here, and those little movements are what they need to come back.
Yep, look at the items real quick as well. We do see Lix here already scaling pretty quickly as well. He's going to get his Genius 1 later on. Neo has got his pass, taught, and sustains, but looks like Born, he's going to get caught out. There's no way he survives this. He doesn't have the sprint to actually survive the damage output. That is going to put Orange Esports back at their place as they have to go full retreat because of this.
Yeah, Born needs to be more careful. The reason why we don't see Uranus as much these days is simply because the hero is way squishier than he used to be and cannot roam the map as effectively as something like an Esmeralda, for example. This is going to allow Team Caracal to take this top tier 2 for free. I don't think they're going to push any further as the next Lord will be up in 45 seconds.
Interesting itemization coming from Born, getting the blade armor to deal with low Leos. It's a genius way of doing it, but at the same time, I feel like the biggest threat here is going to be Ling Aza because no one can actually kill it at all.
Yeah, I think as the only one that can really respond to this is going to be Valence, so they need to buy more time for this Lunox to come online, but he's already so behind simply because he was heavily ganked by AIM during the early laning phase, meaning that it's just going to take Orange that much longer. They need to hit that 42k net worth mark, but Team Caracal still 6k ahead of them.
Oh, this is huge. Valence just got his lightning trunket. This might be the comeback that they need. All they got to do is just get the biggest pick off their lives and they're going to be A-okay. Meanwhile, Born might actually get caught out. AIM is going to be there. He's going to be trying to bait some sort of reaction from Orange Esports, and they are reacting, but at the same time, they're backing off the defense. Caracal is going to be focusing on the Lord, but once again, Orange Esports, they don't care. Take the Lord. We are going to trade objectives on the other side of the map to make sure Gary gets his farm, gets his level, and that is going to be the game plan coming from Orange Esports.
Honestly, this is the smartest thing they can do right now. Yes, they're giving a lot of advantage to Team Caracal by handing over these neutral objectives, but every single tower they get in exchange is going to be an objective that they wouldn't be able to obtain through a team fight otherwise. They are confident enough that they'll be able to defend against the Lord for now. But something does need to happen. Eventually, these Lords are going to become so tanky that even Orange won't be able to deal with it.
Yep, they're farming very smartly as well, making sure that Gary's getting the necessary farm that he needs. And even Born as well is making sure that all these objectives is going in towards the hands of Gary, making sure that he hits his 15 as quickly as they can, as he is going to be the prime objective is to focus on those Loleos. However, Loleos, I believe he does have the Wind of Nature, so this is going to take all of them to fight this out. Neo going to be pushing with the bushes as well. He's looking for the catch, but Valence, oh no, he's taking a bit too much damage. He needs to back off. That is not a way to start a fight here.
Yeah, not at all. Valence forced to retreat means that the Lord can freely push in. They've lost one inhibitor. Caracal are looking for pickoffs to continue their shove. They're gonna pull the Lord into the mid inhibitor, and that allows them to clear it up. Born not even around. Orange Esports, they have their sights set on something further. They're not looking to take the fight. They're just looking to keep themselves in the game and take advantages, but they find Gary.
Oh my goodness, Gary get chain CC, but here comes the wombo combo. Gary's gonna take it out, but they don't exactly have the damage as Ling Aza goes for the backslide, shut them all down. It's all up to Man and Born, and Caracal says this might be it. There's nothing you can do about his Born, trading his bodies for his life, but at the same time, Caracal is gonna be focusing on the crystal. They just don't have the numbers. This might be it, and it is it. We are gonna be going into game number 3 as Caracal keeps things alive. Do or die. Go big or go home.
GG, well played to Team Caracal. This time, they're the ones winning out the draft, and their early game aggression and snowball allowed them to slowly choke out Orange Esports, not allowing them any chance to respawn. A good attempt in those last few moments from Orange, but they were already so far behind. Not enough damage, and it just was the final coup de grace from Caracal.
Woo! A sigh of relief coming in from Caracal fans and us on the prediction panel as well, but it's not over yet till the final moment is struck. And tying the series means there is going to be the final game for one of these teams, and it is going to be a difficult one because Orange Esports, they got completely outdrafted with this Karina pickup. I think it's time to just completely take out of the pool.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of saw this coming. Considering both these teams have steamrolled their way through the lower bracket, it would be very uncharacteristic if one of them won in a 2-0 fashion. This is going to be a very close series, and now it comes down to a best-of-1 game number 3 to determine which of these teams moves on to the lower bracket finals and who will be going home right before the finish line.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down. But before that, let's take a look at the items real quick on how it all went down between this matchup. It all came down towards the draft as well, itemizations, right? I like how Orange Esports kind of had the idea, oh, we need to deal with Ling Aza. all right, we have a Lunox that goes through the Shadow Dance coming from Ling Aza, but at the same time, can he farm enough gold to actually challenge Ling Aza? That was the toughest question, and unfortunately, it was a big fat NO because Ling Aza was completely shutting down Gary all the way through.
The unfortunate thing is that if we did actually hit the late game and Valens and Ling Aza were equal in farm, the Lunox would have easily been able to take out the Karina with the Darkening. It's just that he was put so far behind in terms of farm. In this case, Team Caracal had the much better draft by far because Orange Esports were basing all of their gameplay over delaying the game and hitting that end game, which meant that they didn't have enough defensive utility to deal with early game aggression.
Yeah, I definitely agree as well, but at the same time, you look at the itemization coming from Ling Aza, right? He didn't actually go for full defense at all. He's just relying purely on Shadow Dance to dodge any kind of physical attack. And it makes a lot of sense because Valens is magic, Mon is magic, Min is physical-ish, but it doesn't really hurt a lot. Born is pure magic as well from the Uranus. So this is something that, oh, you know what? I'm just going to get Radiant Armor. You know what? I'm just going to get Curse Helmet. It's okay. There's nothing they can do. So he does have the countermeasures to deal with Valens in general. But who is going to be the MVP? It's going to be none other than Lolios with a 6, 1, and 5 with him shutting down the Lunox, allowing Ling Aza to go out of control. Just puts in a very, very comfortable spot.
Yep, this is a completely opposite performance of game number 1 because Lolios wasn't actually getting hard targeted in lane. Plus, he had an ideal 1v1 lane matchup as Beatrix will outdamage the Lunox for very much of the first few portions of the game. Getting 2 kills in the gold lane with Aim's help set him up a huge snowball, being able to avoid ganks with massive AoE damage. We can see he participated in 85% of Team Caracal's kills and had an 846 match GPM.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal game coming from Lolios as well because his rockets was so on point. I'm not gonna lie, Neo's Ruby was a perfect setup because Gary, not once, multiple times was caught out by this Ruby. So that was a pretty sick moment as well. I believe we are going to be jumping straight into the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series as we can take a look into a lot of moments where the setup from Neo just kind of allowed Lolios to completely snow rocket into the game.
Yeah, but you can see how important it is to be able to draft to have early lane priority because Orange Esports, they don't have any heroes that can really set up aggressively. And that puts them at so much risk. You can see beautiful setups by Neo with a flicker hook. And Gary, he's not able to keep up in farm at all simply because of how much help Ling Aza is getting. Lolios is already perfectly farmed. This was a beautiful Fatal Links at the end of the day. But where is the damage? Valens just dies instantly. There is nothing Orange Esports can do.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate. Like, the drops kind of messed them up. Karina is something that a lot of teams struggle to deal with. And so far, I think just based on these few days so far, I think TODAK has pretty much adapted really well to it. So I'm looking forward to see whether or not is it going to be slid through or it is going to be taken out completely. Because as of yet, this is going to be tying the series for now. Because before that, we are going to be taking a very short break.
No doubt about that. We gotta give some time for the players to recuperate. So we will see you guys in just a little bit for game number 3. Make sure you guys don't get anywhere. Grab any snacks you need because we will see you guys in just a few minutes.
The kiddo didn't win. He's just handpicked. I break boundaries, not bonds. This is more than a game to me. I was never meant to be a watchdog. Not a fan of technology. I guess the day has come for us. I like egg fried rice too. Oh, I mean the food, not the sweet. Teamwork? Maybe.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita.
The moment of truth will be revealed very, very shortly. One of these teams will be taken now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL-MY Season 9, and you guys are currently watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBB12, and he is Stafa, as we are going to be your English commentators for today. Now, this decided match, Caracal versus Orange Esports. One will advance and one will go home. But before that, we would like to thank our amazing sponsors here, our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, partner in esports, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, EGG Network, as well as our co-organizers, ESI, for making this happen, because this important moment decides the future of the team.
Yeah, absolutely. For those of you who might be just joining us now, we are currently sitting at a 1-1 score for Team Caracal and Orange Esports in the lower brackets, determining which team is going to move on to the lower bracket finals against Suhaz Esports. It's going to be quite an intense one, ladies and gentlemen, because neither of these teams are willing to give an inch. But sadly, one of them must go home.
Whew, this is so hard. It has been a long journey for some of these teams, and we're down towards the final four, and I don't know, man. Like Orange Esports, they had a very strong start in game number 1. They completely outplayed them in terms of the drafts. Game 2, Caracal fought back with a Karina that completely put Orange Esports in a spot where they get completely shut down. Meanwhile, in the crowd, we have Izanami just chilling with us.
Oh, look at that, coming here to provide a little bit of support for some of his former teammates here on Team Caracal. Just because they're out doesn't mean they can't give a little bit of cheer to some of their former friends, some of their former teammates. Having a look here at the previous match recap for game number 2, we know Team Caracal only just came out victorious.
Yep, and as of yet, let's take a look at the recap for now. It seems like Lolio's just doing so much damage throughout the entirety of the fight. 57,000, just completely bullying him out. And I was expecting Lingingza to do a little bit more. He was just there to apply pressure, but Lolios was just chipping away at everyone's health apparently.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised at how little damage Lingeza was doing overall. Lolios, that's just a massive number, basically double the highest DPS coming out from Orange Esports, which is man on this eve. Just goes to show he was having a really good time in that game. And being able to win your lane in such an outstanding fashion usually results in a player getting particularly farmed in this meta. That is something you always want to avoid.
Yep, indeed. Atlas, maybe a hit and miss coming from Orange Esports, but it was a hit because they had the Xavier. So considering that the Xavier was banned off coming in from Caracal in game number 2, it feels like Orange Esports, they might need to reconsider whether or not they want to go for the Atlas again. I feel like the Franco is something that they are much more comfortable with. But at the same time, not many teams has had success with that. We've seen it coming from Suhaz, we've seen it coming from TODAK, Orange Esports in particular as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the Franco coming into the game, whereas they will focus on banning off both the Karina as well as potentially the Angela again.
Yeah, but Franco is just that risky nowadays. Yes, when you're able to land those hooks, he is such a massive support for the team. But if you're not able to do so, he's little more than just another hero standing there. Maybe he bites someone once in a while, but doesn't really contribute that much to big team fights.
That's the thing, right? It's a hit or miss. You gotta go big or go home. And yet, even though we know that they've played it before, they were one of the pioneers to bring in the Franco meta for MPL-MY Season 9. Compared to yesterday's game, when they played it against Red Esports, Mom was an absolute monster and Min felt like it was nothing in his eyes. And even though Min was playing the Franco yesterday's game, didn't exactly do too well. So I feel like it might be a little bit of a confidence setback coming from Orange Esports, but yes, I feel like Franco is amazing for them, but if they can get back that morale, that momentum that they had during the regular season, this would be a helpful moment for them.
Well, either way though, from what we've seen of the previous 2 games, what's really obvious is that winning the draft gives them such an advantage going into the game. Both these teams want to play around that early game. The more they can delay the enemy jungler's farm, the easier it becomes for them to scale up into the late game and extend that into map control and overall game dominance. The draft is going to be a huge determining factor for which of these teams moves on.
Oh boy, you can see final prayers coming from Orange Esports. They want to go all out and they're hoping to make the dream work. And can they represent the system? And it seems like this is going to be the match to watch. And Caracal, they're looking to make a comeback as well. So either of these teams, it is going to be a very heartwarming moment. You can see the intensity coming from Orange Esports perspective. Likewise coming from Caracal. Everyone is so eager for this match. But at the same time, there's just so much pressure along the lines.
Yeah, it's just going to be absolutely heartbreaking no matter which one of these 2 teams is going home after this game, simply because we've seen all their efforts, we've seen their blood, sweat and tears on the stage. These are 2 teams that absolutely deserve to have gone as far as they have, but the journey must end for one of them today. In addition to that, something you might not really think about is the fact that even if the team that wins here moves on, they're going to have to play a best of 5 against Suhaz right after this. That's got to take a toll.
Oh, I know you hate to see it, right? Like, I know Suhaz Esports, they're definitely watching this match. They're sneakily just waiting for the right moment to pounce on them, and they're finding their cracks very shortly. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we're heading into the decider match for this game. It is going to be Orange Esports and Caracal, game number 3. Winner advances, losers go home match.
Yep, Orange Esports going to be returning to the first pick, Team Caracal on the second pick. So far in this series, the team on the first pick has a 100% win rate. So maybe Orange being on the blue side once again may give an indication that they're going into this with an advantage.
Yep, Orange Esports with first pick in the back. Do they want to prioritize on that Karina for themselves? Considering that now 1-1 has been banned, this is Caracal saying that we respect you, Valence, but you're not a god. You bleed sometimes. You may be a god of 1-1, but you're not a god of them all.
Yeah, of course, they still gotta ban out the Valentina, so that is to be expected. These final 2 bans from both teams are going to be particularly important. Will Orange Esports continue banning out AIM supports? Nope, they will finally take a page out of game number 2. This Karina has to go, and Team Caracal, they do the same for Gary's Fanny.
This is gonna be a little bit different now, considering that now they've taken out the Karina. It just puts up so much space for Orange Esports to do whatever they want compared to the previous game. So now it's not about the OP jungler pickup. It's now more to, hey, I'm going to pick something I'm comfortable with, and that is going to be the Ling coming from Orange Esports from the get-go. Immediately banned multiple times for his teams, and Caracal say, hey, wait a minute, we let the Ling slide, so what do we do now?
Yeah, the Ling has been banned out in the first phase by most teams in MPL recently, and is finally being led through the draft. Orange Esports not about to let this chance slip away, but that means that Caracal can pick up Lolil's Beatrix once again, and they're gonna respawn with what is potentially the Jungle Baxia.
Let's go! Jungle Baxia is not out yet. I'm surprised people kind of strayed away from it, and to see it back in action, I want to see how far can Ling Asa carry the team. And Orange Esports, they are going to respond with the Xavier on top of it with the Cho. Instead of risking the Franco pickup, they would rather go for a Cho, which has more escape abilities and easier to hit combos to set up with Xavier. So this is very safe pick coming from Orange Esports.
Yeah, I like this. Both teams are going for their comfort picks. They know this might be their last game, so put all the cards on the table. Go for heroes you're comfortable playing. I think what Team Caracal should go for now is lock in AIM's hero here. Go for something like the support Kadita if they want to, because Orange might ban it out, but nope. They lock in Lexia's Lilia first.
Wow, this is going to be a Lilia play coming from Caracal. Something that AIM is very happy to play, but at the same time, he's not going to be able to play it because Lixia is going to be playing this particular round. So AIM is going to be forced to play a little bit of an interesting jungle. We did see an Enchanter style coming from Caracal from game number 1 with Estes. The idea was great, but didn't exactly work out with the Hellcurt pickup. So maybe this game, they may consider to do so, considering how annoyingly tanky a Baxia can be a big nuisance. So it's not that bad of a idea if they decide to go for it, if they want to go for the invades on towards, I would believe Gary to be playing on the lane itself.
Yeah, well, we go into the second phase of bans though. Team Caracal, they're gonna start things off banning out Born's Glue. This definitely created a lot of space for Orange Esports in the previous game. They don't want to have to deal with that. And since Orange noticed, okay, they haven't locked in AIM's hero yet, we're going to get rid of this support Kadita, which previously allowed Caracal a major victory.
This is going to be an important one. I'm surprised they banned off the Esmeralda, despite that Baxia is going to be able to shut him down, but they still do not want to take any kind of risk, considering that Orange Esports may be able to go in for the side lanes. Meanwhile, I'm looking for to see whether or not are they going to go for Paquito, because as of yet, I feel like Valence is in a situation, he's forced to pick the carry to deal with the Baxia, but by doing so, he is going to be vulnerable to the Beatrix. So it's something that they have to worry about, but you can see on Orange's side, they are hovering onto his Ruby, doesn't want to give Nevio his comfort picks.
In addition to that, Caracal banning out the Esmeralda leads me to think they might actually be thinking about grabbing the Fovia.
Oh yeah, it's not that bad.
To counter the Ling, Orange banned out the Ruby instead, which is understandable. As you mentioned, Neo was a pain to deal with, and this will give the Masha for the Caracal.
Whoa, 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 whoa. We did see the Masha being banned in second game. We did see a lot of Masha picks lately, especially in playoffs, but played on the XP lane rather than the roaming condition. We did see Zyme Senpai kind of play it, didn't exactly go too well after the nerfs coming in on towards Masha.
Yeah, the question here is whether or not this will be an EXP lane Masha or a roamer Masha. We've seen Neo play the Masha previously in the roam position, and he's very effective with it. I actually think it would work here because the Ling doesn't have a lot of solutions to it, and Xavier isn't very strong in the early game. But we'll see what they decide to do as Orange Esports. They're gonna lock in Valence's Kimmy, something he's quite comfortable with, and also the Paquito.
Oh wow, I like this setup coming from Orange Esports. Like the Kimmy is able to just completely bully out Masha rather early as well, taking advantage of the situation. Paquito is just amazing in shutting out Beatrix in a 1v1 catch-up. So this is a pretty decent draft coming from Orange Esports. So it all comes down to Caracal. Hey, what are you gonna play? Because Masha may not be the best solution, but can he make enough space, especially for Neo, if he decides to go for the XP lane? But as you can see, they're hovering onto the discussion. It might be just Neo forcing a different XP lane, and this might be forced into a roaming Masha being played by AIM instead.
We'll see what it is, because the Rafaela going to finally return to the land of Dawn. How long has it been since we've seen this hero? This confirmed this is an EXP lane Masha, AIM in the roam position.
Oh, this is big. This is huge as well. I was expecting maybe an Estes, but the Rafaela works just the same. It gives you a little bit more mobility for the Baxia to go above and beyond, and this is going to be the game to watch. I'm looking forward to see how it goes down, because this is going to be the decider match on its way, my friend.
Yep, no longer all the cards on the table. Do or die for both these teams. The final lineups, the potential final game. Shout your support in the comments, ladies and gentlemen. Orange Esports versus Caracal. Orange going to have a very strong late game scaling matchup. Lots of setup, lots of pickup, but they are quite squishy. Team Caracal, though, they're going to be running you down. They got the Baxia, they got the Masha, they got the Rafaela to speed them all up. So they're going to be right up in your face as we once again enter the land of Dawn.
Ladies and gentlemen, go big or go home. The decider match of this game, Orange Esports versus Caracal. This is going to be a very, very difficult match for either of these teams. It's gonna be a tough one, but as of yet, Min is gonna go in for harassment against AIM. Looks like he is gonna try and ego challenge his way through, but AIM doesn't exactly have the sustains the way through, and Min, he might actually die. He has a flicker, he's gonna bait it out, but he flickers in towards the wrong direction, and Lolios catches him.
Yep, Gary going to be forced to use the retribution here because Min was not successful, and that is a great start to Team Caracal. Notably, they have 3 sprints. They are going for the full rundown composition.
Oh wow, triple sprints to outrun a potential Kimmy. That is just genius. Now Neo is gonna get harassed his way through. He's taking a little bit too much damage, but this is a Masha we're talking about. He's gonna be A-okay, but Born looking to threaten him. That is huge for him.
Yep, that's a lot of damage overall, but Masha, the way the hero plays is as long as I'm not dead, I am doing something, and he's stealing jungle camps away from Gary, forcing him to go for the vertical jungle and steal camps away in the top side. Valence will be able to zone out AIM.
Yeah, I like how Valence is able to just take advantage that Kimmy is going to be able to out-aggress any other marksman in the lane just because of how his power spikes comes a little bit way too earlier than most marksmen.
Yeah, Born here gonna have a very good early lane, but Tamasha, all he has to do is just stay alive and keep this Paquito in lane for as long as possible, not allowing Born to participate in other fights. Speaking of fights though, Valence being jumped on in the top lane. We can see the Tempest Blaze being sent out by Gary. It doesn't quite hit AIM, but will be able to get that KO.
Yeah, that is huge as well. You can see the hesitancy coming from Valence to take the kill, knowing that he's low enough, and Team Caracal might have to jump on him. So giving the kill onto his Born for Gary was actually a very, very smart play. However, Caracal, they are going to take the turtle. Retribution comes in. The Dawning Light will not connect, but that is going to be Caracal taking the turtle for this game.
Yep, they do find Min though. He walks into the brush. He will be fine. Shinpo gets him out. He's not level 4 yet, so he can't set up a kill onto either of these heroes, and they're too tanky to begin with anyway. Gary gives up the turtle, but is able to secure the purple buff. RNG Sports still slightly ahead in terms of farm for now, but we don't know what's going to happen as this game continues.
Oh boy, Orange Esports finally taking the lead, but Caracal, they need to take advantage of what Link Aza can do to them, and that's going to be a very difficult one as well because he needs to try and engage for the team to try and set things up with Lexia, but it's very, very difficult to do so, especially when Lexia needs a little bit more items before he comes online. Meanwhile, Min, he's going to get caught out on the top side, and this is huge because Lolios and AIM takes him out, and the dive coming from Gary is not going to do too much, and he completely sprinted him out, and Lolios from the side finds Valence, focuses him down, and he's dead.
This is the power of having multiple sprints. Min, he was ready to sacrifice his life to buy time for Gary to come in, but they weren't expecting 2 members from the mid lane to come up and join them, resulting in 2 free kills going over the Team Caracal. They now have the net worth lead, and they are threatening Gary.
Yeah, they're just running out of control now. Ling Aza is going to get dived on. Here comes the King, connects on the turret as well, and is dead. And that's a big cash coming from Orange Esports, but while that's actually happening, Neo is secretly cutting the bottom lane. So Orange Esports, they did lose out a huge minion wave down bottom, and because of that, the economy swings into Caracal's favor.
Ah, that's unfortunate. Born almost got a free kill there, but now he's gonna get caught out by Neo using the Thunderclap already. Knockout Strike will keep the Masha off of him, so the Paquito is safe for now. Lots of action from both these teams. This is looking to be a much more even game than before.
Yeah, definitely as well. This is a do or die moment. Like, none of these teams wants to go out like that. They are going to be swinging as hard as they can to try and fight for the tournament lives, and this might be a pretty long game, I must say, but Ling Aza, he is going to get his second turtle. Orange Esports does have a little bit better in terms of late game potential, but it's still too early to count them out yet, because Caracal, once again, second turtle coming in. Lolios has been playing it like an absolute chat with that Beatrix, and you can see Orange Esports, they're just focusing and making sure that Lolios, if he makes a mistake, we want to capitalize on this.
I'm honestly so surprised at how willing Orange Esports are to give the turtle. Oh man, no. He messed it up. He messed up that execution. Now he is out of position. Holy Baptism going to miss. Lexia chasing them down with Sprint. Gary jumps in the backline. Tempest of Blaze going to be used. Lexia, does he have Black Shoes? Oh, Gary, he's going to miss his attacks, allowing the Lilia to walk away.
Oh, nicely done coming from Gary as well, because if he committed to that, he would have just taken the full brunt of Lolios out. So great zoning coming from Lolios to make sure they did not mess up. There was a little bit of a mistake from Lexia, but both teams made a mistake. But was able to salvage the situation and back off.
Oh, Valens, he steals the purple buff with maximum charge. You need these little victories here to slow down Link Eza, who is now jumping in. He gets on top of Valens, but Min finds them in the backline, gets the kick onto the Rafaela, picks him off. Lilia doing a lot of damage. Born, he might die to the burn. Lolius flickers forward, gets the kill, gets caught in the backline. Guess what? Gary's coming in. He does have Tempest of Blades, so he will fight Lolius. He's now on top of Lexia. He gets it! Double kill going over to Gary!
Oh, this is huge coming from Orange Esports. As exciting as it gets, it's all about execution. And Caracal just lost the 50-50 trade. So well done from Min from isolating the fight, getting multiple Jeet Kundos, allowing Orange Esports to punish the aggression from Caracal.
We have quite an exciting game on our hands here. Orange Esports, they're ahead now by 1K, but that is not much of a difference, especially seeing how back and forth this has been so far. Berserker's Fury already purchased by Gary, so the Link gonna start to do a lot more damage. Aim, he needs to position himself more safely. Min is going to be targeting him with the Way of the Dragon most of these fights.
Yeah, it feels like Min has so many much more options compared to a Franco. He can actually choose multiple targets to actually kill him. As long as he's got the angles right, it all is well. And now the third turtle here, looks like Orange Esports will finally try and threaten this, and it's all up to Caracal whether or not he is going to be able to fight this. Link Eza cannot be the first one to die, but he manages to trade off the turtle instead. But instead, from behind, they get Lexia coming from Orange Esports. Min, an absolute chat. He gets a job done, and they're flushing for more. Aim also going to be called out. Link Eza almost dying there, but they will settle with Aim instead as Orange Esports takes 3-0.
Link Eza survives that, but what does it matter? Orange Esports wins an excellent battle over the first turtle they actually challenged. Yes, they lose out on the objective, but they get way more. And now they are 3K ahead of Team Caracal. We may be witnessing the beginning of the end here, folks.
Oh, the pressure is starting to kick in. Caracal might be dropping the ball if this continues. Orange Esports take a big, fat catch, but the Xavier now doing a fantastic job. Look at this, Man is 2-0-4. He's got an Enchanted Talisman. This is the perfect dream game for any Xaviers out there.
Yep, and I think Born has been doing a very good job of keeping Neo in lane as well, coming in from the back line to secure an additional kill onto Aim, who should have been able to walk out easily. Orange Esports, they have control over these fights, and Team Caracal, while they have a lot of damage, their heroes are quite squishy, allowing this Link to instantly jump into the back line.
Now, let's take a quick look at items real quick here. Valens opted to go for the Genius one and the Ice Queen one for a little bit more utilitarian, and because of that, in anyone from inside of Caracal, if they take too much damage coming from this Kimi, they are going to be taking a little bit too much. Here comes the sprint from Neo. He forced the issue, and Garo baits him now and takes him out. Here comes the kick. They want to fight against Link Eza, but they have to respect that Gary is a little bit too low, so they have to back out, but it's a little bit too late. Caracal comes in to catch him off guard. Min goes in for the Jeet Kundos, stall things away, but the Dawning Light is not able to shut them all down. Born comes in from behind, and Caracal, they're still tanky, but here comes Gary. He got the reset. He's back to party. They take him out. They got one. They got two. They're looking for more, and Lolios gets him.
Oh my goodness! Ladies and gentlemen, we may be witnessing the advent of Orange Esports here. Team Caracal are just getting picked off one by one, and although they're able to find Man, trading 3 for a single member of Orange Esports is not going to be worth it. Orange, they have all the ways to engage they need. They have the Paquito to jump into the back line, and this chaos is what they are succeeding at causing.
Oh my goodness, what a game coming from Orange Esports. The aggression, the plays coming in. And this is something that Caracal did not expect. But the little details of making space for Gary, which is going to be the closer for the game, is phenomenal. Teamwork at its finest.
Yeah, Team Caracal now have to be so much more careful. They can't just let Min jump in and find a catch like that. But now we can even see that Valens is starting to scale up the maximum charge, doing a lot of damage to the squishier members of the back line. They're down to only one external tower, and Orange Esports, they're looking for it.
Oh, look at this, man. He's going to try and set out. He fades out the Holy Baptism, and that is going to be something that they've got to worry about. Oh my goodness! With the maximum charge, they've got Leo's Orange Esports in losing to close up the game. This might be it. This might be over. They're knocking in. But Min, he gets the catch. Oh my God. They got Ling, and this is a disaster for Caracal. But it's not over yet. Neo is trying to chase balance, but he can't kill him. Gary cuts the backline. Neo throws his body for it. It is over. Orange Esports have done it. They take him out. They're still alive, and they're going to the lower bracket finals.
Orange Esports have consistently achieved third place at multiple MPL playoffs, and that dream shall continue today as they officially send home their opponent, Team Caracal, in fourth place. A beautiful performance from this team.
Oh my goodness, Orange Esports kept things work. They defend their top 3 title from the previous season, but this time they want to get the revenge. Can they make it work?
Yep, one bow from the team acknowledging their supporters. The winners really happy with that. Let's see what they feel in their mic check.
Nice. Aku ada laser tau. Aku nak laser.
Nice. Boleh.
Aku buat awak, aku buat laser. Boleh. Nice. Go. Gedeng. Gedeng. Tahu. Makan. Woi, ngapain woi? Kau berhenti apa tu?
Oi, mati.
Jaga bon. Aku ada. Lawan.
Ni.
Boleh. Oh.
Sprint itu.
Mantap. Lagi.
Lagi.
Pamela yang udah nusi. Nice.
Mati. Mantap, silakan tolak dia. Kita boleh go.
Aku datang.
Mati si balance.
Gas.
Go.
Boleh.
Santai. Boleh.
Satu. Kami minta.
Oh, tak apa.
Amin.
Dapat. Nice. Aku di belakang. Go.
Aku cari. Ya, Rafa ulti.
Dapat. Nice.
Rafa ulti.
Antara penyebab kenapa MPL cukup istimewa adalah kerana keajaiban. Dan sekarang ni anda bersama saya selaku stage host. Dan kalau anda dapat lihat, kita ada kesemua pemain Orange. Woo! Alright. Pops, selaku ketua kelas lah kepada kelas Orange ni, apa perasaan apabila berjaya untuk melayakkan diri ke peringkat lower bracket final dan berhadapan dengan pasukan Suhaz Esports?
Alhamdulillah, pertama sekali kami berasa sangat happy. Obviously kita happy, lagi-lagi kita menang dengan tim yang toxic dengan tim player kita orang. So kita orang tunjukkan bukan dengan toxic tapi dengan kemenangan game ni.
Okay, alright. Jadi, apakah persediaan pasukan Orange berhadapan dengan pasukan Caracal? Kerana kita tahu ini merupakan low bracket. Jadi kalau kalah, tersingkir terus. Jadi, apakah persiapan, apakah persediaan pasukan Orange? Dan Pap selaku coach, boleh terangkan apakah tersebut?
Pertama sekali persediaan kita orang yang saya ingatkan kepada player, untuk menang kita perlu 3 perkara. Pertama, kita kena ada disiplin dan attitude. Kedua, kita kena sentiasa adapt dengan new meta. Dan yang ketiga, kita kena sentiasa communicate with each other. Itu je syarat.
Dengar tu, tim-tim kat luar sana kalau masuk MPL, 3 perkara tersebut. Alright. Soalan terakhir saya. Kalau korang menang lawan pasukan Suhaz, korang akan mewakili Malaysia ke peringkat MSC. Betul ke soalan tu? Alright. Jadi, apakah mental pasukan Orange sekarang? Macam mana kira mental pasukan Orange? Sebab kalau menang, wakil Malaysia pergi MSC.
Buat masa sekarang ni, sejujurnya pasukan Orange belum lagi fokus untuk ke MSC. Sebab kita orang anggap setiap match adalah final. So kita orang fokus one match at one time dulu.
Alright, jawapan yang benar, sorry. Kata-kata terakhir seperti biasa kepada peminat-peminat pasukan Orange yang sedang menyaksikan secara live dan juga peminat Orange yang sentiasa berada dengan korang semua dekat dalam venue ni.
Okay, so pertama sekali saya nak ucapkan terima kasih kepada semua yang hadir, tak kisah fans Orange Esports ke, fans Caracal ke, dan semua fans Esports yang support MPL ni. And kalau kita orang ada 8 player, kita orang ada player yang ke-9 iaitu anda semua fans Orange Esports.
Alright, terima kasih Pak, terima kasih Orange. Congratulations, good luck untuk korang punya low bracket finals. Dan seperti biasa, saya akan pass saya punya segmen ni kepada Adin dan juga Camilo untuk post show mereka. Dipersilakan.
Orange Esports, vamos, vamos, vamos. Satu pertarungan yang begitu hangat di antara mereka berdua. Tahniah kita ucapkan kepada Orange Esports dan good game, well played Caracal. Anda bersama saya Adi dan juga Syamilo untuk kita kupas game sebentar tadi.
Saya lama buat
Lama
video.
betul, respect.
Lama. Daripada awal masuk sampai sekarang. Sebenarnya untuk pasukan Orange sebenarnya respect lah. Sebab regular season kita nampak yang macam mana pasukan yang terbawah.
Ya.
Terbawah dan mula dengan sangat boleh katakan kurang baiklah untuk mereka di regular season. Tapi lepas kemasukan beberapa pemain, Valence. Dan kita tak nampak bukan saja Valence, Gary, saya sekali lagi asyik.
Respect.
Semula.
Sangat-sangat respect. Kalau dekat cerita fairy tale kita ada macam
betul.
Cinderella, cerita-cerita seperti Snow White. Dekat MPL sendiri kita ada fairy tale yang teristimewa, iaitu Orange Esports. Macam mana Syamilo cakap, minggu pertama main dengan sangat tidak baik tetapi prestasi sangat cermelang masuk ke playoff ini.
Ya, kita akan fokuskan kat game apa yang berlaku sebentar tadi sebab sebenarnya saya dah menggigil. Pasukan Orange Esports menewaskan pasukan tim Caracal 16 kill berbalas 6. Daripada segi drafting, saya boleh katakan kat sini untuk daripada segi drafting pasukan Caracal tak hormat pasukan Orange Esports sebab kita tahu bagaimana mereka cuba nak counter Link daripada segi farming. Mereka dapat hero early, Rafaela, mereka dapat Lilia untuk kontrol dekat bahagian jungle. Tapi kena ingat, Link kalau kacau dia dekat early game, dekat mid game dia dah boleh jadi. Dan ini Gary yang menggunakan Link. Dia punya assassin perlu diberikan respect. Walaupun game tadi Hayabusa tak jadi, tapi Link yang digunakan oleh beliau game yang ketiga ni sangat membuahkan hasil. Banyak kali timing yang tepat. Bukan itu sahaja, daripada Valence dia punya shot call dan Min dan juga Man, dia punya chemistry dekat bahagian tengah memang sangat baik. Bond juga boleh katakan one of player yang step up untuk game kali ni. Underrated. 008 underrated. Dia menggunakan Pakito, kalau kita lihat daripada segi item dia, Bloodless Axe dan juga Hunter Strike untuk berikan penetration dekat Masha. Masha dekat bahagian lane tak mampu nak buat apa-apa. Dan pasukan Orange Esports daripada satu lane ke satu lane, transition mereka rotate, kemas, mereka rotate, dapatkan objektif, mereka rotate, dapatkan turret, dapatkan turtle. Untuk pasukan Orange Esports, mereka punya gameplay jauh lebih matang. Jadi untuk lihat dengan lebih detail, kita akan masuk kepada post game stat terlebih dahulu.
Ya, kalau kita lihat daripada sudut damage dealt untuk pasukan Caracal, yang paling tinggi sekalipun adalah Loyals 27% diikuti dengan Lexa 24,000, bukan peratus, ribu sebenarnya. Dan daripada sini pun kita dah nampak damage daripada pasukan Caracal tidak mencukupi. Dan seperti mana pengulas bahasa Malaysia kita cakap, Gary menggunakan Link. Yes, saya hormat tu saya mungkin boleh terima, tetapi kalau nak counter pun hero apa yang boleh tangkap
crowd
sekarang?
Control.
Di manakah crowd control tersebut, Syamilo, sekarang ini?
Yap, tidak ada crowd control. Mereka hanya memfokuskan kepada kacau farm. Kacau farm. Ya, boleh kacau farm. Tapi once bila kalau kacau farm tak jadi, apa plan B nak jatuhkan Link? Baxia, dia siapkan full HP pun. Link kalau disiapkan di Hunter Sword, dia siapkan Malefic Raw, sangat sukar untuk HP tinggi bertahan lama dekat teamfight. Dan nampak macam mana pasukan Orange Esports punya damage daripada Valence saja 52,000 damage, banyak kali maximum charge tepat kepada sasaran. Dan damage yang dikeluarkan oleh pasukan Orange Esports sememangnya jauh lebih banyak nak dibandingkan pasukan Caracal yang langsung tak boleh nak buat apa-apa. Mereka harapkan kepada Lawless untuk keluarkan damage, sebab kat sini damage ni daripada Lawless saja. Untuk pasukan Caracal, Lexia, kalau dia dah tak jadi, macam mana dia nak ke depan? Kalau dia dah gunakan Black Shoes, dia dah kena main dengan pasif. Lawless, dia seorang marksman, dia pergi kat depan. Kalau dia pergi terlalu depan, dia akan kena kejar, dia akan kena bunuh. Tapi untuk pasukan Orange Esports, siapa yang boleh pergi ke bahagian depan? Valence boleh pergi kat bahagian depan, Bond boleh pergi kat bahagian depan. Dekat bahagian belakang, ada siapa? Ada Man. Siapa nak cari kat bahagian backline? Ada Gary. Siapa nak set up? Adanya Min. Jadi boleh katakan, pasukan Orange Esports lengkap daripada segi drafting. Dan tim Caracal sedikit masalah mereka. Mungkin dekat EXP tu, saya rasa Masha boleh diubah soal.
Ya, benar sekali. Tetapi Syamilo, kita kena nobatkan seorang MVP di dalam perlawanan yang hangat ini. Dan MVP yang dibawakan khas oleh McDelivery adalah Gary. 805 kill participation, 81%, gol per minit 886 di tier yang kedua di pasukan sebenar beliau, iaitu Tim Hak. Beliau merupakan tunjang utamanya dan inilah signature hero beliau.
Signature hero. Dan juga kalau lihat dari segi item dan store, sebab mostly ini adalah common item yang disiapkan. Gunakan, cuma kat sini yang menarik adalah digunakan Ice Retribution. Untuk memastikan yang dia ada movement speed. Kalau dia tak ada first skill, dia boleh larikan diri gunakan Retribution. Itu adalah satu perkara yang menarik. Dan juga daripada segi item, Mintalker Berserker Fury, 2 item ni dah boleh keluarkan damage yang besar. Ada Endless Battle juga boleh keluarkan damage yang besar. Dan on the way untuk siapkan Blade of Despair. Kalau tak pun diperlukan penetration, dia akan siapkan Malefic Roar terlebih dahulu.
Untuk kembali kepada Ice Retribution, adakah sebenarnya untuk perlahankan enemy supaya lagi senang nak kenakan Tempest of Blade?
Maknanya boleh guna dua. Satu untuk perlahankan pasukan lawan, satu lagi boleh guna untuk melarikan diri. Sebab kena ingat, first skill Link sekarang dah ada adjustment. Dia dah ada cooldown. Kalau Tempest of Blade tak boleh nak ambil sekurang-kurangnya 2 pedang, agak sedikit sukar untuk melarikan diri. Jadi Ice Retribution sangat penting.
Ya, dan sekarang ni kita akan lihat highlight yang dibawakan khas oleh Samsung Galaxy A Series, di mana early game pressure daripada pasukan Caracal memang berjaya untuk membuahkan sedikit sebanyak hasil. Tetapi lihatlah rotation daripada Orange Esports, lihatlah setup daripada rakan-rakan mereka, terutamanya Min, memberikan peluang yang cermelang, peluang yang cerah untuk pasukan Orange Esports mendapatkan momentum ke atas team fight semula.
Sebab early game pasukan Caracal mereka bermain dengan sangat baik. Ya, tak dinafikan. Mereka punya early memang kontrol baik tadi. Tapi disebabkan tiada crowd control, Link boleh sahaja pergi kat bahagian backline. Dia boleh sahaja keluar masuk dalam team fight. Dan banyak kali Xavier punya stun kena pada ramai orang. Follow up damage daripada Bond, daripada Valence. Sepertinya membuatkan pasukan Caracal langsung tak boleh nak bergerak ni.
Ya, benar sekali. Triple G Kundu yang baik, adanya stun daripada Xavier. Agak saya lihat daripada pasukan Caracal ni kan, mereka punya idea adalah mereka nak tadah damage. Saya faham. Tapi kalau tadah damage, untuk apa awak tadah tersebut? Adakah untuk nak protect backline, boleh keluarkan damage? Backline anda, Lolias pun dah dikejar oleh pasukan pihak lawan. So, bila tadah damage daripada Link Eza, bila Neo tadah damage, tetapi rakan-rakan di kat bahagian belakang pun tak boleh nak keluarkan damage yang sama sebenarnya.
Ya, tapi pujian perlu diberikan juga kepada pasukan Caracal. Mereka bermain dengan try untuk lakukan sebaik yang mungkin. Mereka nak kontrol jungle, mereka nak kontrol dekat kawasan farming, tak nak bagi Gary terlalu dapatkan objektif, selalu dapatkan free dekat farming. Valence juga mereka banyak kali lakukan rotasi, tapi perkara tersebut tak boleh dilaksanakan dengan kemas disebabkan pasukan Orange punya permainan lebih berdisiplin. Jadi kita akan langsung kepada bracket ketika ini.
Okey, kita lihat perjalanan pasukan TODAK yang sedang menunggu dekat Grand Final. Berjaya menewaskan SMG 2-0, berjaya menewaskan pasukan Suhaz Esports 3-0. Tetapi cerita di lower bracket, Orange Esports seperti mana kita dah bincangkan, the fairy tale story sekarang ini, kalahkan RG 2-0, Mara berhadapan dengan Red Esports menang 2-1, Mara dengan Caracal menang 2-1, berjumpa dengan pasukan Suhaz Esports pada malam nanti. Best of 5. Pemenang akan mewakili Malaysia untuk peringkat MSC.
Sebab pasukan TODAK tadi pun rasa macam nak jumpa pasukan Suhaz. Tapi saya ada sembang dengan salah seorang pemain pasukan TODAK. Dia kata bahaya sebenarnya kalau mereka jumpa pasukan Orange dekat bahagian Grand Final.
Wow. Seolah-olah repeat of cerita musim lepas kalau tidak silap saya,
dekat lower bracket final.
Dekat lower bracket final, Orange Esports yang ditewaskan oleh pasukan TODAK sebenarnya. Jadi kemungkinan kalau mereka nak dapat the ultimate revenge, mungkin kena kalahkan Suhaz Esports terlebih dahulu dan bertemu jodoh
mereka. Indah kan? Cerita tu indah kan?
Sangat indah sebenarnya.
Dia macam dah wow, sebenarnya sangat baik.
Tak boleh pandang rendah Suhaz Esports.
Ya, tapi pasukan Suhaz walaupun mereka tewas 3-0, tetapi mereka punya prestasi menunjukkan yang mereka boleh beri saingan. Cuma yang kat sini mereka kena ingat, disiplin adalah kunci utama.
Bukan itu saja, pasukan Suhaz dah dapatkan rehat yang secukupnya sebentar tadi. Dan pasukan Orange baru saja habiskan perlawanan dan mereka akan berhadapan sekali lagi ke atas pasukan Suhaz Esports. Yes, ada waktu berbuka, waktu untuk berehat, tetapi persoalan dia sekarang macam mana? Adakah cukup untuk prepare against Suhaz Esports?
Mental preparation itu sangat penting sebenarnya untuk pasukan Orange berhadapan dengan pasukan Suhaz. Sebab kena ingat pasukan Suhaz dah main 3 game dan pasukan Orange juga bermain 3 game. Kedua-dua mereka melakukan perkara yang sama, tapi pasukan Suhaz dapat rehat yang lebih sedikit dan akan bertanding pada pukul 8.30 sebentar nanti. Pasukan Orange, mereka punya mental, sebab kat sini panas. Bila masuk best of 5, mental tu adalah mainkan peranan yang penting. Mental yang kuat akan lead kepada pasukan tak lakukan kesilapan. Dan disiplin, yang paling penting adalah disiplin. Sekali lagi.
Ya, dekat peringkat sekarang ini, training, segala scrim yang telah dilakukan semua bermakna. Tetapi yang paling penting sekali adalah macam mana awak cakap, bagaimana mereka preparekan mental mereka dan juga disiplin mereka untuk berhadapan dengan antara satu sama lain. Jadi untuk anda semua yang telah melakukan prediction, kita nak umumkan 3 pemenang di sini, iaitu panjang kat nama dia, Rizul Farihin, kita ada Cucu Comel, kita ada Gaily Production. Wah, ada syarikat masuk productionnya. Ada production kan masuk. Adakah ini akan bercanggah sedikit sebenarnya?
Tak, saya rasa itulah tahniah kepada pemenang-pemenang kita semua di #MPL Predictor. Jadi jangan lupa untuk claim hadiah anda di mana akan mendapat atau membawa pulang skin Ruby.
Ya, dan kepada anda semua yang sedang menonton, kalau nak jadi pemenang seperti
Macam mana nak
mereka, mudah saja. Untuk match yang seterusnya adalah Orange Esports lawan dengan Suhaz Esports. Jadi anda kena predict pasukan mana yang boleh mendapatkan kemenangan, dan prediction anda kena berserta #MPL Predictor. Letak game ID, letak server ID. Kenapa? Lagi mudah untuk kami mencari pemenang-pemenang tersebut. Dan sekarang ini kita nak lihat MPL Learning. Ada sedikit soalan dan kalau anda jawab dengan tepat, anda boleh mendapatkan random sikit. Soalan dia macam mana sekarang ni, Syamilo?
Soalan dia berbunyi, pemain manakah yang mendapatkan MVP terbanyak sepanjang regular season? Jawapan yang pertama, SMG, Stormy, Red Esports, Zaid, dan juga yang terakhir, Homeboys Irfan. Yang manakah yang dapatkan MVP terbanyak? Supaya anda macam mana nak join, tulis semua tu, tulis yang betul dan huruf besar semua, scan QR code dan jawab soalan tu. Anda berpeluang untuk mendapatkan random satu skin.
Ya, benar sekali. Yang menariknya di sini, dua adalah rookie, seorang lagi adalah pemain boleh dikatakan veteran di sini. Dan kalau tak silap saya, pemenang atau jawapan tepat kemungkinan adalah seorang jungler di sinilah. Kalau tak silap saya. Tetapi saya ni seorang manusia dan seorang lelaki. Saya selalu silap sebenarnya.
Dan jawapan dia adalah pemain yang tidak akan bermain dekat lower bracket final atau grand final.
Semua memang tak main, Syamilo. Semua dah disingkirkan sebenarnya. Jadi awak memang tak membantu sebenarnya. Awak memang lelaki sebenar sebenarnya.
Saya bukan lelaki sebenar.
Tak
saya suka
membantu langsung.
Keadaan. Saya suka complicatekan keadaan sekarang ini. Tetapi kita tak nak complicatekan apa-apa perkara lagi. Kita akan lihat pantun wish. Saya dah kata dah. Kalau pantun berbahasa Inggeris, mungkin saya lah cuba untuk membaca pantun ini. Daripada Alvin yang telah berjaya untuk mendapatkan 10k diamond dan juga McDonald voucher. Pantunnya berbunyi sebegini. Trolling in game, people call me silly. Others have skin, make me so jelly. The only thing I have is consolation. Get McDonald's meal, perfect satisfaction. Wow. Satisfaction. Mau.
Oh, sorry. Saya dengar lagu EDM sebentar tadi. Memang sangat-sangat sebab sebenarnya. 10k diamonds, guys. Dan juga berjaya untuk mendapatkan McDonald's voucher. So kalau anda nak menang seperti Alvin, anda kena buat pantun. Anda kena letak serta hashtag yang tertera.
Lagi banyak hashtag?
Banyak hashtag yang tak. Sebenarnya pantun tu lagi kreatif, lagi berpeluang cerah untuk mendapatkan kemenangan.
Dia puji Alvin dekat sini. Sebab dia punya pantun memang nice lah. Sebab saya rasa macam last kali tu perfect satisfaction.
Saya rasa dia belajar TESOL. Belajar English punya language sebenarnya. So, good job Alvin. Tak nak ada ucapkan. Kalau tak tahu nak spend apa 10k diamond tu, mungkin boleh belajar kita orang.
33919529.
Laju dia ingat sebenarnya. Kalau minta nombor girlfriend mesti tak ingat sebenarnya kan?
Okey, kita nak throw ke break kan?
Okey, sebenarnya kita akan throw to a break. Betul tu. Kita akan jumpa anda pada malam nanti. Jadi, kita akan berehat seketika. Selamat berbuka kepada semua yang berpuasa.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in.
I'm a rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
IGN Kuja dan peranan saya dalam tim Caracal adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Nuradim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah Im. Saya bermain mid laner untuk tim Caracal.
Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam Caracal saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join Caracal ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Ni spesies-spesies macam Caracal. Caracal 1, Caracal 2. Ini Caracal biasa punya lagi. Alright, jom kita check. Lord Zaraki cari.
Macam mana saya untuk describe tim ni? Okay, untuk Caracal ni boleh dikatakan semua player kurang cakap besar.
Bersyukur sebab tak ada masalah ego ataupun star syndrome yang dalam tim Caracal ni tak ada so far.
Okay, kenapa Caracal?
Sebab saya suka sifat dia. Dia macam kucing hutan kan. Kucing hutan yang sangat garang lah. So bila garang ni kita pun nak garang. Lepas tu dia boleh survive. Kita ambil sifat-sifat dia untuk kita contohi lah.
Sebelum kita orang jumpanya nama Caracal ni, kita orang nak pakai nama Black Widow. Kita orang nak pakai nama Labah-Labah. Dia sebab apa Black Widow tu dia punya konsep color tu lawa, dia hitam merah. Tapi bila kita orang cuba search dekat Google, dia keluar Black Widow yang superhero tu. So jadi macam tak nak lah.
Kalau tim yang dulu disebabkan semua baru je, kita ada satu leader je. Tapi disebabkan semua ni, 5 player ni semua yang orang cakap bagus lah. Semua ada minda sendiri dan banyak pilihan sendiri. So susah lah nak communicate.
Ini bukan saya yang cakap, ini majority netizen atau orang-orang luar atau pro-pro player cakap. Diorang kata tim ni tim all-star. Diorang kata every player yang ada dalam ni player-player yang berbakat. Tapi kekuatan dekat sini adalah bila kita kumpulkan semua all-star dalam satu tempat, problem dia akan timbul satu je benda. Bila semua menganggap diri ni hebat, diorang akan ada naik satu perasaan ego. So benda tu yang paling susah untuk kita orang kontrol sekarang, untuk turunkan semua ego dan semua orang kata apa, saling bekerjasama.
Bagi aku masih kurang sikit lah, sebab apa? Sebab kurang chemistry, baru tukar line up. Tapi saya rasa bolehlah kita dapat fight yang terbaik di MPL Season 9 ni.
Bila dalam environment tu ramai yang matang berfikir, matang untuk bercakap, secara tak langsung Liza dia akan turut join kematangan bila bercakap, kematangan untuk berfikir. So rasanya tak susah untuk handle Link Eza even though dia punya umur 17.
Caracal! Miau!
Squad playstyle tim ni
lebih pasif daripada yang lain. So kita orang main apa je lah.
Tepat setiap game, setiap draft different. Jadi kita kena menyesuaikan diri, bawa setiap draft yang ada lah. So tak ada macam spesifik kita kuatkan ni, kuatkan tak.
Mati weh. Wow! Halo.
Everyone yang dalam tim ni, diorang ada task diorang sendiri dan diorang ada perspektif, diorang punya role. Setiap momen tu diorang ada perspektif diorang masing-masing. So di mana kat sini kita perlukan trust each other untuk buat shot call. So tak kisahlah siapa pun yang buat shot call, kalau diorang tak ada kepercayaan, benda tu akan susah nak buat.
Sometimes banyak juga macam terlagah mulut dengan dia, bergaduh dengan dia. Apa yang kadang-kadang player macam tak boleh bawa apa yang dalam kepala otak dia. Tapi sebenarnya benda tu kalau player boleh executekan benda yang dia nak tu, sebenarnya benda tu bagus. Jadi saya rasa sekarang pun dengan cara training pun mungkin ada juga bawa benda-benda yang aneh-aneh tu. Dan saya rasa benda tu continue kot.
Untuk player-player Caracal, sama-sama berjuanglah untuk MPL Season 9 ni. Dan saya ucapkan tahniah lah sebab masing-masing dah berjaya untuk first step kita layak ke MPL. Tu first step yang sangat berharga lah untuk kita orang yang mengharapkan slot ni. Dan kita teruskan, kalau boleh kita teruskan sampai kita champion. Lepas tu kita wakil Malaysia. So kita sama-sama berjuang lah. Rambut dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni
Apa korang tengah buat sekarang ni?
Tengah mencuba mengkaji-kaji gameplay negara luar.
Tim sekarang tengah review game Region MPL Philippines. Buat analis lah, cari ilmu untuk tim juga.
Itu sepatutnya. So kalau boleh, paling penting kita semak. Semak.
Kami cuba buat yang terbaik je lah. Walaupun diorang kuat, kami belum kuat.
Guys, sekarang ni pukul 8. So setiap hari kalau ada game ke tak ada game, kita akan morning walk. So morning walk ni dekat sana. Inilah rutian harian kami untuk panas badan. Lepas tu kita akan fokus kat game. Okay. Let's go guys. Let's go.
So far semua okey. Lagi diorang pun senang walaupun diorang lelaki. Tapi bila diorang dengan saya, diorang okey lah dengan cakap macam kita nak kena jaga diorang punya schedule, diorang punya makan apa semua. So far diorang okey dan diorang ikut je.
You suka game yang awal-awal ke atau game yang lewat petang?
Anytime, anywhere, any set time, set place, saya ready. Kita orang semua ready. Just call us. Bring it on!
Sekarang band Muntun dah sampai untuk bawa kita ke arena. Kita jumpa di sana ya.
Okay guys, jangan lupa pakai seat belt.
Dengan mask sekali.
Masih back. Masih back dengan hidup.
Hai, Assalamualaikum. Nama saya Muhammad Fadil bin Hishamuddin ataupun saya lebih dikenali Fadil dalam Mobile Legends ni. And saya merupakan manager untuk Suhaz Esports. Okey, kenapa saya join Suhaz? Saya mempunyai group bosses yang sangat support dan sangat meminati Mobile Legends. Mereka ada visi dan misi untuk membuat esports scene Mobile Legends ni lebih ke hadapan dengan menggunakan nama Suhaz Esports.
Kita orang kekalkan 5 pemain yang sama sebab kita orang maybe ada chemistry lebih sikit daripada tim lain dan kita orang percayalah sesama sendirilah kita orang boleh buat 5.
Okey, kita reset balik.
Masa je lepas dia habis season 8, AV bincang dengan family dia nak stop. So dia nak fokus ke family dia. So kita pun tak ada nak halang kan. So it's okay lah kan. Lepas tournament emisi baru-baru ni, kita orang dah try out banyak orang. Tapi tak jumpa macam dia. So saya try call dia, dia kata dia nak main lagi. Untuk transfer window yang akan datang, maybe Suhaz akan ambil player yang flex lah, yang boleh main banyak posisi. So senang lah kita nak tukar-tukar, mengelirukan enemy lah.
Untuk pelan jangka masa panjang Suhaz, for sure sekarang kami nak bermain di MPL Season 9 dan kami memang nak sangat main dekat MSC, Sukan C ataupun M4. So itu bermula daripada sekarang, perjalanan tu adalah daripada sekarang. Dan untuk kami tak pernah pegang lagi trofi MPL tu yang katanya berat tu. So far tak pernah pegang. So season ni ialah milik kami, milik Suhaz.
Suhaz ni macam saya dah pernah cakap dulu, kita orang dah stick together, dah macam keluarga. Bagi saya susahlah kita nak pecah.
Oh!
Langkah pokok.
Silam flick. Bagi tepuk. Alhamdulillah.
Suhaz untuk saya, Suhaz is me.
Satu family.
Satu family lah.
Family je. Kita tak boleh nak berpecah.
Yes, Suhaz is my family and segalanya.
Okey, semua dah and cut.
Masuk cepat. Memanglah ni untuk $1 bang.
Perasaan tahun 16 agak teruja untuk buat benda dengan player yang baru, dapat chemistry yang barulah untuk next level punya journey.
Secara jujur, saya sedih lah sebab mereka bukan lagi satu tim dengan saya, tapi saya harus terus move on lah.
Yang tu sedih lah, tapi nak buat macam mana, semua orang ada perjalanan masing-masing. So kita orang masih dalam kontrak berjuang untuk tim ni.
Ramai yang keluar tapi saya lebih gembira dengan teammate saya yang sekarang lah sebab dapat perubahan yang besar lah.
Ini adalah first time saya menjadi captain lah, jadi agak takut lah sebab takut tidak dapat lead team lah. Saya cuba untuk lebih matang lah dengan teammate-teammate yang lain dan saya belajar untuk memberi info-info lah semasa in-game.
Bekerja dengan player-player yang agak baru sebenarnya satu cabaran sebab target kami sangat-sangat tinggi. It's a very good learning process, bukan sahaja untuk mereka tapi saya, sebab season ni ialah kami mempertaruhkan sistem yang telah selama ini RSG daripada season yang lepas sampai sekarang. Sebab tu kita bawa Jason daripada Singapura datang ke Malaysia. Agak memberi cabaran sebenarnya sebab Jason tidak fasih berbahasa Melayu.
Hi, my name is Jason Koh Wei Hao and I'm the coach for RSG Malaysia.
Bagi pandangan saya, Jason ni sebagai coach, dia memang baguslah dari segi drafting. Sebab sebelum ni, Jason ni adalah bekas player Mobile Legends. Jadi, dia fahamlah dengan player-player, apa yang player mau main, apa yang player takut. Jadi, dia memahami player. Jadi, bagi saya itu amat baguslah.
I became a coach to go to other regions to coach a full-time team, and hoping that with my many years in the mobile experience, I can help all the talented kids in the other region reach somewhere that I couldn't reach lah. Some problems that I faced while doing online coaching with the team is that first of all, I think language barrier is a thing that definitely we have to face. So not all players can speak fluent English, and of course the things that I say they might not fully understand at times. Maybe they can only understand 90% or 80% of what I'm talking. So that's one of the biggest challenges, as well as I'm not there with them physically. So rather I'm not able to read their mood, or rather how they are feeling through their webcam. So I think these are some of the biggest challenges that I'm facing right now.
Definitely underdog, because this season we reshuffle everything. We start back from scratch, but we trust in our system. Sistem kami insya-Allah akan membawa kami, at least kami akan target ke playoff dahulu. Underdog is the best thing that orang kata boleh describe RSG untuk season ini.
Season ni kalau ada orang yang anggap kami underdog, kami terima lah, sebab memang season lalu kami underperform lah.
Untuk saya sendiri, saya rasa saya perlu lebih confident dan kembalikan gameplay season 7 saya sebelum ni.
Bagi saya, meta sekarang ni boleh fit dengan RSG sebab Kuza ni dia bermain hero assassin, dan meta sekarang adalah meta-meta hero assassin. Dan saya juga hero-hero yang meta sekarang ni adalah match-match yang perlukan farming lah. Jadi saya rasa season ni sesuai lah dengan meta kami lah, di stage yang lebih tinggi lah.
Kami telah pergi ke M Series beberapa kali untuk RSG Singapore, dan kami confident dengan apa yang ada, bukan sahaja dari segi management tapi dari segi knowledge dan skill dan juga sistem. Kami percaya di setiap negara yang kami masuk M4, contoh seperti Singapore, Filipina dan Malaysia, kami boleh pergi ke N4 lah.
Maybe to my boys as well as to the fans out there, like I mentioned previously, we're gonna have a rocky journey, but at the end of the day, we will reach our destination lah. I hope that you guys, fans and boys included, continue to believe in what we are doing. At the end of the day, when we reach the journey, then we will smile and laugh together.
Bener? Like always, let's give way first.
The team TODAK Semai, take one.
Pada pandangan saya, diorang salah kot. Sebab kita orang 3 season, kita orang ada kat grand final. So, nak cakap tak konsisten, saya rasa tak kot. Kita orang insyaAllah konsisten. Tak ada lagi tim yang boleh masuk grand final 3 kali berturut-turut lah.
Mungkin diorang tak faham daripada segi cuba. Contoh daripada segi nak cuba hero, sebab mungkin itu hero yang kita bawa untuk pergi ke tournament ataupun berlawan dengan certain team ataupun player. So nak tak nak, kita orang nak kena try benda yang something new untuk kita orang.
First and second week kita orang memang agak kurang perform sikit, sebab first kita orang agak tak sihat because of kita orang disahkan positif, and some players pun memang ada rasa lesu badan and then tak semangat. Communication kita orang pun susah sikit lah, agak susah sebab kan kita orang guna Discord kan, and not by face to face.
Masa qualifier SEA Games tu kita orang still tak sihat, tapi kita orang still keep training sebab kita orang nak sangat masuk SEA Games tu, semua orang nak lah. So kita orang just all out, buat yang terbaik, just trust each other lah. Dan alhamdulillah kita dapat SEA Games tu.
Perasaan jadi jungler first line up kali ni susah sebab ganti Ciku. So the pressure sangat tinggi lah.
Dia gantikan tempat Ciku, macam you nak gantikan tempat nombor 1 jungler lah, macam mana kan. Dia akan, of course akan ada pressure apa semua, tapi alhamdulillah Haji ni kita selalu bagi semangat dekat dia untuk overcome benda tu lah, and alhamdulillah dia berjaya lakukannya dengan bagus.
Kita juga cuba untuk mainkan peranan Haji as juggler tu supaya satu tim tu dapat bergerak sebagai satu tim yang penuh dengan chemistry and menggunakan hashtag TODAK langgar.
Dan minggu pertama kalah
2 kali berturut tu biasalah kena kecam kan. Dan tu mental saya kurang kuat, so saya rasa macam nak give up, tapi teammate kata tak apa, boleh lagi. So Ikuto call, Ashi call, Ciku pun bagi semangat.
Dia kena kawal dia punya bad mood tu lah. Dia sebab dia kadang-kadang ada mood okey, ada mood tak okey. So tentulah dia jadi masalah. Tentu jugalah tim rasa macam tak selesa sangat dengan dia sebab dia punya mood tentu. So kalau dia kekalkan mood dia okey je, insyaAllah dia boleh jadi main jangka.
Kau nak kerja sama-sama boleh.
Tak, aku poke dia, aku tak lagi, aku campur dia ke belakang je. Banyak-banyak kau je tu.
Bila kau tak ada shadow ni dia datang.
Ya tu lah. Kita orang semua bermain dengan sangat teruk, 5-5 sekali. Saya tak nak salahkan dia, saya tak nak salahkan siapa-apa. Just teamwork. Bila dah masuk minggu ketiga dan selepasnya kita dapat tahu yang Ajik ni seorang yang terlampau sangat ikut buku. Orang suruh buat ni, dia buat ni. Orang suruh buat tu, dia buat tu. So kita try to change the mindset lah first. Kena brainwash dia, nak kena fahamkan.
Masih lagi activate, tetapi lihatlah damage daripada Ciku. Legendary untuk beliau. Saraki, satu lagi kill yang ingin dicari oleh Ciku.
Sebenarnya kita memang plan daripada awal lagi. Untuk week keempat, Ciku akan masuk ke dalam line up. Dia cakap dia bukannya nak rehat pun, dia just nak settlekan beberapa hal yang dia perlu settlekan lah. Perasaan kita orang amat gembira sebab Ciku dah nak main kembali lah kan, sebab dah lama dia tak main, lebih kurang 4 minggu dah. Kita orang rasa lebih bersemangat dengan adanya Ciku.
Kalau ada Ciku ni kita orang boleh buat banyak lagi benda, kiranya macam banyak meta yang pelik-pelik kita orang boleh bawa kalau ada Ciku.
Sepanjang saya main MPL daripada season 4 sampailah season sekarang ni, saya rasa this is one of the hardest season lah yang saya boleh kata macam tu, sebab kita ada nampak player-player baru, muka-muka baru. Contoh macam tim daripada MLBB, Zahir daripada Esports, diorang player-player yang bagus lah.
Kita orang nak champion MPL, betul kita orang nak cuba buat yang terbaik dekat SEA Games ni untuk dapatkan emas lah kan. Impian saya untuk tahun ni ialah main di M Series sebab tahun lepas saya tak main.
Disebabkan Moon ni jenis yang kompetitif, so target Moon ataupun my dream is to become a number one apa millennial ke match ke apa. My dream is to become a number one team kat dalam dunia ni. Memang sebab itu pun Moon join this scene, this pro scene, MPL dan sebagainya. Memang sebab tu kita orang always try hard to become the best team in the world.
#TODAK Langgar.
#TODAK Langgar.
#TODAK Langgar.
Untuk rate ni sebenarnya daripada awal masuk ni saya target macam orang kata organisation macam football lah.
Playstyle rate ni kita main macam sekepala lah. Setiap division yang kita nak buat ni pastikan semua division tu sama.
Halo, ada orang? Halo. Ray?
Momennya every week the boss up. You guys are dead. Oi, bangun. Dah masa nanti view nanti, oi. IGN Uncle is obviously Uncle Cikano. And Uncle punya role dalam Ray Esports is COO untuk Ray Esports lah.
Hai, saya Kak Pen daripada Pen Halo dan saya adalah owner ataupun founder bagi tim Ray Esports yang sedang main dekat MPL season 9 sekarang ini. Kalau season 9 ni orang fikir tim kita ni tim laut sebab dapat slot daripada Bosco.
Banyak sangat kesilapan yang kita lakukan, so kita orang repair at times.
Pada pandangan saya, prestasi rate pada musim ni sebenarnya agak konsisten. Walaupun kita orang ada kalah dengan TODAK dan Caracal, tapi kita orang dapat revenge balik. So, yeah, feels good.
Sebagai seorang player and also student, saya sanggup je nak hadapi apa-apa as long as I keep improving daripada segi kehidupan. I still yakinlah dengan diri I untuk maju ke hadapan.
Bagi saya, Ray Esports nampak perform season ni disebabkan kemasukan coach kita orang, Sora. Player dah punya pengalaman and skill individu yang tersendiri. Cuma just perlukan guide dari seorang coach yang berpengalaman.
Saya ni macam kata apa, boleh-boleh je. Tapi disebabkan macam Sora ni, kadang-kadang saya tengah malam duduk berdua je dengan dia. Duduk depan mat dia macam memperbesarkan hero pool saya lah. Kiranya dia dalam masa yang sama dia kata kita nak bawa kelainan setiap week lah untuk lawan opponent supaya opponent tak boleh baca kan.
Lepas ni kau kena belajar kaedah tank dan sinatan.
First time Sora datang tu, soalan pertama saya tanya dia, Sora boleh tak bantu tim saya? Dan dia cakap, jangan risau, dia boleh jamin dia akan bagi tim saya nombor 1 hingga 3.
Perbezaannya ialah season lepas masa coach Has tu kita orang mungkin lacking somewhere dan mungkin apa yang dia cuba nak bawa tu kita orang tak boleh bawa, tak kena lah. So dengan Sora ni dia fix tahu kita orang punya kelemahan tu, dia tahulah macam mana nak handle. Mungkin gameplay Sora tu kena dengan gameplay tim kita.
Saya kena bagi sejajar sedikit bagi jalan untuk dorang supaya dorang lebih berkembang. Saya agak risau sebab dorang adalah player yang lama. So saya risau yang dorang tak nak dengar cakap saya. Tapi alhamdulillah dorang support saya, dorang dengar cakap saya. Saya happy lah untuk berada kat tim ni.
So Sora ni saya respect dia sebab dia rajin. Bincang teori semua sampai dapat solution.
Saya masuk ke Red ni start dari second tier lah. Saya kenal dengan seorang player Red ni, Ash. Lepas tu dia main dengan dia lama-lama. Lepas tu dia pun minat dekat saya. Dia kenalkan saya dekat Red. Dari situlah saya dapat masuk Red Esports.
Zaid ni perangai budak-budak dia memang ada. Friends tu nampak lah dia macam dia masih perlukan kena ada orang tegur dia. Benda-benda tu lah sebab dia muda lagi kan.
Zaid ni perwatakan dia seorang yang pembersih lah. Saya terkejut lah sebab muka dia macam gangster tapi rupanya pembersih.
Zaid pada mulanya agak keras sedikit. Dia player yang kuat, selalu menang dekat rank. So agak susah untuk kami tegur dia. Tapi lama kelamaan dia rasa yang dia perlu belajar lebih lagi bila masuk dekat pro scene. Tu buat saya happy lah sebab dia dah berubah untuk menjadi lebih baik.
Saya dapat merasakan main game ni berhasil lah, tak sia-sia. So, saya bangga dengan diri saya. Dah saya dapat capai apa yang saya nak. Saya jadikan sebagai ini kejayaan saya.
Sebab ramai orang ingat kita orang ni team underdog, team yang mungkin dia orang tak expect yang kita orang akan dapat nombor 1 placing dalam bracket.
Impian saya untuk Red champion lah. Kalau boleh saya nak champion lah season ni. Wakil MSC dan cuba try untuk grab that title.
Dream saya nak sangatlah champion untuk MPL season 9 ni dan saya nak banggakan kat ibu bapa saya yang saya boleh pergi jauh dalam dunia e-sport ni dan saya bukan main game hanya sia-sia lah.
Pertama sekali saya fokuskan untuk lepas playoff. Kedua, saya nak player nampak ke mana kesilapan diorang, mana part yang diorang boleh baiki supaya boleh jadi champion.
Dah tiba masanya untuk aku mencari pewaris Dragon Master. Antara kamu berdua, siapakah yang layak?
One fatal blow is more than enough. I shall regain what I deserve.
Kemenangan bukan datang dari kuasa yang kita ada, tapi datang dari dalaman kita.
dah sampai pun. Bolehlah tolong Tok buat persiapan hari raya.
Tok, memandangkan kami dah buat tugas Tok tadi. Sekarang ni kami ada tugasan pula untuk Tok, kan?
Cucu Tok selalu main game macam ni.
Cucu Tok, mana dia? Dia tak balik raya. Assalamualaikum, Tok.
Akmal!
Wawan, Ling, Yin. Selamat Raya, Tok. Maaf zahir dan batin.
Selamat Raya, Mal.
Lepas ni, jom. Okay, on.
Defend bottom.
Push. Jom, Mopi.
Defend top. Okay, nice try. Uish, gempak lah korang. Korang kena join MPL musim baru ni.
Aku senjata tu atau kau akan mati. Jangan harap.
Siapa hantar kau?
Hidup Black Dragon.
Selamat datang ke pusingan akhir Martial Arts Warrior. Juara pada malam ini akan dibawa masuk ke dalam dunia MY. Sebelah kiri saya, Zora. Dan di sebelah kanan saya,
tiba masanya untuk pasukan-pasukan terbaik Mobile Legends Bang Bang daripada seluruh Asia Tenggara berkumpul. Piala MLBB Asia Tenggara atau MSC 2022. Siapa yang akan menang dan siapa yang akan kalah? Pasukan manakah yang akan terbang ke langit biru dan dinobatkan Raja Asia Tenggara? Seperti zodiak, 12 pasukan daripada rantau ini akan bertanding dalam 2 peringkat. Peringkat kumpulan dan peringkat kalah mati. Setiap kumpulan akan ada 3 pasukan dan mereka akan bertanding antara satu sama lain dalam perlawanan terbaik daripada 2 di mana pasukan terbawah di dalam setiap kumpulan akan disingkirkan. 8 pasukan yang masih tinggal akan meneruskan perjalanan dahsyat mereka. Sebagai pentas kepada perlawanan-perlawanan hebat antara gergasi-gergasi ini, MSC 2022 akan diadakan di Bandar Perbezaan dan Kepelbagaian, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Saksikan pertembungan antara gergasi daripada rantau MLBB terunggul daripada 11 Jun hingga 19 Jun. Ikuti #Supremacy untuk ikuti perkembangannya. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, tempat adiwira mencipta sejarah.
Give it up.
Welcome to the M World. It's true. Fight as you may, become the champion, and the M World will grant you your deepest wish. Today, the game is defeat the Trophy Guardian.
The kiddo didn't win. He's just handpicked. I break boundaries, not bombs. This is more than a game to me. I was never meant to be a watchdog. Not a fan of technology. I guess the day has come for us. I like egg fried rice too. Oh, I mean the food, not the sweet. Teamwork? Maybe.
Make some noise, everybody!
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the arts of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonates from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
IGN Kuja dan peranan saya dalam tim Caracal adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Nuradim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah Aim. Saya bermain mid laner untuk tim Caracal.
Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam Caracal saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join Caracal ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Ni spesies-spesies macam Caracal. Caracal 1, Caracal 2. Ini Caracal biasa punya lagi. Alright, jom kita check. Lord Zaraki cari. Macam mana saya untuk describe tim ni? Okay, untuk Caracal ni boleh dikatakan semua player kurang cakap besar.
Bersyukur sebab tak ada masalah ego ataupun star syndrome yang dalam tim Caracal ni tak ada so far.
Okay, kenapa Caracal?
Sebab saya suka sifat dia. Dia macam kucing hutan kan. Kucing hutan yang sangat garang lah. So bila garang ni kita pun nak garang. Lepas tu dia boleh survive. Kita ambil sifat-sifat dia untuk kita contohi lah.
Sebelum kita orang jumpanya nama Caracal ni, kita orang nak pakai nama Black Widow. Kita orang nak pakai nama Labah-Labah. Dia sebab apa Black Widow tu dia punya konsep color tu lawa, dia hitam merah. Tapi bila kita orang cuba search dekat Google, dia keluar Black Widow yang superhero tu. So jadi macam tak naklah.
Kalau tim yang dulu disebabkan semua baru je, kita ada satu leader je. Tapi disebabkan semua ni, 5 player ni semua yang orang cakap baguslah. Semua ada minda sendiri dan banyak pilihan sendiri. So susahlah nak communicate.
Ini bukan saya yang cakap, ni majority netizen atau orang-orang luar atau pro-pro player cakap. Diorang kata tim ni tim all-star. Diorang kata every player yang ada dalam ni player-player yang berbakat. Tapi kekuatan dekat sini adalah bila kita kumpulkan semua all-star dalam satu tempat, problem dia akan timbul satu je benda. Bila semua menganggap diri ni hebat, diorang akan ada naik satu perasaan ego. So benda tu yang paling susah untuk kita orang kontrol sekarang, untuk turunkan semua ego dan semua orang kata apa, saling bekerjasama.
Bagi aku masih kurang sikit lah, sebab apa? Sebab kurang chemistry, baru tukar line up. Tapi saya rasa bolehlah kita dapat fight yang terbaik di MPL Season 9 ni.
Bila dalam environment tu ramai yang matang berfikir, matang untuk bercakap, secara tak langsung Lieza dia akan turut join kematangan bila bercakap, kematangan untuk berfikir. So rasanya tak susah untuk handle Link Eza even though dia punya umur 17.
Caracal! Miau!
Describe playstyle tim ni.
Lebih pasif daripada yang lain. So kita orang main apa je lah.
Tepat setiap game, setiap draft different. Jadi kita kena menyesuaikan diri, bawa setiap draft yang ada lah. So tak ada macam spesifik kita kuatkan ni, kuatkan tak.
Woi, mati woi. Wow! Halo.
Everyone yang dalam tim ni, diorang ada task diorang sendiri dan diorang ada perspektif diorang punya role. Setiap momen tu diorang ada perspektif diorang masing-masing. So di mana kat sini kita perlukan trust each other untuk buat shot call. So tak kisahlah siapa pun yang buat shot call, kalau diorang tak ada kepercayaan, benda tu akan susah nak buat.
Sometimes banyak juga macam terlagah mulut dengan dia, bergaduh dengan dia. Apa yang kadang-kadang player macam tak boleh bawa apa yang dalam kepala otak dia. Tapi sebenarnya benda tu kalau player boleh executekan benda yang dia nak tu, sebenarnya benda tu bagus. Jadi saya rasa sekarang pun dengan cara training pun mungkin ada juga bawa benda-benda yang aneh-aneh tu. Dan saya rasa benda tu continue kot.
Untuk player-player Caracal, sama-sama berjuanglah untuk MPL Season 9 ni. Dan saya ucapkan tahniah lah sebab masing-masing dah berjaya untuk first step, kita layak ke MPL. Tu first step yang sangat berharga lah untuk kita orang yang mengharapkan slot ni. Dan kita teruskan, kalau boleh kita teruskan sampai kita champion, lepas tu kita wakil Malaysia. Kalau kita sama-sama berjuang lah.
Rambut dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni
Jadi apa korang tengah buat sekarang ni?
Tengah mencuba mengkaji-kaji gameplay negara luar.
Tim sekarang tengah review game Region MPL Philippines. Buat analis lah, cari ilmu untuk tim juga.
Itu katanya. So kalau boleh, paling penting kita semak. Semak.
Kami cuba buat yang terbaik je lah. Walaupun diorang kuat, kami belum kuat.
Guys, sekarang ni pukul 8. So setiap hari kalau ada game ke tak ada game, kita akan morning walk. So morning walk ni dekat sana. Inilah rutian harian kami untuk panas badan. Lepas tu kita akan fokus kat game. Okay. Let's go guys. Let's go.
So far semua okey. Jaga diorang pun senang walaupun diorang lelaki. Tapi bila diorang dengan saya, diorang okey lah dengan cakap macam kita nak kena jaga diorang punya schedule, diorang punya makan apa semua. So far diorang okey dan diorang ikut je.
You suka game yang awal-awal ke atau game yang lewat petang? Anytime, anywhere, any set time, set place, saya ready. Kita orang semua ready. Just call us. Bring it on!
Sekarang band Muntun dah sampai untuk bawa kita ke arena. Kita jumpa di sana ya.
Okay guys, jangan lupa pakai seat belt.
Dengan mask sekali.
Masih back. Masih back dengan tidur.
Hai, Assalamualaikum. Nama saya Muhammad Fadil bin Hishamuddin ataupun saya lebih dikenali Fadil dalam Mobile Legends ni. And saya merupakan manager untuk Suhaz Esports. Okey, kenapa saya join Suhaz? Saya mempunyai group bosses yang sangat support dan sangat meminati Mobile Legends. Mereka ada visi dan misi untuk membuat esports scene Mobile Legends ni lebih ke hadapan dengan menggunakan nama Suhaz Esports.
Kita orang kekalkan 5 pemain yang sama sebab kita orang maybe ada chemistry lebih sikit daripada tim lain dan kita orang percayalah sama sendirilah kita orang boleh buat 5.
Okey, kita reset balik.
Masa je lepas dia habis season 8, AV bincang dengan family dia nak stop. So dia nak fokus ke family dia lah. So kita pun tak ada nak halang kan. So it's okay lah kan. Lepas tournament MEC baru-baru ni, kita orang dah try out banyak orang. Tapi tak jumpa macam dia. So saya try call dia, dia kata dia nak main lagi.
Untuk transfer window yang akan datang, maybe Suhaz akan ambil player yang flex lah, yang boleh main banyak posisi. So senang lah kita nak tukar-tukar, mengelirukan enemy lah.
Untuk pelan jangka masa panjang Suhaz, for sure sekarang kami nak bermain di MPL Season 9 dan kami memang nak sangat main dekat MSC, Sukan C ataupun M4. So itu bermula daripada sekarang, perjalanan tu adalah daripada sekarang. Dan untuk kami tak pernah pegang lagi trofi MPL tu yang katanya berat tu. So far tak pernah pegang. So season ni ialah milik kami, milik Suhaz.
Suhaz ni macam saya dah pernah cakap dulu, kita orang dah stick together, dah macam keluarga. Bagi saya susah lah kita nak pecah.
Langkah pokok. Silam fik. Bagi tepuk. Alhamdulillah.
Suhaz untuk saya, Suhaz is me.
Satu family.
Satu family lah.
Family je. Kita tak boleh nak berpecah.
Yes, Suhaz is my family and segalanya.
Okey, semua dah and cut.
Perasaan tahun 16 agak teruja untuk buat benda dengan player yang baru, dapat chemistry yang barulah untuk next level punya journey. Secara jujur saya sedih lah sebab mereka bukan lagi satu tim dengan saya, tapi saya harus terus move on lah. Yang tu sedih lah, tapi nak buat macam mana, semua orang ada perjalanan masing-masing. So kita orang masih dalam kontrak berjuang untuk tim ni.
Ramai yang keluar tapi saya lebih gembira dengan teammate saya yang sekarang lah sebab dapat perubahan yang besar lah.
Ini adalah first time saya menjadi captain lah, jadi agak takut lah sebab takut tidak dapat lead team lah. Saya cuba untuk lebih matang lah dengan teammate-teammate yang lain dan saya belajar untuk memberi info-info lah semasa in-game.
Bekerja dengan player-player yang agak baru sebenarnya satu cabaran sebab target kami sangat-sangat tinggi. It's a very good learning process, bukan sahaja untuk mereka tapi saya, sebab season ni ialah kami mempertaruhkan sistem yang telah selama ini RSG daripada season yang lepas sampai sekarang. Sebab tu kita bawa Jason daripada Singapura datang ke Malaysia. Agak memberi cabaran sebenarnya sebab Jason tidak fasih berbahasa Melayu.
Hi, my name is Jason Koh Wei Hao and I'm the coach for RSG Malaysia.
Bagi pandangan saya, Jason ni sebagai coach, dia memang baguslah dari segi drafting. Sebab sebelum ni, Jason ni adalah bekas player Mobile Legends. Jadi, dia fahamlah dengan player-player, apa yang player mau main, apa yang player takut. Jadi, dia memahami player. Jadi, bagi saya itu amat baguslah.
I became a coach to go to other regions to coach a full-time team, and hoping that with my many years in the mobile experience, I can help all the talented kids in the other region reach somewhere that I couldn't reach lah. Some problems that I faced while doing online coaching with the team is that first of all, I think language barrier is a thing that definitely we have to face. So not all players can speak fluent English, and of course the things that I say they might not fully understand at times. Maybe they can only understand 90% or 80% of what I'm talking. So that's one of the biggest challenges, as well as I'm not there with them physically. So rather I'm not able to read their mood, or rather how they are feeling through their webcam. So I think these are some of the biggest challenges that I'm facing right now.
Definitely underdog, because this season we reshuffle everything. We start back from scratch, but we trust in our system. Sistem kami insya-Allah akan membawa kami, at least kami akan target ke playoff dahulu. Underdog is the best thing that orang kata boleh describe RSG untuk season ini.
Season ni kalau ada orang yang anggap kami underdog, kami terimalah, sebab memang season lalu kami underperform. Untuk saya sendiri, saya rasa saya perlu lebih confident dan kembalikan gameplay season 7 saya sebelum ni. Bagi saya, meta sekarang ni boleh fit dengan RSG sebab Kuza ni dia bermain hero assassin, dan meta sekarang adalah meta-meta hero assassin. Dan saya juga hero-hero yang meta sekarang ni adalah match-match yang perlukan farming lah. Jadi saya rasa season ni sesuai lah dengan meta kami lah, di stage yang lebih tinggi lah.
Kami telah pergi ke M Series beberapa kali untuk RSG Singapore, dan kami confident dengan apa yang ada, bukan sahaja dari segi management tapi dari segi knowledge dan skill dan juga sistem. Kami percaya di setiap negara yang kami masuk M4, contoh seperti Singapore, Filipina dan Malaysia, kami boleh pergi ke N4 lah.
Maybe to my boys as well as to the fans out there, like I mentioned previously, we're gonna have a rocky journey, but at the end of the day, we will reach our destination lah. I hope that you guys, fans and boys included, continue to believe in what we are doing. At the end of the day, when we reach the journey, then we will smile and laugh together.
Bener? Like always, let's give faith first. The team TODAK Semai take one.
Pada pandangan saya, diorang salah kot. Sebab kita orang 3 season kita orang ada kat grand final. So nak cakap tak konsisten, saya rasa tak kot. Kita orang insyaAllah konsisten. Tak ada lagi tim yang boleh masuk grand final 3 kali berturut-turut lah.
Mungkin diorang tak faham daripada segi cuba. Contoh daripada segi nak cuba hero, sebab mungkin itu hero yang kita bawa untuk pergi ke tournament ataupun berlawan dengan certain team ataupun player. So nak tak nak kita orang nak kena try benda yang something new untuk kita orang.
First and second week kita orang memang agak kurang perform sikit sebab first kita orang agak tak sihat because of kita orang disahkan positif, and some players pun memang ada rasa lesu badan and then tak semangat. Communication kita orang pun susah sikit lah, agak susah sebab kan kita orang guna Discord kan and not by face to face.
Masa qualifier SEA Games tu kita orang still tak sihat, tapi kita orang still keep training sebab kita orang nak sangat masuk SEA Games tu, semua orang nak lah. So kita orang just all out, buat yang terbaik, just trust each other lah. Dan alhamdulillah kita dapat SEA Games tu.
Perasaan jadi jungler first line up kali ni susah sebab ganti Ciku. So the pressure sangat tinggi lah.
Dia gantikan tempat Ciku, macam you nak gantikan tempat nombor 1 jungler lah, macam mana kan. Dia akan, of course akan ada pressure apa semua, tapi alhamdulillah Haji ni kita selalu bagi semangat dekat dia untuk overcome benda tu lah, and alhamdulillah dia berjaya lakukannya dengan bagus.
Kita juga cuba untuk mainkan peranan Haji as juggler tu supaya satu tim tu dapat bergerak sebagai satu tim yang penuh dengan chemistry and menggunakan hashtag TODAK langgar.
Dan minggu pertama kalah 2 kali berturut tu biasalah kena kecam kan. Dan tu mental saya kurang kuat, so saya rasa macam nak give up, tapi teammate kata tak apa, boleh lagi. So Ikuto call, Ashi call, Ciku pun bagi semangat.
Dia kena kawal dia punya bad mood tu lah. Dia sebab dia kadang-kadang ada mood okey, ada mood tak okey. So tentulah dia jadi masalah. Tentu jugalah team rasa macam tak selesa sangat dengan dia sebab dia punya mood tentu. So kalau dia kekalkan mood dia okey je, insyaAllah dia boleh jadi main jangka.
Kau nak kerja sama-sama boleh.
Tak, aku poke dia, aku tak lagi. Aku macam poke dia ke belakang je. Banyak-banyak kau je tu.
Bila kau tak ada shadow ni dia datang.
Ya tu lah. Kita orang semua bermain dengan sangat teruk, 5-5 sekali. Saya tak nak salahkan dia, saya tak nak salahkan siapa-apa. Just teamwork. Bila dah masuk minggu ketiga dan selepasnya kita dapat tahu yang Ajib ni seorang yang terlampau sangat ikut buku. Orang suruh buat ni, dia buat ni. Orang suruh buat tu, dia buat tu. So kita try to change the mindset lah first. Kena brainwash dia, nak kena fahamkan.
Masih lagi activate, tetapi lihatlah damage daripada Ciku. Legendary untuk beliau. Saraki, satu lagi kill yang ingin dicari oleh Ciku.
Sebenarnya kita memang plan daripada awal lagi. Untuk week keempat, Ciku akan masuk ke dalam line up. Dia cakap dia bukannya nak rehat pun, dia just nak settlekan beberapa hal yang dia perlu settlekan lah. Perasaan kita orang amat gembira sebab Ciku dah nak main kembali lah kan, sebab dah lama dia tak main, lebih kurang 4 minggu dah. Kita orang rasa lebih bersemangat dengan adanya Ciku.
Kalau ada Ciku ni kita orang boleh buat banyak lagi benda, kiranya macam banyak meta yang pelik-pelik kita orang boleh bawa kalau ada Ciku.
Sepanjang saya main MPL daripada season 4 sampailah season sekarang ni, saya rasa this is one of the hardest season lah yang saya boleh kata macam tu, sebab kita ada nampak player-player baru, muka-muka baru. Contoh macam tim daripada MLBB, Zahir daripada Esports, diorang player-player yang bagus lah.
Kita orang nak champion MPL, lepas tu kita orang nak cuba buat yang terbaik dekat SEA Games ni untuk dapatkan emas lah kan.
Impian saya untuk tahun ni ialah main di M Series sebab tahun lepas saya tak main.
Disebabkan Moon ni jenis yang kompetitif, so target Moon ataupun my dream is to become a number one apa millennial ke match ke apa. My dream is to become a number one team kat dalam dunia ni. Memang sebab itu pun Moon join this scene, this pro scene, MPL dan sebagainya. Memang sebab tu kita orang always try hard to become the best team in the world.
#TODAK Langgar.
#TODAK Langgar.
#TODAK Langgar.
Untuk league ni sebenarnya daripada awal masuk ni saya target macam orang kata organisation macam football lah.
Playstyle rate ni kita main macam sekepala lah. Setiap decision yang kita nak buat ni pastikan semua decision tu sama.
Hello, ada orang? Hello. Ray?
Momennya every week the boss up. You guys are dead. Oi, bangun. Dah masa nanti view nanti, oi. IGN Uncle is obviously Uncle Cikano. And Uncle punya role dalam Ray Esports is COO untuk Ray Esports lah.
Hai, saya Kak Pen daripada Pen Halo dan saya adalah owner ataupun founder bagi tim Ray Esports yang sedang main dekat MPL Season 9 sekarang ini. Kalau season 9 ni orang fikir tim kita ni tim laut sebab dapat slot daripada Bosco.
Banyak sangat kesilapan yang kita lakukan, so kita orang repair at times.
Pada pandangan saya, prestasi rate pada musim ni sebenarnya agak konsisten. Walaupun kita orang ada kalah dengan TODAK dan Caracal, tapi kita orang dapat revenge balik. So, yeah, feels good.
Sebagai seorang player and also student, saya sanggup je nak hadapi apa-apa as long as I keep improving daripada segi kehidupan. I still yakinlah dengan diri I untuk maju ke hadapan.
Bagi saya, Red Esports nampak perform season ni disebabkan kemasukan coach kita orang, Sora. Player dah punya pengalaman and skill individu yang tersendiri. Cuma just perlukan guide dari seorang coach yang berpengalaman.
Saya ni macam kata apa, boleh-boleh je. Tapi disebabkan macam seorang ni, kadang-kadang saya tengah malam duduk berdua je dengan dia. Duduk depan mic dia macam memperbesarkan hero pool saya lah. Kiranya dia dalam masa yang sama dia kata kita nak bawa kelainan setiap week lah untuk lawan opponent supaya opponent tak boleh baca kan.
Lepas ni kau kena belajar kaedah tank dan sinar tank.
First time Sora datang tu, soalan pertama saya tanya dia, Sora boleh tak bantu tim saya? Dan dia cakap jangan risau, dia boleh jamin dia akan bagi tim saya nombor 1 hingga 3.
Perbezaannya ialah season lepas masa coach Suhaz tu kita orang mungkin lacking somewhere dan mungkin apa yang dia cuba nak bawa tu kita orang tak boleh bawa, tak kena lah. So dengan Sora ni dia fix tahu kita orang punya kelemahan tu, dia tahulah macam mana nak handle. Mungkin gameplay Sora tu kena dengan gameplay tim kita.
Saya kena bagi sedikit bagi jalan untuk dorang supaya dorang lebih berkembang. Saya agak risau sebab dorang adalah player yang lama. So saya risau yang dorang tak nak dengan sikap saya, tapi alhamdulillah dorang support saya, dorang dengan sikap saya happy lah untuk berada kat sini.
So Sora ni saya respect dia sebab dia rajin bincang teori semua sampai dapat solution.
Saya masuk ke Red ni start dari second tier lah. Saya kenal dengan seorang player Red ni, Ash. Lepas tu dia main dengan dia lama-lama. Lepas tu dia pun minat dekat saya. Dia kenalkan saya dekat Red. Dari situlah saya dapat masuk Red Esports.
Zaid ni perangai budak-budak dia memang ada. Friends tu nampak lah dia macam dia masih perlukan kena ada orang tegur dia. Benda-benda tu lah sebab dia muda lagi kan.
Zaid ni perwatakan dia seorang yang pembersih lah. Saya terkejut lah sebab muka dia macam gangster tapi rupanya pembersih.
Zaid pada mulanya agak keras sedikit. Dia player yang kuat, selalu menang dekat rank. So agak susah untuk kami tegur dia. Tapi lama kelamaan dia rasa yang dia perlu belajar lebih lagi bila masuk dekat pro scene. Tu buat saya happy lah sebab dia dah berubah untuk menjadi lebih baik.
Saya dapat merasakan main game ni berhasil lah, tak sia-sia. So, saya bangga dengan diri saya dan saya dapat capai apa yang saya nak. Saya jadikan sebagai ini kejayaan saya.
Sebab ramai orang ingat kita orang ni tim underdog, tim yang mungkin dia orang tak expect yang kita orang akan dapat nombor 1 placing dalam bracket.
Impian saya untuk Red champion lah. Kalau boleh saya nak champion lah season ni. Wakil MSC dan cuba try untuk grab that title.
Dream saya nak sangatlah champion untuk MPL season 9 ni dan saya nak banggakan kat ibu bapa saya yang saya boleh pergi jauh dalam dunia e-sport ni dan saya bukan main game hanya sia-sia lah.
Pertama sekali saya fokuskan untuk lepas playoff. Kedua, saya nak player nampak ke mana kesilapan diorang, mana part yang diorang boleh baiki supaya boleh jadi champion.
Dah tiba masanya untuk aku mencari pewaris Dragon Master. Antara kamu berdua, siapakah yang layak?
One fatal blow is more than enough. I shall regain what I deserve.
Kemenangan bukan datang dari kuasa yang kita ada, tapi datang dari dalaman kita.
bolehlah tolong Tok buat persiapan hari raya.
Tok, memandangkan kami dah buat tugas Tok tadi. Sekarang ni kami ada tugasan pula untuk Tok kan?
Cucu Tok selalu main game macam ni.
Cucu Tok, mana dia? Dia tak balik raya.
Assalamualaikum, Tok.
Akmal!
Wawan, Ling, Yin.
Selamat Raya, Tok. Maaf zahir dan batin.
Selamat Raya, Mal.
Lepas ni jom. Okay, on.
Defend bottom.
Push. Jom, Mopi.
Defend top. Okay, nice try. Uish, gempak lah korang. Korang kena join MPL musim baru ni.
Bagi aku senjata tu atau kau akan mati.
Jangan harap.
Siapa hantar kau?
Hidup Black Dragon.
Selamat datang ke pusingan akhir Martial Arts Warrior. Juara pada malam ini akan dibawa masuk ke dalam dunia M1. Sebelah kiri saya, Gezora. Dan di sebelah kanan saya,
telah tiba masanya untuk pasukan-pasukan terbaik Mobile Legends Bang Bang daripada seluruh Asia Tenggara berkumpul. Piala MLBB Asia Tenggara atau MSC 2022. Siapa yang akan menang dan siapa yang akan kalah? Pasukan manakah yang akan terbang ke langit biru dan dinobatkan Raja Asia Tenggara? Seperti zodiak, 12 pasukan daripada rantau ini akan bertanding dalam 2 peringkat. Peringkat kumpulan dan peringkat kalah mati. Setiap kumpulan akan ada 3 pasukan dan mereka akan bertanding antara satu sama lain dalam perlawanan terbaik daripada 2 di mana pasukan terbawah di dalam setiap kumpulan akan disingkirkan. 8 pasukan yang masih tinggal akan meneruskan perjalanan dahsyat mereka. Sebagai pentas kepada perlawanan-perlawanan hebat antara gergasi-gergasi ini, MSC 2022 akan diadakan di Bandar Perbezaan dan Kepelbagaian, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Saksikan pertembungan antara gergasi daripada rantau MLBB terunggul daripada 11 Jun hingga 19 Jun. Ikuti #Supremacy untuk ikuti perkembangannya. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, tempat adiwira mencipta sejarah.
Give it up.
Welcome to the M World. It's true. Fight as you may, become the champion, and the M World will grant you your deepest wish. Today, the game is defeat the Trophy Guardian.
The kiddo didn't win. He's just handpicked. I break boundaries, not laws. This is more than a game to me. I was never meant to be a watchdog. Not a fan of technology. I guess the day has come for us. I like egg fried rice too. Oh, I mean the food, not the sweet. Teamwork? Maybe.
Make some noise, everybody!
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the arts of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Holds infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonates from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Caracal! IGN Kuja dan peranan saya dalam tim Caracal adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Nurhadim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah Im. Saya bermain mid laner untuk tim Caracal.
Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam Caracal saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join Caracal ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar.
In a game whose impacts may be notably more impactful than the grand finals tomorrow, perhaps it is fate that two eternal third-place cursed teams will finally face off to break out of this long-standing position. Welcome back, my name is Sadafa. Well, over here is Gideon, and we are bringing you the final series of the day, the lower bracket finals here at MPL-MY Season 9 Playoffs, which is of course brought to you by our amazing sponsors. Of course, MPL-MY Season 9 is powered by Moonton, presented by McDelivery, official smartphone Samsung Galaxy A series, celebrate moment with Nescafe, and gaming with Cadbury Zip.
Oh, with this best of 5 on our hands, the lower bracket finals has already begun. Our grand finals will be happening tomorrow, but only one team is going to make it there. We have TODAK waiting in the grand finals itself and are going to be our representatives for MSC, but who's going to be joining them this time to battle it out? It's not going to be an easy choice, and I don't think anybody would have expected either Suhaz as well as Orange Esports to make it to this point. It's absolutely ridiculous. But once again, to congratulate you guys for hitting our 800 share milestone. Thank you, everybody who's been putting in the effort, especially if you're from the English broadcast. Claim your codes down here, brought to you by McDelivery.
Yeah, we are very glad that so many of you are enjoying MPL so far, but we still have more milestones to hit. So if you guys want more rewards, and if you're one of those few people who have not yet clicked on the share button, make sure to do so. It is so easy. You don't even need a caption, just share it out. Bring your friends and family in. You get more prizes. You get to share more of this incredible experience with your friends and family. And if you want to share a little bit more, perhaps a bit of a snack, look no further than McDelivery.
I'm telling you, everybody wants a slice of this pie, and McDelivery, of course, will come straight to your doorstep. But here's a big brain tactic, right? If the only person in your family who's into Mobile Legends, even better, offer them, hey, I'm gonna give you guys a free meal, 50 ringgit worth of McDonald's. What does that sound like? That sounds pretty good, right? And you get to keep a 6-piece chicken nugget set just all by yourself. You can hide that away. You don't have to tell them about them. You can also get a free chance to win exclusive MLBB skins. Make sure you type in MPL rewards with the S. It's just a strategy. It's just the strategy.
Yeah, but the strategy that you guys should be adopting is farming the MPL, because the MPL Predictor Challenge is still ongoing. Make sure you guys predict which of these two teams is going to be joining TODAK in the grand finals and become our second MSC representative. Tell us which team you think. Hashtag MPL Predictor in your comments. Include your game ID, your server ID. That's all you gotta do, and you stand a chance to win the Ruby Edelweiss skin.
Now, it's been tough, and I don't know how many people have been getting their predictors right this time, but somebody in chat is probably happy. Oh, with that being said, our game is about to begin very, very soon. Any ideas on what's going to be happening? Because Orange Esports, they've had their moments for sure, and even for Suhaz as well. Ooh, upper bracket run almost there.
Yeah, but without further ado, the teams are coming up on stage, so let us welcome our players tonight.
Orange Esports.
Orange Esports has gotten 3rd place in Season 5, Season 6, and Season 8 with a different roster every single season.
Yeah, but right now we may be seeing one of their strongest incarnations just yet. Will this be the roster that can finally break the 3rd place curse for Orange Esports? Will they be able to break out of this identity? Will they become our second representatives to MSC going up against TODAK tomorrow? Only time will be able to tell us these results.
Oh, the audience is ready for it. Let's bring on the next team.
Suhaz Esports.
We got Suhaz Esports on the opposite side. They haven't got the 3rd place quite as often as Orange, but that is still a curse lingering on their minds since Season 7.
I mean, after a devastating defeat this morning, I'm hoping that Suhaz can bounce back in such a short time. Suhaz is at the same spot 1 year ago since Season 7. Can they break their own limits? Can they make it to the grand finals?
2 teams, 2 3rd place curses. Only one will be the victor to challenge TODAK for their rightful spot on the throne. This is going to be the lower bracket finals. Best of 5. Winner takes all.
Oh boy, this has been quite an anticipated matchup, and it's not like it's been built up over a couple of days. This is some shocking results from either side, overperforming every single turn and ruining the predictors. Let's have a look at the stats coming in from Orange Esports.
Orange Esports, what more can be said about this team? Just earlier, they took out Team Caracal, which performed similarly in the lower bracket. We already know about the playmaking abilities of the Min-Man twin combo, and of course, about Valence's ability to shout call for his team. But Gary. I feel like this is a player that we really have to highlight at this point. A player who only joined during the later half of the regular season and has just slowly been improving and getting more and more consistent results.
It's been very evident he's got the mechanics to back up the plays. He just needs direction. But Suhaz, everybody on this roster is a veteran. Everybody knows what they're supposed to be doing. This time they're going to be fielding HY straight off the bat. We're not seeing Zed just yet. We'll see whether that's going to be more than enough. It's going to affect their draft for sure, but let's see whether Orange Esports is ready for it.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good adaptation from Suhaz Esports. Fielding Zed in this situation may give Orange Esports a flaw to take advantage of, because we know that they're very effective at strategizing against the enemy's late game insurance, and therefore having more of a playmaker on their team might be what they need to counteract the Minman combo.
Well, let's check out the team head-to-head to see what their total stats have been over the past few days, as well as the regular season, with the overwhelming majority going over to Suhaz Esports as they slowly win their games. With only a 44-match win rate compared to Orange Esports, you can see midway through the season, that's when Orange Esports really started to pop off.
Yep, in terms of stats though, I have to admit, this is a lot more even than I was expecting, and I guess when you really think about it, both these teams are not exactly many people's first candidates for being the ones going head-to-head here in the lower bracket finals, but they have made it happen anyway. We can see that Suhaz Esports, they have a higher first tower rate and first lord rate, which may indicate that you're a bit more aggressive in the early game, but in my personal opinion, I think that title is going to go more to Orange Esports, especially with their recent performance in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's true. I do think that Orange Esports, especially if they drag it out to the later stages of the game, they continue to adapt. If you give them that time to understand your behaviors, they will look to punish it. Suhaz, very textbook. They understand the process to get to where they want to be. With that being said, let's look at the talent predictions here, with only me, Lafel, and Adine leaning towards Orange Esports. Everybody else says Suhaz Esports.
Looks like the casters finally going to be varying it up a little bit. We've been only seeing 2 casters vote for a different team the entire time. This time we got 3. Will it be enough to secure those 3 games for one of these teams? I guess we'll find out, because honestly, this is a tough decision. Both teams have surpassed all expectations that we've put on them. But what about the expectations that you guys have on the audience predictions?
Let's have a look at the audience predictions, and it looks like the teams from Orange Esports, the fans are rallying behind them after having such very, very good runs and knocking out Red Esports. Will Suhaz also fall under that same guillotine?
Well, we will find out, but it is nice to see that Orange Esports has slowly climbed their way into the hearts of many players. We can see Izanami, he's still out there in the crowd. He was here for the game earlier, here to once again provide support. And of course, lots of cheers from the arena. Many of you are joining us here live at Quill City Mall to bear witness to who will come out on top here in this game.
All right, guys, just in case you don't know, the 5-1-5 event is happening as of yet, and you want to be able to participate in it. How about getting a new phone? Consider playing Mobile Legends Bang Bang on a brand new smartphone with a sleek design. Buying a Samsung Galaxy A535G now, and you stand a chance to win an MLBB bundle worth up to 2,200 diamonds. Just scan that QR code on the screen and key in MLBB VIP during checkout. All purchases come with a protective phone case, a super fast charge power adapter, and a camera filter worth up to 397 ringgit.
Yeah, there's a lot of extra stuff there, so if you guys are looking for a new device to increase your MLBB performance, look no further than our official smartphone. But with only 15 seconds left on the clock, both these teams are looking ready. Both Suhaz Esports and Orange Esports have had to play another series in this same day earlier, so there's going to be pretty similar levels of fatigue. Hopefully that will not affect them, because the draft in our first game of this best of 5 is now officially underway.
All right, it's time with Suhaz on the blue side, Orange Esports on the red side. Let's see how this draft is going to go. I'm honestly hoping that Ling gets picked up by either one of these teams, because recently the M World skin has come out for Ling, and I'm not going to lie, it looks mighty fine.
Yeah, the problem is Ling as a hero has really been getting banned out in the first phase quite often these days, And especially since it's something that we know Box can play quite well, wouldn't be surprised if Orange Esports were the ones banning it out. Similarly, Suhaz gonna respect Gary, ban out the Fanny.
Well, but I mean, Fanny is just annoying to play against, and Gary is very capable of doing so. Now that the nerfs have come through for Fanny, players can't just pick it up naturally and be like, oh yes, I'm devastating. You have to have a certain level of understanding of the hero now that the recharge rate has been changed from 4 to 3. Karina, going to be the follow-up ban from Orange Esports, very understandable. Suhaz Esports, it looks like they're taking a different turn with this. You know, we saw how they banned out against TODAK. They made sure that they were getting rid of some top-tier picks and very directed towards TODAK's side, but I think having to do research on Orange Esports is a little difficult in of itself.
Yeah, Orange Esports as a team seems to be very capable of adapting to what their opponent's strategy is and identifying flaws and weaknesses in their lineup that they can take advantage of. It goes to show that their early game coordination just adds on to that and compounds onto their advantage. Suhaz, all 3 of their bans going to be respect bans towards the various members of Orange Esports, as now Min's Franco is going to be removed from the pool.
Okay, so with no Franco on the table, no invades to come through, no Fanny for that early game, Valentina with its 100% win rate, are they going to start looking to take out combinations? Are they thinking about Angela? Are they thinking about Grok even? Something that Orange Esports likes the first pick as well.
Yeah, the Angela is something that teams are starting to prioritize more, something that Suhaz doesn't play very often, which is why Orange Esports might be okay with letting it through so that they can lock it in for themselves. As for what Orange can ban here, something like Eevee's heroes, the Daroff, could be a good option, but no, they will still take the safe route. This hard guard has been a pain in everyone's butts in the playoff.
Yeah, I feel like if you are on red side, banning out the Daroff is a little unnecessary. You want to be able to go for a counter pick at some point of time or lock it in early for yourself within first rotation. Hey, Ling first pick coming in from Suhaz Esports. Hopefully we get to see that new skin. I'm excited. Orange Esports, on the other hand, will look to reply.
I'm actually really surprised this got let through the draft. Lots of teams have been super wary of this Ling. And yes, Orange Esports were in a tough spot having to choose between that or Angela, but they could have just let it through and pick one up for themselves. I think this does indicate that Gary might be a little bit less skilled compared to his other heroes if he were to have to pick up the Ling.
Alright, so with that being said, there are still counter picks that can actually lock him down. I mean, they can go for an easy Popo and Koopa if they don't want to think about it too much. It does make him susceptible and it may not necessarily win the gold lane now that there are more picks that actually deal with it well. Orange Esports do take the Grok and Boxia. Very strong start to the draft. Very open-ended, and most importantly, you're not entirely sure what that EXP matchup is going to look like.
Yep, the Grok going to be picked up here, most likely going to be Born's hero. This is something that he plays very comfortably, but there's a chance they'll flex it for Min as well. That is the strength of the Grok. And in addition to that, it's not easily affected by CC, so all things considered, it should be pretty fine. The Boxia though, that is what I'm wondering about. This is not something we see Gary play very often because Jungle Boxia is now the more popular pickup. So is this a Roamer Boxia instead?
I'm guessing it's leaning more towards Jungle Boxia for now, unless something changes from Suhaz Esports' perspective. Now, we're seeing the Lilia, we're seeing the Daroff, very understandable. Daroff naturally is going to bully everybody in his own lane. And I think Eevee has been performing especially well on this hero throughout the playoffs. Despite taking the loss from TODAK, he did get a good amount of kills in the previous matchup.
Yeah, it's quite surprising considering Eevee has been known to play heroes like the Esmeralda or the Uranus beforehand. So going for something a lot more 1v1 and aggressive oriented and making it work goes to show that his pool is increasing, as Orange Esports going to fall back to a pick that has won them many matches before, the Xavier going back into the hands of Man.
Now I'm excited to see this because every single time the Xavier starts to pop off, it's an Orange Esports game and I so happen to not be casting it. So this time I'm excited to see what Orange Esports can do live in front of me. With the next ban phase coming on through, Atlas going to be the follow-up ban, and I feel like teams really understand that, hey, Atlas, even though there is counterplay, if he has that one big ult, it's kind of like Selena and Franco. It can really change the game if he is able to catch maybe 2 or 3 people when your purifies and flickers are down.
So Orange Esports are now respecting the playmaking abilities of Suhaz Esports. They ban out the Atlas, even though it's something they themselves are quite comfortable with. Wouldn't be surprised if they're going to keep to the same scheme of banning, they might want to get rid of the Cho, because since HYHY is playing, there's a very good chance of a fighter mid lane, and this is something that Xavier is very vulnerable to in the mid game.
I mean, there's also the option of actually getting rid of the Fovea so you can lock in 1-1 since they are on the red side. At this stage of the game, if Suhaz Esports is getting rid of Kimi, that's what I'm thinking about. Oh, sorry, 1-1's already banned out for the side of Suhaz Esports. Maybe even a Popo Okupa, arguably tough to say. Oh wait, no, since it's Valence, Beatrix.
That does make sense, but yep, looks like I'm reading that correctly. The Cho gonna be banned out by Orange Esports, not giving HYHY an easy fighter mid lane that can catch out this squishy Xavier towards the later stages of the game. Suhaz Esports now, they've already banned out the Kimi, so as you highlighted, the Beatrix might not be a bad choice if they really want to lock down Valence's hero pool. But I wonder what their plan is here. Even if they go for that, Valence has already shown he can play the gold lane Lunox, which at this point might not be a bad choice. The Brilliance is an easy way to escape the link.
Of course. I mean, Brilliance is an extremely easy way, but let's not forget that AJ usually goes into the gold lane when HYHY is in the roster, right? So that means it's going to be the Lilia matchup against whatever Valence is going to bring. So let's consider it as an unknown X at this stage. Well, Suhaz Esports with their final ban here going to be Ruby. Orange Esports with priority gets first pick in the second phase.
Lots of roamers already being banned out at this point. If this is a jungle Baxia, and we've yet to see Min's hero, his hero pool is definitely dwindling at this point, so they might want to consider rotating this Grok over from the EXP lane and giving something else to Born. The glue is still open and something that would work out well here.
Yeah, and I mean, Xavier does need a little bit of help when they are pushing out the lane, but they're going to start things off with Beatrix. Give it a big question mark. Where is this Grok going? Is he going to be your support? Is it going to be the EXP laner? Let's find out here as Suhaz will finish off their composition, and then Orange Esports can make a decision.
So they are still looking for HYHY and DAce's hero. For the same reason, right now there is a bit of a roamer shortage here. What can the Ace play to really mess with Orange Esports? We've already seen him play the Hilda, but if this is a jungle Baxia, it's going to be a lot less effective.
Yes, I do think it will be a lot less effective, but mid lane is not going to have priority. So Lilia will be able to back up his boy if things drag out long enough. Paquito gets locked in as well as Matilda. All right. I mean, this also works too for the side of Suhaz Esports. Still very teamfight oriented, but they want to be able to kind of hover around it. Though the Paquito, I guess they're going to throw him into the gold lane. It's tough to say. It's tough to say with HYHY.
Yeah, it is really difficult to say. Even like with HYHY, this could still be a mid lane Paquito as well. We don't know for sure. And that is what the strength of Suhaz Esports' current lineup is. They can flex these players into various positions. So even though Orange Esports are still keeping the question open, they themselves are going to have to answer the question that Suhaz Esports is presenting to them. What is going to be their final pick? They lock it in, and it is the Hellcurt.
Hellcurt this time around coming in from Gary to deny vision from this Ling, and more importantly, so that you cannot see where exactly Matilda is going during the Guiding Winds. Hopefully this adaptation, well, honestly, is it really an adaptation at this stage of the game? I think Orange Esports are prepared, and they're ready to bring it to Suhaz.
Well, this Hellcurt already worked out for them earlier in their matchup against Team Caracal. Will they be able to secure their first victory of this lower bracket finals? It is a best of 5, so losing one game doesn't matter quite as much as in a best of 3, but neither of these teams wants to settle. They want to go all out. They want to take out their opponents from the competition. Looking at the lineups once again, Suhaz Esports going to have a very strong team fight and skirmishing lineup. They don't really have much of a backline. All of their heroes are looking to fight. Whereas on the opposite side, Orange Esports, they're going to need to protect this Xavier, protect this Beatrix with their ball bulky frontliners, Grok and Baxia. And if they can do so, it's going to be massive damage under the cover of Dark Night Falls. The Land of Dawn beckons once again.
Woo! The crowd is excited for this matchup. Suhaz and Orange fans have showed up to show their support. Suhaz Esports on the blue side up against Orange Esports on the red. Let's see where the formations is going to be. We so far see DeAce, and it looks like AJ is going to be in the mid lane, and Paquito will go with this 1v1 against Valens.
We can see that Min is playing the roamer. Grok gets a nice block onto Eevee, and that sets up for Born. He's playing the Baxia in the EXP lane, and he does have sprint. He's gonna pop it to try and get the kill, but the Ace coming in to provide a hand. He will be safe. Gary gets the Little Wanderer with Retribution.
Yeah, but Born in this matchup is gonna be really interesting, but so far HY has to wait until level 2. In the meantime, Valens will try and slow push this lane to get as much damage into HY and his turret as possible.
Yeah, that is the power of having Renner on Beatrix. Being able to chunk out these little bits of gold will give you more of an advantage over your opponent in lane over time. But he does still have to be careful, as you mentioned. Once HY hits that level 2, the double jab combo does a lot of damage.
He just has to close that distance, but Min, he's already really fast after trying to invade and almost getting first blood early on. He's got to be careful. Power and nature keeping him alive. Gary already with Dark Night Falls looking for the ace. They find first blood regardless. Box and HY find the right targets. Born hops on over, rotates fast. Box manages to get out. Oh, unfortunate for Orange Esports, but that's going to be first blood falling into the hands of Suhaz.
That's unfortunate. Really good rotations from Orange Esports, but the lane with the higher mobility going to be able to come out on top. And wow, I hope you guys can hear this. Some legitimate chanting for Suhaz here in the arena.
Yep, it's only going to get louder throughout this best of 5. Hopefully they've got the energy to keep it up and keep up with the support. Valens now playing a little bit more careful, realizing that level 4 is almost through, but Born, he's in trouble. Shield Unity to be popped early on. He doesn't want to get dove under, but neither can he afford to lose level 4, especially since the turtle is being threatened.
Gary going to be right on top of it. Suhaz Esports already in position. Box just saving up energy. He will be able to steal it with the Retribution. Tempest Ablaze just to keep him a little bit safer as Suhaz steal the neutral objective.
Oh, Gary, unfortunately for him, using his Retribution a little too early. Box was able to take it away just a couple of seconds afterwards. Unfortunate timing, but Orange Esports, it doesn't mean they're out of this game. They can play this slow.
Yeah, but Box, he's playing on this lane. This is one of the most meta junglers in this current meta, so he's going to be able to use his mobility to roam around and find as much farm as possible. Orange even trying to steal camps away, but gonna force Min and Valens out of the jungle.
Yep. I mean, look at the way Orange Esports is moving, right? They don't necessarily have to make very proactive plays, only pre-level 4. But after level 4, this is where they start to slow down. It's all about control. It's all about trying to punish the laners for overextending. The wild charge is going to connect, but it doesn't really matter. HY very healthy, and even a dawning light coming in from Mon.
That was actually just some unlucky timing. You could see that he was charging up the power of nature in the bush, and when he walked out to smack the Paquito with it, HY happened to jab, and now he's looking for Valens. Valens, he has Wesker, flickers forward right into the Ace. The Ace actually not going for the kill here, but Box gets the stab, gets the kill. They trade 1 for 1, but they're looking for more. Min now in a lot of trouble. Box is chasing him down. He does have the purple buff, but he's not going to go that far.
Yeah, unfortunately, Hellcurt wasn't able to get there in time. Suhaz just playing a little bit more proactively against Orange Esports. They managed to punish Valens here, which is great, because now they want to slow him down. He has the main win condition, knowing that Mon is going to take basically forever to get his 3 items.
Yep, that is exactly the timing that Suhaz Esports wants to avoid. Because of that, they are upping the tempo. Up in the top lane, we can see Min still trying to set things up for his team, but unfortunately the Grok does lean a bit away from his usual comfort pick. Valens, he's in a lot of trouble here. 1v3, will he be able to get it?
Oh!
He's right! Oh my goodness!
No way! How does he survive that? 3 people commit to a full dive onto Valens. No flicker, still has his tactical role, manages to get on through. That's going to be Turtle falling into the hands of Orange Esports after failing to commit to that dive. Wow!
A really good knockup with the shield unity by Born to stop Box from being able to jump onto the turtle pit, and now he's looking to pay back the favor of Born. He knows he's in danger, so he's just looking for the kill onto Eevee, but he's not going to survive long enough. Box picks up the Baxia.
Yep, Born also doesn't have sprint, so he can't even run away from all of this. But now, Mon trying to control this mid lane with the help of Min is going to be extremely helpful because AJ, every single time he disappears from the lane, he's going to start informing the rest of his team, getting his Dawning Light ready for the moment to attack. Bottom side, Valence, though, does find Gary. The quick silent, good timing for the gank on bot side.
Lots of action happening already, though something to note. Oh, hold on, they're gonna go for a gank again. Eevee gonna get hit by 3 people. Dawning Light right after the wall charge secures yet another kill.
This is great. I mean, this is really, really great for Orange Esports. They're trying to increase the ante. They're trying to understand, hey, we've got our first items. Let's try to make something happen. Hellcurt is in a good position. He's already level 9, and he wants to start snowballing out of control.
Yep, that's what they're trying to do. Valence, though, being targeted, Tempest of Blades being used, going to be able to roll away from Box. Min coming in to provide him a hand, but the Ace jumping in a bit too far with Circling Eagle. Gets picked up, and Valence lives once again.
Yep, he's got the support, the global ult from the Dawning Light, from Mon. Doesn't matter where he is. If he's got the ult, shoot it. Try to make something happen. But unfortunately, just the small micro movements is going to be more than enough. Gary tries to re-engage on towards Eevee's side. Eevee almost manages to get out, but Born has to give up that dive. He still finds the kill onto Ling with the support of Mon opening the gates to snare Box.
Mon gonna be in position yet again. It looked like they were going for Eevee, so I think Box might have lost a bit of focus there, not realizing that Gary had completely shifted focus onto him instead. And with Box down for another 5 seconds, Gary should be able to pick up another turtle for free.
This is some great timing here. Ling won't be able to make it in time. They walk away for free with another objective in hand. A 2.8k lead in the hands of Orange Esports. Suhaz, the next option to fight. They could look for potential dives on top side, but Orange Esports one step ahead, already lane swapped.
And we're now hitting the mid game at this point, and both teams are going to be looking to fight a lot more. We see a 1v1, HY and Born down here in the mid lane, though they already pick up the Lilia. Abyssal Strike not enough. He does manage to pick up Valence into the back line, but they already find Eevee. Gary taking up the kill for himself. Circling Eagle, gonna keep the Ace alive a little bit longer, but here comes Born as well. You're not getting away from the shield unity.
Nope, you cannot run. This whole composition that Orange Esports has is very good at running down their opponents, especially if you are Hellcurt, if you are Grog, and especially if you are Born. They're not going to let up. Now, purple buff, ooh, that was close, but Box still able to get it. He's forced to use the Bladed Tempest early. Born can take the damage, but nobody is going to follow him up. He will be sacrificed for the rest of the team to walk away with the mid-tier 1 gold.
All things considered, it is not that bad. They actually almost picked off Box, but luckily he had the Tempest of Blade, so he is still alive. In terms of farm, right now Gary is slightly ahead of Box, but they both only have 2 items. AJ going for the Ice Queen's wand to slow down for the rest of his team, and the rest of them going to be building up to scale.
Yep, and I mean, it's some good itemization here, but Wild Charge comes out from Min, forcing AJ to use his Black Shoes extremely early. But coming back to the item build, Gary opted to go for the Demon Hunter Sword, and immediately after for a Malefic Roar, to knowing that people like Eevee, people like the Ace specifically, and even HY will eventually start building armor.
Yeah, he is aware of that and predicting for the future here. He's not targeting the squishy heroes. He knows eventually he's going to have to change his target. Min continuing to open up the map. That is the strength of this Grog. Unfortunately, Wall not going to be able to cut off the Ace.
For now, Dawning Light coming out and Born turning around with the Toys Poissons, wanting to force AJ to use his Black Shoes. Yep, he's already popped his Splint, but unfortunately HY peels him off and AJ doesn't use his Black Shoes. If he did, he'll get set all the way back to the mid lane and Orange Esports could look to punish. However, cross-map plays are good. Hellcurt pushes down bot side. Eevee and the Ace still hovering around this 2v4 that they cannot afford to commit to. They get the immobilization on the Ace, but no follow-up from Orange Esports.
Luckily for the Ace, man doesn't have Dawning Light and he just barely misses it. That would have been a free kill, but now Orange Esports are expanding their influence to the opposite side of the map. A 3k net worth lead, Gary on top of the Lord, even using Dark Knight Falls to ensure he can secure it and avoid it getting stolen.
Oh wait, no, Mon. He ends up flickering forward. This is not good. He gets attacked by Ling. Abyssal Strike takes him out. Eevee in the midst of the chaos manages to survive. Even Lilia peels for him. Born on the run with the shield unity now, but unfortunately for Gary, he just needs the farm. He can't do much. Can he turn this around for his team? It seems unlikely. The Stingers work out. The Ace still alive. HY peel him off just in time. Gary gets out, but Born takes the fall.
A beautiful play by Suhaz Esports, instantly responding to Orange Esports' over-aggression. They were playing super confident, thinking that they were way ahead, but man, getting caught out like that is not ideal, and they funneled themselves in a perfect way for Suhaz Esports to take advantage of it with their massive AoE damage, resulting in 3 members getting traded off for nothing. However, the Lord still pushing up top lane.
Yep, Gary should be able to get this tier 2 no problem. Backup is here in the form of Valence as well as Xavier. They're going to be transversing towards the tier 2 on mid side to walk with the Lord empowered minions, which should synchronize with bottom side with only 2 minions just left. Yep, they should be crashing at about the same time.
Yep, the Lord gonna buy a lot of time up top lane, which means that the tier 2 mid gonna get taken by Orange Esports for free. Box now going to be by himself, clearing up the minion wave down here. Born gonna force him to jump away. You can see Orange trying to rotate to deal with him, but he's just too fast. Meanwhile, Gary gets a tower.
Yep, this is very clean from Orange Esports. They purposefully delayed the waves, making sure that they collapse one by one so they can stick as 5 and not risk anybody's life if they try to divide and conquer. Right now, this purple buff is extremely important for Box. Nibiru's passion already being expanded, and more importantly, Gary finally coming to claim what is rightfully his.
Min and Born gonna just be delaying the front line. Min taking a fair bit of damage here. They want to avoid taking a full-out fight because Valence already got chunked out by AJ earlier, and they need everyone to be at full strength to not risk getting their over-aggression punished yet again.
Okay, with the Dawning Light being expanded to double check what is going on with the bottom side of the jungle, 40 seconds till the next Lord is spawning. 4K for Orange Esports. It's not enough of a lead to secure them a victory in that Lord pit fight, but if we're looking at the items so far, AJ has more than enough to start peeling the rest of the Orange Esports members.
Yep, Gary going to be nearing that 10K net worth mark, already having 4 items completed compared to only 3 on the side of Box. But Box still ahead of Valence, so he does have a lot of late game damage.
Yeah, and he did try to purchase a Berserker. He did purchase the Berserker's Fury much earlier on, so expensive items compared to cost efficiency from Gary.
All right, now Min still continuing to provide information, as now the Lord is going to be spawning, the first Luminous Lord of the game. Min forcing the Ace to blink over the tower here to keep himself alive, but Valence, he is alone. They know they're on the Lord. Valence going to get targeted. He's not going to survive the Tempest of Blaze. Gonna get taken out. Min and Born right in the thick of it. Man doing a lot of damage from the backline. Box has already retreated, but they're just buying time for Gary to take the Lord.
Yep, they don't mind sacrificing members as long as they get their objectives. Born doing a pretty good job with the.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, that taunting! Oh my god! Box, unfortunately, no magic resist and loses his purple buff again. They are just oppressing him now.
My goodness, man has scaled up so quickly. That was 40% of Box's HP in a single ultimate. No one was expecting that, but Orange Esports has certainly shown Suhaz that, hey, you gotta watch out for this now. You can't afford to tank this to the face, man. Even picking up the Winter Trunkian now.
Yep, Born's gonna hop over the wall. Dawning Light's gonna come out again. They crack open an inhibitor. They want to go for a second one as Valence is going to escort the waves. Now deal with this Lord. Gary getting a good stinger. Oh, it's H1 gets snared and dies to Nibiru's passion. Oh my goodness, all inhibitors start falling down, and Orange Esports, they're looking to end this.
Yep, they're exerting their dominance right now. 4v5, they catch out the Ace. Gary right on top of him, not able to finish things off. Dawning Light getting cooked off. Born is going to be an unfortunate casualty. Orange Esports are now down 1 man and will choose to back off. They don't want to take this risk. They've already broken every inhibitor.
They don't have to go for anything more, but Suhaz Esports unfortunately won't be able to get any of these kills back except for Born. 2 picks in their own base. No inhibitors. This is such a devastating advantage for Orange Esports because in the next minute or so, Suhaz better be at 42k. If not, they're going to be a complete item down against Orange Esports.
The question now is, will Orange wait for the Lord or will they look for a pickoff? The Ace is taking a lot of damage, and Orange, it looks like they're going in for this.
Yep. Yep, they have to. Bach still able to get that purple buff. It's so vital that he has this. He's been lacking energy every single fight to kill multiple targets. Maybe he can find one, but to look for 2 or 3 might be impossible without it.
What I am worried about here is whether or not Orange Esports might be waiting too long, because if Suhaz are able to hit that 42k mark, then they can actually put up a solid 5v5 team fight, and it's going to be pretty 50-50, even if all the inhibitors are already down.
I mean, they're relying on the base damage that they get from levels, right? In the next 36 seconds, Suhaz, as you can see, they haven't hit the 42k mark, and we are seeing situational items being purchased by Orange Esports. They're ready to fight this, and I think even Suhaz realized maybe this isn't the time.
Oh my goodness, Eevee just disappears. A shutdown, mega kill going over to Gary, and now the Ace, he's chasing down Born for some reason, just delaying to keep his backline alive. The Orange, they don't need to go for this. They've already picked one off, and with the Lord coming up in another 7 seconds, they want to prioritize this.
Yep. Now Born, he's taking the brute force of the damage from HY and Box, but he's way too tanky for them to fully commit without the rest of the team collapsing on top of them from Orange Esports. They're going to start off Lord, and they're going to leave it uncontested, having to deal with top and bottom waves.
Yeah, but this is risky though, Suhaz Esports. Now that Orange has secured this is basically a guaranteed end game if Suhaz aren't able to pick someone up in the next few moments.
Yeah, but I think they might have just found, well, I wouldn't say it's completely checkmate for Suhaz Esports just yet, but Orange Esports putting up some really good fights, denying the space, chasing Box down, making sure that he is not going to have a good time and will not be able to affect the waves.
But Box here is actually going to be buying a lot of time for his team to regain control over them. Oh my goodness! Okay, that's just a rip.
All right, he goes down in the next 40 seconds. Box will spawn, but Orange Esports, they're not going to let that happen. They're looking to end it right here, right now, in a 4v5.
Born already buying time. Eevee chunking out a lot of damage. HY from the backline, going to be able to find the box here, but the Lord is right on top of the Crystal Dawning Light, going to be chunking out the backline. Eevee by himself, 1v3, HY and AJ, the only survivors. The Lord has bought enough time. Orange Esports starts off the series strong with our very first victory.
A very clean game from Orange Esports. They are taking their time with this. No rush. Everything is settled, and they are getting better and better each and every game.
I am impressed by their physical and mental fortitude right now, because Orange Esports, they just came off of a best of 3 earlier against Team Caracal. So being able to go from that to a strong beginning in a best of 5, they're looking to break their 3rd place curse.
Oh boy, I think they're getting closer each and every time with the first game momentum on their side. Suhaz will have to rethink their strategies up ahead. I mean, there were some moments where you think maybe HY could pull something out, but at the end of the day, when you have somebody to back you up, and especially when you have Min playing on the Min and Mon combo, playing on Grok as well as the Xavier, oh boy, the Guardian's barrier is annoying, but on top of the gates, locking you down and speeding up your target to escape. Ooh, Born has been walking out with slivers of health.
Honestly, this is just such a smart draft coming out of Orange Esports, because I feel like they're actually kind of metagaming this a little bit, using the Dark Knight Falls to obscure vision. They already have the Xavier, who's dishing out so much damage from the backline and loads of frontline disruption. And Suhaz, they're a team that wants to play in control of the battlefield. If they cannot see, they cannot fight.
It's really difficult to notice these things, and especially every time he puts another point of upgrades on to his Dark Knight Falls, it just gets narrow, and even more narrower when it happens. The Ace can't save anybody because you don't know where he is, and the indicator doesn't pop up as well. AJ, he's gonna have to just remember and recall his steps when he uses that Black Shoes in the middle of it. Sometimes he doesn't even get to use it when he's silenced.
I think the biggest victim of this Dark Knight Falls though is going to be HY, because when you play this Paquito, they specifically draft this so that they can go for the squishier members of the back line. That means he's going to be separated from his team most of the time. He can't rely on their information even through communication, and just has to hope that, okay, I will find the squishy members before Gary jumps on top of me.
But I mean, Gary just always found his targets, and I think with a front line like that, with Min and Aborn making sure that they are relaying consistent information, Man and as well as Valens just acting as artillery support. It is a tough game for Suhaz Esports.
Yeah, but I think now I can quite confidently say Man, definitely one of the best Xavier players in the MPL. Let's see who the MVP is. And it's none other than Gary, the brand new addition to Orange Esports. As we mentioned, getting better every single week. And now his match KDA of 5-0-7 speaks for itself.
Yeah, he's been playing especially well here. And I think, you know, the decisions being made by Orange Esports and giving such a talented young rookie here some guidance in terms of where he needed to be, and more importantly, when he should be taking the fights, really makes all the difference.
You can see he participated in 75% of his team's kills and has a massive 907 match GPM. Gary wasn't just taking kills, he was taking farm. He was stealing it away from Box. You can see that he was already full build there, even grabbing the Thunder Belt just to have a little bit more survivability towards that late game.
Yeah, I mean, his Stingers are doing the job, and the consistent oppression of Box by stealing away his purple buff has made all the difference. Let's check out the highlights one more time and recap the game here, because I mean, these are some very smart decisions. Orange Esports understand pre-level 4, that's when they can start making moves, but immediately after that, once level 4 is hit, they slow down, they back away because they know Suhaz has a better power spike compared to them. And every single time they try to dive for Valens on the bot side, either they get traded or they don't get the kill at all.
I honestly cannot believe how many times Valens was able to survive these dives and even nearly take kills. In exchange, it's just ridiculous. And then once Gary got his items, once he got that Dark Knight Falls, you know that Orange Esports, they have a much more disruptive composition than Suhaz. And when they have the cover of night to be able to execute it, they are in full control.
Yep, I mean, the Dawning Light as support as well has been a little frustrating too, but at the end of the day, it felt like they were conditioning them. Hey, the Dawning Light's coming out, it's not that big of a deal, we're not under the turret, and later, as the game goes, it starts to really make a difference for people like HY or even AJ.
I'm also surprised at how like rarely Man was actually targeted when Suhaz Esports has the dare off, has the Ling. Just goes to show he knows perfectly how to position with the Xavier and allow the Grok and Baxia to take the heat for him. Orange Esports not taking any risk at all during the last few moments of that game. Cool, calculated, disciplined. I am impressed with Orange Esports' growth, and we will see if it will take them all the way.
Yeah, hopefully it does, because I mean, my predictions are on the line here, and I think as of yet, Orange Esports have not disappointed. So we'll have to wait and see. Maybe Suhaz has a way to kind of adapt to this in the draft itself, because again, we are seeing just the same picks over and over again. This time, there were a couple of mechanical mistakes, but ultimately, it's difficult to deal with this Grok who's kind of able to push you back, and when you have some supplementary targets with him, maybe Xavier, sometimes arguably it could be Yves, but more importantly, having Baxia in that side lane, wow, those early rotations catch people off by surprise.
Yeah, and he even took Sprint on top of that.
Right?
Usually when you play Baxia, you have Shield Unity, you think, I don't need Sprint. Bowen's saying, give me Sprint and I will do even more. It's these sort of plays that really make all that difference. You can see how the draft worked for Orange Esports. I think they're definitely demonstrating they have a really good mastery of the current meta. They seem to know exactly how they want to draft and how to combine counter picks with comfort picks to truly win out the drafting phase.
I mean, they've been working really hard on their fundamentals, and you have to give it to them on that, because again, Gary, whenever you see some EXP laner leave the lane for even a short period of time, a couple of minions or even a siege minion, as soon as that dies, you're going to be put behind in terms of levels. But Gary still maintained levels against someone like Evie, who's been playing especially well on the Dairoth. The timings of these rotations are all based on the lane management.
Yeah, but of course, before we continue with these games, it is of course quite late in the day, and you guys want to make sure you don't miss a single moment of this exciting lower bracket final. So make sure you guys grab yourself some Nescafe to celebrate these moments. Scan this QR code below, and you will get yourself 30% off with no minimum spend as long as you use the promo code NESMPL30.
Yep, when you type that in, you're going to get a free 6-piece chicken nuggets on top of the fact that there is a premium skin waiting for you to actually get it if you are thinking about McDelivery. However, when you're talking about Nescafe, their new designs ready with new flavors to pair it up with it. I mean, guys, why aren't you abusing it? Just use the code side by side, and then you'll have everything all in one place. Collector's items, technically, if you wait long enough, it increases in value, I hope.
Yep, if you know anyone who has actually come to the arena to watch, you will know that we give out some of these cans to them as well. So if you have seen them and you think it looks cool, why not grab one for yourself?
Guys, in the meantime, we have to talk about the Mobile Legends anime here. And that's the best way I can explain it. The 515 mini-movie is coming here with our 3 515 heroes starring Jananik, Harold Azrin, Hun Hakuin is coming every Sunday starting from April 17th. So please stay tuned to the MLBB official channels. At the same time, don't forget to find the 515 graffiti murals near you to win in-game rewards. Visit Sunway Pyramid, The Curve, Jalan Tar in KL, Topen in JB to collect them.
Yep, the 515 is coming once again, ladies and gentlemen, and you guys know that this is an exciting event in MLBB every year. This time, you can participate not just in-game, but outside of game as well. So make sure to visit the locations Gideon just mentioned if you guys want to participate, get some cool gifts, and just overall enjoy the 515 experience.
All right, with that being said, let's get back to the playoffs here, because so far, Orange Esports a game ahead of Suhaz. They want to carry that momentum all the way to the finish and clean this out 3-0 against them. But Suhaz, they have to reply with something that packs a punch, because so far these comfort picks we see from Suhaz is not working out.
Yeah, we can see in terms of damage done, Man, obviously the king, just being able to position himself perfectly on this Xavier in every single fight. But Suhaz Esports were definitely having a rough time here. Box on this Ling is almost matched in terms of damage by Born on a Baxia, which just goes to show Orange Esports were in full control of these fights. They were disabling Box as much as possible. Usually, you see teams ban out this Ling simply because of how uncontrollable he can get. But the coordination from Orange Esports to constantly threaten his purple buff basically meant that they can deal with this pick anytime.
Yeah, I mean, Orange Esports have a simple front-to-front composition, and this, with Suhaz Esports wants to play front-to-back, it gets a little difficult with two big beefy tanks just stopping you everywhere you go. And when you try to look for a flank, you get chased down by Baxia, you get close, you get snared up by the gates coming in from Xavier. It just feels like there's layer after layer after layer that you have to get through just to get to the back line.
Yep, and then you have to remember they have to do it at nighttime as well, and they definitely don't have dark vision goggles over there. That is the realm where Gary completely takes control. So this was just an excellent draft here by Orange Esports. And if you guys want an excellent snack to chew on while you guys are watching the MPL, look no further than Cadbury Zip.
Now more chocolatey, you can get Cadbury Zip at your nearest 7-Eleven or get it delivered straight to your doorstep. Just scan the QR code and get that link. Make sure you order a whole bunch of them so you don't have to order it multiple times. Also, I don't know if people do this these days, but I've seen people just be like, you know what, I'm just going to order one Cadbury Zip, just one bar. Not even like a whole box of it, and I'm just like, why? Guys, why?
If this is a friend of yours, I don't want to meet them.
All right, with that being said, 3 more seconds, and it's time for the draft. Welcome, everybody, to game number 2.
Right now, Orange Esports are 1 game up now on the first pick side of the draft. Suhaz Esports, they're gonna want to even this up. They don't want to get sent home here right at the finish line. All things considered, the stakes on this match, you could even argue they are higher than the grand finals tomorrow because you are losing out on a slot to MSC.
Oh boy, this is, I mean, it's a lot of pressure so far, and I feel like the players at this stage of the game, especially during game 2, they don't feel it just yet. Usually they start to crack during game 3, especially during a best of 5. If you're 2-0 down, oh, you are sweating.
And that is definitely the case. And Orange Esports right now are the oppressors that want to put Suhaz Esports in that position. We'll find out if they're able to do so on the opposite side of the draft now. They're starting things off by banning the Angela, and Suhaz Esports are going to get rid of Valentina.
All right, it feels like, you know, same thing, same story. Angela being really prevalent here in the playoffs. Valentina, 100% win rate, obviously has to go. But Orange Esports, I want to see where their priorities are going to be on. How are they going to punish the draft this time around on the blue side when Suhaz Esports can respond to their first picks?
What is notable about Orange Esports is that even though their players can adapt to a variety of heroes, they do still have very notably dangerous pocket picks. The Fanny on Gary, always something that teams need to be wary of. On top of that, the 1-1 being played by Valence is something that deserves a lot of respect.
Yeah, just way too dangerous to leave up on the table, and I can understand where Suhaz Esports is coming from. However, these final picks is always the big question mark. Should they get rid of Grok is the big question. Do they want to focus on something else? I mean, Selena has been pretty much untouched when unbanned for a large majority of the playoffs.
And that's because Selena is a little bit hit or miss nowadays, and as a roamer, she lacks the durability to create as much pressure as a lot of other tankers in this current meta. Orange Esports, they're going to be banning out the Phoveus instead. So that's basically telling Suhaz, we want to pick 1-1, you better ban it.
I think that is a good way to indirectly tell your opponents, hey, look at 1-1. Think about it. Phoveus isn't there no more. And now I'm guessing, yup, they're hovering over it and they're going to ban it.
Yeah, but what does that leave open for Orange Esports? The Grok is going to be an obvious choice. Xavier as well, but that is not first pick material. Yes, Suhaz finally locked that in. What will Orange Esports prioritize here?
I think they're going to go for Grok. That's usually the go-to. Wait, let's keep an eye out. Let me just double-check the bans just in case. I was thinking of Karina, but Orange Esports banned it out themselves. They could technically go for Ling, but usually we don't see Orange Esports go for first pick junglers unless it's something as good as Karina.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense to me as well. And Orange Esports, they already figured out how to deal with the Ling. They don't mind it going to Suhaz Esports. The Grok makes a lot of sense, especially if they want to put it in the hands of Born instead of Min. And yep, that's going to be their first pick.
All right, now Suhaz, usually the response to the Grok is going to be the Dairos. Do they want to try it one more time? And Orange Esports, they could respond later on once they get the priority back to lock in Baxia and then create that big question all over again. Where is it going to go?
Yeah, Eevee has already been playing the dare off pretty well, but Orange Esports, they already show that, hey, we have a solution for it. You can pick it if you want. Same thing goes for the Ling. So it might be safer for them to pick up a hero that was previously banned out. Perhaps flexing the Cho here might be smarter.
Flexing the Cho. Ooh, I think that'll be pretty good for Suhaz, right? I mean, if they lock in the Cho now and they also start looking to get... Ooh, no! Esmeralda! This time around, Suhaz Esports are taking a little bit of a different step. They're not going to let Eevee play an extremely dominant layer. They want something that scales for him.
Okay, this is a comfort pick for Eevee still, but it is very risky to show Esmeralda so early these days because there's just so many easy counters. The Diraf, the Khalid, even the Baxia Born played in the last match is a good counter.
Yeah, really good counters in a matter of fact. And I think Orange Esports, I think Baxia is probably going to be the way they're going to go based off of game number 1. I mean, we're seeing Ling all over again, so if Born or arguably even Man decides to start chasing blocks down, they easily could. Now we are going to see Hellcurt and Xavier once again. They're leaving Baxia off the table for now.
These are comfort picks for Orange Esports. It worked well for them in game number 1. And while they did pick Xavier in the first phase, they left Hellcurt for second previously. I suppose they are thinking that if they don't pick it up now, Suhaz will want to ban it out in the second phase. But since they're showing their junglers so early, it does give Suhaz opportunities to figure out how they want to counter it.
I think at this point, it's either they go for their roamer or their mage, but considering how the ace has been biting the bullet most of the time, I think they are going to lock Lilia in for Suhaz Esports. Arguably, there is a possibility for Sicilian as well, but against a Hellcurt, it's a little tough to say.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult, but they do flex up the Cho here. I think that's pretty smart. It's better than locking in a mage here because you really don't know what else you might have to deal with at this point in time. Cho is a lot safer. And Orange, they already show that they will ban this out in the second phase, so give this over. It's something that both HY and the Ace can play.
Yeah, no, this is a good idea, but it does tell us that AJ is most likely going to go down into the gold lane, but we'll just have to wait and see where the bans are to reconfirm this theory, right? Suhaz Esports, what are they going to ban out? Are they going to just target down on the gold lane, focus on Valens, get rid of his Kimmy once more, and then maybe look to hold Beatrix hostage? Or no, it's going to be Ruby as their first initial ban in the second phase.
I guess it makes sense that they would ban out the Ruby. Min can be quite terrifying on this, and when they already have to deal with Dark Knight Falls and the Grok, it's understandable, but I do think they have to respect Valence's Beatrix. This was a big problem for them in game number 1, and if they let it through again, well, I don't see Zed on the side of Suhaz, so they're not planning to lock it in.
Well, honestly, I would make an argument that Valence's Beatrix, his individual skill, I don't think it mattered what hero he was going to play. He had some good movement. In terms of how he's been playing out team fights, yes, he's obviously got some damage, but he was significantly behind compared to where he would like to be later on into that game, where he finally hit the item power spikes and then came back into the game. So, with that being said, we'll just have to wait and see. Orange Esports ban out the Sicilian.
Okay, makes sense here. This is one of the mages that would be able to play from a pretty safe distance in the mid lane against the Xavier and scales up even better in terms of late game potential. Orange, they want Mon to be the late game mage on the Land of Dawn, so they're not going to allow any competitors here.
Okay. So that means that Suhaz, they're going to get another ban here. Where are they going to lean it towards? They see the Sicilian, they're saying, hey, they're targeting AJ now. Looks like the mages are basically going to get banned out. They're going to get Popo and Koopa off. Okay. So in terms of dominant side laners, there's still Brody. We still have Clint. We also have Melissa, which we have seen Valens try beforehand.
Yeah, but I think Beatrix is just going to be the easy answer for Orange Esports. It worked in game 1, it's still open, doesn't seem like Suhaz will lock it in. Why change something that already works? They do still have one more ban. We'll see what they decide to ban out. Will they still go for a mage here? AJ's hero pool is still pretty wide open, and many other mages can get quite easily one-shot by Hellcut. I don't really think there's anything they have to be too worried about.
Kagura, they can get rid of Lunox as well. They're just making some assumptions here, saying that we don't know whether AJ is actually going into the gold lane, right? So let's get rid of bad matchups for Xavier. Kagura bullies Xavier. Sicilian eventually is going to outscale Xavier, and more importantly, it's rough to push against him.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I can see where Orange is coming from here. They're not too worried about anything that would escape the Hellcut, so they're focusing on giving Mon a little bit more mid lane priority because they want to maintain control over that. But oh, Suhaz Esports gonna be taking a page out of Orange Esports' book now, picking up the Atlas.
All right. Now there's just a lack of AoE damage here, and that's where Suhaz's final pick is gonna come through. Getting rid of the Kagura and as well as Sicilian, very understandable, knowing that Atlas has already made it through the draft and I guess they were just suspicious whether or not Suhaz Esports was going to pick it up. Orange Esports, on the other hand, how are they going to reply to this?
Diggy would be the obvious choice to counter Atlas, but that's not a hero that Min really plays. I feel like Orange, their style is just to, well, we're gonna be hit by the Fatal Links anyway, so pick up heroes that don't really mind getting CC'd for just a little while. Something more durable, perhaps. Oh, okay.
I think he heard your comment. He's like, you thought I don't play Diggy, bro?
Well, Orange Esports are the ones most aware that Diggy instantly counters Atlas simply because Min's Atlas has been countered a few times by this hero, so they know it most of all. But that also means that Min's aggressive playmaking in the early game will be a bit less prevalent.
Now I'm curious to see what kind of battle spells that's going to be coming out of Orange Esports. Do they still take the Purifies, or are they going to take the Flickers? It depends on how much faith that they have in their Diggies. Suhaz Esports now need to finish off their composition. They still are lacking magic damage. We don't know who the mage is going to be, or if they're even going to be playing a mage this time around. And it's going to be Lilia.
All right, Suhaz Esports just go with the safe choice here. I think there's a lot of AoE team fighting ability from the side of Suhaz Esports, but if Min is able to use his time journey correctly, then Orange doesn't need to mind it at all. And you asked earlier what kind of battle spells they're planning to take. I get the feeling we're going to be seeing a lot of sprints from Orange.
Yeah, that's a good point. I do expect at least one sprint coming out of Orange, that is for sure. But with time running out, Orange Esports currently 1 point ahead of Orange Esports, ahead of Suhaz in this best of 5. The crowd is ready. The teams are loading into the game. It's time to get this show on the road.
Yep, we are now preparing to enter the land of Dawn for the second time. Orange Esports 1 game up, going back to their roots with Diggy to counteract the Atlas. They've got plenty of their comfort picks. Their lineup basically the same as game number 1, whereas Suhaz Esports going to be bringing something different to the field. They now have the Fatal Links, they have the Way of the Dragon, they have lots of pick-off potential, but will it work against Orange Esports? Only time will tell as we once again return to the battlefield.
Welcome everybody to the land of Dawn. Game number 2, it's on its way on an elimination match, best of 5. We have Orange Esports on the blue side up against Suhaz on the red. Every moment is going to count here, and it looks like AJ is in the gold lane.
Yep, we can already see Min setting up the auto alarm bombs to help out Gary with his wave clear. And looking at his emblem, he has decided to go for tenacity instead of the usual pull yourself together. He's not intending to die very much today.
Oh, interesting. I mean, there have been rumors about Diggy going for a tank build rather than its usual Enchanter style, but now Mon getting hit by HY. He's going to take a bit of a bad trade, but he doesn't mind. He's not losing any EXP, but the early invades from Ling on the core ball is going to be very evident. Sorry, the Bugbear. But now it's going to be Eevee dealing with both Born as well as Gary at the same time.
Yeah, Grog and Hellcrit aren't going to have enough consistent damage to deal with this Esmeralda too early on. But you can see on the opposite side of the map, AJ being bullied as well. Gary now going to be the primary target. Man gets a nice trap. HY, no way of the dragon yet, but they are succeeding in slowing down Gary's farm.
Yeah, they're getting really aggressive, knowing that mid lane has no priority and Diggy showing himself up on top side. They're going to continue trying to punish and steal away as much farm from Gary while the opening window is there.
Yeah, this is exactly what Suhaz Esports need to do. They can't allow this Hellcrit to get farmed up and match the pace of the Ling, because that Dark Knight Falls is going to be quite a huge issue and they can't afford for their squishier heroes to be one-shot. We can also confirm that HY is playing that mid lane show, so we'll see whether or not this will work out against the Xavier.
Imagine being Xavier and getting outpushed by Cho because the Ace decided, you know what, I can help you out with this. We're going to be pushing way faster than this mage. He doesn't get strong until later in the game, and his wave clear isn't as strong compared to other mages.
Yeah, but I don't think Man minds that all too much. He just wants to stay in lane and farm up.
I just noticed that AJ is currently level 2. He just hit level 3. He's been zoned out of his wave for this entire time.
Ah, that's rough. Eevee already using the Falling Star Moon to just zone out Born, but they see that there are 4 members of Orange Esports here trying to take the turtle. So Eevee can try and delay them as long as possible.
Yep, Min is going to get hit, but flickers out of the way. Can't afford to get kicked back and give first blood over to Suhaz this early on into the game. He's waiting, he's biding his time, reverse time onto the Ace, but you notice that Eevee is getting some good chunks onto Born. They are forced to give up this first turtle. Dawning Light is going to chunk out Born. Dark Knight falls. Oh! Steal it, yes he does! The Blade of Tempest is already out. Box could look to try to get the kill, but it's way too late. Oh my goodness, Gary winning out on the coin flip.
My goodness, I don't know how he stole that. Does Dark Knight Falls obscure the turtle's health bar? It doesn't, right?
I think it does at this stage of the game, considering that, you know, Box, wait, let's look at the timers for Retribution. It looks like 6 seconds in comparison to 12. Did Gary, I don't think Gary actually had it in time. No, maybe not. I could be wrong about this. Hopefully we can get an instant replay, and I think we can get a better idea. It was rough, but instantly Gary was able to throw out the stingers at the same time, so plenty of damage. It could have been anybody's.
Yeah, Gary definitely had a much better knowledge of the location right there thanks to the Dark Knight Falls, and I think what likely happened is that Gary was able to secure it with the Retribution, and Box used it afterwards on a player to try and secure a kill. I'm assuming that's what explains the gap in the Retri timings.
Fair enough, but once again, Lily getting punished on that top side. It's level 6 to level 5 so far, and AJ, he does not want to walk out onto the lane until he hit that level 4. Now he can play a little bit more aggressively and start forcefully pushing out that wave, making sure that Valence stays here. But once again, Min, look at how annoying he is being. Once again, he's coming up to that top side and forcing AJ to play defensive.
Yeah, I am a little worried for Suhaz here because Man and Valence are just getting free lanes to farm. But here comes the ace with the perfect match. Box is coming in. I don't think Min is going to survive this. Time Journey keeps him alive a little bit longer as the ace flickers forward with the fatal link, but gets picked off by the Dawning Light. Valence, he is still alive for now, but they're able to transfer the aggro.
Oh boy, good trade so far. 2 for 1. The ace ends up dying for Valence as well as Min. Very worth it for Suhaz Esports, but now they have to ramp up that tempo. They can't just allow Orange Esports to freely farm, and they had to sacrifice quite a lot on this bot side to ensure that there wasn't going to be any other support coming in from the mid lane.
Orange Esports' macro management is perfect here, but HY is looking for Gary. Gets the Dark Knight Falls pop. Silence will keep him alive as he pops the Deadly Stinger. He's gonna leave Born behind, and he does not mind sacrificing his life to keep Hellcurt alive, buying as much time as he can. Almost chunking out HY. Box almost. Oh my goodness, he actually gets shut down.
Oh my goodness, he gets a double kill in a matter of fact. How does he get it? How is he capable of doing this? And once again, if we're talking about best saviors here in Malaysia, Man is definitely a top tier contender.
Yeah, he's definitely vying for the best savior in the country. In fact, no one else is challenging that throne. Min finally gonna get chunked out by AJ, but his job is already done. Valence 2 levels ahead, chunking out half his HP in a single shot.
The Dawning Light consistency. Every single time it's up, it feels like Man just let it rip every single time. Man's playing Beyblades out here while Suhaz Esports is just trying to play the game and farm in lane.
Yeah, the Man, he's already 3-0 on this Xavier, so you can bet he's gonna be scaling up real hard. In comparison though, Box is definitely doing a little bit better now. He's got 3 kills, 1 death, but here comes Dark Knight Falls.
The way they get on top of HY, he's in trouble. He flickers away into the safety of the ace, but he's silenced. He can't help. Dawning Light with the Biru's passion take out 4 members of Suhaz Esports. Orange Esports played that perfectly.
A perfectly choreographed orchestra of destruction, and the victims are unfortunately Suhaz Esports as they walk right into the silence, right into the time journey, right into the Dawning Light. You literally could not have painted a better picture for Orange Esports.
Oh my goodness, it all came out at the same time. Min ensuring that nobody was going to get pulled over, drops the time journey. Gary silencing specifically DA so he can't go out of control, and when the cavalry came in, Born with a wild charge to knock him out to let this combo rip out upon their team. Woo-hoo-hoo. Orange Esports looking real strong.
Yep, and they're feeling good too. 4K net worth lead. Box nearly tying to Valence up in the top lane. They might have left this Beatrix alone for too long, and while they're trying to think of solutions to deal with him, Man, he's already 5-0 in the mid lane.
It's looking good here. The next turtle going to fall into the hands of Orange Esports, that they basically destroyed all outer turrets here. Except for the tier 2s for now. They're going to get to it once the Lord starts coming up. Gary with a Malefic Roar. Suhaz forced back into their jungle.
Yeah, Gary's scaling up really fast again, and this time he's joined by both Man and Valence, getting the best game in their lives. They're already pressuring Suhaz Esports back a 5K net worth lead, only 8 minutes into the game. We might be seeing a 2-0 victory here.
Once again, the Dawning Light's coming up to the back lines, just being very consistent. Man is making sure that he knows their footsteps, and more importantly, conditioning them to fear the Dawning Light. With 84 more seconds on the clock until Lord comes back up, Orange Esports' movements are targeting the next tier 2. The waves are pushing on bot side, and that's going to be their target.
Suhaz Esports, their window of opportunity to do something is definitely reducing. They get a nice Way of the Dragon onto Born. Dawning Light keeps him alive for a little while. They already take the tower. Eevee onto Man in the backline, doing a lot of damage, but I'm not sure if he'll be able to pick him off. Box now gonna target the Xavier. Man should get taken out here, but the time journey keeps them alive. They pick up Buck. The ace jumps in, gets a two-man fatal links. They do pick off Born, but Valence gonna be able to keep himself alive. The ace now really low, falling down.
Oh!
They get the monster kill.
Oh my goodness, he's able to get both of them in one fell swoop. Valence didn't die to the falling star moon, but now Min might just get punished. Dawning Light coming out again, putting him down to 52%. Oh my God, Orange Esports are playing this tactically perfect against Suhaz Esports.
They are baiting Suhaz right now, and Suhaz are instantly just falling into their honey trap. There's not much left they can do. A 7k net worth lead, 9 minutes in. We can have a look at the items. We can have a look at the farm. Both Valence and Gary are already over 7k bucks, not even 6k yet. They are so ahead in terms of items.
They're so huge. They are so huge. And with this next lore, that means every outer turret is going down, and maybe even an inhibitor at this point. They're setting up vision. They know exactly where they're going to be. Dark Knight Falls, he's targeting the ace. They want to take out the engager, and they successfully do so. Free food for these Dordacians. Wait, Falling Star Moon comes on down immediately after. Min does not care, as he knows he has his ultimate. Valence runs down Eevee. AJ, the last one, dies to the Stingers. A double for Born, and HY gets sniped. Valence does not miss.
Orange Esports are playing at a different level altogether. They are flexing on Suhaz Esports. A team wipe. The ace, the only survivor to defend the base. They're gonna get a free inhibitor here. Lord is pushing up top as well, so Orange will be able to get more. They are now 11k net worth ahead.
This has to be one of the cleanest checkmates I've ever seen so far here at the MPL-MY. Born is taking the damage. He gets pulled on backwards. Dawning Light is out, but he still kills the ace regardless. And now the inhibitor's down. Gary's on the run. He gets out of the way. Unfortunately, ends up dying to Lilia, but he trades his life, and it's not enough. It's a 3v2, but the lead is too big. Dawning Light again, a triple for Valence, and Orange Esports clinically take out Suhaz 2-0. One more game till the grand finals.
Orange Esports, they literally know that they can end the game right then and there, so they're literally trading bodies so that the remaining survivors can end the game. They're not gonna prolong this for any longer than necessary. They know that they are in the driver's seat, and now Suhaz Esports are one game away from getting eliminated and seeing their chances at qualifying to MSC go bye-bye.
What a game by Orange Esports. What a deadly game. This has been, wow, really, as we see them continue to evolve, they're becoming more perfect, literally perfect in their craft. Their macro decision makings have been extremely good. Even the micro decisions being made they're getting away with way too much here.
I just can't believe how clean the team fights from Orange Esports were that game. Obviously the Time Jenny is a huge counter, not just to the ace, but the HY as well. But to just see them systematically take out the members of Suhaz Esports one by one, Man always being in position, Valence constantly surviving despite being dived in the back line, and Gary always securing the objectives, always finding the silences. All of these players are performing at the best I have ever seen.
This is great. Honestly, the macro decision making is what really makes the difference here. And especially when you're combining it more fluidly with your micros, they are playing it from the get-go. They understand what they're trying to do. Gaining pressure for a lane and systematically taking full advantages of people being, oh, you're a little too passive? We can do something with this. A 2-level lead coming in from Valence, and even a full level lead 13 minutes into this game. 9 minutes into this game against someone like AJ, who should be pushing him out. Look at the difference. 4 levels down by 11 minutes.
That's gotta feel rough. And you can see that Gary's level 15 compared to only level 12 on Box as well. Even Min on the Tiggy with the Roamer shoes out levels everyone on Suhaz Esports. This was a one-sided dismantling by Orange.
A disgusting game, in a matter of fact. A disgusting game. And I think, honestly, Suhaz Esports really have to understand that a lot of these victories coming in and a lot of these advantages created by Orange Esports is mainly how they play the laning phase. They are never alone in the laning phase, and if they're going to leave somebody on an island, you better be sure they're making a play happen across the map.
Yeah, the macro decision making is just so good, as you highlighted. Okay, if 3 of you are going to gank one of our lanes, we're gonna be taking a free tower on the other side. There is no wasted movement here, and they're forcing Suhaz Esports in a position where they have to fight together to actually win out a fight. And because of that, they can expand their resources, they can take more gold, more EXP across the map. Honestly, really beautiful play. MVP of this game gonna go over to Valens.
Oh, the mastermind of the team. He has prepped them well for playoffs, and they're so close to that end goal. 8-1 and 7 is his match KDA. 75% KP with a match GPM higher than most junglers in this game. 935 as a gold laner.
Valens was having such a good time against AJ. And yes, you normally expect that a mage versus marksman gold lane should lean in favor of the mage. Except here, Beatrix is just such a nuisance to have to deal with. Even in the early game, Renner is just going to chunk out a mage even further than a marksman because they're going to be squishier. And since he got so much help from Min with the auto alarm bombs, AJ literally could not put any pressure on him at all.
I mean, Min really bullied AJ in lane. Those auto alarm bombs in the early game, they hit like a truck, especially against Lily, who has very low base HP. By the time he gets hit by one, he's down by like, I don't know, a good 13% of his HP already gone from one auto alarm bomb, let alone if he stacks it up.
Yep, we can see this first engagement where Gary is able to steal the turtle with the Dark Knight Falls. Even from the beginning, Man is already perfectly on point with these dawning lights. Yes, they lose Valens, but they get a tower. Yes, they lose Born, but they get more kills. He even survives here against Box, trading his life. They find Cho. Orange Esports are everywhere.
Yep, I mean, you can feel the presence of Man for sure. That dawning light really makes a difference in these tight situations. And Orange Esports, they're just microing their way out of it because of it. It's... What can you really say? Because every single time a play is made, it gets countered instantaneously, and Valens is ready to capitalize every single shot. Boom, right here. He finds one. The ace is next. He's going to get sniped. Gone. There's so little he can do.
Yeah, what you can't really blame Suhaz Esports because I think, again, Orange Esports won out the draft. They manipulated it to their advantage. They recognized the flaws. They recognized the weaknesses. They played it to their strengths, to their comfort. This is a team that is fully adjusted for this new meta.
Oh, they are ready to play ball. I don't know. I don't know what Suhaz can do at this stage of the game other than they just have to play a little bit better during the earlier phase of the game and survive and at least go to a 50-50 in mid-game.
It's gonna be pretty rough, and now that they are 2 games down, the pressure is truly on for the Suhaz Esports. They have been in this position once before in Season 7, where they are going home in 3rd place, not able to qualify for MSC, not able to play in the Grand Finals. Will history repeat itself today?
Honestly, it's tough. It's really tough to say, but they are going to go on a short break, and when they do, they're going to be re-strategizing, hopefully resetting the mental, because Game 3 during a best of 5 is the most intense we see usually in the MPL-MY, and I expect nothing less from this last game. Potentially last game, potentially even a 4th game. We'll have to find out. In the meantime, we're going to go on a short break to let them cool off, and when we come back, it's going to be more MLBB action in this elimination best of 5.
The kiddo didn't win. He's just handpicked. I break boundaries, not bonds. This is more than a game to me. I was never meant to be a watchdog. Not a fan of technology. I guess the day has come for us. I like egg fried rice too. Oh, I mean the food, not the sweet. Teamwork? Maybe.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star.
Welcome back back, everybody, to the MPL-MY Season 9 English broadcast with me, getting keyword as well as Sadafa here at the table for the final best of 5 of today. Elimination match so far, 2-0 in favor of Orange Esports. It's been a hard, long journey here, but Orange Esports 1 game away from the grand finals. Or is this going to be a reverse sweep for all you Suhaz fans out there? Oh boy, it's been a real long day, but we have to thank our sponsors for making this game even happen. Official C Gaming Chair Secret Lab, partners in esports, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, EGG Network, and co-organizers ESI. Thank you so much for helping us get this stage, get the audience together, and having a great game up ahead of us.
Yep, seeing these two teams in the lower bracket finals is something that I think a lot of us already weren't expecting. Well, they're subverting expectations yet again, because Orange Esports are now 1 game away from breaking their 3rd place curse and sending Suhaz Esports home once again. 1 step away from qualifying to MSC. This is going to be an exciting one. You guys might want to look for a snack.
Yep, if you guys are feeling hungry right now, if you have a watch party at home, consider ordering some McDelivery. It gets delivered straight to your doorstep. And if you want a little bit extra, a little bit of spice on top of it all, type in the code MPL Rewards if you're spending more than 50 ringgit, and you'll be able to get free 6-piece chicken nuggets on top of a chance to win exclusive MLBB skins with a simple code.
Yep, it's pretty late in the day, so if you guys are feeling a little bit peckish, you guys know what you gotta do, and a little bit of McD always goes a long way. But right now, we may be witnessing Suhaz's long journey getting cut short here. No team wants to lose right at the finish line, and that 3rd place position is exactly that position. It is a position that both these teams have felt before in the past. Neither wants to experience that unfortunate sharp pang again.
Yep, it's happened time and time again. At this stage during the playoffs, nobody remembers what happened during the regular season. Both teams were struggling, but now look at how far they have come to turn things around. Hopefully Suhaz are capable of doing that. If they have any chance of staying in the competition, they're going to have to reverse sweep Orange Esports.
Yeah, and that's going to require a lot of adaptation from them. We've already seen in the past that Suhaz Esports as a team are willing to try out new things, but it takes them some time to be able to really get into that groove. Whereas on the other hand, Orange Esports, they seem to be very good at doing this. Their adaptations are always on point, and it's really difficult for other teams to try and deal with it.
Well, yep, honestly, I think it's going to be one of the hardest games in Suhaz Esports' life. Luckily, they've got their fans here. Every single game, every single time we walk through that tunnel, they have that cheer ready to go. I'm pretty sure I am seeing Adin in the audience trying to start a cheer in the back. Yeah, that's him right there.
Yeah, look at him. He's so excited after all. He's not exactly a stranger to the boys in orange up here. We've also got Suhaz Bangkit here in the audience. So the fans want to see them come back up online and really show their stuff.
Yup, they want to make sure that they are giving their 100%, Adin. Talk about unbiased casters, am I right?
Absolutely. He's obviously not leaning in towards one particular team. What are you guys talking about?
I'm pretty sure that by the time we get another fan interaction or the camera cuts back, he's sitting on the Suhaz side doing the exact same thing.
Well, who knows, but it's certainly a party here. Who do we got back there?
Wait, is that the M1 caster NR Mamba in the crowd?
Yeah, I think so. Man's here to watch some good old MLBB, because when he's not behind the caster's desk, he's just as much of a member of the audience as the rest of us. And we are all so excited to find out, will this be another 3-0 today?
We'll have to see. I mean, the momentum is built up for Orange Esports. Hopefully they haven't cooled down from that hot momentum they had in the first 2 games. And Suhaz, the mental has to be really, really thick here. If they break and if they lose confidence, it's going to be over for them before it even starts.
Yeah, the psychological damage is already going to be pretty notable for Suhaz Esports, so I hope it's not going to be a problem for them. Whereas for Orange, well, as long as they don't get too excited, they don't get too over-aggressive after their first 2 victories, they'll be fine.
Now, look, if you just tuned in, I don't know where you've been, but we'll keep you up to date. Up until now, the drafts have been looking relatively even. I mean, based on what you have seen, it looks not too bad for Suhaz Esports. They just have to time their abilities to catch them off right. However, this one Diggy pick, and on top of the fact of Man's global presence with literally just his ult in the early to mid stages of the game, have thwarted a lot of attacks.
Yeah, and you just have to point out balance again on this. Beatrix just dishing out so much DPS from the backline, nearly 50k in an 11-minute game. That's gotta feel bad for Suhaz when you compare how much damage some of their players were doing.
Yep. I mean, the game finished in 11 minutes. It was one of the fastest games we've seen so far here at the MPL. In playoffs, in a matter of fact. I mean, whoa. What a clinical show of dominance. But now it is time for the coaches to help out their brothers. I mean, without the coaches, I think this game would be looking very different for Suhaz especially. Rexvin is going to do his best to keep his team morale up, and more importantly, he needs to come up with a solution with the drafting style of Orange Esports.
It's going to be difficult though. What Suhaz Esports definitely needs to do now is to draft up a lineup that's going to have that strong early game aggression, that strong lane priority, because so far they have been losing out because Orange Esports are able to take advantage of stronger picks and take control of more of the map, thereby farming more gold and EXP faster.
Well, here's the thing. Even though there are expected winning lanes, they aren't winning either. A lot of this just has to do with the way Orange Esports maneuvers around the map, knowing that they have a losing lane, whether or not they need help, and more importantly, the timings of when they get that help. I think Suhaz at this point need to make some fast decisions on the fly, and they have to be confident about them. Nobody can hesitate. You saw certain hesitations, like the AC was thinking, do I need to help out my Lilia AJ in the gold lane here while he was getting harassed by the Diggy, or do I just need to give him vision so that he will do the rest on his own?
I think that is the major difference between Orange and Suhaz right now. There's a sense of confidence coming out of Orange Esports. They seem to be very confident in their fellow teammates. There's a lot of belief there that, okay, even if they get ganked, they'll figure something out. We will do our own thing on the opposite side of the map. And it's not just Min roaming around to provide help to the rest of the team. Man and Born are often moving out of their lane to help with ganks too.
Exactly. So that's the thing. They're just continuous moving pieces in this strange Jenga puzzle. Instead of just pulling out one piece, it feels like others start taking its spot and it moves the tower down rather than tipping it over.
Yep, and that's exactly the type of tower that Suhaz Esports will need the power to be able to knock down. The power on the side of Orange Esports right now is pretty notable, but that doesn't mean that Suhaz can't turn it around.
Are we getting a split cam here of the Suhaz fans and as well as Orange Esports here? Well, unfortunately here at the English broadcast, we're not played over the PA, so we can't exactly interact with them, but the BM side are definitely going to have a lot of fun with this one.
Yeah, I wonder what they're telling them to do right now. The camera obviously going to be showing the various members of the audience. Ooh, we got a little bit of a message back here. Wonder what that says.
It's Padel! It's Padel blocking Mamba, who's trying to say one more game Orange, and Padel's like, nah, fam. No, I'm not letting you do that.
That's pretty fun here in the audience. You can tell that the arena is full of cheer. Even if Suhaz Esports is one game away from elimination, that's not going to stop the fans from cheering that on. And we got Hi, my favorite roamer there in the audience as well.
I mean, we're looking at a plethora of faces here today, and I think everybody is here with a good vibe and no hostility towards each other, no matter who they're supporting. They expect to see a show at the end of the day. And MLBB is just a great time. Wait a minute. Are they gonna... We're hearing our producer saying just make them do hearts. I'm guessing the BM casters might just do it, or they have something else planned. We never know with them.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where we do wish that we could be heard over the speaker so that we could tell them to do all sorts of crazy things here. I guess I'm feeling the audience is going to be a bit shy to do a heart together though. So who knows?
I mean, slowly but surely, I'm sure the BM casters are doing their jobs in convincing people. And there's others who are a little bit more eager than others to do so.
Yep, it's always fun to see the audience interactions here, and we always enjoy seeing you guys enjoy yourselves watching ML, attending MPL, and just overall participating in our esports ecosystem, because it's not just us casters, it's not just the players that keep this system alive, it is you guys as well.
Oh my goodness. I'm pretty sure that she's a fan of me. I wonder why. I wonder why. No suspicion whatsoever. I'm guessing, oh boy, this is some good stuff, but it looks like the games are going to be beginning shortly, and Orange Esports is going to be saying their prayers. Each game is going to be dedicated. Oh boy, let's see how this is going to be played out.
Yep, if you guys were in the arena during the previous match where Orange was able to win against Caracal, we heard their coach Pavs mention that they play every game like it's their last, which explains their gameplay so far. So if you guys want to achieve a similar degree of gameplay, perhaps look into our official smartphone, Samsung.
Yep, you want to be playing Mobile Legends Bang Bang using the brand new smartphone with a sleek design by Samsung Galaxy A535G now, and you stand a chance to win an MLBB bundle worth up to 2,200 diamonds. Just scan that QR code and type in the screen key MLBB VIP during checkout.
But without further ado, it is time for the draft. Orange Esports, as you can see, are 2 games up, which means a single game separates them from breaking their third place curse, from qualifying to the MSC. And that's gotta feel exciting, but they gotta tone it down and make sure that their minds are in the game.
Exactly. You can't be too overconfident. Neither can you let your opponents roll over you and let them have that ego. So it's about balance. It's about controlling yourself, not overheating, but not to cool down so much that you start to falter.
Now we can see that even though both teams have swapped sides once again, the bans are still looking pretty similar to before, panning out the 1-1 and the Fanny. But they're finally going to give Gary's Hellcat the respect it deserves.
Yep, get rid of that. So every time Suhaz has been picking Ling, it has been just hard countered by this Hellcat. And not just even the Ling, everybody else who needs their abilities gets silenced, and it's just the worst feeling in the world. First pick going over to Suhaz. They're going to be locking in the Grok as OE take out the Angela.
Yep, this is instant adaptation from Suhaz Esports. This time, they're not going to heavily prioritize the Ling. They realize, okay, this Grok brings a lot of utility to the team lineup. A very flexible hero overall. They're going to lock it in first. This can be played by quite a few members of their team. We don't know for sure if it's Eevee, the Ace, or HYHY playing on this hero.
Yep. Let's see. Orange Esports, they respond to the Grok with the Cho as well as the Xavier. Once again, I mean, you got to give it to Min. He's been looking mighty fine. He is so proactive with that Dawning Light, getting so many assists during fights, and more importantly, just ramping up his item builds. He gets it so quick.
Yes, I am assuming you're talking about Man there. I can understand the confusion considering they are twins.
Hey, that's the bait. That's the bait.
That is the bait. That's how they trick out other teams as well. They say, watch out for Min, and the other team is like, which one?
Baxia and Yves gonna be locked in for the side of Suhaz Esports. This is where it's gonna get a little interesting here. Now that Yves is gonna get locked in, Born might actually get the spotlight this time in playing something that, well, we've seen once or twice and a couple of times, but it's expected of him to try and dominate that lane, gain priority with a little bit of help, and stop the real-world manipulation with potentially Yuzong.
Yuzong, typically considered a very solid counter to the Eve, but I'm not sure if it's going to be that effective this time when there is a Grok and Baxia on the field. Especially this Baxia, since it's going to counter out the healing potential of the Yuzong overall. Orange Esports, they're going to start things off this time. They are playing the Ling.
That's really, really bold. Normally, assassins struggle against these tanks. Ling is an interesting exception, almost similarly to people like Paquito and arguably even Karina as well. There are moments where they are weak, but more importantly, it's about the rotation speed, right? It's about how fast can Ling rotate across the map and clear off his jungle and interact with the rest of his laners compared to Baxia.
Yeah, the difference between Ling and a lot of other assassin junglers is not just his mobility, but the fact that he's got multiple iframes and that he can now scale up heavily into the late game to dish out and consistent damage, not unlike that of a marksman, which is why he still has a place in the meta. They don't want Gary to be harassed since he's on a squishier hero, so the Hilda's gotta go.
Okay, this is great. This is great. Orange Esports are thinking ahead of time. They could have the tankiest lineup in the world, but who can scale scale for damage, right? Eve, yes, sure, she will take a little bit of time to get to that point. Well, who else? They need a secondary win condition for the side of Suhaz Esports, but they're making sure they're doing their due diligence. Get rid of Atlas.
All right, what else will they want to get rid of here? I think Suhaz Esports will want to consider banning out the Ruby again. They've already been afraid of Min playing it the first 2 games. No reason to give it to him now, especially since it creates so much space for the Ling. But another hero that we might want to think about here is the Franco, because the Iron Hook will find the Eve every time.
I think that's also a really good point. Oh boy. All right, so I'm guessing Grok is going to go into the mid lane. I am guessing Baxia is definitely going to be the jungle. No, actually, this could be different. It could be the Ace playing the Grok this time round. All right, we'll see in a little bit. A lot of flexibility on Suhaz's side, as the final ban for Orange Esports is going to be the Esmeralda.
All right, so they ban out the Esmeralda. So right now, Orange Esports are thinking that this is going to be a Baxia jungle and HYHY playing the Grok in the mid lane. So they're banning out Eevee's comfort pick, especially since they already have the Eve. Suhaz might want to lean towards grabbing this so that Orange cannot use it to counter.
Oh, Suhaz Esports, they're going to reply with what exactly here? I mean, they can technically get rid of the Beatrix if they wanted to, but hasn't been that much of a problem for them. Yes and no. When you give it such a lead like they did in game number 2, yes, devastating. But Franco is going to be a very good ban for Suhaz.
All right, looks like I called it there, but that does mean that the Ruby is open. If Orange Esports wants to grab it, it has been banned out in the first 2 games. Is this now the situation they want to go for it? Nope. They're going to start by locking in Paquito.
Okay. Okay. That's interesting. I would have expected Paquito to be the pickup for Orange Esports, but we'll see in a little bit whether it's going to have any fruit this time. With so many tanks on the side of Suhaz Esports, it can be a little hard to snipe out the right targets, especially if you're going to go for a full damage build. I'm guessing he's going to go for a hybrid build more than anything else. Suhaz Esports now need to finish off their comp. They get Matilda and Brody.
Okay. So Matilda going to be a DA's comfort pick. That confirms that this is a Baxia jungle, and we're going to be seeing Eevee on the Grok. And that also means that HY is gonna go back to what he tried in the beginning of the regular season and actually play on a marksman position.
Huh, alright, okay. So mid lane control is basically, well, it technically should be secured at this point, right? I mean, they do have the Cho, but we don't know whether it's Cho or Paquito going into the EXP lane. We know that Xavier's definitely going mid. Board, I mean, are they going to get Beatrix once again for Valens? I feel like that's the go-to pick here, right?
Or the carry. That would be an obvious choice against these tanks, but no. It's gonna be the Kimmy. It was banned out in game number 1, and the consistent magic DPS would be a great counter to both the Grok and the Baxia. I am liking Orange Esports' response to this. This is going to be the do-or-die matchup between Suhaz Esports and Orange.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this composition, Orange Esports, it feels like their win conditions are a little narrower than Suhaz, who has a very easy to pull off composition themselves. Great setups, good tanks, a decent early game. Rexman has done a very good job with the adaptations.
Yep, overall, I think Suhaz Esports, they have a great front to back lineup. Orange Esports going for more of a skirmish here. But again, the chants from the arena are going to be there to just up the mood of Suhaz Esports. They know it's their last game, but they'll be darned if they make it their worst. They have a strong front line, strong back line. Orange Esports going to be going for more of a pick-up style lineup. They have lots of mobility, lots of ways to get in and out of team fights. Will this be the game that breaks the Orange Esports third place curse?
Let's go right into it. Welcome everybody to the Land of Dawn. Elimination up for grabs here. Who is going to that grand finals and who is going to the next round? Let's find out right here, right now. The Ace, AJ, and Eevee making sure that they stop Board and Min from getting that early level 2 rush.
Yeah, that's a good catch there. They know that they're gonna go for this straight away, so instantly grouping up and doing the 2v2 in lane just to make the process a little more difficult for Orange Esports.
This is some really good reads here. They're expecting them to do it again. They saw it happen, and now the vertical jungling is coming through. Gary, unfortunately, this is not going to be good for him. Boxy is about to walk into it, and he knows for a fact that he's not fast enough to finish it. Box is here. Retribution, who's going to win it? Oh, Gary, he gets the orange buff, and now he's on the run, but HY says, no, you don't get to go nowhere, buddy. The ace secures first blood.
Suhaz Esports are finally able to punish Orange Esports' aggressive early game. Very sad for Gary because he was so close to being able to walk out scot-free. He loses out on the buffs there, but he is still ahead slightly in terms of EXP, and he still has his own orange buff to farm, so it's not that bad for Orange.
But Box, he can easily start making his way, putting his effect on the map. He's going to go straight for the Beetle here. Min is going to catch up with him. He's going to give that vision, but notice that Eve might just be the new target.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure they're not going to be able to pick off the Grok. There is a reason teams lean towards this hero. Gary is now coming in, but that's a 3v3 situation, and Orange aren't quite scaled up enough to deal with a Baxia and a Grok, so they're going to be avoiding fighting here in the early game.
Don't forget that AJ and the Ace both have Purify this time. They're expecting to get attacked by Mon or get snared at the very least. They want to be able to be safe from it.
Yep, and Box gonna be right on top of the turtle right now. Gary coming in to respawn. Does he get it? Nope, Box will be able to secure it with the Retribution. Wall charge finds Mon in the backline. They pick up the Xavier. They're looking for Min. Born going to be delaying them for just a little bit, allowing the Cho to walk out to safety.
Yep, they need to make sure that Valens is left on an island. The rest of the Orange Esports team is going to be the supporting cast to them. There's nothing much they can do. This early game will go over to Suhaz Esports. They have faster clearance. Their tanks are really good in the earlier stages of the game. Orange Esports just have to control the river for as long as possible until mid-game rolls around.
Yeah, that is where Orange Esports will come online. When Mon, Valens, and Gary get their items, it's up to Min and Born to try and delay this early game for as long as possible and reduce the amount of damage that Suhaz are able to do. Because if they can go into the mid-game looking pretty even, that will be Orange Esports' game from that point on.
Yep, Valens rotates towards the mid lane, but Min, he finds the initial cats onto AJ's side, but that Purify makes all the difference. Good preparation from Suhaz Esports and good reaction, but now it's going to be the Circling Eagle. They want to punish Valens, and HY now getting a good siege down on the bot energy barrier. So Box, oh, does he steal away? Yes, he does.
Okay, looks like they're going to be matching things up here. Suhaz Esports obviously still ahead in net worth, and Eevee doing a good job of delaying the top side with the wild charge, allowing the rest of his team to pressure this tower down bottom.
Yep, Valens, he should be going down here. He gets run down by the Ace and a Box. Min should be the next to fall. He flickers away, and this is going to be first tower falling into the hands of Suhaz Esports.
This is exactly the start that Suhaz are looking for. They already have a 1k net worth lead, and now we're finally going to see a different performance from them compared to the first 2 games, and the crowd is going wild.
Yup, the crowd is ready to support their boys. This is what you like to see here at the live arena. This is why playoffs is a magical moment. Eevee, on the other hand, he has to take some damage coming in from Born, but he holds the lane strong. First turtle might be falling into the hand. Oh no, second turtle falls into the hands of a Box, and now they're going to try and punish Min. Circling Eagle as well. Can't even finish. Oh wait, no! The flicker! Wild charge secures and sets it up to kill Gary as well.
Ah, that's rough for Orange. They were okay with sacrificing Min, but Gary not prepared to deal with it, and the real manipulation stops Valens from running away. He's going to die. Killing spree going over to the Ace.
Oh, the momentum is building up. The crowd is giving the energy that Suhaz Esports has been looking for. This draft is working out perfectly fine.
Yeah, getting that early game priority, as we highlighted, is all that Suhaz Esports needs. As long as they can retain this map control, they are in a good spot to steal a game away from Orange. They already have a 4k net worth lead. 5 minutes in.
That's what you want to see, but notice there is a bit of a lane swap. Yves goes down to bot side to cover that lane, and now they're rotating up towards top side, but Orange Esports one step ahead, instantly making sure Valence gets there just in time.
Yeah, Orange Esports not going to be able to make their characteristic aggressive play simply because Suhaz has such a bulky front line to be able to defend their damage dealers. And now, while Orange wants to delay to farm up, Suhaz Esports are perfectly fine with that.
Yep, look at this pressure that they're getting off of this. Box gets the purple buff, and we're seeing a repeat, except on the opposite teams. Orange Esports, and unfortunately for Gary, will not have the purple buff, and he needs it so badly.
All things considered though, Orange are actually slowly reducing the net worth lead on the side of Suhaz Esports from 4K. Now it is 3K. If they can continue doing this, they still have a chance to stay in this. So Suhaz Esports, they're gonna want to up the tempo.
Yep, and it looks like they do sacrifice top side, but notice that they're trying to punish Evie here. They're running him down. It's going to be the Blade of Tempest as well as Min to help secure that kill, and Orange screams. The audience is ready to give it their all. Suhaz gets another turtle for themselves, and now Min is in a lot of trouble.
That is so much damage, forces the flicker, but torn apart Memory finds it in the back line. So Orange Esports, they're in a lot of trouble. Real world manipulation gonna stop Born in his tracks, and he is caught out. He dies to Suhaz.
Yep, look at the dawning light. It comes out, but there's nothing Monget hit left. He doesn't have enough mana to sustain this lane no more. He needs a little bit of help and go for an early recall. Gary still trying to split push on the other side. They managed to find at least one turret for themselves, but so far, HY is looking real good here.
Yeah, he is. I'm impressed at how well he's doing, considering he's only been playing fighters recently. Back in the marksman position. Goes to show, Suhaz Esports has a few tricks in their pockets after all. The net worth lead now back to 4K like before. And Orange Esports, they're on for another engagement.
Yep, they have to take this fight. Unfortunately for Evie, oh, again, purple buff doesn't get through, but they could look for a potential kill. They do stop the real world manipulation. Gary's back up with a Finch Poise, but unfortunately, they don't have enough damage to actually capitalize. But HY waiting patiently on the other side, punishes Gary.
Yep, AJ gonna walk away from Born as well. Orange Esports are just losing out in terms of trades, and Maximum Charge just barely missing AJ, taunting in return.
Oh boy, tier 2 topside falls down, and Suhaz has the snowball that they've been looking for the past 2 games.
Oh my goodness, we are witnessing a absolute reversal. Orange Esports looking so dominating the first couple of games, and now they're showing Orange Esports a little bit of their own medicine. At this point in the game, there's very few paces left on the map for Orange Esports to be able to farm.
All right, let's pull up the item list. Let's see how Suhaz Esports is going to how they're going to try to maintain this lead. I think that's the most important thing right now, because again, Valence will eventually scale, and he will hurt, and the same goes for Mon, so I'm expecting to see Radiant Armor's Athena shields come out. Real world manipulation already out. Born, unfortunately, is trying to get away, and Valence already dead. They don't have their damage no more, and that's going to be Born 2. They're forced to walk away. This tier 1 mid lane is gone, and once, oh wait, hold on, Gary finds his own kill, shutting down HY.
That is going to be a slight consolation prize at the very least, keeping the net worth lead at only 4K, but Orange Esports are still being contested at every turn. Suhaz using their own strategy against them of constantly stealing the purple away.
Yup, and Gary is just losing more and more presence every single time the purple buff gets stolen. He won't be able to rotate as quick. He won't be able to take out multiple people during a fight without having to risk auto-attacking. It's just a tough game for Orange.
But all things considered, they are actually still narrowing the net worth gap. They know they can't take fights anymore, so they're using their mobility. But Evie with the wild charge sets up the kill.
Nothing you can do about that. Absolutely nothing. But notice on top side, Born looking to get a tier 2 for himself. Can he get out? The Ace is going to chase him down with AJ. And you see that Min is ready to try and push them back. They just need to survive. They just need to live. The dawning light is going to be a deterrent. But Min, oh boy, it looks like Suhaz have their eyes on a bigger prize.
Suhaz are winning out these team fights, so they'll be able to secure the neutral objective, the first Lord of the game. But Orange, they are actually still maintaining their macro play. They give up Gary, but they still take 2 towers.
This is not looking good here. They've already started things off, but they managed to get the chemical reaction off of Valence. Dawning Light already down onto Grok. Can Valence get out? Yes, he does! Unfortunately for DAs, he can't secure the kill! That's going to be a double coming out on Mon! A perfect Purify to save his life! 2 for nothing in favor of Orange Esports. Suhaz may have dropped the ball, but again, they are still not letting Gary get away with having the purple. Born walks away with 1 HP.
Yeah, but the Dawning Light actually starting to do some damage here, and Gary, he's just split pushing bottom. He knows they're gonna challenge him for the purple buff, so he says, well, you can have it. I'm going to take your towers instead.
This is a great idea. Orange Esports, like you mentioned, what used to be a 4K lead after that play, now reducing down to a 2.8. It's a slow crawl back, but Orange Esports might be able to turn this around.
Yeah, Suhaz Esports as a team comp need to fight together, and while that is very effective, they will lose out in macro team play. So what they need to do right now is to find pickoffs against Orange Esports, find these members who are playing on their own, and separate their resources.
Yep, Born is doing his best. He's even using the double heavy left hand to make sure that he can actually tank the damage. The Ace is going to use the Soul Bloom to try and take him out, but it's too late. He manages to walk away. Do we see the real world manipulation to finish off the kill? No, it's too late. He manages to get on out of there as Valence clears up mid, and Min will help out with bottom. They are covering their lanes this entire time. Notice where Gary is. He's looking for an inhibitor.
Yep, he's split pushing the top lane. He's gonna do some damage to the inhibitor, force the rotation from Suhaz back, and now Orange, they're looking for a pickoff as they run away. Wall charge will keep Eevee alive, but Orange, they're not allowed to let their clean sweep run away from them.
This might be the third. Oh, wait a minute! What a kick! He finds it onto Eevee with a Dawning Light to follow up, but here comes Bucks. He ends up getting punished by the torn apart memories, and all he wants is his purple buff. Gary finally has it. Did they have to sacrifice Min for it? Overly ambitious, but boy, did that look cool.
It did definitely look cool, and while they do lose Min, Gary, for the first time in the last like 4 or 5 minutes, will actually have his purple buff. Looking at the items here, Gary is actually still farming pretty well. He's going to be way behind that. Actually, no, he's ahead. He's ahead of HYHY.
He's ahead by 2K. This entire time, his pushing and the amount of gold he's absorbed from the lanes has put him in a fine position as well. Min, he's still stacking up on that on the items. He's already got the Radiant Armor to protect himself against AJ specifically. But now, even people like Valence, who has taken Mystery Shop. Mon, taking Mystery Shop. Gary, you need to get on out of there. He doesn't get hit by the wild charge, thank God. But he will come and regroup with the team who are trying to maintain priority over this Luminous Lord.
That is actually huge. He knows that ability is not up. And since they've been pushing out the lane, Suhaz Esports are now split up to try and match the split push. Orange, they could actually take this opportunity to go for the Luminous Lord, but they're still playing risky. They know they're still behind in terms of net worth, so they're going to take a more passive stance.
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's worth for Orange to start off the Lord. They want Suhaz to do it. They need to know where AJ is specifically, and even though Eevee doesn't have his ultimate, being in a position so close to walls like the Lord Pit is risky. Min needs to take out the engage tools. Gary is going to eventually get hit by the shield unit. He uses the Blade of Tempest early on. Min keeps him distracted while Born goes for the flank. They find double immobilizations, but it doesn't matter. The continuous peel from Valence isn't really going to tickle him too much. He still needs to get his 4th item.
And you gotta feel bad for Gary. Buck steals his purple buff again, even though he looks like he has control over his jungle. Suhaz, the moment they see him going for it, is just go, go. Really good communication from Suhaz recognizing this objective.
Wait, it looks like they're pretending to contest for it, but look down on bot side. Valence not going to join the fight. Born and as well as Min continue to distract. Born, unfortunately, might be going down. He survives just with a little bit of health. Gary tries his best to steal, almost gets it, and now they're on the run. Min is going to be the first one to fall, but notice the push. The inhibitors stop the recalls. Anybody?
My goodness, Valence, he got a free inhibitor. Will he be able to get out? They don't know where he is. He's gonna walk out scot-free.
I think this is worth it. This is great. This is the best situation for Orange Esports. Ideally, they wouldn't have liked to lose Min, but somebody had to bite the bullet. Am I right?
Yeah, and out of all people, Min is definitely the one you're gonna have to throw on the chopping block. He'll be back in 10 seconds, but they need to be able to mount a defense against this Luminous Lord. Suhaz Esports are pushing every lane at once, and this is going to be a lot of damage if Orange Esports aren't able to clear this up.
And this is the beauty of Kimmy. Kimmy shreds the Lord so very fast. Gary, he's trying to kill AJ, and he finds the solo kill despite the ace, as well as HY being so nearby. He can't afford to take any more damage. Torn apart memories. He's still alive. He gets the initial kick on HY. Maximum impact. It's somehow connected in time. Oh my goodness. Orange Esports, they found the defense.
Orange Esports are turning this around. They are now only at a 1.7k net worth deficit. They have taken Inhibitor way before Suhaz, and they are the ones playing aggressively now. Gary split pushing the top lane as 4 members go on top of the mid lane. They're looking for this tier 1.
Yep, they're pushing Eevee back specifically. They want to run them down. They've got it. They have everything. All the ingredients are here. First, mid tier 1 down. Now they have to go for a second. Dawning Light again to weaken this wave. Make it real squishy. Make it real soft as they take the tier 2 and back away.
Orange Esports have now cleared up all of Suhaz's external towers. The net worth lead is now basically peanuts. We are witnessing the beginning of perhaps the most intense comeback we have ever seen.
Okay, notice that Box is barely taking any damage coming in from Valence. Let's pull up the item list and double check. Does he have the glaive? What does Box have that's making it? Oh, he just purchased it. Never mind. It looks like Valence now full build with a Divine Glaive is going to start shredding through just a magic resistance being stacked by Box.
Both teams are now at 50k total net worth, which means they are hitting their final item spikes. This is going to be an even game anymore. There is no net worth, no item advantage that Suhaz or Orange can hide behind. Just straight up execution.
I noticed that AJ opted to go for an Athena Shield and a Brute Force Breastplate. He doesn't necessarily have... I don't know if he has enough to actually shred through the members of Orange Esports. Like, I mean, Minnie's got a Radiant Armor, so that's not his target. He's looking for Gary and Valence, maybe even Mon, but again, that's just for the best situation possible.
Born gonna get trapped by the wall, but it does not matter to him. Box jumping onto Valence in the backline. Yeah, he is definitely shredding. It's a slow but steady process.
Oh!
Eevee chunks out half his HP with maximum charge, but doing the same for Gary, almost getting out by the wall charge.
They have to rush this. They're going to rush. Are they going to rush the Lord? Actually, no. They're going to try and intercept the rotations as quickly as possible, leaving Gary to his own devices. Born flickering on out of there. Min in the middle of that fight to slow them down. And now Orange Esports need to back away. They don't want to start the Lord first. They know that Suhaz Esports has a clear advantage when they're sitting on top of this objective.
Yeah, and we know that Box has Bloody Retribution, so he's going to be doing more damage to the Lord than Gary. But looks like Min, he gets the kick onto Eevee. Not ideal. He's not going to follow up on that. Orange Esports, they're looking for the disengage. But Born going to set up the double knockout strike. Tempest of Blaze jumping in the backline. AJ pops the real one manipulation as they break down Box in the front line. Killing spree going over the bot. They're going to pick off Min, but he still has immortality, so he is fine. Valence gonna chase them down. It's gonna be a 1-4 immortality trade, and now Orange have control over the pit.
This is what everything we've been waiting for. Orange Esports finally back in the game, and not only that, they get the perfect pick off on the right target. Box needed to go. This Lord is now there. It's a dawning light to make sure nothing gets in the way. Orange Esports on the cusp of victory, and Suhaz, they need a miracle fight right now. They have to take out Valence. They have to take out Mon.
Yes, but you know this is past 18 minutes. This is the final evolution of the Lord, and Orange Esports are looking particularly healthy. Only 2 inhibitor turrets stand between them and MSC.
Okay, final moments here. This could be the final fight. Suhaz Esports, they're going to rebuff themselves. They need every little advantage they can get. But notice how they split across. Notice Mon specifically waiting right by the wave, allowing the rest of his members to be aggressive. Even Valence is going to be backed up by Min. And oh boy, it's telling Suhaz, you better stay in your base.
How has this turned around like this? Instantly, this advantage from Suhaz turns to nothing. Luminous Lord coming in. Born setting up up the front line. Dawning Light coming out, putting Man in Transcendence. Tempest the Blaze jumps into the back line. Not going to do a lot of damage, but they get the mid inhibitor. They're chunking out the Ace. They're chunking out Buck. Born going in. They're delaying the Lord. The kick! Bin gets the kick in the back line. They don't manage to pick up Buck, but they find one immortality. They find the missile. They have done it. They've got the comeback.
Congratulations to our next finalist, Orange Esports. The third place curse is broken. This new rookie team broke boundaries and will take down Suhaz Esports. GG, well played.
The Cinderella story is real. As you mentioned, the curse is broken. Witness your second representative to MSC. They will be going up against TODAK in the grand finals tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the nature of competition, blood, sweat, and tears. GG, well played once again to Orange Esports. And as respectable, they go and they congratulate a beautiful show of sportsmanship here up on the stage here at MPL. Welcome to the grand finalists up on stage. Oh my God, what a game by Orange Esports. Congratulations. Mic check going to be coming up next in a quick bow from Orange. Welcome to the finals.
Oh, that's gotta feel good. Let's find out how they feel, because now we go over to their mic check.
Nice. Dia kena lari ke mati dah. Dia lari ke mati dah, sumpah. Dia lari ke mati dah.
Headshot bro! Headshot bro! Aku tahu. Makan lu, no berikan. Makan lu, wah dulu guys. Wah dulu. Kita dah lagi dah. Mi. Headshot!
Peel man.
Nice!
Gary. Protect Gary.
Boleh.
Turun deh. Oi. Bro. Jaga. Santai. I tengah clear.
Ya. Teragi mi. Boleh ya?
Santai.
Boleh men?
Min dapat.
Go. Boleh. Nice.
Slow. Kaiti.
Go.
Dan sekarang ni anda dapat saksikan pemenang pasukan Orange yang akan mewakili Malaysia ke peringkat MSC. Dan anda sekarang ni bersama saya, Sid, selaku stage host, bersama dengan pemain ataupun keseluruhan pasukan daripada pasukan Orange Esports. Alright, first of all, tahniah dah masuk grand final dan juga tahniah kerana dah wakil Malaysia ke MSC. Apa perasaan?
Okey, first kali kami sebagai satu pasukan happy, bersyukur dan sangat gembira dengan apa yang telah kami usaha sampai hari ini. So kami sangat happy.
Menjadi wakil pasukan MSC, adakah perkara ini pernah difikir oleh pasukan Orange Esports sepanjang regular season?
Sejujurnya selepas kita orang jadi badut, sasaran kita orang nak masuk playoff je.
Nak masuk playoff, alright. Berhadapan dengan pasukan TODAK yang telah pun rehat lama pada hari ini, pada esok hari dan bermain dengan best of 7, apakah persiapan ataupun adakah strategi rahsia yang mungkin kita akan dapat saksikan daripada pasukan Orange Esports pada esok hari?
InsyaAllah kita orang akan cuba sesuatu yang baru. Memandangkan TODAK ni macam regular season pun kita orang anggap TODAK di pasukan idola. Jadi untuk esok kita orang akan cuba untuk fight dengan idola kita orang lah.
InsyaAllah. Okey, soalan terakhir. Apakah rahsia kemenangan pasukan Orange terhadap pasukan Suhaz 3-0?
Rahsia kemenangan dia sebenarnya saya tak buat apa-apa. Kredit kemenangan dekat player saya yang sentiasa disiplin dan fokus kepada objektif dalam game.
Alright, seperti biasa Pak, mungkin ada kata terakhir kepada peminat pasukan Orange yang tak henti-henti memberi sokongan kepada pasukan Orange.
Buat peminat pasukan Orange, terima kasih sama ada yang datang kat venue ataupun yang kat rumah. And untuk penonton Suhaz, thank you. And sebab korang kita ada sportsmanship yang kuat. Itu saja pasal. Terima kasih.
Alright, terima kasih diucapkan kepada Pak dan keseluruhan pemain-pemain pasukan Orange. Jadi kita akan berikan kepada Sunfrost dan juga Adin yang sedang menantikan segmen mereka di post show. Dipersilakan.
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, inilah dia wakil Malaysia anda untuk MSC Orange Esports. What a story, what a fairy tale. Nama saya Adin, ditemani dengan Sunfrost untuk analisa terakhir pada hari ini. Sunfrost, I dah lost for words, I dah tak tahu dah cakap apa. Penyokong semua hype. Game sangat-sangat seru.
Ya, daripada dia kata dia sendiri sedar bahawa pasukan Orange pernah digelar sebagai badut di MPL Malaysia, tetapi akhirnya sekarang mereka yang mewakili Malaysia bakal menjadi dua pasukan yang bakal mewakili negara kita di peringkat MSC.
Wah, kalau kita tarik balik cerita daripada regular season sampai playoff, banyak boleh dirungkaikan. Dan sebab pasal rungkaian, apa kata kita rungkai itemization untuk game sebentar tadi.
Ya, perlawanan yang masih lagi kita lihat Xavier diberikan kepada Man. Seakan-akan masih lagi yakin bahawa Man boleh dikenakan counter, tapi lihatlah Xavier ini dengan damage yang begitu besar boleh dilepaskan item yang boleh dikatakan standard, iaitu Cloud of Destiny, Lightning Transcend dan juga Enchanted Talisman dikombokan lagi diakhirkan dengan Winter Transcend untuk memastikan dia mampu untuk sukar untuk ditangkap, sukar untuk ditumpaskan. Malah adanya Divine Glaive untuk memastikan dia boleh untuk menumbangkan tank-tank hero seperti Grok dan juga Baxian daripada pasukan Suhaz.
Sejujurnya Sunfrost, saya proud, saya bangga dengan Suhaz Esports. Mereka walaupun dalam game yang terdesak, mereka bawa juga marksman untuk diberikan pada kali ini dan nampak perbezaannya sangat ketara pada early game. HY walaupun pada regular season maupun dekat playoff lebih kepada fighter, tapi masih lagi ada keupayaan untuk menggunakan Brody. 425 KDA yang bagus sebenarnya. Tetapi persoalan saya di sini, adakah ia terlampau terlewat sebenarnya untuk buat penukaran tersebut?
Saya rasa itulah persoalan, itulah jawapannya sebenarnya. Kerana kalau dilihat dari segi kill pun 14 berbalas dengan 8. Kita dapat tahu yang bahawa Suhaz mendominasi game ini dengan begitu besar. Tetapi kredit perlu diberikan kepada Gary. Sering kali melakukan split push, sering kali mendapatkan objektif-objektif yang diinginkan. Lihatlah bagaimana inhib tertarik yang berjaya untuk dimiliki di bahagian atas dan bawah tanpa disedari berjaya untuk dimiliki oleh pasukan Orange Esports.
Ya, kita lihat post game start semula sekarang ini. Ada tak cerita yang berbeza dapat dilihatkan di sini? Damage dealt daripada pasukan Suhaz Esports 220,000 secara totalnya. Kalau ikut pecahan AJ yang paling tinggi sekali seperti tadi menggunakan real world manipulation. HY juga membenarkan dia untuk keluarkan damage yang begitu besar. Tetapi kalau kita sebut pasal damage, lihatlah balance.
Lihatlah balance 104,000. Tapi kalau kita tolak balance ke tepi pun Man masih lagi 86,000 selaku power source yang kedua, menyebabkan damage gila daripada pasukan Suhaz nampak sedikit dikotak-katikkan di ke atas kertas.
Ya, benar sekali. Gameplay yang baik daripada pasukan Suhaz Esports pada early game, tapi kesilapan yang dilaksanakan oleh mereka yang telah dihukum oleh pasukan Orange Esports dan mereka mengambil peluang tersebut untuk comeback semula ke atas Suhaz Esports. Again, kemungkinan permainan yang agak panjang, best of 5, 3 game yang telah dimainkan, ada efek sedikit dekat mentality Suhaz Esports dan juga disiplin mereka di dalam perlawanan.
Itulah apa yang dikatakan oleh coach pasukan Orange Esports seperti tadi. Disiplin dan juga objektif yang menjadi keutamaan di dalam permainan ini menyebabkan pasukan Orange Esports berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. Fokus mereka akhirnya berjaya untuk membuahkan hasil. Tetapi siapakah yang menjadi tonggak utama akan kita saksikan. Siapakah MVP bagi perlawanan kali ini? Man dengan KD 314 akhirnya Xavier ini diberikan MVP.
Wow, 88% match kill participation. Gol per minit kita tolak tepi. Bukan tanggungjawab dia untuk dapatkan farm. Tanggungjawab dia adalah untuk sertai team fight, untuk keluarkan damage. Daripada sudut item pun kita dah boleh nampak dengan adanya Lightning Transcend dan Divine Glaive pun sebenarnya mencukupi. Dia ada magical attack ataupun penetration ke arah pasukan pihak lawan. Baxian pun at one point dia macam okey sakit juga sebenarnya Donny Light ni.
Ya, benar sekali. Kita dah cakap pada perlawanan sebelum ini, match yang seterusnya Man boleh dapatkan MVP, tapi sekarang kita marilah imbaskan balik di highlight yang dibawakan oleh Samsung. Untuk perlawanan sebentar tadi kita lihat Gary pada fasa awal permainan agak sedikit sukar untuk bertahan. Lihatlah first blood menjadi sebuah kesukaran untuk pemain ini menggunakan assassin di fasa awal permainan.
Pada awal permainan, pasukan Suhaz kawal corak permainan ini dengan sangat-sangat baik sebenarnya. Tempo perlawanan mereka tentukan, mereka kawal map, mereka dapatkan objektif-objektif tertentu sehingga ke minit 12, hingga ke minit 13. Tetapi again and again, dalam permainan Mobile Legends Bang ini, one key important thing adalah disiplin supaya tidak melakukan kesilapan, dan kesilapan dilakukan oleh mereka yang menyebabkan mereka tertewas. Selain daripada itu, bagi saya Suhaz punya gameplay sangat-sangat baik sebenarnya.
Benar sekali. Gary walaupun dia tertumbang tapi Tarik juga berjaya untuk diambil. Lihatlah di bahagian team fight ini yang mana pada waktu ini Suhaz masih lagi mendominasi pasukan Orange Esports, sedikit demi sedikit cuba untuk mendapatkan ruang, dan akhirnya di sinilah ruangnya tercipta. Pick off yang baik daripada pasukan Orange Esports menyebabkan akan adanya engagement yang mampu untuk dikenakan pull out daripada pasukan mereka sendiri pun.
Saya lupa satu perkara lagi, adalah split pushing daripada Orange Esports sebenarnya yang menyebabkan pasukan Suhaz sukar sedikit. Walaupun mereka ada momentum, mereka ada lead, tapi dengan split push yang dilaksanakan oleh Esports, inilah titik permulaan comeback Orange Esports. Dapat kill AJ, dapat kill HYHY, dan seolah-olah momentum itu 100% beralih ke arah pasukan Orange.
Ya, pada waktu itulah HYHY mula untuk hilang disiplin sebagai seorang marksman. Ya, dia seorang fighter user, tapi dia perlu sedar yang dia menggunakan marksman. Tapi sekarang kita akan lihat kepada bracket yang bakal diteruskan, yang mana tinggal 2 sahaja pasukan di dalam MPL Malaysia kita, Din.
Okey, Safas, kita buka cerita Todak terlebih dahulu. Nampaknya perjalanannya mudah untuk mereka dekat upper bracket. 2-0 menewaskan SMG, 3-0 menewaskan pasukan Suhaz Esports. Tetapi Orange Esports yang mengambil jalan yang lebih panjang sedikit. Tetapi fairy tale, Cinderella story mereka diteruskan. Kena ingat, Orange Esports adalah pasukan di grup A, tangga yang keempat ataupun di lower bracket sebenarnya, yang melayakkan diri ke Grand Final.
Kalau saya nak sembang lebih kencang lagi, sebelum tangga keempat tu, mereka seminggu sebelumnya adalah tangga terakhir di dalam peringkat grup A tersebut. Tetapi sekarang mereka berada bersebelah dengan mereka sendiri yang klaim pasukan idola mereka bakal bertembung bagi best of 7, bagi pusingan yang seterusnya. Adakah kemudahan daripada pasukan Todak akan mendapatkan kemenangan, ataupun Orange Esports dengan metal low bracket bakal mendapatkan kejuaraan?
Kalau kita imbau kembali pada musim yang ke-8, pasukan Orange Esports ditewaskan oleh pasukan Todak sebenarnya, dan tak layakkan diri mereka ke pusingan Grand Final. Kali ini pasukan Orange Esports ada peluang yang kedua untuk membalas dendam. Dan sebab pasal balas dendam, saya juga akan ambil revenge dekat orang-orang yang suka kacau saya sebenarnya. Tapi itu cerita yang berbeza sebenarnya, Sanfra.
Benar sekali. Tetapi apapun, untuk hari esok yang mana kita akan lihat bagaimanakah perjalanan kita yang telah pun ditentukan, iaitu Todak akan menentang dengan Orange Esports pada pukul 2 petang.
Ya, Grand Finals di antara pasukan Todak dan juga Orange Esports. Inilah dia, 8 minggu regular season, 4 hari playoff. Inilah waktunya, inilah destinasi terakhir Grand Finals di antara kedua pasukan yang cukup hebat ini.
Bila awak cakap destinasi terakhir tu, saya semakin rasa semakin berdebar-debar. Tapi saya juga cukup gembira kerana sekarang kita telah pun mencapai 1000 share dengan perlawanan yang cukup sengit. Terima kasih kita ucapkan kepada semua para penonton yang setia bersama dengan kita, setia untuk share milestone sehingga kita mencapai 1000 milestone, yang mana anda juga boleh mendapatkan ganjaran dengan redemption code yang telah pun tertera di paparan skrin.
Ya, m.mobilelegends.com/en/code exchange adalah laman sesawang yang anda perlu pergi untuk menebus ganjaran lumayan tersebut. Tak silap saya, ada lagi satu anak tangga. Mana tahu boleh sampai, mungkin kita boleh dapatkan hadiah yang cukup lumayan. Tetapi sekarang ini kita akan nobatkan 3 pemenang untuk MPL Predictor kita. Yang pertama kita ada Azli Syakir, kita ada Sarah Hutari ataupun Sira Hutari, dan kita ada Malaysia Gaming XT. Tahniah diucapkan kepada ketiga pemenang ini. Mereka berjaya meneka ataupun predik pasukan Orange Esports menang dan mendapatkan ruby. Tapi Sanfras, kalau orang lain nak menang, macam mana cara dia?
Caranya mudah saja. Teka saja pasukan mana yang bakal menang dan tekan game ID dan juga server ID untuk mendapatkan kemenangan, mendapatkan ganjaran yang telah pun disediakan.
Ya, dengan hashtag MPL Predator juga. Dan esok adalah chances terakhir anda guys. Lepas ni tak ada prediction dah. Lepas ni korang ramal lah apa sekalipun, tak ada peluang untuk mendapatkan hadiah sebenarnya. Tetapi kalau esok mungkin MPL Predator kalau boleh dapat hadiah lebih, mungkin nice, 5 pemenang ke 10 pemenang ke, mungkin lebih mantap. Tapi sekarang ini MPL Learning kita, anda boleh mendapatkan random one skin. Namun begitu, apa soalan? Apa soalan yang kita nak tanya sekarang ni?
Soalannya begitu mudah saja. Negara manakah yang menghostkan MSC pada 2022? Kita dah dapat pasukan, kita dah dapat siapa yang wakil Malaysia, tapi siapa yang bakal hostkan MSC 2022? Anda tahu, anda jawab, anda menang.
Ya, Singapura, Indonesia dan Malaysia, tak perlulah kita bincangkan lagi di sini. Saya rasa ramai yang dah tahu apakah jawapan dia. Tetapi kena ingat, tahu jawapan tapi tak reti eja tak boleh.
Betul.
Kena eja dengan tepat. Kena eja dengan caps lock yang tersedia. Kalaulah Malaysia, contohlah, kalaulah Malaysia jawapan dia, tulislah Malaysia itu tepat-tepat, barulah anda boleh mendapatkan random one skin supaya anda boleh flex dekat rakan-rakan anda.
Ya, bukan tu saja. Kalau saya dapat skin tu, saya akan flex yang saya berikan ataupun saya dapat skin tu sebab saya teka dengan betul. Tetapi sekarang ni yang boleh kita flex juga adalah pantun.
Silakan, silakan. Ini makanan awak. Ini makanan awak.
Saya bacakan ya. Daripada Rahman, ingin ku beli selonggok durian, katanya ada penjual di pekan. Ingin ku hanya disogok habuan, semoga manikam atau kopi diimkan.
Woo! Mantap sekali pantun daripada Encik Rahman. Dan dengan pantun tersebut, beliau berjaya untuk mendapatkan 30,000 diamonds beserta Nescafe Game Boss. Masya Allah, 30,000 diamond guys. Buat pantun, menang.
Buat pantun 4 rangkap 30,000 diamond.
I mean, kalau kita sembang pasal investment, inilah investment yang paling lumayan.
Oh, bayangkan dalam satu pantun ada dalam 14 kata, darab dengan 4 dalam 30 lebih.
Okey.
Satu huruf 1,000 diamond sebab 30,000 diamond.
Wow, memanglah awak memang 9A punya student, memang begitu pantas matematik beliau. Bila dia sebut nombor sebentar tadi, otak saya dah jam lah. Saya 1 tambah 1 je boleh lepas. Kalau dah masuk AdMath, memang tak boleh lengkap. Saya dah sebut tadi, kalau kita capai 1.2K pun saya tak terkejut. Dan kita dah capai 1,200 share milestone. Terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada semua peminat MPL Malaysia. Dan sebagai tanda penghargaan, kod tertera dekat bahagian bawah, laman sesawang yang sama, dan anda boleh mendapatkan skin bernilai 899 diamond.
Ya, benar sekali. Inilah dia. Anda tadi dah dapat 1,000. Kali ini kita bagi lagi 1,200. Pastikan anda claim segala ganjaran yang telah pun diberikan, yang telah pun ditawarkan kepada anda. Jangan lepaskan peluang ini kerana mungkin esok adalah pusingan yang terakhir ataupun peluang mereka yang terakhir.
Wah, banyak pemenang kita pada malam ini sebenarnya. Dan lucky draw winner sebab kita dah capai 1,200 share milestone. Kita ada Mikim Kudin, Muhammad Ali, Abi Kalisha, Muhammad Zuhamis Abdullah. Kita ada Maldiji, kita ada Muhammad Ashraf, Syamsuri Yusof, Muhammad Zairman, Syazmiz dan Nick Zaidi. Tahniah kepada semua pemenang. Jangan lupa untuk claim hadiah anda. Tapi kalau lambat sedikit, jangan risau, anda tetap akan dapat hadiah tersebut.
Ya, benar sekali. Tiada masalah kerana anda lah kami sekarang ini telah pun mencapai 1,200 share tersebut. Kerana anda lah kemeriahan semakin lama semakin dirasai di MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9.
Ya, benar sekali. Dan dengan pengakhiran perlawanan pada malam ini, kita dah tahu 2 pasukan yang akan layak ke MSC mewakili Malaysia. Kita dah tahu 2 pasukan yang akan berentap di Grand Final. Last kali Sarfaz, prediction, siapa boleh menang esok?
Oh, prediction ini adalah sebuah prediction yang sangat-sangat berat. Tetapi bak kata orang sangat-sangat suka underdog story. So, saya akan vote kepada pasukan Orange Esports untuk mendapatkan kemenangan.
Tetapi berhadapan dengan champion of champion, pasukan TODAK, saya akan memilih pasukan TODAK. Sebab kalau kita pilih sama tak seronok. So kita kena ada sedikit sebanyak pergaduhan. Namun begitu, kita dah tak perlu gaduh-gaduh. Kita akan jumpa anda semua pada hari esok, Grand Finals di antara Orange Esports dan pasukan TODAK. Kita jumpa esok guys. Selamat malam.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rockstar. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala.